Broadcast 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Here we are. Beautiful, sunny Queensland. I mean, trust me, it's been like this all week. Fantastic. Fantastic weather here at drag racing's finest and the home of Jamboree, Willowbank Raceway. Good morning to everyone here in the venue, and you are streaming in quite early this morning, which is so good to see. I hope that little sampler that we had here yesterday on our live stream with the testing went down a treat, absolute treat. What we saw here yesterday with the only test day we were able to have because of all that rain, that everyone got down the track with a fair amount of success. Some spectacular stuff, a lot of early shut-off passes as well, which shows incredible promise for today if everything goes to plan. Welcome to the mic this morning. I don't know, the racer's racer, Mark Allen. How are you, mate?
Hey, how you going, mate? It's good to be here. It's good to see the crowd building up already. The weather is perfect here for Jamboree.
You, like me, during the week would have... there's always the haters. Oh, I can't wait for Jambo. And then there'll always be one of your friends go, oh, but have you seen the weather forecast? Those people, I don't need that to rain on a 30... Pardon my pun. Rain on my parade when it's iJambo. I'm looking forward to it. It's one of the most spectacular events of the year on everyone's calendar, and all the little lead-up interviews everyone did. They're all keen. This is like the Super Bowl of import versus domestic drag racing, if you want to call a parallel to America. But it's truly grown into its own creation. And the product of 35 years of doing the one themed event to be different, to just be a drop, pretty much the drag racing element's a huge part of it. It's spawned the state-of-the-art cars that we've got today. And you wait till you see everything today on the list, folks. 230-odd cars, everything from the street compacts up to Factory Extreme and Pro Mods. It's like nothing we've ever seen before leading up till now. It was everything a 35th anniversary event promised to be. And then the first person goes, oh, have you seen the forecast? Guess what? I don't look at the forecast until I turn up at the track. I don't worry about it. I just get here because I know that there'll be people here. Everyone that wanted to test Wednesday couldn't, so they sat here all day Wednesday. The people that wanted to test Thursday, it was cancelled early. They couldn't do anything either. So you've got 50, 60, 80 cars all wanting to test and they can't. And then the people that had Friday booked are the only people that could test. So there was literally a waiting list last night. If someone wanted to give up their test spot, someone else was ready to hit, like many other people were ready to hit.
I know, there were a lot of teams that wanted those test days. We are about to move into qualifying session number 1 for J315 today, Chris.
Yeah, J315 is one of these categories that we have with the small tyre, because we've got J275, J315. So yeah, J275 boost line, we'll just call them boost line for the two tyre classes today until otherwise stated. Boost line connecting rods, the proud sponsor, I would assume, not only of J275 but our J275 category as well. So J315, our first category out. Now, what is J315 for the people watching at home or here for the first time? Talking about the rear tyre size. You can do anything in this class with a sedan, but you've got to have this is 315, a 315mm wide radial tyre. Radial class, quarter mile, heads up. Two J boys right now, two Js from the 2J Brotherhood, two spot-on cars. Danny Lansdowne and Ryan Holtz on screen. Just let it go this morning. Go, our first taste for everyone watching on the live stream right across the world. No matter where you are, no matter what time of the day, no matter what the weather looks like in your part of the world, sunny Queensland. Queensland, not only known as the radial state, the birthplace of Jamboree, the home of the Winter Nationals, always had history with Wild Bunch, crazy stuff. An event called, which I think we should have a comeback one day, the Tin Top title. So this has been some of the best Tin Top racing has gone down this track since its birth, this track. 35 years we've done Jambo with this track. And J315's only been in about 4 or 5 years. The radial stuff, we definitely is a huge scene in Australia, and Jambo wanted to have that 275, 315. The fact is, these two guys are 2JZ brothers, so they both got Holdens with 2JZ. Let's go to Bump City. He gave him a bit of a head start there, Ryan Holtz. They go all the way to the quarter mile an hour. The wagon is out in front. First pairing. How about that? 689 for the Tirana. 207 mile an hour on a 315. 727 for the station wagon. 188.
How's that for the first pass of the day here at the Jamboree?
Hang on.
689.
All right, we're going to have to put a list here somewhere. 6 second runs. Right, here we go. 6 second runs. There's one. Right, we got one. 7 second run. I still made the call early on before Jambo was that we are going to see the top 150 door car passes in Australia this year. My prediction is 150 ETs.
The action keeps coming forward. Next up on track in J315, it will be Andrew Coles for Spot On Performance.
Yeah, Spot On's cornering the radial market at the moment. Actually, if you want a car built, if you ring up Andy at Spot On and say, I want a car built, he'll go, fine, mate, what sort of car do you want? And he goes, I want a big tyre car. And he go, use someone else. They're pretty much a radial workshop. They live and breathe by this stuff. Public Enemy is the fruits of Andy's labour. He's built this car completely back to front in the last 6 months, just before Christmas. So this guy's work ethic, like, not only do they put out some of the best produced and fabricated street cars, and you'll see them all coming up in J275, but the flagship's got to be different. Like Danny's flagship's the VL wagon. Andy's flagship from Spot On is this Public Enemy. Twin turbo, Noonan Hemi. I'm going to let this thing. I think we're going to let this sing. Let's listen to what Andy does here right now. Went 650s twice yesterday. Andy Coles, the ears of the world are on you. That was a little soft by his standards. Like that thing went to boost up, and something boost control related maybe there, because that didn't come out with
no
the
power
grunt.
at all.
Yeah. That thing 60 foots normally. When you see something like that 60 foot in the 1.1s, 1.0s,
you could hear it. You could hear it.
It was just off song a little bit there. Tiny little lack of boost, maybe a boost control issue. Whatever it is, they'll get onto it. They know every nut and bolt of that car, because 3 weeks ago they ran it in Mackay. You know what I mean? They've run it. They run it at the Bend. They run it in Sydney if we ever go to Sydney. Oh yeah, welcome to Jambo 2025. Yeah, we're blown and injected EFI Mercedes through on a small tyre. Yes, das is good. Guy Hall, Diesel Australia, that's his business. He's 540 cubes of big block Chev on a 315, all the way from WA. Adrian Hines from Millbridge, WA. For those people watching overseas, that's literally from one side of Australia to the other to come and race. And we've got a couple of WA guys here, Lorenzo in Pro Mod as well. And Hines, I call him the Murray Cod. At the Airbnb at Kenda last year down in Adelaide, someone dared him to swim the Murray River. The only trouble is it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he did it. He swum across and back and got his $50, so they call him the Murray Cod. That's called making memories, mate. That's called making memories.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, but it's OCDHG. That's what the car's called, because when you look at it, this guy has OCD. Go and look, folks. Do yourself a favour. You price in your ticket. You need to see every inch of Jambo to catch these cars in a quieter moment other than on the track.
Mate, from our vantage point, he should be in the Show N Shine.
Oh, he can be.
That's an immaculate car.
Okay, now watch out. The Mercedes may go into a wheel stand. It did it last night and mowed down all the cones. Oh, good run, both boys. I tell you what, the Utes on a tear. 7:30 on the quarter mile. 7:30, 186 mile an hour. And what about the Merc? 7:16, 197 mile an hour. Like, hang on, we think a few more 7-second times there. There's three there in that list. And look at this. This is. We just had the best from Queensland and the best from WA. This guy's another enigma in my book. This is the Black Ute, of course.
Well, you know he's going to be in the 40 in qualifying here.
All right, folks. This is a different scenario. Adrian Smith. Now he's in the little Mazda 1300. Of course, he's driving it for his mate, who's the new owner. Adrian had all the license and everything, and medical, be able to hop in the car. So he's going to take another car built by Spot On, mind you. Right. This is another Spot On build. A beautiful map. Whatever you want, spot on will build you. That was his dream. There it is. Now beside him, the FKN BLK UTE. Right now we can call it something else another time, but it's been known as that FKN BLK UTE. James Horan, full race torque converters, full race fabrications, self-built, self-taught, self-tuned, self-drive guy. There's the black ute on the back. This guy has created this monster. Toyota V8 to start with, then big block Chev, now Hemi twin turbo. I'm going to let this thing go as well because this is an enigma. This is one of a truly local Sunshine Coast build.
Mate, Adrian Smith has got the wheelbase of a trolley.
Yeah, literally 80 inches, I think. Oh, James's thing just turned off or something. James's thing just turned off. Something just turned off. Oh, and something just turned off. Yeah, all right. All right, okay, well. Durama.
So everyone gets 3 qualifiers today, so we will see these teams back out in Q2 and Q3. But it's not the way you want to start the day.
No, especially when the commentator raps you immensely and how big a hero he is, and he's just...
I know, you love that car, Florence.
Oh, anyone that's new to it, I think by the end of tomorrow...
It's street compact and Euro to the lanes, please. Street compact and Euro to the lanes, please.
That's perfect, Dale. Anytime you want to go over the top, mate, you do it, mate. We'll cut it straight off just to get them through. No, it's serious. Everyone's on 88 FM in the pit area.
Yep.
So our site radios need to be cranked to the max. If you've got your Makita site radio, your Milwaukee, your DeWalt, whatever you got. Phil Penny would have an old Toshiba, 2 C batteries in the back on 88, Tune over to the ABC for the news. But then it's like, what if I getting called to the lanes over 88 FM. But it's a fantastic venue, Willowbank Raceway. We're glad that you're here. Please make sure you take the time today and tomorrow, and I hope you're here for tomorrow too. This is qualifying today, remember. Oh, here we go. Now, this was a side bet. This was Boyson Carkeet. That's right. So this is a little side bet. Now, this is still J315, folks, but this is Steve Carkeet's car. Reese, the son, is driving it. Mum is backing him back. This is a twin-turbo LS EH. God bless this country. Look at this right now. Anytime you see an EH Holden, either in its natural habitat, driving on the street, or on a drag strip, or ever, EH Holden's cool, hashtag cool forever, right? This thing, Turbo LS, I love what he's done with this car. Damien, boys, it's a 540 cubic inch, big block, twin-turbo Chevy Nova called Nova Rated. Now, this is the side bet. Q1, whoever wins has to make the other guy wear the team shirt for the rest of the year. So in other words, Boise would have to wear a Carkeet shirt the rest of the year, or Reese would have to wear a Nova Rated shirt for the rest of the year. Doesn't sound like too bad a deal anyway.
That's all right.
You get a free shirt.
It's a good fun one.
Oh, he's gapped him. He's gapped him. We forgot about reaction times, and Boise was ready for him. So guess who's wearing the Nova Rated shirt? It's going to be Reese Carkeet. What about that? 736 at 184 mile an hour. 761 at 184 mile an hour for the EH.
I thought I'd just have a look at the qualifying from last year's Jamboree, just to see the field improvement, the numbers.
Because you would.
We only had 4 qualifiers last year in J315, none in the 6-second zone.
Yeah, is that right?
Yep, number 1 qualifier was Grantley Schloss with a 759. So look at the improvement in the last 12 months in J315.
Well, look at that. Ryan Holt, 689. Guy Hall, 716. Danny Lansdowne, 727. Adrian Hines, 730. Damien Boyce, 736. Reese Carkeet, 761. We know Andrew Coles will improve in Public Enemy. Adrian, he'll come with a little lazy 670, 660 down.
Last year's number 1 qualifier would only be good for 6th spot halfway through Q1.
Hey, we're all here to improve, and
That's
Jambo.
it. No, just
hey, do you reckon we all looked this cool 35 years ago? Practice makes perfect. 35 years, that's good practice for the next 35 years. I want to be at the 50th Jambo, mate. 15 more years. Do you reckon Turbo LSEHs would be less cool or more cool in 15 years' time?
It'll always be cool, mate. This is one car I wanted to see this weekend. Simon O'Carroll moving forward in the Camaro.
Well, wait till you see the other one.
Dale Gridley, this thing is awesome.
This country is summed up in one go. J315. There's the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Oh, you know what? We started a little addiction to drag racing, new medical term.
What's
I call
that?
it Smithy's disease. And because I'm talking about, of course, Stephen Smith with the Pro Mod and the other car, and Steve's massive Pro Mod power wheel stand that I didn't see. Everyone else saw
mate,
it.
I saw the video of that.
1,000 foot. But Smithy's on the hook. In other words, he's so addicted to the sport. He wants to race. He's motivated to race. This man as well, Simon O'Carroll. Talk about a guy committed to killing it on a small tyre. The Kraken. It's an amazing car with amazing history. It's now got a Noonan Hemi in it with a screw blower on it. It's got the 5-speed Liberty in it. This is the trickest Outlaw 275 style car we've got with a black belt.
Question for you. Have we seen a 5.7 pass in J315 previously?
No, that's a good. Well, I don't know whether Simon will take it all the way.
Because I know the cars have got the horsepower to do that.
Yeah.
Obviously, getting that power to the track is the big challenge for them, but...
Yeah, well, all we know is that this has got anywhere between 0 to 4,000 horsepower. Dale Gridley, it's 532 cubes in the Valiant, and don't let the pipes deceive you, it's twin turbo. What an amazing day to be alive in Australia at drag racing's finest, the birth of Jamboree 35 years ago, Willowbank Raceway. Look at this for a J315 matchup. I know the blower car's got some potential. No, zings the tyres near half track, still goes 482 the half track, but here goes the Valiant. Oh, 787 for Gridley. 787 in the Valiant.
He did it easy. He's doing 147 miles an hour at half track, so he probably would have been hit 180 to 190 full track.
Simon hit 111 in the 60, and it was out. It was walking beautifully, and then I think as he went to bang the gears, you can lock up the torque converter in those things as well. That's when you can knock the tyres off with the lockup. So they definitely did that. Hey, the air conditions are perfect for horsepower. Cold air, I don't know what we're in the middle of the day. I think the forecast is 24, 25 degrees, but the air is making especially more horsepower than most right now. Cool, dryish.
Well, I can tell you, mate, because I do have a drag racing weather
That
app.
was the reason why I was sort of narrating towards Mark. Have you got the weather for us?
Let's have a look for the weather, mate. Just refreshing it at the moment.
It is very refreshing here, Mark. Very refreshing to be back with you.
At 9:16 a.m. this morning, August 23rd, humidity 67%.
Oh, all right.
So depending on how close this is, I haven't looked at a weather station.
You know that's coming down, that. Yeah.
Barometric pressure 30.1 inches, so that's really good. That's good conditions. Density altitude 620 feet, so that's killer as well. Water grains, only 56 water grains.
Yeah.
So this is
Low
all,
water
we're
grain.
talking drag racing tech speak here, but what it means, awesome conditions atmospherically for the cars to make horsepower.
Yep. So that's why, and so going back to the next comment, that's why the Kraken just knocked the Kraken out of the back tyres, blocking it up. We're making plenty of horsepower. That's a screw blowing thing as well. So that's when that's up on the blower, lock that thing up. Everyone's making peak horsepower already, we can tell. Some of it doesn't get down, folks, as you can see. That's the thing about small tyre racing. The challenge is, like in this class, J315, or our next one, which is J275, you get the idea, it's a smaller tyre. Even though the spoiler is, there was a couple in this category that's just run that were still on a 275.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
but you can go in there by default, right?
Yeah, well, it's as long as it's stamped 315 or under, you can run in this class. So that's the great equaliser for J315 is the tyre. So you can run all those different combos.
Yep.
Anything you want, as long as you get to the finish line first, you win.
And there was also, because the field, especially in Sydney, the J275 field, you will see very shortly folks that have come in here early to watch it this morning, just swollen with amazing quality of car and typical of the cars that are making workshops very busy on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis with people wanting the same sort of car, something you can still drive on the street. Some of them you still can, but they're so tough they can run sevens. You know what I mean? And sixes, by the way. So we've got a lot of cars coming up in that class that are really still on the fringe of being on the street. The one in the water here, right? So we've got a white Mustang that's all the way from WA as well. That's Steve Lundy from Maddington. He's from the good old WA, Team WA.
So we are moving into J275 now.
Yeah, that'll be Lundy there. And beside him, Shane Faccioni. So this VN Commodore is a spot-on build as well. So again, these are the sort of cars that are keeping workshops like spot-on, flat bickies every day of the year, year after year. Guys like Shane Faccioni. had the family car and wanted to, you know, have a toughie. Everyone wants a toughie. If ultimately that's what the dream would be. That's the ultimate special transportation you want to take to an event where you do want to roll up and you've got something tough. They wanted that. They wanted to put the family in the car as well. Guess what? That thing goes bottom eights, high sevens as well if it needs to. But yeah, you can drive it like a kitten on the street. That's the joys of a lot of these modern cars. And again, you wouldn't. We're also going to thank Jambo for helping all of those companies come up and be who they really could be, because this was also uncharted territory 35 years ago. We did not have the industry that is now living and breathing, enabling people to have that Jambo experience, that drag and drive experience, that cars and coffee experience with their own personal transportation, because these events have stood the test of time. The product was always different, a little bit avant-garde in the early days. We were talking about it last night because of the VW club basis of it, you know, Ray Box and Rob Stanbury, is that that was basically just the VW club wouldn't have a VW day away from all the V8s and all the hate. They probably felt that they were marginalised. So we're the first little marginalised group that came to the track and just did their own thing with their smaller cars. And 35 years later, that industry has seen the result of the benefit of all of that, especially when turbos came in drag racing. Well, in the world, when turbos came in the 80s in the world, of course, and then drag racing, it took a while for that to even get into drag racing, turbochargers. They were an oddball thing. Like you'd say many years ago at the first ever Jambo, like, well, let's go to 1993, because I can remember that one more, because I won that category. I won my own category. But I had a turbocharged Datsun 180B in 1993. Guess how many other cars were turboed at that Jamboree? 4 other cars. Like, it wasn't like the whole field was full of turbo cars. It was still all aspirated things. So that sort of hadn't really kicked right in then. And now, if you were to add up how many are turbocharged, well, it's probably 97%. 97% of the field now would probably be. It's definitely forced induction, and look at the horsepower curve from there to now. What the average horsepower is per vehicle, off the charts now from what it was in the early days. You might have been lucky to pack an average of 100 at the first Jambo. And you know what, Mark? Here's a bit of homework for you, because you love numbers, right?
Okay,
get it before I give it to Lonesy, right? Average horsepower per year of the 35 years of Jamboree, and when did you see the spike go through the roof? You know, like. Mate, 400 in a 4-cylinder was pretty special back then, and you know, 6-cylinder you could expect 600, 700, but then things like 2Js came along, you know, SRs, all that. The more boost, the more that we were learning from the world of everyone else that was doing it with those engine platforms. We're able to benefit from that industry, because then there were bits to go fast.
Some good shots from in
the
that's
here, Jeff Cuttajar. That was Jace. That was Cuttajar. He had a couple of good licks yesterday here.
We're moving now into J275 qualifying, brought to us by Boostline Connecting Rods. The first purpose-built rods for power adder applications. Their patented 3-pocket design was specifically engineered for demanding turbocharged, supercharged, and big nitrous applications. It provides 60% more bending strength compared to common H-beam rods, part of the race-winning brands family. So thank you to Boostline Connecting Rods here, supporting the J275 bracket this weekend here at the Garrett Jamboree. On track, Shane Faccioni to take on Stephen Lundy. We can see Lundy here on screen in the Reaper Performance. Power Management Solutions Ford.
That's his business in WA. So Power Management Solutions, he's out the front there. That's, of course, Jeff Johnson from WA. I call him The Rock. The Rock is one of WA's and Australia's more killer tuners. Bump City, baby! Oh, whoa, take the bulb, colt the bulb. This has now got a Coyote engine in it.
Oh, really?
So Lundy had an LS, now it's a Coyote, 781 at 175, and Faccioni, the family street car, 793 at 172 mile an hour. 7 seconds everywhere. They're very happy, the Faccioni family, very happy on the line when the VN went 790. All right, yeah, so for ages, Lundy had a little 5.3 LS in that, and now that's actually Jeff Johnson's little pet Coyote that he had to do his own car with, because Jeff is a Ford guy. and he put it in Lundy's Mustang. So that is a new Coyote setup, and they're barely touching it right now, and I think that's a good start. Here's Aaron Gregory on the line, and Lachlan Miller. So we've got an LS in the Skyline Turbo. We've got an LS in that beautiful HR panel van. Aaron Gregory. I wonder if it's still for sale. It was for sale a little while ago. So if you want to do something badass, get into this thing. More Bump City in J275. Oh no, the bump infringement, not good, not good. It's going to have to let him go. Oh, he's going to give us a wheelie anyway. Give us a wheelie anyway. That wasn't, actually, that probably wasn't that good. 787 for Lachlan Miller. Where did that come from? Lachlan Miller, R31 Skyline, LS, absolutely sent it to an 87. 787, 179 mile an hour. And unfortunately for Aaron, so look, the first thing you won't be happy about is that the thing rolled, like bumped in
through,
and out.
yeah.
And for people that maybe not aware of what the terminology we're using is that, you know, you're trying to roll your front tyre into the two, let's just call them light beams. So we want to trigger the front tyre with the light beams. The light beams directly tell you on those two little bulbs where your tyre is. When you first roll into the beam, the top bulb comes on. When you roll in a bit further, the second bulb comes on and says, right, I register you as being in stage. You can keep rolling, and if you take the top bulb out, you've taken out that guard beam, and you are so deep into stage that you're just about to red light. Aaron, at the wrong time, and this is the problem with bump infringements, they've creeped in since the bump boxes come in and all this technology that they use to help bump turbo cars in. It's also brought another new problem, and that is that little bump infringement. Aaron staged that car a million times. You know what I mean? It's not like he's an amateur driver. He's a gun, absolute gun every other time. But just right then, that poor HR gave him a little fit there. He wasn't happy with it, and you know what? He thought, well, you know what? I could get pushed back, or I'm going to get some data. I'm going to hit it and see whether or not it.
Well, that's it. You can still, even though you're not going to get the ET, you're going to get the data from the data loggers, and see what the car did.
And I think the track was good.
Yep.
I think you'll find it was that, and that thing has no stranger to wheel stands either. What is it with panel vans and wheel stands? Because you put those two words together and put horsepower in there. We see a lot of panel vans in Australia that are now sort of boosted and making some horsepower. They just, I don't know, it's a wheelbase thing. I don't know. The things are just wheelie monsters. Here's another wheelie monster in the water right now, Timmy Cross. One of Australia's, you know what, I still rate this as the world's baddest radial Cortina. It could even be the world's baddest Cortina, period, because this thing is a nearly 3,000 horsepower, twin turbo, small block Ford with all the fruit, twin 88s, 275 tyre.
Well, that number one spot is definitely in danger here. That's currently held by Stephen Lundy at 781, because we know Timmy Cross can go quicker than that. Taking on Matthew Aegis in the lane beside him in the Holden.
Matthew Aegis from Kerwin in North Queensland. 3 weeks ago, he was in the final of OG 275 at Kenda in Mackay. Him and him and Jace Cowie had a battle. He gapped Cowie in the final and about 100 foot out, knocked the tyre, knocked the tyre off it, and Cowie went 461 on that run. So here we are 3 weeks later. The boys have come down. They only were testing at Kenda for Jambo, and now here they are, still kicking ass. Holden V8 powered VL.
Here's a question for you. How much did they change in the setups of the cars going from the 8th mile to quarter mile for these guys if they were racing a couple of weeks ago at Kenda?
I think there's got to be, you would assume, a rear gear change.
Yeah.
You've got to assume, all right? That you are going to maybe make a rear end change so you can get the thing to the stripe down the quarter. Because, yeah, guys that normally run that 660, to stretch it to quarter again, I do always think there's a gear change is essential.
Otherwise be on the limiter from half track onwards.
All right, so this can be epic stuff here as well. J275, as we said, boost line connecting rods. No one's coming with a water pistol in this class. Just let me give you a clue. If everything today here at Jambo, things like this, no one's bringing a water pistol to the gunfight. They're bringing as big a cannon as they can. We go to Bump City again. I love it. I'm just going to let it go again. Let's listen to what happens right now. Australian Jamboree radio racing. Seven seconds, Timmy. 7 seconds. 7 seconds.
He's dead.
7 seconds.
Timed out there, unfortunately, for Timmy Cross. We won't get a time here in this pass, but Matthew Aegis, so he's going to be on a good lap here in the Holden. goes through for a
Oh.
720, 194 mile an hour. Goes to
Wow.
number one spot
Wow.
here in qualifying for J275.
Wow. Two wows there. One is that Tim's thing would not bump. He could not bump that thing. Now, you hear me yelling at 7 seconds for those people, again, that don't know about Pro Tree. Once your opponent has got both bulbs on, you have 7 seconds to put your car in that bulb, in your own bulb, or else that was the timeout. You saw the red light come on. That means it's timed you out, and this is what happens when you can't get in. Timmy won't get a time slip for that. He'll have to come back and try in the next round. But that's going to give a few people nightmares, the old bump nightmare. I reckon some of these turbo V8 guys or turbo 6-cylinder guys or whatever, anyone that needs a bump box to stage has the occasional wake up in a pool of sweat, bump box nightmare. You know what I mean? What happened? Oh, I just saw the bulb flicker and then it went out. Oh, dude, you know.
Well, and the other thing a lot of people don't realise is that the 7 seconds don't actually start. So your competitor might be in full stage with both lights on. That 7 seconds don't actually start until you bring on your first bulb. So you could be in the back of the burnout pad or whatever, and the other guy's just gone, boom, straight into stage. Well, it doesn't actually start until you bring on your top light as well. So that some people sometimes panic a little bit and think, you know, oh no, I've got to get straight into stage if they're not there. But yeah,
everyone will be an expert on this whole staging procedure by probably by lunchtime. I reckon we'll all be on board. Now look, reversing back now is Faith Setnier from Bosley Park in New South Wales, the Asheye House, Wetherall Park, 2JZ. This is a 6-second, 214 mile an hour, 2JZ powered 275 car. Beside us though, Juan Kudniks from just up here at Palm Woods in Ipswich. This street car, do not underestimate this little Holden out here. It's 400 cubes of small block.
How many power has he got this weekend?
It's just got the turbocharger on it now. He had a compound deal. He had a centrifugal blower and a turbo on the boot and nitrous on the way back. This thing's 4,000 pounds. It's on leaf springs. It's on a 275. And it's on methanol now. He's got a little fuel switch over that allows him to run it on gasoline, and then I think after 1,800 RPM it goes to its methanol fuel system. Juan Kudnik. Now, he's not going to be a 6-second car here, but this is a real 4,000 horsepower, a 4,000 pound, probably 2,000 if he was to get it all down.
12 months ago, Faith was that number one qualifier in J275.
Oh, well, look at this thing. I tell you what, the old Holden's keeping up with the Supra today. 792 for one, 720 for the Supra, 202 mile an hour, 2J power, I think, to the top. Oh, look at that. Aegis 7209, Setnier 7206.
3,000.
And then Lundy, Lachlan, Miller, Kudnik and Faccioni all in the 7s. Wow.
6 cars down in qualifying so far for J275. Next up, it will be Camden Redgrave in the HSV. You can see them there on screen. That's a tidy looking HSV.
He's down from North Queensland there, Mount Low. And of course, Webby is back. You know, we're talking about Faccioni is the street car. Juan Kudnik in the street car.
Yeah.
Look at these two street cars. Street cars on steroids. And guess what? That's the Aussie way. Because guess what? There's hundreds of these types of cars lurking in garages around this nation. Tony Webby Webb, the culprit. It's an iconic Aussie Brisbane street car. It's a Holden V8 in it as well. The turbo, famous for being at the rear mount turbo. This turbocharger's right up under the back of that Tirana. And a Camden Redgrave, turbo LS as well. All right, just get them in, boys. This whole bump nightmare. Oh, Webby! You bloody legend! You bloody legend! 506 to the 8th and 783 for the culprit. The street car never gets old. I want a replay if we got time. If not, we'll put that in the highlights package. Did you get that wheel stand, people? Did you get that wheel stand?
Yeah, issues for Camden Redgrave rolls through for a 989. He was on a good lap as well, but all eyes were on Webby there. That was awesome.
God almighty. Now, he puts his faith in Con, he puts his faith in Matthew Marsh. Pro Street Industry, he puts his faith in everyone that helps him on that car, and he rewards by staying in it. You know what I mean? That's the thing. That was just crazy. That was good, mate.
I'm just smiling, mate. I'm just got a big smile on
you
the
can't
face
stop
at the moment.
smiling.
Yeah.
We can't. J275, honestly, it's just here we go. Dave Reed, drag photos, got the photo out already. Nice one, nice one. Drag photos, photo up here already. Here's another guy could give us wheel stands. Here's another car, the Commodore from Spot On, another Spot On car. This one, folks, Coyote powered. That's 2 Coyote powered cars in this field already. This thing is Daniel Hookham's new ride. He drove the hell out of this thing at Kenda 3 weeks ago in Mackay. Danny Busbridge, though, from Inverleigh in Victoria. This is one of the badass 275 cars. Sit back, just watch this. Bump City, baby!
This is a quick pass for Busbridge. How about a 682, 208 miles an hour? He goes to the number 1 spot in J275.
Yeah.
Daniel Hookham with issues early on, but all eyes on Denny Busbridge. He goes to the number 1 spot, 682, 208 miles an hour, 448 to half track.
Yeah, it was, and that left-hand front wheel, it's just not on the ground. Like that Tirana hangs that thing for ages. All right.
Oh, more action coming forward here for Boost Line Connecting Rods J275. Next pairing out Lee Povey in the Calais for Lap Auto Centre backing up.
Yeah, runner-up did Outlaw 275 3 weeks ago up there at Mackay at Kenda. Him and his wife Anna from Mount Isa, Mornington, Mount Isa. And we did have the name of the new owner of the RX9.
Actually, I've got the entry list here. I'll just grab it. It's not coming up on our screen at the moment.
7006. I think he should be in there. There we go. Traffic is back to the BP just after Yamena. So we've got a traffic jam getting into the place. How good is that? And remember, I told all you people yesterday, if you watch the stream, get here early. And now everyone's in a traffic jam trying to get in, which has never been a bad thing to me, unless you're in it.
I won't have the name because they don't have the race list. Entry list. But we know it's a packed performance team there.
Oh, he's off the throttle. The RX8's off the throttle. Povey legs the VL down. 748, 172. That's another spot-on car, another street
Shoots out
car.
early as well. Shoots out early, so we can see the full potential for Povey.
Half track 490 for Lee Povey. Yeah, that's the Jekyll Hyde car. It's been to Summernats. It did the Horsepower Heroes down there, Red Sanonats. It's been everywhere, that car. From Mount Isa to every other track in Australia. That's Lee Povey's commitment. Lee and Anna's commitment. And you wait till Mrs. Povey's new ride comes out. It's a VL. So
Oh, really?
The couple that races their VL radial cars together stay together. That's going to be good. So that car has been used a lot, Lee Povey's, and it's still proven. 740 car out of the spot-on workshop. All right, here's another couple. Ryan Scott. Check out Ryan Scott. This is another lethal car. I just want to let him eat here. Ben Graham. Now, of course, remember Benny Graham was, rotary 13Bs and everything, but now he's got the ex-Smithy Mustang here, one of Smithy's early creations. And that's like a Pro-Charged LS or something. Let's have a listen. We know we're turbo small block here, 376 cubes for Ryan Scott from Benarabi. So down from Gladstone, from all over. J275. Well, not that time.
I think that might be his first spin on the hit that we've seen this morning so far. Ryan Scott, though, he goes through for an 850, 162 miles an hour. Obviously, Benny Graham with the issues on the hit of the throttle. They're just up in power, up in spin.
Half track, 549 for the Tirana, 850, 162. Yeah, so they've woken that thing up from yesterday. Like, it was very doughy yesterday. Like, it might have been very fat in the fuel system or ignition. And it's obviously woken itself up now. I think it's centrifugally supercharged, or it might be like an LSA on steroids. Talking about centrifugal superchargers, the next pairing coming up in J275, well, this one, you'll hear it.
Oh yes, Scotty Cortina.
I knew that'd put a bit of fire in you there, because we do know that this is another awesome build in Toowoomba. They are the Leaf Spring Kings. Gazzard Brothers, again, another company, not so much Jambo, but just their own performances in Pro Street over the years, have taken their drag racing suspension business to the world, and they ship all over the world, the Gazzard Brothers.
So is he on a 235 here?
I think it's a 275. Yeah, they've just gone to a 275. They said they're having trouble with pinion angle going that taller tyre. They said it's more happy on a 235 than it is on a 275. He said all their driveline angles. And he goes, I should have. And remember, yesterday, if you watch the live stream, they've got lead on the bottom bars underneath the back of that diff, the Gazzards right now. Now, this is centrifugally supercharged Proline 481X. Beside him is Michael L. Curry. This is the 2JZ S13. No one is bringing a water pistol to the gunfight here today in any class, but J275 especially. All right, let's see. I'm just going to let this thing eat as well. Let's just watch the big Holden go down through here. All right, good hit. Nice early shoot, though. It was on a march. 805, 805. Half track, 514, 155.
I was about to say, look at the speed of half track for our Corey there. 155 miles. So that would have been in the mid, probably 190s.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for that Holden to get up and get gone, because it was a mission watching that thing last night, especially full serious radial suspended cars where you're pushing the rear end into the ground. So as the car goes down the track, it's not squatting going down the track, it's actually sort of wedging itself down the track. I remember watching Paul Merry's car last year in Pro Mod going down the track like that at full top out of the shocks. Oh, we got him in bulk here, folks. We have got him in bulk. Shout out to Andrew Evans. He is here. He's got through the traffic. Andrew Evans is here. Yeah, that's right. Everyone's saying the traffic at the moment to get in is off its head. So just like the event, off its head. We always said, oh, mate, Jambo, 35 years, off its head. Guess what? Traffic coming in, off its head. Line up here in the staging lanes, off its head. Everything out the back, same. More streetcar stuff here. Again, they've grown the steroids, these guys. Steve Farrelly would still put this Barra-powered VL out on the street. No problem, he can do it. And the same for Ben Robertson. Turbo LS on board for him. How good. I am loving that HSV over there. People,
I love the lines.
Yeah,
it
is. It's a sexy Commodore, and I never thought I'd say that.
Sexy's the right word.
It is a very sexy, smooth Commodore. All right, let him go to Bump City. Barra versus LS. There you go. They're just going to get it in. That's good. Get an ET. Early shoot there for Ben, and it still goes through 820. 820. Okay, compulsory drivers briefing 10 a.m. down in scrutineering for all the pro categories. So pro category, 10 a.m. That is 19 minutes. 19 minutes. Attention, all pro category drivers. All pro category drivers. Drivers briefing, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Scrutineering shed. Pro categories, drivers briefing, 10 a.m. Scrutineering shed. All our pro category drivers, scrutineering shed. What did I say? 10 a.m.
10 a.m., mate.
Go,
yeah,
go.
Also Farrelly went for a 7:27 there as well in that previous pass.
I've given up ticking all the 7-second runs. Like we've done more as far as 6 and 7-second runs ever. Have we ever seen it at Jambo Q1?
Well, we didn't have a 6-second car in J275 qualifying last year, and we already got one.
Here we go. Grantley Schloss. Let's talk more about this guy in the hatchback Tirana later. We've got Matt Lampard from Warrnambool. Lumper, he left it up here after Kenda. He did the All-Stars drag and drive. This is another 7-second street car going to Bump City. Oh, this is Grantley's new combo in the hatchback, 734, 1017 for Lumper, knocking the tyre off the HZ, but I was looking at the left-hand front wheel of that hatchback Tirana, and it was not on the ground, it was dangling it, and that sounded an absolute treat, an absolute march. 1-2-2 in the 60. Everything on that run, so good in J275. Look what's on the big screen here now. God bless this country. This is what J275 gives us. Aussie street cars on steroids. And yeah, this is an understatement. Yeah, they call it fair XW. Yeah, 2,000 horsepower, 4,000 pound, 6-second XW. Yeah, it's a fair XW. And for ages, I used to still keep it that, because there was, of course, his mate, Steve Bazzina, with the Proline powered one I called the XW. That was the 4,000 horsepower XW.
Yeah, that one.
But and of course, this is still always going to be a fair XW. Keith Hards drives it. The guy that used to own it and knows every nut and bolts on the start line. That's Frankie from Dandy. Busy weekend, Frankie. Busy weekend, my friend. And that was his pride and joy. I watched that guy drag and drive this thing for 5 days around Victoria, run 730s on the last day, and put nearly 2,000 Ks on the thing. He'd change all 4 shocks. He would do all these different things to this car on the road circuit, and then when he got to the track, he'd change stuff out, and sometimes he'd hot lap it until he got the number. And he's doing quarter-mile sends like you wouldn't believe.
Man, that's an effort, isn't it? Drag and drive, doing that as well in between each track, that's awesome. On track though, Matthew Dack though in the forward in front of us, about to come forward as well. We've got 20 cars down in qualifying here in J275
already
by Boostline Connecting Rods, and Keith Hards about to put his number down here in front of us in this forward, the Fair XW.
From Allensford in Victoria, we've got Matthew Dack from Chambers Flat, not too far away from here. His, you would assume, Barra powered BA GNT performance engines on the side. The Barra, you know what? If you never got into cryptocurrency, real estate, or anything stocks and shares, the best thing you can buy right now is Barra. Buy Barra, right? That's an investment in horsepower for the future because it has enabled so many guys to get into categories that you would never think. You can be out-muscled, but the mighty Barra, pound for pound, the first 1,000 horsepower, I think there's nothing better than that. Keith Hards, as we said, 442 cubes of big XW. I think we've got to let it eat, Mark.
The sounds of the racetrack here for Jamboree 2025. Dak has been in full stage for a while here, but waiting on Keith Hards. He hasn't brought the top light on yet, so once he brings that top light on, 7 seconds now to get into stage. Let's just sit back and watch qualifying, J275.
All right, so keep the big zing of the tyre. It goes 10:47, so not ideal. Not its first run of the weekend. Frankie's just gone for a quick look out there to have a look see.
It looked like there was a bit of fuel maybe coming out of the back of Dak's car.
I was hoping that you'd hope it's nothing, but you also don't hope it's water. You hope that it was fuel. And if it was fuel, well, look, we can get onto that pretty easy. If it's like water out of a wheel arch or something like that, yeah, we've got to give it a little more of a dry, sort of more of a drier mop. Looks like it's okay down there at 200 feet. Little light mop there. Big Duffy on the mop today. He'll go through a few mops today, old Duffy. I think it's the handles. He can't keep a handle on the big guy. You should see him do the kitchen floor at home. Like, the lino's worn out. No, I don't know what he's done. I think he's tiled it now.
Jared Blair in the Toyota to take on Warren Allen in the Ford for Light Vehicle Solutions. Oh, he races a little bit of everything, Warren.
He has come, I wouldn't say he's come from nowhere. He's been around Warren for a while. He's dabbled, he's dibbled. And then when that Avenger radial car came out, and it's like, wow, I didn't know he was paying attention, but now probably, I can't wait for him to shake that down. And I hope by the time we get to Kenda here for Radial Riot, he'll have that Avenger radial car out. But for now, why not a lazy 1,500, 1,700 horsepower, Barra-powered FG? And what about Jared Blair, the King Kong 2JZ powered Super? I promised my workmates, they said, oh, we know a guy's got a big horsepower Super. I said, come to Jamboree, we'll show you dozens of them. This is one of these ones. 2JZ power on a 275. Barra 6-cylinder power, God bless Australia, on a 275. So full fended real cars, real size, still custom manicured to perform a mission, and that's to run 7s or 6s on a 275. I'm going to let these 6 bangers fade into the audio here and fade to the Aussie 6-cylinder radial moment. Domestic versus import, by the way. Oh, I tell you what, to half track, it was on a march. That barra was screaming. 481 for Warren Allen. It got out 121 in the 60, and yeah, just near there, either didn't want to shift or do something.
Yeah, it was already off before half track, so it's probably running in the low 470s at half track. So definitely in the solid 7-second zone for Warren Allen. Out the back door, but issues there just after half track, as you mentioned. Jared Blair spun instantly off the start line, as we can see the Camaro of Rob Chaplin's coming forward. How's this, Chris? 977 cubic inches of power for Rob Chaplin in this Camaro. Probably the most cubes we've got on board today.
Look, if you were to put him next to Barry Plumpton with his Pat Musi,
Barry's here, that's right, yes.
His 959. Well, look, he's from Kurgunya in Victoria, so near Albury, Rob Chaplin. He's a big supporter of the Kenda 660 series. He's on a 275 radial. The car weighs about 3,200 pound. It's got 977 cubic inches of Pat Musi big block with 4 kits. 4 kits. Some guys are just built different.
Number 1 qualifier at the moment here in J275 is Denny Busbridge with a 682. And Chaplin has just lost power, I think, on the start line. So that's unfortunate for the team. I wonder if he can get it started here. Let's see the crew just talking to Rob at the moment.
He's travelled all the way up, obviously, the forecast. I think he was scheduled to do some testing the previous few days. And then when the news came out about the first day cancelled, I think he sort of just held off for a bit. And then when it was all on, I think he just made a beeline up here because he was still entered. So interesting why that thing just went off there, but it can go, it's gone like 420s in the 8th, and he's normally been running Kenda 660, but it was going to be interesting to see how the big boy went over the quarter mile, because they don't normally push a lot of big stuff. Still a lot of 660 racing in the States with the big engines. And yes, you do see the Nitrous Pro mods go, they can run 570s, 560s, or normally over the 8th, they can still run 350s. But yeah, they're a big engine, folks. And this is what I was telling people yesterday when Barry Plumpton was out here running his Pat Musi. If you watch on the live stream and don't make the effort to come out to the event, you cannot go and stand in front of that engine when you go past his pit. Go and stand there and get a photo beside 977 cubic inches. Because I think it's a far more exciting photo than you standing beside a Tesla.
How many litres is that, do you reckon?
Oh, look, you can work it out. It's a lot. It's a whole milk factory. If you're going to go by 2 litres, it's a milk factory, right? It's big, and I hope whatever's happened there, and because it is such a big donk, that thing, he knows every square millimetre of it.
How's 16 litres?
16 litres, yeah, it's a 16 litre V8. Go and get a photo with the 16 litre V8. It's really good to see. So that's our 2 radial classes. It's now time to get into that street compact, and here we go. This is where we know it all starts. Racer Industries, street compact. This is where you can come in with the street car and they're still just as quick. And yeah, Barrett and Commodore, look at this, Ford versus Holden to live on forever at a drag strip. Christine Thompson and Emily Barron. So we've got our ladies first up. Here we go, our first ladies of the weekend.
Yeah, brought to us by Racer Industries this weekend, street compact, qualifying session number 1. This is a die your own bracket. We are in qualifying, so all it is about getting some data for these teams. You can see Christine Thompson get out with a 164 reaction time in that Force Performance Ford Ute. She'll go across the finish line first here with a 10.51, 134 miles an hour. Emily Barron in the Commodore will go through for a 15.68 at 89 miles an hour. So this class is not about how quick or slow you are. It's just about being consistent and cutting good lights.
Yeah, you can basically run what you brung, and including now in the future, Michael Crouch, Hyundai. 35 years ago, if you said, you know what, 35 years from now at a Jamboree, we'll have a Hyundai running, and we would know what a Hyundai was 35 years ago. And you know what? I like that they do the end stuff, because that gets more people in as enthusiasts. Any car manufacturer that continues to appeal to the enthusiast are going to sell more cars than the ones that don't. Tell you what, God bless the Barra Falcon forever. 11.52 for Zach. Zach from Flinders View, 11.50 street car in his garage, and that's all I want for every Australian. An 11-second street car in everyone's garage.
That'd be nice. Michael Crouch goes through for a 13.50, 108 miles an hour. Next pairing up, Nick Wright.
Old school. Here we go. Old school Jambo. We could go back to the first Jambo right now. Nick Wright, Scott Clip-on. Check this out.
Clipping in the Corolla, gets out nicely with an 8.40 reaction time. And he will go across the finish line first here in the Rocket Industries lane at Willowbank Raceway, 10.78, 130 mile an hour. Nick Wright goes 13.58, 116 mile an hour here in Q1 for street compact qualifying. And you're right, this street compact class, it is designed for full-bodied street type cars, regardless of the body shape, running 10 seconds and slower.
Yeah, I overreacted there because I had chrome bumper fever. You know what I mean? When we actually had a pairing of chrome bumper Japanese cars, I just had chrome bumper fever. See, Steve Johnson's been doing this for ages, and and he doesn't get any slower. Steve Johnson lifts the wheel up. Kai Morgan in that Sylvia just got absolutely schooled by an old Celica, and that's another 10-second small car lurking the streets of Queensland, 123 mile an hour. Well, he's from Valentine in New South Wales. He comes up here and chops us a Jambo every time, but that's a New South Wales street car, straight out of street. Oh, what is it with Celicas? Here we go. We're already doubling our Celica intake already, 2025. Chris Johnson beside from Beachmont, that RX-7, and what about Ben Phillips? What are we, RA28 or something there? TA it would be. Oh.
Yeah, Chris Johnson out with 2-second reaction time in that Mazda. Ben Phillips out just a little bit slower behind him here in qualifying for street compact. Chris Johnson goes through for an 11.51, 136 miles an hour. Ben Phillips in that Celica, he goes through for a 14.44 at 98 miles an hour.
Hey, none too shabby, none too shabby. Even 35 years ago, if you ran a 14 at a Jambo, you'd be a legend. That'd be a toughie, the 1440s 35 years ago. Look how everything's just dropped everywhere in performance. Another old school guy, Jason Bailey, the old Mitsubishi Galant, 13B, maybe these cars live forever, just so we can tell people about them in the future, because they're very rare. You're very hard to see them.
A good reaction time from Jason Bailey, 0.19. Joseph Rea gets out with the 195. It looks like the Crusader's got the horsepower here. And he'll go across the finish line first with a 10.71, 127 miles an hour. That put him in the 40 and qualifying. And Jason Bailey goes 15.10 seconds, 107 mile an hour though for Bailey. So big speed. So he definitely can go quicker than that 15-second pass.
10-second suburban street cars everywhere. and look, you know, and they come from everywhere. Crusaders, Bradley Halliburton and Brad Dalziel. Brad and Brad, two Brads in their Crusaders. What are the odds? There's a first for everything here.
Halliburton now with a 175 reaction time. I think, is he still under the power? It looks like he is. He's going to go across the finish line 11.13, 120 mile an hour. And Brad Dalziel goes through from 11.69, 135 mile an hour for Brad Dalziel. That is
11-second Crusaders. Yeah, it's a
look at the speed. 135. That's awesome. All right, next up, Alvin Johnson in the Mazda for Rotary Action to take on Ash Reason in the Mazda Ute there. You can see Ash Reason about to move forward into stage. Johnson.
We're actually talking about if we could find an OG car from not the first Jambo. It's got to be Alvin. See that thing? Tell you what, 13B in the Courier. Don't mind that, but Alvin's been doing this a long time. Yeah, 10-20 street car, 10-second street car lurking around. Never underestimate that RX-5. 11.65. No, like, what have we got? Everyone gets an 11-second street car today. I mean, you can run with any ET, though. That's the best thing about it. So if you did want to run 17s all weekend, guess what? You're going to get chased by some of Queensland, New South Wales quickest street cars.
I raced my 17-second Honda Prelude here at a Jamboree one year.
Yeah, yep. We've had guys down in Sydney win with the 14-second cars as well. Just chop everyone. Trenton Lidgard here with his Falcon. Benny B from Pimpamar. Could be an RB25 powered S15. It does say 2.5 litres.
It looks like Lidgard there might have been spinning the tyres there on the hit. Benny B goes through for a 10.77, 126 miles an hour in that Sylvia. And Trenton Lidgard will go through for a 14.54 at 113 miles an hour. So probably run to the 12s there with those speeds. No,
that was an issue. Whatever it had off the line, it was not quick. All right, here we go. Another utility. And as I said, I reckon we've got to do a Supra count here this weekend. I think we could break some records for Supras.
Well, how many entries did we have all up in
230 plus, I think. Yeah,
that is awesome.
Andrew Rankin. How's the dual cab Hilux over here? What's going over here? Matthew Kelly, of course, Matt Kelly.
Well, it says he's in a Celica.
Yeah. Well. All right. So Matt Kelly not having his normal. He knows his way around the 2JZ Matt Kelly over the years. Andrew Rankin, though, he gets the dual cab through, 1284. It did say Salika on the entry, so maybe that's his substitute vehicle. Maybe the Salika got not finished, and now it's the dual cab that just happens to handily run 12s. Another, what is it? Dual cabs are us. Ian Clifford now, his 2.5 litre long boost performance Hilux. Yeah, could be 1JZ on board here. Martin Klein, we know what the Supras are packing. Another street Supra here in street compact.
Ian's been running this Hilux for a few years now. Gets out with a 778 reaction time. Martin Klein just slightly behind him in that Supra for Motorama Mitsubishi Maruka. And Clifford in the Hilux, he goes through for a 1053, 128 miles an hour to a 1068 for Martin Klein. Does that take Clifford to the top of the chart?
It could be, it could be. 10-second street utes. We got them everywhere. Here's another one.
Goes to third spot.
10-second street cars. Anyone? Anthony Dunn, Lockie Sanders. Here we are, 2025, and still they're all cool. Super cool here in street compact as well. We're wall-to-wall cool this weekend. And never not been cool.
That's another tidy Hilux there for Lockie Sanders. See Anthony Dunn get out 676 reaction time in that little Mazda wagon.
No, the Hilux is just slowing up for a bit, but you got to let another long roof, 1080. It's about the shortest long roof we've got here, but a 1080 at 131 mile an hour for the station wagon. There's a couple of those here this weekend. And look, it's coming up, a Corona. One of our apprentices, Aidan, he's got an immaculate version of this Corona, and another dual cab Hilux here in street compact. Here is the face of 2025 street compact. Dual cabs, utilities, and a mixture of good old-fashioned chrome bumper old school from the 80s. David Rodgie, 2 points. He's got a 3RZ in the Corona. I think 3RZ next door too.
They got out with a good reaction time, 023, and had some issues there just off the start line. Griffin Matthews in that Hilux Fortuna Racing team. He goes through for a 1477, 89 miles an hour. Roger goes a 1401, 101 mile an hour.
Now that's good. That is good. What a field. What a field.
It's a massive field. We've got 26 cars qualified here in street compact qualifying. You can see the IHR official there. So what he's seen is that the parachute's still got the pin in the back. So you'll see the IHR official go through. He'll take that pin out because obviously you need that pin gone so the parachute actually pops out when he goes to use the parachute lever down the other end. So that pin is there just to stop the bag from popping out when you're towing around the pits and that. But part of the rules are you've got to have that removed before you go into stage. So our IHR officials are on to that straight away.
Jonathan Jones, the pizza delivery Echo. It's got a 3RZ in the front. This is a wild little pizza delivery car. Rusty Wilshire. Well, I gotta tell you what, Junior, Colin's youngest son, gets to drive the GAGF. You know what those initials stand for?
I think I know what that stands for.
Oh, a little wheelie. You think he bogged it?
I just noticed the dominoes on the top.
Yeah, no, did you notice it?
No.
Pizza guy.
They take that getting it to you in under 30 minutes real seriously at Domino's.
Oh, well, under the front wheels, 1185. 1185 for the what would I call that? The Wilshire family grocery getter. Yeah, 130 mile an hour for the pizza guy. 1185 at 127 for Rusty in the Skyline. Yeah, the captain's had that a while, that car. Like, I don't know how much that would be getting used. Obviously, Dad, can I take the car? And Rusty's been good enough to take the family car. He probably got to load the dishwasher in order to drive it, but I'd load the dishwasher too if I could drive the 35.
Load the dishwasher, mow the yard for a year.
Oh, you've seen Colin's yard. It's a lot of yard. Troy Dunn, the Corolla 1.8 over there, hey? Cody Alexander beside here from Emerald, a little 323. Street compact, keeps giving.
You can see he's trying to get into stage, Alexander.
He's not been able to bump it in, he's got to just get the thing in.
You can see his thumb is going up and down.
There we go, just hold it, just deal with that later. Okay, here we go. 2 little long roofs.
Yeah, so these sportsman classes actually get 20 seconds to stage.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
There's a lot of smoke down the braking area there for Cody Alexander. Hopefully nothing too serious there for the team. 141 mile an hour. Yeah. Cody Alexander. Troy Dunn goes 1353, 103 mile an hour. But yeah, Cody Alexander, there was a lot of smoke down there.
He couldn't bump it. He was there.
You could see from our vantage point in the commentary box, he was up and his finger was going up and down on that button, trying to get it to move, and it wouldn't move. Eventually, he had to do it himself to get a stage, and it jumped in. He was lucky that it didn't go through the full beams.
It is the Achilles heel. Let's call it the Achilles thumb, right? So it's not an Achilles heel. Yes. You're suffering from an Achilles thumb. A bump infringement at the wrong possible time is not only going to cost you a time slip, which you need in qualifying, but in 3 rounds of racing for some of these categories tomorrow, because remember, this is only qualifying. What you're going to see is all of these guys and girls qualify 3 times in their categories. Of course, we've got stuff on the stage at midday, of course, behind the main tower here. We've got our Show and Shine out the back. We've got our Sound Off people. We've got a lot of great traders you need to get around and see here this weekend. And traditionally, the 2-day format, it's quali today and racing tomorrow. Because someone's going to win all those Billet J trophies, and you can't Nelly Bradbury yourself into one of those. You've actually got to win one.
You do have to win it. It's going to be earned this weekend, any of those trophies. We are, of course, in qualifying here for the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. We're just checking the track here after that pass from Cody Alexander. It looks like we might have something on the racing surface just down there. We can see the Willowbank officials there just checking it out. And hopefully we get back underway of qualifying very, very shortly here at the Garrett Advancing Jamboree.
Yep, so we'll just check that down the bottom. Bit of radio work. Yeah, we're going down the buggy. So look, Duffy's going down for a big assessment, and that's always if they need the Duff assessment, we'll be seeing what we're up to. Still plenty in that field. Actually, don't know how many we've locked down as entered for Street Compact. It's bumper fields pretty much in everything. As we've said, if you may not have known this before today, if you haven't sort of been caught up in our social media whirlwind and all of our great lead-up work, they have got some big prize money in a few of the categories.
There is a lot of competitors, and I haven't got enough fingers to count all those. I'm looking at the entry list here in front of me. It's a massive field in Street Compact. But
yeah, big coin, and we'll talk about some. I don't know whether we got a little page here with all of our dollars, because I know they were throwing them up in the lead up there to get people here. So I think Factory Extremes 25 grand, and I think Pro Mods 20 grand.
And you know what? Some of the side bets, like some of these races might, if they can win the event, and some of these side bets that we might touch on later, they could take away like 40 grand this weekend.
Well, one of the ones I've heard that's going to happen in Pro Mod, and I think it's exactly the same. This is how it works, right? Q1 tomorrow. So Q1 today in Pro Mod. I think Steve Smith in the Turbo Corvette has got a $10,000 bet with Rob Harrington.
The winner of the Winter Nationals in Pro Slimmer.
So Rob with the black belt, the blower car with the dirty old Hemi. Yep, all right, there we go. So that's what we've got to do. He doesn't go for these turbo sort of guys, but Smithy's a turbo guy through and through. And then I honestly didn't think Rob could sort of want to weigh into a $10,000 bet
that's
like
a big bet.
That's a decent little swing. I think Rob's got a few anonymous backers or a few backers there.
for a budget racer, that's a big race for him.
It is. So and that's nice that sort of just happens as a little bit of a matchup, just in qualifying to make it spicy. So what? Right. Just while we do a little bit of tending down there, we'll be introducing all of our great sponsors throughout the day. And, of course, the big ones we start with, of course, is Garrett Advancing Motion, presenting partners of Fueltech, and, of course, our live stream being done by Real Street. More with that shortly, but right now we'll get you up to date with the little things that have been happening on the lead up here to Jamboree and some footage of the build-up.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouga, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowbank Raceway, make some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it. Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia.
When your bracket is full, then line up.
We had to get out of it.
What a wheel
stand from the grimace.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. The world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard.
The dream jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission. Heaven 29. Still has to chase the Pack boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Nova. Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
It all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Front-wheel drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down. Tail shaft everywhere. What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record. Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penning.
I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter-mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh! And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge. There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now. Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle. Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
Here's the quickest street type GTR in Australia. Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6.
I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record, the quickest, the fastest passed by a sport compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Mick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75! 575!
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humil Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes was 6.14 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Bett, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 640 in ZEB Australian drag racing history. And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. Extra noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramuka leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through 2nd and 3rd gear.
Ivan Scaramuka, the world's quickest RX3.
That's right, mate. #1 in the world. #1 in the world, brother. See that? #1 in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere.
And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone.
It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree.
To Colin Wilshire, he is keeping the 20B at Ray with a little 2-litre engine.
The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matsuk. 662, 190 miles an hour. Whoa.
Chris Hall.
He was well and truly up on two wheels.
In Factory Extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year.
Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree. Good tune-up, good car, good brothers, and drive it like you stole it.
Been a bit sceptical initially that an event just before Saunders would bring in enough people to make it a worthwhile day, and I'm sure you all appreciate that it's a top day.
Well, I'm sure Ray wants you all back next year.
It's a two-day extravaganza where people who are fans of fast cars, of show cars, and all the added excitement, they can come and get it all. They can soak it all up, and we're right behind it all the way.
I don't know whether I can talk after that, mate.
That was incredible footage, mate. I can see the emotions that you've got there, Chris, watching all that history of a Jamboree and how much it's affected you. And yeah, I'm sort of lost for words, mate.
I can't do the rest, mate. You just do the
Yeah.
you do the 35th one yourself, mate. I'm going to have a cry in the corner.
I really didn't think about the history of the event until you were just talking about it before, and how it started with Ray and just being that it was just that V-Dub Club event and what it's grown to, and you've been a part of it for so long as well. I'm still really fresh for the Jamboree scene when you think about it, and this side of things.
But how good was that clip? How good was that?
Mate, I wanted to take a photo of you because that was a really, truly special moment. Just sitting here as just a spectator watching you watch that.
I wish I'd seen that before then, you know what I mean? So I could have just led into it to say, hey, folks.
We needed the camera in the box
But,
up here.
and you know what, to be honest, like if we need footage to throw to, when we do have delays like this, and look, what you can't put in that video clip is all the downtime from the breakage over 35 years. You know what I mean? That looked really good. And talk about, I'm crying like a baby up here, right? Because that clip was so well done. It captures the history and everything that the event's sort of risen to be today, and how epic it seems. It's epic. It's epic stuff, mate.
It really is. Some of those moments, some of the history-making moments over those years, like what were some of the moments that stood out to you then as we were watching that?
Well, let me watch it again a couple more times so I can remember. And that's the other thing. Like, you think over 35 years I can sit back there and really pick my brain. That they are a blur. That 35 years has been a blur. I didn't kind of recognise the bloke that was in some of those clips there. Like
there was a young Chris Diggles in there.
Well, look, and this is the thing we're talking about last night. One of the things Ray did nearly from the start is that there was a video. So someone would video the day. It might have only ever sold a couple of hundred editions of the Jamboree video per year, because that was another piece of merchandise, because merchandise wasn't really a thing either. So merchandise was kind of, if you're an event, create merchandise, do a shirt, do a video. At least you're guaranteeing that the entrants would probably buy it to watch themselves race. So just going back, picking through all those videos over the years, that's how we're able to do a film clip like that just captured every moment. Because one thing we didn't skimp on, well, back then we did, everything was bucks down. Ray was all bucks down about doing it off the smell of an oily rag. And, to get to an event of this size, like, Ray handed the baton to Colin. Colin's so hungry for Jambo to continue. And for him to be able to resource it to the next level, to take it through to 50 years or whatever, what we didn't see in there, other than a few young faces like all the, that little pack mini tribute in there to Pack, the mini tributes there to Matuk. Honestly, if you had enough budget to do a bigger clip, you could do a 2-hour clip of that. Can you imagine that? What that would be like, because we've got more. What we saw in that, we saw in that clip was a flashback. And don't you love it? Halfway through, it's epic. I'm crying. And what do we get? We get Habib and Rocky from Fat Pizza in there. and even when they talk about it, it's here for the chicks, the cars, the horniness, and just to sum that up, that's been part of our growing as a culture in Australia as well. That we've embraced car culture has been immersed into Australia, and Jamboree is a big part of it. Being as world class as it is, it's just truly incredible, and that, thank goodness someone was able to go through and pick out all that history and give us those dates and those times when it happened. But yeah, we've had our fair share of world records here at this event, when the mainstream would never acknowledge a record of that type because it wasn't in the original mainstream racing class structure. So you wouldn't know if it was a world record for a 13B or a GDR or whatever like that. But Jambo's kind of brought every single popular import and domestic platform out and gave it a measuring stick. And one of my favourite measuring sticks, like most other people's, if you love drag racing, you love good times, good elapsed times. And the numbers that we've seen over the years here have been truly incredible on every step. And it's just crazy. Just having a quick collection here. All right. God, just over. Even my mate Paulie, that's come to Jamboree all these years, like people are texting me saying I'm crying as well. That's crazy. All right, there was a call out for a missing radiator cap after J275, but apparently the cap's been recovered. So it was a recovery cap.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Oh, thank you.
We've got some goodies up here as well.
Morgs, what are you doing to us?
What about tissues? Did they bring any tissues
up
for us?
Right now I trade a bit of this billet sweets here. This is this is Morgan's billet sweet company here. Diggles and Startline. All right, well, if anyone wants one of those, I can't quite have one now.
I'm glad I had a shave before this morning before we came out in, not knowing we're going to be on camera.
Were you there watching that clip the whole time just then?
Yep.
Did you watch that clip? Oh my God, so well done.
All right, we're back into qualifying for street comeback.
Give me some racing. Give me some racing.
You know, one of the things that really struck me with that clip was the crowd, how it built from those early on, from the 1992 event. You just see it steadily build in the grandstand as it got more and more popular each year.
That got me there. I don't care if we watched that 100 more times. That was fantastic. Kai Morgan, Hayley Scott, we're still here. Get this, Barra-powered R34. God bless this country. 35 years later, you can have a Barra-power. She's from Mackay. Kai Morgan from Highfields. Again, check this out. The utilities in street concrete. Look at that thing up. Way back there. Anyway, it's going to get an ET. So's Hales. Here we go. 10.03. That's got to be right at the top there for Hayley Scott.
Yeah, it is. Number one.
Hayley Scott, number one. Kai Morgan, a lot of wheel spin. A 14.15. 14.15. Street compact continues on. So good to see everyone lining up.
Well, this is one of our Willowbank commentators on track, Wade Benson in the Ford.
It is, Wade.
Wade Benson in the Ford Ute there. He's sometimes up here in the box in commentary, taking on Elijah Bendefsky in the Sora.
The Sora against the Falcon. He's from Adamstown, New South Wales, so we've got probably our largest interstate contingent for many a year, I think. Here we go.
Good light from Benson, 0.49 to a 9.74 from Bendefsky in the Sora.
Definitely blowing out some of those street miles out the back of that Falcon. That's what a good drag race does once in a while. Clears out the excess carbon. 13.50 for the Sora, 16.63. Wade will be defending off that after 3 runs today. Get himself a nice honed-in dial-in.
Yeah, massive build here in street compact. Next up will be Sarah Roderick to take on the Ute of... I'm really sorry if I get your name wrong. Is it Maroon?
Let's call him Maroon. Let's call him Maroon. Yeah.
Carwack in the Ford Ute. Sorry, if I pronounce your name wrong, you can let us know later on.
Yeah, there's a little disclaimer we get where if we can't pronounce your surname, we're going to give it our best chance. That's all we can do. Because we do know that sometimes you need...
That's one thing I'm jealous of with footy commentators. They only have to worry about 20 guys on a footy field at one time. We're a drag race, and we've got 300 competitors and crew chiefs and
I still don't think that's
1,000
an
different
easy
sets
job.
of rules.
I just don't think an NRL commentator's an easy job either, just quietly. Sarah Roderick there. He's got the tow bar on the back, real street car. Got the wagon entered here in street compact for the Jambo 35th year. Maroon Cowark from Glenmore Park in New South Wales. The Falcon Utility. Ford versus Holden will live on forever.
Issues with the Ford here in this pass.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. The utility, it was making all the promised noises at the beginning, and it's not coming to plan. 14.91 for Sarah, so she's got one in the bag now for the Commodore. And that's the 3 litre one. So I mean, that is not too much intention for outright performance. That is the daily driver, Sarah. 14.91, not too shabby. 27.11 though there for Maroon. He's got some issues with the ute that time.
I don't know if you noticed on the side of Sarah's window, I had tow car written on it.
Yeah, well there you go. That's exactly what it would be for the other race cars.
Having a bit of fun.
Other race cars that the Rodericks have at their disposal. I just can't believe how big Street Compact is. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy.
Let's have a look at the numbers. So we're at 35 cars down track and qualifying. Like, I know sometimes they actually split it into ET brackets in racing, so it might be split this year with the
It
amount
might have
of competitors,
to.
yeah.
Paul Wilkes here in the RX-7 from Kayleen in, could be ACT, I don't know. I never heard of a state called QCT. But Ben Moore from Alexandria here in Queensland. That's a turbo Toyota V8 E2000 Trayback. And the Hoff had something to do with it, so that's why. Check it out. Commercial vehicles, utilities, street compact. We've got them all.
Looks like we should be delivering some sort of groceries or something on the back of that. It's getting up and going though for Ben Moore. Let's have a look at the top end charge.
Oh, on the
He's
brakes. Oh, he gave it a fair squeeze, but now he's rolling off and running a 12.
No way, you can't do that, Ben Moore.
12.26. It was doing some big movement in the middle, soft at the beginning, soft at the end.
What?
Yeah.
That was cool. That was cool.
Yeah, here we go. Brett Thompson. Tell you what, Brett's packing some stuff in Street Compact here. The 20B, big tyre on the RX-7. And Sammer Rosewood.
The Pro Boost Mazda gets out the 108 reaction time, Rosewood. Thompson, though, 299 for BTS Racing in that RX-7. He goes through, shoots out early, 1084, 109 mile an hour.
How's he going to run? It's like him and the E2000. How are we going to make these fast cars slow for Street Compact? That's 2 cars that I know have got big potential to go 9s, especially Brett Thompson. Like, we know that thing would easily go into the low 9s. Laurie Gourley here, so we are still in Street Compact. So yeah, this is
what Jamboree started on, the B-dubs.
2200cc in Street Compact. Let's have a listen.
Here we go, gets out 219 reaction time for Gourley. It's a quiet one, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't in all motor and he's chosen Street Compact. I mean, it still is a street car.
Well, he's probably, he's legal for both classes, I guess. And goes through for a 14.03, 96 mile an hour. The Logan Village Carpets B-dub there of Laurie Gourley.
All right, so that is Street Compact finally finished. What a field. It was off the charts. Now it's time to put your earbuds in. Noise cancelling headphones or earplugs because it's all motor time.
I've just been told it was turbo.
Oh, there you go, it was turbo. In that case, so that's why it's on in all motor. All right, all motor, a fantastic class. Sponsored by Speedflow. Speedflow proudly manufacturing, supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry.
I've seen some pictures and stuff on Facebook. Oh, how are you going? How are you going? Good morning here at Willowbank Raceway. Matthew Gaffog taking on Sean Mellack.
All right, both from New South Wales, the Corolla 13 Beacon. This is the all motor class, folks. All engine, no power adders, cranky rotaries. Let's go. This takes you back to Jambos. That's the sound of old Jambo right there. Oh yeah, 12.53 for the 12.53 for the Datsun and 13.17 there for the Corolla.
As the category indicates, it's all about the engine. Naturally aspirated in this class, the dial-your-own format allows equal racing for 4, 5 and 6-cylinder engines, as well as 2 and 3 rotor rotors, for full-bodied cars only. And just one other note, you may have to pack your earplugs because some of these things are loud.
There we go. Yes, and I can't believe this thing's in all motor. This is Stuart Turnbull in the Toyota van from Wyong in New South. What's going on in this thing? I want to know. Nick Bentz from Narangba, 2276cc in the Bug, but there's something going on in the van. This is that Jamboree skullduggery I love. I live for this. What are you bringing?
I love it.
What's he got in that thing? Nick Bentz now, that little Beetle, it's a pretty stout all-engined V-dub, 1163 for him. But I'm keeping an eye on the Toyota van. Here we go. 1718, what are you packing? I don't know. But he's come from Wyong to run in all motor.
That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome for Stuart Turnbull. This is why we love the Jamboree. There is something for everyone. If you want to race, you can race in anything.
Here we go. Michael Holman and Michael Williams. One from Ningy, one from Middle Ridge. Couple of Queensland Beetles. They'll live forever. All motor.
Reaction times, hoping for 7 for Holman, great there. Red light though for Michael Williams. They are neck and neck. This is just a good old-fashioned drag race here in qualifying, and we see Holman goes through for a 12.09, 115 miles an hour. Williams goes 12.82, 103 mile an hour. Q1, all motor. The action keeps coming forward here in Diggles. We've got 6 cars qualified so far.
If this is the first Jambo I've ever been to, this class especially will take you back to the early days of Jambo, because we now have to have a class to say no turbos please. Before, no one had them. So this looks like an old Jambo from 25 years ago, a Gemini versus a V-dub Beetle. But I tell you what, Brendan Burnett from Pottsville in New South Wales, check this Beetle out. It gets quicker every time. 12.11. And what about Xavier Silas? That's Edwin's son, I would assume. The Gemini, he's been coming to Jambos forever. 15.72 for the Gem, with a G200 on board. That's no slouch. That's a hot little Aspo Gemini.
Yeah, I think it might have been on the throttle earlier, 6.7 miles an hour. Anyway, next up in all motor, we have got in front of us, Chris. Hey, let's qualify. Just wait for our computer to switch over.
Well, that's Trent Bianco in the thing. Remember, you didn't know what a Fiat X19 was? It's that, but it's also now got a 3.8 litre Mitsubishi engine behind his head. Yeah. And that's Andrew Stavropoulos from Casula in New South Wales. Bianco's going to go to number 1 with the X19. It goes 1086. It's a freak show. 1086 at 125 mile an hour. The Fiat X19. And you know what? I hope they live forever. Those things just rust looking at them.
Yeah, so Stavropoulos, he went 12.42, 110 miles an hour in the lane beside him.
Yeah, like a Magna. What a perfect blend. Put a Magna engine. This is Australia. Nowhere in the world's put a Magna engine in an X19. And Australia's got to be acknowledged for its difference. Engine transplants, freak shows. I love it. Here we go. Look at this beautiful RX2s. Elias Meckley from Leichhardt, New South Wales. No details on the RX2. That is an RX2 left-hand drive coupe. There's a few of them in Australia, you know, RX2 left-hand drive. The old boot lid for the coupes come up. Just letting Elias finish the run there, 12.54, but yeah, whoever entrant 2033 is, left-hand drive RX2 coupe, worth a few bucks, that thing would definitely worth. Hey, all of these things have, isn't that funny? Since the beginning of Jamboree to now, every car that we've raced at Jambo has gone up in price, not degraded to nothing. The price of your $200 Datsun back in the day is gone. You know, your $300 Corolla gone. Your $500 Gemini gone. Your $100 Falcon, no way. You're not buying a $100 Falcon
It's,
anymore.
it's true though, mate.
Yeah.
There would have been good investments back in the 90s and that.
Mate,
In hindsight.
There'd be enough people out there. If I said, hand up who's bought a car only in the hundreds. Who's bought a $200 car before? Anyone? Put your hands up if you ever bought a $200. Yeah. And you know what do you think about what that car
V8,
is?
mate. I bought a
Is that
V8
right?
wagon.
A what? A V8 wagon for $200. See, God, these are the times we live in. All right, here go Jason Studley. Now, this is one of the reasons why we let 6 cylinders into all motor. He's got a little Barra, Aspo Barra in the Cortina. Can run bang on that 11-second load. And Ben Wilkinson, have a listen to this. It's Cranky Rotor in the RX-7. All motor.
Both cars in full stage now. Now, red light there for Studley, 015. He's going to be one of the guys to watch in racing tomorrow. Ben Wilkinson out with a 142 reaction time in that Mazda. Jason Studley usually runs in that 11-second zone. Let's see what he goes here. He goes through from 1187, 113 miles an hour. And Wilkinson, 1195, 118 miles an hour as well. Oh, all motor. Having some fun.
Now, this is a family that's got the all-motor bug. I love this all-motor car. They are taking all-motor seriously. So many more people are taking the class seriously. And James Fakinos, SIC 100. Here we go. Look at that one all the way down, 10.80. I tell you what, 10.80 at 121 mile an hour for James. Beautiful little car. Look, if you would have taken aspirated 10-second rotary 35 years ago, it'd be the quickest thing on the planet, essentially. That's a hell of a category for all motor up there, over a dozen in that class. And isn't it amazing? In 2025, we've actually got to have a class that says, righto, no turbos, please. Back in the day, no one ever thought about having a turbo on anything. So all motor is a class that's going to always embrace naturally aspirated engines. And if you want to put a 6-cylinder, a 5-cylinder, a 4-cylinder, normally aspirated engine in a car, you can run in all motor. If you want a 2-rotor, 3-rotor, even if you had a 4-rotor, we'd have to consider it. Here's Rusty Tecklenburg in the house. Rusty T in the house.
And we are now moving into qualifying for Street 289.
Oh, right.
Heads up for the full tree. These are street appearing cars, but they're not doing street style ETs. Expect 7s to mid-8s. Power adders are allowed, but they must run that 28x9 inch rear tyre or smaller. The quickest time for a Street 289 at Jamboree is Po Tung at 7:09.
Yeah, get that. 7:09 for Po Tung on a 28.9, 2JZ power. 28.9, a great class again, small tyre class. So have a look on the back of these cars. That's about the only thing they'll ever share in common in this class. Just like J275 or J315, the tyre is the equaliser. You can choose your way of getting down the track. What about Shane Crichton? It's this Cressida, one of the world's quickest radial Cressidas. It's in that bottom 7-second zone, 2J/1JZ engine. You know, so basically Toyota Supra/Cressida engine. Beside him though, Eric Sligar. This is the 13B 28.9 car.
Well, that's a first. There's a guy with a laptop on the start line.
Really?
Just behind Shane Crichton. He's got the laptop out behind Shane Crichton.
And that's doing something on Crichton, you think? There we go. Okay. So he had three really good passes in testing yesterday, Shane Crichton. First lick of the day. There he is. What a place to check your emails, eh? Okay, here we go. Eric Sliger. This ran 740 yesterday on a 28.9. So piston versus rotor. 2J versus 13B. Street 289. Q1. All right. 28.9 off. No, knock the tyre off it there as well. Look, he's going to recover. He's going to get an ET. It's not an ideal one, but right now for qualifying, it's not bad. 869 at 182 with that big zing of the throttle. Oh, thank you. Oh, geez, he's got me one. Joe Dirt. Thank you, Joe Dirt. Thank you.
It's just gift-a-thon for Diggles up here with all the teams coming up with food and all that.
Oh, okay, no, fine. We'll bring in. We'll get them off the bench shortly. They're warming up on the bench. I can smell the liniment. Or is that bullshit? No, it could be both. Rusty's done the warm-up, doing a few hip thrusts and lunges. I'm coming off after the GDR shootout, and then it's all you guys. So yeah, so we're just we're running through the roster once, and then it's over to you fellas as between Terry and myself darting around. It'll be Rusty and Mark locking in for a fair bunch of it as well.
All right. Next up here in Street 289 qualifying, we've got Paul Tester in the Galant taking on Dib Tail. Sorry if
Dib Tail, yeah.
Yeah, Dib Tail, good, with the RX-7. So, Street 289 class, these guys obviously got way too much horsepower. It's all about power management off the start line because they've got that small tyre on the back. They've got all this horsepower. It's all about managing that power on the initial hit, then getting it back into the car as quick as possible without spinning the tyre. So that's the big challenge for these guys in Street 289. In qualifying, as we've seen the first pairing out, where just both spin off the hit. So they've learned that the power that they had in the car was too much. They've got to take some of it out, and hopefully they're improving Q2.
All right, so yeah, Paul Tester, this is a Mitsubishi 4G54 engine, the old Sigma engine, turbocharged Sigma engine, clutchless gearbox in a Mitsubishi Galant from the 70s. Dibtail 20B on board the RX-7, 28.9. Oh, blows the tyres off it. It's a good run here for Tester all the way through the quarter. 752 at 181 mile an hour for the Sigma-powered Galant.
Yeah, the Tester, he goes to #1 spot.
Oh, Dib blows the 28.9s off it on the hit. And you know what?
There's a bit of drift action for
Well,
him.
we get 3 qualifying sessions for everyone, so that's the best thing about qualifying day. Remember, this whole day, folks, is qualifying. What you're seeing out there now is a simulation of a race. Yes, it's going to be good side by side, but they are only registering their own ETs for their own qualifying position. Yes, it's going to look exactly like racing, and it is, but tomorrow it is all about the marbles tomorrow. Today it's all about the numbers. It's all about getting a good qualifying run in session, side by side. Because then tomorrow when we all race, they're in good practice. They know when to tow, they know when to turn up, they know who their people are, they know who their opponents are, because they've been lining up in the same staging lanes with them from today. All right, here we go. This is, I think, while we were talking of world firsts, this is, I think, still Errol Britton, I have to check. This is the world's quickest Subaru Brumby / Brat. This thing, flat 2.5 litre EJ25, low 7s out of this car. This Subaru Brumby, world's quickest Brumby, we got it. Errol Britton from Wellington Point in Queensland. Carl Herbert from Innes Park. Carl Herbert been a mainstay of Street 289 for a long time. Piston versus rotor, Subaru versus RX3.
Oh, 007 Life in that Subaru Brumby. This is quick across the finish line. He goes 766, 182 mile an hour. Carl Herbert goes 833, 165 mile an hour.
Yeah, it's I love it when it works well for these guys. I get just as choked up when they perform, you know, to see them get what they want and to see them back it up for all the new fans watching. It's all about impressing the new people that have never seen Errol Britton before or Carl Herbert before, and every year they keep coming back. It's another opportunity for more people to get the vibe about who these people of Jamboree are all about.
Did someone just lose power here? Is
Connor,
that,
I'd say the little yellow one.
Has he lost power? It sounded like he might have shut down.
Because remember, his brother's got nearly the twin in all motor. You know what I mean? It's very similar. This, though, is proudly portraying the 12A. This is the 12A, it says in here. So this is I think one of the quickest 12As in the world. License plate SICK 12A, by the way. Now Cameron Bozzerio ran about 4 times yesterday in testing the Capella. The only thing we could have criticised Cameron about yesterday is that to get the thing up on boost, get it into stage and bump and then leave on a light, he was going to need some practice to do that. So he's got an opportunity now to do the bump in here. There you go. He's now got to light it up. problem he had yesterday. 4 runs in testing did the same thing. It gets there. It'll get there. You know, give it time. Give it time. No, that's not it. No, he didn't do that. He ran 920s yesterday, but that was the little Achilles heel. So, I mean, if something's going to get you, it's either the Achilles heel or the Achilles thumb this weekend. And something with getting cars up on boost, bumping them into stage to accept the tree at the right time so your timing system actually starts in your lane, so a time slip prints out down the bottom. There he is, all right. Now, I'm not going to talk him up too much because let's let the Hoff do what the Hoff does here. Now, this is one of those price of admission worthy cars. This is a 7-second 3RZ powered Toyota Corolla, one of many in Hoff's Nugget Garage stable. It was 1.5 seconds under Double C Osmod at the Winter Nationals. Hit the wall after that qualifying session, gave it a huge scrape down the side, then had a bump infringement against Rod Harvey and bumped himself out of any contention of the winners. But Hoff doesn't want me to talk about that.
I like to call it the Corolla coaster.
So let's just, yeah, it is a Corolla coaster. Oh, well done. Remember we used to say it was the world's personal roller coaster? It's the Corolla coaster. Oh, Hoff just a little bit of a puff past half track. 5:27 at 143 mile an hour to half track. 8:56 down the end. That car has gone 7 seconds in the quarter mile. It was breathing pretty heavy. We're going for a bit of a look down the end, you would imagine, but the Hoff has got that on the send. And, yeah, a little bit of an inspection needed down there. Still a bit more Street 289 to come in the lanes. We can see SIC 12A getting pushed out. The Hurstville towing guy's back out of the water, so he'll be up to do his first quali. Not only have we got Street 289, we've still got Modified Compact, Extreme, Modified 10.5, and then into our Factory Extreme, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, and GTR Shootout first qualies.
Mate, that first session of the Pro classes, that's going to be killer, spectacular. Huge fields.
Yeah, we're just inspecting down the end there. You saw him get off the throttle near the 1,000-foot mark there, and whether or not something's failed on the car, and we are just checking whether there's any components on the track or anything getting our attention, but we always need to check. For those people who've come to a few jamborees in the past, and again, that's something you don't want to put in a highlights package, and that's the hours of damage and carnage. Like if we did a whole Jambo carnage video, it'd be just as spectacular. We saw a little bit in that.
We did see a little bit, yeah.
We saw a little bit of breakage out of that. We saw a lot of wild rides. We've seen cars on their lids, unfortunately, but you know, I think one of the main attractions of what Jambo grew into was once the horsepower went up, to see guys try and steer that horsepower. Like the drive jobs have been, I think, they're almost like a modern day metric fuel altered, if you could call them that.
I do have one question from that video.
Go.
Though. What was up with the girl with the big hammer smashing that car?
Yeah, okay, so we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Terry remembers it, right? And again, well, you know, small engines in mainstream drag racing were marginalised. You know, it was a V8 sport. They weren't really looked upon. Rotaries were hated. Like people would call them, you know, wankles and stuff like that, which of course is an ironic name. They would call them chook cookers, you know. There was all this hatred, the anti-V8s. They thought rotaries, anything different. And isn't it funny about society? When a whole lot of society rates something as different, you're a minority, and all of a sudden you've got to find strength and when you're marginalised. And Jambo basically grew its own counter-culture, the word counter-culture. And back then, you could pay good money to hop on a V8 Fairlane and take to it with a sledgehammer. So that's what you do when you're a marginalised group. You kind of act out your hatred in private at an event where you can bash the crap out of a V8 Fairlane. That's what you saw with the chick with the sledgehammer. Go back and, hey, you must have been in the car coming in, but they did a little Jambo recap video clip here. I'm crying like a baby here. It was, they'll play it again sometime today. What a recap. Was that not the best footage you've seen from any event that we've had in this country for a long time, considering that was the wind back 35 years ago.
It was.
It was incredible.
Incredible.
That's the biggest flex this event can have, is you go back and sit on your history. No matter what this event manages to do in the next 15 years to make that 50 years of Jambo, this is a flex. That was a flex. This is every year's a flex. Here we go, all the way from Victoria, and I love this family. Talk about old school. Darren Hunter, you do not get more old school small engine from Victoria. 30 years he's been playing with Geminis. He's still got a G180 in this thing. It's dead set going to be a 7-second car one day. Whether Darren gets back in it, he's got Corey driving it right now. They've had the G-Force in it. They're back to an auto. And Mohammed Salame, if you do what you did here in testing yesterday, I'm not going to talk. Hurstville Towing, one badass small tyre RX-7. Oh, that's not good, Ben. That's not good, Corey. Well, it didn't do that. It came out of the hole, literally on a wheelie out of the hole each time, and ran like a 750. And the bonnet's up. That's not a good start, lads. Boy, oh boy. Bonnet up, everything. I didn't see that. I was trying to watch whether Muhammad was all over the track, and poor Corey, not only has the thing left the line on a bump infringement, didn't even get the beams up, but then the things just launched the fiberglass bonnet all the way back. And those guys have driven basically through the night to be here. They never normally miss a Jambo at all, and this is not the sort of luck that we would want to wish on one of our die-hard supporters and one of our OG competitors.
Do we have the replay option here this week?
Yeah,
Because I'd be interested to see
we
if
can give it to Tyler, the creator, over here, and he'll pull it out.
Just to see what actually happened there. But
oh, yeah, we got to do the... Yeah, let's see if we can get back to some of that footage there just to see what happened to poor Corey, because that was not good. That thing deep into the low 8-second zone, that car. It did have a clutchless gearbox in it, but they said they wanted to go to Bump City, so they decided to go back to an auto, and they had a bump infringement. That's the only problem about living in the streets of Bump City, is that you can't, you can live and die by a bump infringement and lose an ET in one foul swoop. It's okay in quali. Hopefully you don't, if you do it in quali, hopefully that's that lesson that you just can't do it again in the last 2 sessions of qualifying just to get that slip. But then, of course, during racing, it'll cost you a round. Any of these, when we talk about rounds of racing tomorrow, there are some categories they'll be knocking each other out first round, and then we've got a lot of Chicago shootout. So you're going to see a lot of these cars come around 3 rounds, racing different opponents each round. So, yeah, even losing one race tomorrow in that format will maybe cost you a finals berth. It can be not so much, your day was definitely not over with Chicago Shootout. It allows you to stay around, run 3 runs and see how you go. But if you really want one of those billet J's, it's must got to be perfect tomorrow. Everything's got to go right. And the thing that we keep saying, this staging beam, the starting line stuff, this is the stuff that can, cost you a chance at a trophy. So we got to always respect those 2 little bulbs out the front there of the Christmas tree.
So we are about to move into qualifying session number 1 for our Euro class as we get this car off the track.
Euro is open to genuine European street cars only. Designed for fast, street-legal Euro builds like BMW, Audi, Volkswagen, Mercedes and more. On a die-your-own format, that means you can run consistent times and still win.
Yeah, das ist Euro. Of course, many years ago we did have that. It was actually just called Volkswagen Beetles would run there, and we didn't have to have a class called Euro because we had a lot of that sort of V-dub stuff back in the day. So Euro's come along because not only is it the V-dubs, it's the Audis in there, and when you have a look at the streets, around your suburbs, you are going to see more guys in hot Golfs and the hot Audi.
I think from memory last year we had a couple that did like 140 mile an hour.
Yeah, and that whole tuning, there's a whole tuning industry that just caters to this now. So here's Adrian Tripp from Barron Bar, the Tarmac Engineering V-dub, and beside him, VW Golf rather, I can't call it a V-dub, Ben Conroy, the Audi, I think what are we, RS5 there. Now I just like listening to these things, they're a little bit different, the Euro guys. That's why we can't ignore these things. We got to let them. We got to give them. And they're getting stronger. This class is getting more populated. 965.
Come on.
Yeah.
You can't do that, Ben.
Yeah.
965, 147 mile an hour. That Audi. And Adrian Tripp goes through for an 11.85, 116 mile an hour. That was awesome.
This is why you can't underestimate these guys. I have massive respect to all of these guys running here at Jambo. You know the ones I don't have respect for? The ones that come up my street trying to crackle their exhaust. I call him Captain Crackle. I've got a couple of these types of cars that just want to go around the streets pretending they're a Group B rally car and crackling everywhere. I don't like those guys. I like these guys. John Arnold and Stuart Twydale, both Queenslanders. And again, let's just listen to these Golfs. You know, some of these, I mean, they 60 foot pretty hard. Anti-lag.
Yeah, 189 to the 60 foot there for John Arnold.
Yeah, they run this sort of EAS 180 style engine, I think, is what they are. They're quite a stout thing in them. 1095, 1048. Don't even bat an eyelid with these cars. And they can get away with it on the streets because they're so quiet, they're so subtle. And it's only when you really want to stomp on the loud pedal that, 9 and 10 second time slips come up for those guys. We got, I think we got Hayden left in an older, what do we call that, a Mark II? For those golf people playing at home, what's coming up might be what they call that Mark III Golf, yeah. A little bit more old school. I always think that the earlier versions of any of these cars, Galants, Lancers, whatever, are the lightest car. Yep. Like, if you look at an Evo 3, out of all the Evos, that's the lightest Evo. Like, out of all the WRXs, that first WRX is still the lightest WRX. Same with these Golfs. You'd assume these are a lighter car, the earlier, older school ones. And I reckon if you do that, well, this has got a 2.8 in it. So let's have a listen to Hayden's deal here.
Yeah, had some little issues there off the start line. Got out the 287 reaction time. Hayden Twydale here in the V-dub. Goes across the finish line in 14.67 seconds, 101 miles an hour for Hayden Twydale. So this is probably the biggest field we've seen in the Euro class so far since it's been campaigning here in the Jamboree.
Yeah, well, Euro is done. That is good to see that. Yeah, crazy. Look at that through. All right, we clear the course and we get into the next group, and this must be modified compact. Another great class. This is where you can just about do anything. Thank you, Bosch Motorsport, for that. Petros Christophopoulos.
I'm so glad you did that one for me, Chris.
I think I got it right too. Petros, sorry. That takes the cake. He's from Casula. From Gledwood Hills is Mohammed El Asmar in that Civic. Tell you what, Petros is back into it now. Problems for the Civic. I was waiting to see that Civic absolutely haul, but to start modified compact, it is Petros 1066, 149 mile an hour. Mohammed rolls through 8844.
Modified compact, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive cars are permitted in this class. 4-cylinder and 5-cylinder engines, overhead cam 6-cylinder engines are allowed, and 2 and 3 rotor engines are allowed. Up to 2 power adders also, 990 and quicker is the ET cutoff.
Yeah, and you can run, any time. You can run a rotary, you can run a slick, you can run all of that. So there's some power guys in here. One guy that loves a good wheelie, Ben Clark in the VL. He has run this car for so many Jambos, and one thing Benny Clark does do well is a wheelie, reaching for the wall. Beside him is Christian Schneinerberger from Kilwara Beach in the Falcon, very innocent looking FG. Modified compact, different cars, same but different stuff, different tyre. On your own.
019 reaction time to an 086 for Ben Clark. So Schneeberger with the better of the reaction times in the Ford. He'll go across the finish line here in 9.53 seconds, 145 miles an hour. And Ben Clark, rolls through for a 15.99 at 48 miles an hour. So Clark with some issues in that Calais. So Christian Schneeberger, I think that puts him into the #1 spot in qualifying here at the moment in a modified compact brought to us by Bosch. Next up, on track, it will be Michael Osborne in the Hilux to take on the Mazda here of Dwayne Wisby, the Buzz, for spot-on performance.
Yep, another car that's come out of the spot-on workshop, Dwayne Wisby. I've known Dwayne for 20 plus years. Him and I built a little Datsun 180B for Jambo many years ago. He's learned his craft through Mazda and Rotaries and Buzz. 13B626 with an auto. Changed diff centres last night. Michael Osborne, the Turner Racing Hilux. That 13B is not sounding particularly pleased at the moment. 9.26 though for Michael Osborne. Another, like we've had 10-second street Hiluxes. Now we've got a 9-second street Hilux hiding in modified compact. Wiz did 2 really good, powerful runs yesterday in testing, clicking it off early. Was going to run a 9 here today if he took it all the way through. Did the couple of teeth on the diff last night, so had to change diff centres. But yeah, that thing did not want to play the game there at all. Well, definitely that 13B in prime tune yesterday, but a little gremlin's crept in. It's a Jambo thing.
It is, mate.
Sometimes you don't. A Jambo day has drama and success in the one day.
At least it happened in Q1.
Yeah, that's right.
That's when you want the issues to
and
happen.
At least he's qualified because he got the ET, so he got a time slip, so that's good. All right, Chris O'Neill, check this out. 3 litre in the Toyota Corolla. I think it is an RB on board this little KE20. Beside him, Darren McDonald from Lismore. This is a 2JZ powered Corolla. We've got RB, 2JZ Corollas, modified compact. And they can still, well, I don't say so much the KE20, you can have the license plate on it, but Darren McDonald, again, these street cars grow into pretty serious race cars, don't they? Going out of Bump City with the 6-bangers right now.
Yeah, I've seen Darren, he's been doing a few laps here at Willowbank Raceway in testing to lead up with this event. Both cars sitting in full stage here. McDonald out first, and then Control, the Total Mechanical. And O'Neill doesn't sound like he's got some issues here, just idling down the track, but McDonald will go through for a 9.78, 142 mile an hour. So they'll put him in the middle of the field here in qualifying for modified compact, and Chris O'Neill, he's going to get a number on the board, but hopefully it improves in Q2.
Again, he had a couple of good runs here in testing yesterday, but now a little day, Q1 Jambo gremlin creeps in.
You know, you were saying before how critical tomorrow is going to be to get your wins. Like, you're going to need to win 3 rounds of racing to even be in contention for the finals. I would say qualifying is just as critical today, all 3 laps, because you're going to be running at similar times tomorrow. You don't want to be losing any data from any of these passes. No, it's very important that we're kind of going to try and repeat this day again tomorrow, but tomorrow it is for all the marbles tomorrow. So here we go, back in the water, and already, considering what we had in Street Compact, our Celica turnout is continuing to impress us this year, even though we are just pushing back for a moment. Whether we go, nothing wandering down the bottom there, so whether or not that was a car that we needed a little bit more attention on. We've got the officials getting him directed back for the moment. So I don't know to what extent, maybe arm restraints or something, I don't know. There might be something that they've just called on him to say, listen, you're in here, you're accredited, you run, but there's something that's just caught their attention they need to do by the look of that. That's why I reckon Adam Broomham's been pushed back. It does say here Celica 2700cc, so you'd assume 3RZ in that thing was ready to go, but they've caught him on something which they're going to try and get fixed. All right, so the next pairing of modified compact, Dom Perry from New South Wales, from Sydney, and this lady, Naomi van der Tonk. Iconic Queensland street car. I can say she's been around long enough with Imone. She gets this thing out and about. She does the drag and drive. They've got the world's first all-girl drag and drive team called Team Tits. That's what they call themselves. That's the sort of girls they are, right? I like it, yeah.
They are. They're proud. They're proud. And they got some great little stickers there, Team Tits drag and drive. This is a 2JZ S15. And it's got an 8-speed auto in it now, and she ran like low 8s with this thing at All Stars Drag and Drive a couple of weeks ago. So Imone is a true 6-cylinder lady street car. It's a girl's car, and Naomi, well, you know, she had a pretty good upbringing in the Van der Tonk family, and she did end up a gearhead like Dad and a brother. and she is on track. And of course, Dom Perry from Greenacre, he's a concreter during the week, so grey gold during the week, and then takes that 13B rather, 13B RX2 out on the weekends. We were talking about how many concreters are here at Jambo this year, or how many concreters there are in drag racing in general. So I'd love to know every concreter out there that's running. I can nearly point them all out to you too. Wait till you see What Up G, because he's a concreter. Naomi now, she's bumped in for Golby's parts, and Dom Perry Concrete. Bit of bumping needed. That sounds 20B. It says 13B here, but it sounds 13B. Dom just rolls through. Naomi spun the tyres at the beginning because I think she still runs a little 275, which you're allowed to in modified compact, doesn't matter. 9:36 at 172 out the back. 172 mile an hour out the back.
That wasn't a full lap either. She's
No.
on the start line, so you can definitely go faster. But as you said, you'd run into the low 8s. That's a really good lap. So Naomi goes into number 2 spot in qualifying. Perry will go to number 5 spot in qualifying with that 10:63. Next up, we've got Daniel Rougier in the Mazda to take on Timothy Hawkins in the Mazda wagon.
Yeah, Timothy Hawkins from West Mackay. This is one of two, I think, sort of 808 RX3 wagons we've got here. Daniel Rougier, 7 years out of the seat. He was telling me, 7 years the Rotor Geek hasn't raced, and here he is, and he's back to his old tricks, chopping the trees, cutting lights, doing wheelies. This will either go 9.0 or an 890 here this morning. This car was such a well-oiled machine. 900, oh, kidding me, 900 at 147 mile an hour, 1088. Have you dried your tears yet, Paulie, from that Jambo recap this morning? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, it was a big moment. It was a big moment. Modified compact continuing on here. Parry, Georgia Scott. It's so good. Parry's still out there loving to drag race and do his thing. He's another one of our sort of OG Jambo guys that's been around for ages. Will Yarwood as well. License plate on that car. My Highway, my HWY. Does a lot of drag and drive. Mid 8 second Supra. Uses it a lot. And another one out of the Golby's stable. And I don't know whether he's gone to an 8-speed yet in this thing. Parry's the auto, of course. Here we go, Parry. Yes, sir, Parry Georges. Yeah. That's 4 wheel stands in one there, Parry. Thanks very much for that. Yarwood, good number here. Look at this, 836, 163 mile an hour street car. And Parry flip-flopping his way down, 10-1-2 at 136, doing it the hard way. He's got some good photos of that thing in the air, no doubt about it. But that's the end of modified compact. Isn't it funny? Like normally modified compact is a huge, massive big field. But street compact was that one today. It was a huge field for street compact. Modified's not too bad. Okay, we're getting into the next class called Extreme.
Extreme. Dragsters, Alters and some sedans that don't fit in with traditional Jamboree infrastructure. 4 and 5 cylinder, EFI 6 cylinder, EFI turbo V8s, and 2, 3 or 4 rotor engines are all welcome.
And you know what? It's one of those classes that we get the numbers and then they don't turn up, and we get the numbers and they don't turn up, and the traditionalists turn up. Megan Anderson driving Mum's car, of course. We had Kim Anderson in the early days of Jamboree driving again. Pinto-based engines, the old Ford 2-litre. Well, at the moment, of course, Kim's not driving, but Megan's driving everything in the Anderson family. Of course, they got a rear engine dragster with a 6-second dragster with turbo S-Slinger in it. This is the aspirated 200 cubic inch S-Slinger. This thing makes nearly 400 horsepower aspo. Beside him, Hot Rod Williams, one of my favourites, a real hero from Dolby, self-built. Blown and injected Barra powered altered. That's a bit of you, Paulie. Bit of blown and injected Barra altered. And Megan Anderson, that 190 cubic inch, actually it's 190 cubic inch 4-cylinder S-Slinger, all aspirated. And Hot Rod Williams hasn't run a 7 in this thing yet. He debuted his twin turbo Windsor powered XM at Kenda a couple of weeks ago as well. He's got that blown and injected crossflow hot rod as well. All right, here we go. A bit of extreme action, Mark.
cars got out nicely here in Q1 for Extreme. And Rodney Williams in the Altered, he goes through 8:34, 155 miles an hour. That's a great lap for the Altered there. And a 10:01, 129 miles an hour for Megan Anderson. So, Hot Rod goes to #1 spot here in qualifying early on. Next up, do you know this Altered, Chris?
I drove this thing twice yesterday. Hoff let me drive it, so I drove it down to Scrutineering and back. Tried to weigh it, couldn't weigh it. Went back at midday, drove it down, weighed it, 1,254 pounds. And there he is. That's my old rigger out there. And we got Lucas Holtz now. Warning to everyone in the extreme field: Lucas Holtz is a modified tearaway. Because it's an EFI LS, he's into extreme here, so he's in. Clayton Ethel. Well, this is the latest Nugget Garage project. And you know what? It needed to be pulled down off the mezzanine at Hoff's workshop. Been there for 2 years, and when Hoff and I did the deal, that thing was 1JZ in it with all his second-hand bits. And look how good the thing scrubs up. 1JZ on board the Altered, and Lucas Holtz that LS. So there we go, Clayton. He did some licensing into the mid-8s the other night.
What was the quickest you ever ran in it?
Oh, I went only 10:02 with the Aspo 4-cylinder. Yeah, so as an Aspo 4-cylinder, it was always built as that, but I always knew it could handle a little bit more. It's an ex-Nitro funny car from the engine plate back. It's got a little 28 B 10.5 on it. Let's have a listen to this. It literally is like a street car with no fenders. Here we go. First run for Clayton. Goes 35, 8:35, 166 mile an hour. 166 mile an hour. 9:24 at 144 mile an hour there for Lucas. And he'll be literally welded to that dial in for the rest of the weekend. Yeah, 166 mile an hour.
He did it easy. Very soft off the start line, so more potential there.
That thing made 632 to the hubs. That's on the to-do list, that stuff. Definitely to do after this event list. Yeah, so he's trying to crunch the numbers. Hoff talked about in his build video that his panel van was 3,000 pounds and made 1,200 horsepower. And he said, well, what would 1,500 pounds and 600 horsepower make? So he's trying to do that half the weight, half the power deal. And that car's nearly... with me standing there on the scales, it was 1,476 with me standing on the scales. So with even me there, Clayton's 30 kilos lighter than me, so that's still a 1,500 pound car with him in it. So that's for those people that don't understand pounds and kilos, that's light. That's 600 odd kilos. All right, so we're getting back into Modified 10.5. We've got a little bit of descriptor for that one.
Modified 10.5. Heads up full treat for street cars, limited to a 10.5-inch wide tyre, and the engines can be a 4 or a 6-cylinder piston engine or a rotary of 2 or 3 rotors. 2 power adders are allowed, high 8s to low 7s. The quickest ET in Modified 10.5 at a Jamboree is Giovanni Interrusi with a 718.
And I don't know what the world record is, well, what the record is for a Trimatic. We'll find out. Michael Andrejevic in the Calais here. He's in from Edmonton in Queensland. Beside him, Troy Whiten. So do not adjust your sets. This class is called Modified 10.5 thanks to mainline smart dyno technology. It's not Pro VL. You are going to see some VLs in this class, but God bless the VL. From 1986 on, it turned Australian motoring a little bit on its ear because it was the first mass-produced family four-door that had a turbocharged 6-cylinder option. There was no other production car in Australia that offered a four-door family sedan, but with the turbo 6-cylinder option. So let's see what they do here. A couple of VLs out there ready to go. Modified 10.5. Now that class does talk about the back tyre, 10.5 inches wide only. And people go, oh, we're talking pounds, we're talking inches. It's traditional language we use in drag racing. And it does apply with some metric horsepower. All right, bump a bit. Full sends today, every class at Jambo. Something about a VL at full flight, 779 at 178 mile an hour. These are in people's garages, folks. 817 at 163 mile an hour. They come from everywhere for that special J Day That's a good one. J Day. Actually, tomorrow's J Day. Yeah, today's Q Day. Tomorrow's J Day. Who's going to do the run to the finals tomorrow? It's all to start from the very first run in quali, and these guys are the. Remember, folks, you have not seen one car twice yet. Just remember that. We've started from when we've started to right now in modified 10.5. You have not seen the same car twice. It's still all the first qualifying sessions for every field, and we got them everywhere. This thing tested yesterday, I tell you. Oh. Well, we've got to let him go. Trent Bink from Mount Nathan. That is the Calais 3.2 litre. Great skid from him. Look over your shoulder. Guy King from Valdora in Queensland. The Toyota Corolla. Yes, it looks tough. Yes, it's got a Barra in it. Is it epic? Nelly ran 200 mile an hour last night. Yes. Do you think a 200 mile an hour KE20 has a place in the sport? Well, you're with me, brother. Let's ride into the next 15 years, because what's Guy King going to do? He's going to not stop until he's got a 200 mile an hour time slip with this KE20. Guess who else has a KE20 coming out of retirement that wants to run a 200 mile an hour as well with his Bullet 2J? The Hoff. The Hoff wants 200 out of the old bamboo car as well. So I don't know where you want to look here, folks. This is just more Jambo juiciness. Could be a little bit of that floating around. Should be a little bit of getting our juices flowing this weekend as we go to Bump City. Keep an eye out on the Corolla. Oh boy, we got ourselves a send on the way here. 7:19, 197 mile an hour. That is epic with a capital E, Mark Allen.
887 for Trent Bink in the lane beside him, but Guy King goes to that number one spot. 197 was so close to the 200 mile an hour barrier there for Guy King. Next up, modified 10.5.
Oh, Rob, stop it. Oh, you're killing me. This is all the epicness, like that little replay of the last 35 years of Jambo, from humble beginnings to just the most dynamic moments in the sport. And then we're still dishing out Q1 here 35 years later. That's what 35 years of practice looks like, you know, evolution of the industry, people getting the bug, biting them so hard that you can never shake that little bug off. That little J bug will stay stuck to you forever. Once you get a little, actually we should sell little merchandise, J bugs, and it just bites you. You can't get the damn thing off. That's what it is. And you know the sound, you know what the sound they make, those little J bugs at night? That's the sound they make. And don't get them angry because they'll two-step and spit little flame out at you. That's what the little J bug does. Rob Cady all the way from Glenella up in North Queensland, or CQ, Central Queensland they call it. CQ Rotary, beside him Po Tung from Grey Staines in New South Wales. Modified 10.5. Again, if he's gone 7.0s on a 28.9, you know Po can go 7.0s, 6.9s on a 10.5. Here we go, 2J versus 13B.
Coming home strong.
Stinky nasty fast. 752, 207 from the 2J. 207 mile an hour. 815 beside Rob Cady. 175 mile an hour. All right, here we go. Iconic car. Iconic car. Now remember, that early Jambo recap had him here with his little supercharged Fiat twin cam. And look what Phil Penny's done over 35 years.
I think icon is the perfect word to describe Phil Penny here in the Jamboree.
Hey, folks, everyone do themselves a favour. Go and find the little blue Honda. It's standing behind the main corporate tower. Go down about 3 rows and go off down towards the entrance gate. You'll see the little Honda down there. He's got Rising Force merchandise, and it's cool stuff. It's a little
psychedelic.
It's a little psychedelic, hippie, surfy design, because he does live at Nambucca Head. So, I mean, Phil Penny... Also, I think he used to surf every day, because the guy would be surfing all his whole life. He's just a real gentle, you know, calming effect. Even though for kicks, he goes 2JZ in a Honda 600. And honestly, I still think this car, when you look at that early 1320 video that they did a few years ago, was the first sort of Australian drag car to go 1 million views, you know, on a YouTube video, because when Kyle found this down there at Sydney Jamboree from 1320 video, it shouldn't say it broke the internet at the time, but it got a lot of views, this little car. And it's for those people that have been here before, they've obviously seen it and remember it and want to get photos with it. Here he is. He's fired the thing up. You should see what this man's done for an encore. You should see the other car in Phil Penny's garage that he's finishing. His next epic contribution is coming, but this is Old Faithful. All right, not a big skid from the little car this time. I think this thing is 79-inch or 80-inch wheelbase, so it is very, very tiny. Beside him, one of our North Queensland bruisers, Jason Scott. He's got the business Scott Speed. Barra to the end. License plate on that car. SS this. That's a nice big thumb up the nose of any other Holden out there. He's Ford. He bleeds Ford blood. Barra. I said, you know, I'm starting to invest in the Barra market. I've started to buy Barra. How many of you got? And he goes, he's got a whole warehouse rack of Barra up there in Mackay. So here we go. Look at the long and the short of it. The EL and the S600. This only Jambo can give you this diversity. All right, so Phil's got, well, not all the power off the line, and he's just getting a little squeeze down there. That thing's gone sevens at 180 mile an hour, but not this time. And I don't know what's happened to Jason Scott. Whatever the thing did, it sort of, it carked it, whether he broke something, and yeah, that's the traditional wave away there from Royce. You know when you've done your first qualifying session and it's not been successful because you're getting back, and that's Royce waving you away. If that happened at test day like yesterday, what we normally do, you could, if that was just something that went wrong momentarily, that you could back that back, reset the tree, we could send you. But when in qualifying and we're in session, we cannot mess with the system. That is a DNQ for that session, but I know that Scotty will be back better than ever for SS this in the next round of quali. But it's crazy to think that he ran a 770 with that EL yesterday out here. Who would ever think EL Falcons would be sent that far? 35 years ago at Jambo, the Barra wasn't born. The 2J wasn't really born. None of those things that have come in. And Jambo was always about the different engine.
Some of us weren't born.
Non-V8 engine. I mean, in Jambo, yeah, some of us weren't born. Like you, Mark. It's 35 years. You're not...
No, I'm just over 35
Yeah, you
now,
just...
so.
Like Jambo was just going when you were little goo-goo gaga.
I hadn't even started racing junior dragster yet.
No, not at that age. Not at that age. But just that different engine mentality of what Jambo was. And then when those engines, you know, came out in the production cars, like the Supras, like the 1Js, that whole era we haven't talked about yet is back in the old days. People may remember something called a front cut. But even before what they used to call a front cut, that would be like an imported Japanese performance vehicle, but literally cut from the firewall forward. You could buy a front cut, literally everything for that engine and gearbox normally, if it was front wheel drive or whatever, you would get that in a front cut. Go back 10 years before that, there were companies like in Victoria called EKW that would bring the Japanese import engines out of Japan in containers, and you could buy this weird Japanese turbo engine that never came out into the Australian market. So we were able to get these they call them Jap import engines. You would get it. Now, a lot of the times you would get that engine on a pallet, and I bought one or two of them, right? I bought the Nissan Turbo engine, the Z18 and things like that, FJ20s. They were an upgrade from what was available in Australia. But a lot of times when you ended up with that Japanese import engine on a pallet, somehow as a young bloke managed to get that thing home. You know, it's three mates carrying the pallet out of the trailer that you borrowed off your friend. You know, again, you're doing this for no money back in the day. A lot of these young guys, not a lot of money around, not a lot of workshops to go to. You then had to work out how you're going to make that EFI work on that Japanese import engine. A lot of times people that knew about electronics, you could use, if it came with the factory loom and the factory computer, a lot of the times you just needed some basic electrical knowledge, and you could literally power up that factory computer, make that whole engine run as if it was still in its Nissan 910 Bluebird Turbo, whatever it was in Japan, or its Skyline. But then, of course, the aftermarket ECUs came in, like Motec and Haltech, the original aftermarket ECU that allowed you then to interface into the original, driving the injectors, whether you had an airflow meter, or a lot of times it was airflow meters back then, not map sensors. So you were then trying to use, a new, very basic, very primitive aftermarket ECU to make that Japanese import engine run in your car. So there was a whole period there where people had to learn either how to do it, or if a workshop was around, you'd pay through the nose.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. You think about a lot of the workshops now, they were just guys that started out just racing cars out here, and they were one-offs, and they're doing their own R&D, and then they expanded, and then suddenly they've got customers with them, and they've got a workshop, and then they've just got this whole business, all because they were doing their weekend hobby.
And this is what it was. And then for people that were kind of in the mechanical industry that had a little bit of a performance angle to them, if you turned up at a drag strip and ran a number, that would get people's attention. It would appear like someone else knew more than you, and then if you needed help, you'd go to that workshop, and that's kind of how that industry grew. Dynos were still, not many people had dynos 35 years ago, very rare. There'd be... You could only, for anyone thinking now that's been around 35 years, you think of one shop that had a dyno 35 years ago. I know near where I lived on the north side, there was a place called Stafford Tune. So Paul had a dyno there. So that's kind of where you could get that car from, nearly complete to finished, because that part of it was essential to make it work and make it live and not blow up what you just spend your thousands of dollars on. The drag strip was a good place to see who made the power and who got things to run properly. So that industry was only in its infancy. We didn't think there'd be an industry that would be born out of that. But hey, people want to choose a different way to go drag racing. That was one way. A lot of workshops, if you were to ask them right now, has Jambo indirectly or directly affected the growth of your business over 35 years? And a lot of these shops,
100%.
Here's our guys out there right now, Rodney Rahim out there. You can't tell me that when we look at those early videos that we just saw, here's the young Rocky, here's the young Rodney. Were they ever thinking they were going to have to expand their business once, twice, 3 times, 4 times? Expand their staff from, 2, 3, 4 to 20? You can't imagine that stuff 35 years ago. All they wanted to do was race. All they wanted to do is chase that time slip. All they wanted to do was get another trip to a Jambo and another good race day weekend. A little bit of an oil cleanup we're going to do right now. We've got a break and back with more here. The Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree Q Day today. Stay with us for a sec.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change.
Oh, we are back. How good do our ads look? How good do our ads look? We are back into more quali. Big shout out to everyone watching on the live stream here live as well at Willowbank Raceway. Big hi out to Woz in New Zealand. We're just talking about Time Attack off camera here, and of course we cannot wait for the next instalment of that, 4th and 5th of September. But this is the drag strip version of that, one of the coolest events on the planet. Fred Karam on screen, and now Mark Fazzati. So good to have Mark Fazzati back in the 20B RX4. Mark confined to a wheelchair, so he drives this thing with hand controls, right?
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, so you might see a guy in a wheelchair and a fire suit going around in between rounds. It's Mark Fazzati in this RX4. Oh, Freddie Karam's not going to get an ET. Mark Fazzati is going to do that, but Freddie's going to get some seat time, but no ET because he didn't stay for the beams. Mark Fazzati goes 814 at 166 mile an hour. But yeah, Freddie, that staging thing is a very important thing, Mark.
That it is, mate. He just dragged through the beam, something not working there for the team, but hopefully Fred will get that sorted and back out in Q2 and we'll see a number up on the board as we now move into our exhibition class with the bikes here at Jamboree.
Ah, that's what our exhibition was. They hide the bikes from us. And you know what? It's good that we still let the sprocket jockeys out, the leather-clad superheroes, the no-bar bikes, because guess what? 35 years ago, we didn't really have, it wasn't a bike thing, but turbo bikes, high-tech motorcycle industry. I mean, motorcycle industry is by nature a higher-tech industry than the automotive industry in many ways. I like that the motorbike industry actually raced their products every year. They called it MotoGP, they called it superbikes. Manufacturers are still the deepest into racing, but drag bikes, they don't seem to let the factories don't seem to go for the drag bikes. But you know what? Drag bike riders go for that, and they'll handle it from here. Thanks very much.
So what do you expect from the outlaw bike class we've got here exhibition at Jamboree this year? Well, think about 6-second bikes at over 200 mile an hour. These things are off their heads as we see Matt Wilson to take on Nathan Nielsen here in Q1. Outlaw bike, the exhibition. Hayabusa versus Hayabusa.
All right, Paulie Pius does say that he raced a GS 750 back at a Jambo, so he remembers it. He's an old fella. Matt Wilson, Nathan Nielsen, let him go, boys. Oh, not mucking about. 670, 202 mile an hour. And Matt Wilson, a little bit of a hesitation out of the Suzuki, 810 at 175 mile an hour. We didn't say they didn't flat half haul either. If they want to do it on two wheels, that's on them. I enjoy watching it, but you'll never get me to ride one, mate.
Wilson was a little bit off there. He can definitely go a lot quicker than that. But Nathan Nielsen, yeah, that's on the money for those guys. Next up, it will be Darren Foley to take on Craig Edwards. Edwards has been supporting this outlaw bracket for a long time. He can definitely run into that low 7-second, high 6-second zone on his bike. Darren Foley on the high bussy here, moving forward. I like the colours on this bike of Darren's. It's got some nice colours on the side.
That is one sexy looking beast. Now look, we've got a couple of pairs of these bikes to come. I dare say we're going to do a little bit of track prep because we've got all the pro categories coming up in just a few minutes time, but I reckon we'll be doing a prep before we do that. But these guys coming out to entertain us on two wheels, sometimes one. Yeah, hassles the tyre off the line. I mean, geez, look at him go. Not mucking about from there, decides to still take it through. 918 there for Darren Foley from North Richmond in New South Wales. Craig Edwards, 1103 for him.
Yeah, just like their sedan counterparts, it's all about power management off the start line. They've got way too much horsepower. They have to take the power out. If they have too much power in, it just goes up in spin like we saw for both riders there. So they'll get a bit of data. They'll learn from that and need to take some power out and get down the track in Q2. Next pairing up here in Outlaw Bike, we've got Brendan Miglianico. There we go, Matt Walker on track.
Yeah, Matty Walker from Werdong Heights and from Oran Park, Brendan Miglianico. Got it, Nelly. Rusty had it. All right.
Okay.
Let's check this out. We've got a few guys starting to come and have a squiz at that start line because I do have a funny feeling. On our schedule, there's a little bit of track prep coming up where you'll see our a bit of equipment start running up and down the track to put a bit of sticky down for all of our pro cars for their first session coming up in just a tick. But these guys, good to see the bikes out here. Look how serious these guys are already. Yeah, just not good for these boys. We had a few other guys just get the right sort of clutch slip so they didn't hassle the tyre. Oh, big power stand from Matt Walker on the way back to get down for an ET. He goes through 1361, 935. Not much chop for those guys, considering the potential we know they've got. So that is the end of the exhibition class. Now, folks, you wouldn't want to go too far too soon because whilst this track prep is on, we will, only take us a good couple of minutes to do this track prep. I don't know how far you guys can get between now and then because the pro categories are scheduled up shortly for their first qualifying session. That's Factory Extreme, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, and we've got a schedule here for GTR shootouts. So we've got a couple of wild GTRs coming up here very, 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 very soon. But track prep is on the schedule.
I'll tell you what we do have. The boys at Overtaken Lane have done a little recap of qualifying so far today for us. So
perfect. We'll do that for a sec. But, folks, right now on our schedule is track prep. It's not for too long, but this track prep might be 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You're going to see the traction compound. You're going to see the rotator. You're going to see a few things go down the track because we're going to prep that for all our pro cars coming up very, very soon. But, hey, just to refresh your memory for the moment, here's what's been happening in qualifying here at Jambo so far. little bit of testing footage. Thank you, overtaking lane from last night. We're getting that track prep happening right now. You can see the spray rig putting some glue down. We've got Rusty Gregory all the way from the foot of the mountains.
All the way. It took me just as long to get from Sydney to Brisbane as it did to get from Amberley BP to here.
Is that right?
The traffic is insane getting into here today, which is a great sign because it means we've got plenty of people coming out to enjoy Q Day here at Jamboree.
Yep.
And look, Queensland always turns it on, but particularly this time of year, there's a buzz about the place, isn't there?
Absolutely, and you know, a fair way out. I mean, this is one thing that that they do at Team Jambo is they get the dates out as quickly as they can. So it's like for people to lock those dates away and get there, and that means that we get a lot more friends from New Zealand, a lot more friends from interstate. We've got Team Japan here. Well, I can't believe it. Yesterday we had well, I'll tell you what, A-list everywhere, double A-list, 5XL A-list. Coming in, but yesterday I'm sitting here minding my own business. It's test day today, and then we had Makoto Watanabe come in with his crew because he ran here I think in 2017. Makoto's son comes in with 5 more of the crew. We had 6 guys here from Japan yesterday. I got Japanese whiskey. I've got these smoked cheese luxury delicacy things as gifts.
I'm more interested in the Japanese whiskey than I am the smoked octopus or whatever it was that you said it was.
The smoked octopus cheese, which was just a luxury. But just to have the guests come in and know that they've made this, they put this in their schedule, they are here now. We knew you were coming up in the morning. I mean, was it still raining and wet down in Sydney this morning?
It was foggy. I'll give you that tip. We were lucky to get out, but it was definitely foggy. Still a little bit damp down there. But then we roll up here, you walk out of the airport and it's blue skies, not a cloud to be seen anywhere, which is a nice change after last week from what I understand up here.
Well, as we said before, you know, everyone was getting all pumped for Jambo. Then you'd have the one hater that would go, "Oh, but have you seen the weather forecast?" It's like, "Oh, I don't need you in my life, mate. Like, you know,
I don't need that kind of negativity.
I don't need that sort of negativity. Thanks very much. You know, we just live and hope and breathe that we are going to get it. And you know what? They've been kicked between the legs down in Sydney with micro mini storms that ended a day for us when everything was going well.
Yep.
You know, other times when it's interrupted us and you know, shattered our hopes and dreams, death by a million sprinkles. It's all happened to us before.
Yep.
But look at this long shot we got on the live stream now. Those the mountain range in the background. This is drag racing's finest here at Willowbank Raceway, the home of Jamboree, the birthplace.
This is where it started.
Yep.
This is what it's all about. And a little bit of a wind starting to pick up there, but it's blowing straight up the racetrack, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's only when it starts to swirl around a little bit and maybe that crosswind that it becomes a problem. Right now, as you can see by those flags, going straight up and down the racetrack, so that's the main thing from there. We are moving into Factory Extreme, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. That's going to be our first pro category off the rank today. And having a look at this entry list, this is about as strong as I've seen for a very, very long time, Diggs.
It's a who's who, and I don't know whether it's one or two things. One is, of course, it's Jambo. If you don't get a chance to get your gear together before then Jambo is the goal. The second thing is there is a larger a cash carrot there. I think for Factory Extreme it's 25k. For Pro Mod it's 20, and I think the money throughout the other categories has all gone up. So look, there's a little bit more incentive to try and win some prize money, where before it's never really been on anyone's mind. When you turn up at Jambo, it's not about the money. It's about, well, I've spent half a fortune to get here. It's about, I want a billet J.
The billet J is what it's all about for these guys. You know, the cash is nice. It helps pay some of the bills. Maybe the food and grog bill at the end of the weekend. But when it comes to the actual racing side of it, if you get to put that billet J up on your mantelpiece in your office or your study or wherever it is in the shed, every time you walk past it, you'll be reminded that, hey, I earned that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, we're talking about it yesterday. I won a Jambo here in 1993. I went to try and find my Jambo trophy. Now, back then, glass and etching was the thing, right? And you still had to go to the trophy shop because it was all had the class sort of stamped on it. You never got your name engraved. You could go and get your name engraved on it if you want.
Yeah.
And I'll have to check whether that actually happened or not.
You might have done it.
But we were talking about it last night. It was actually 1993. My brother and myself both won our categories at Jambo. We only had one helmet, right? So as we got towards semi-finals, I'm waiting in the lanes. I just watched my brother race. I was like, I need a helmet. The guy goes, "You're next." I go, "But I don't have a helmet." He goes, "Oh, well, you're not running." I said, "Give me a minute." My son, my brother would fly back with the helmet. So right near semis, I had to borrow one off my uncle, Jeff Watson, and then were able to win two brothers in the one night win Jambo. You won $50 and a bottle of GP50. That's what you
all
won.
right.
Yeah, and a trophy.
You take that.
I wish we could have look. We could do this in the future. I'd love any Jambo winner right from the first Jambo to now. If we should ask them next year to bring up a trophy if you want it,
Yeah.
and just say right, we need a 1990. Anyone got a 1997 trophy?
And get Dave Reed out there, take a photo of them all in the start line.
Because the evolution, not only so this will typify the evolution of 35 years of the one event, from the first trophy to the Billet J, which is now grown in such a stature. Oh, that's not good that they did that too. Okay, so just want to put a call out. If anyone out there can help a racer, it's the Hoff. So we got to try harder for Scott Hoffman. That little Corolla, it did a precision 82.85. He goes, precision 82.85 is down. Anyone bring a spare? So that shouldn't be looking like that.
Yeah, pretty sure it shouldn't be looking that.
That normally should be right in the middle
and
of
still
the.
have all the little whirly bits on it.
Yeah, that's right. The blade should be normally centre. The wheel should be centre inside the housing, not off inside the housing. But just that evolution from the first trophy to now my 1993 trophy, which I'm still very proud of because I still had to fight.
Yeah.
And drag racing in Australia especially, there's two things you can do. You can either be brilliant or be a Bradbury, one of the two.
Yep.
A Bradbury is a guy that just turns up, and anyone out there that's, and I've got some good friends that are working with me at work. They wouldn't know what a Bradbury is. I'm going to explain to them. Everyone else should know what a Bradbury is. All my international friends, I had to explain to them what that meant, and that's of course that one moment when an Aussie wasn't supposed to win and he won because he was
there.
And drag racing's about being there in the beams at the right time at the right moment.
You still got to get to that point.
You got to make your own luck sometimes.
You got to get to that point. It doesn't matter what happens to the guy in the other lane. You can't control that. You can only control what happens in front of you. And if you go down there and make the other guy make a mistake, you've earned it. That's what it comes back to.
Well, back in 1993, that night, was it brilliance for me or Bradbury? It was brilliance that night, mate. I gapped him off the tree. I accidentally, well, again, it was fluke. I put the top bulb out. I had the thing so deep staged. I'm fanning the throttle. Again, one of 4 turbo cars in 1993.
Yep.
I'm fanning the throttle, heel and toe, and I'm bringing the revs up, and I start to creep. But next thing you know, the top bulb's out. And I think I'm going to go. So I think like 006 I went, right? So
that's just a bad job of redlining.
Yeah, so I did a really fluky reaction time. Managed to bang the gears when I needed to, and I kept in front of this guy and sent him back to New South Wales with a runner-up. And I got my $50 and my GP50 and my trophy.
I wasn't here at that one. I was still in primary school.
No, you would have still, you would have been playing Saturday morning junior rugby league somewhere down at the foot of the mountain.
You're probably working on race cars, funnily enough.
I'm out there with a really beautifully painted Datsun 180B with a CD Stromberg and a T3 turbo, and it ran 14s for heaven's sake. It wasn't quick.
Yep.
But back then it felt quick. These days that doesn't cut any mustard now at Jambo. You're and mine was a special. It wasn't like it was a street car. This thing was gutted. You know what I mean? I actually, when the dedication became known, this is a race car. I can't put this on the street. This thing's gutted. It's got one seat in it. It's got an open exhaust. I mean, that was a Jambo special. That was a street meet special. That's all you could ever use it for.
Now, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Diggs. I'm going to put you on the spot. You're here for your expert analysis.
Yeah.
I want you to pick a winner out of the factory extreme list.
All right,
let's break it down for the people, because you look at it and there's a lot of cars in there that are run pretty deep into the fives, but that's not necessarily what's going to win your races this weekend. It's going to be about consistency and being able to back it up across the whole weekend.
If Zoran Gadget can keep it in his lane, he could be in the final.
Yeah, not the quickest car in the field,
no,
but
or the captain.
Yeah,
or the captain. Right, they're the two that stand out for me. Jay Sedek could do the same thing, so Jay Sedek could be there. Honestly, it could be Mahayat.
I'm gonna go out on a limb with one of the oldest cars in the field, and that's Paul Mahayat in the Celica.
All right.
That car's been around for a long time, but Paul can drive. That gas car makes plenty of steam. It's got lots of horsepower on board. And realistically, I'm only asking the question before Q1 so that we can stir all the factory extreme guys up that are listening to us down in the staging lanes.
I'd love to. I love that to keep stirring up about it, because it's true. That is one hell of a field, and the carrot was dangled about the money, but
even Fifth McHale with that car, that is a seriously quick thing. Rob Margin's in there. He's run very deep into the fives. Rod Harvey as well. There's a good mix of 6 cylinders, 4 cylinders, rotors. There's everything in there.
This could very well be. Now remember, like Factory Extreme, when we were hitting our peak and we had 2 dozen plus factory extreme cars in this country, and that and all of that's backed off a little bit over the years. To sustain and make run 5-second anything, door car anything, import especially hard, to belt out 5-second runs for years and years and years, that's an attrition rate. It's hard for everyone to sustain that.
Yeah.
And when we look at this list, I see more 5-second cars than we've ever seen before.
100%. When you run through the list, I reckon there's probably 8 cars that run into the 5. At least 8 cars, actually, looking at it, that have run into the 5. So you're talking, it's going to be one of the quickest fields we've ever had at Jambo, without a shadow of a doubt. And, I can't wait for this Q1 that's coming up shortly.
Look, the only thing and we're doing the prep right now, and it's going to work, and Justin proved it yesterday. Yesterday was a little bit different. Now, remember, we started the day, we were drying the braking area till nearly midday. The starting line was good. We're still overcast. We didn't get the sun out, so we had cloudy conditions, cold conditions. So we got the glue on, we got the thing prepped at about, got it done by midday. We're on track by 20 to 1. So that track didn't accumulate a morning of sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
We got barely any heat on that track until lunchtime, and then if anything, the thing didn't get mega hot.
Get warm.
What we're going to get today, we know, and we'll get it again tomorrow. This is going to cop more Queensland sun early, and there's going to be this critical time where Justin, and he's doing the tweak, like we're applying the rubber to the track. That's what that rotator is. We then get the glue over the top, which is the traction compound. That track is super sticky.
And you know the thing that I love learning from Justin is that it's not necessarily about the temperature. Temperature comes into it in how quickly the glue goes off, how quickly the track gets tacky. But he reckons the biggest thing that has the impact is UV on the way that the racetrack performs. And that's really what you need to dial it in for. So when you've got a day like today where you have got zero cloud cover and you've just got the sun belting down, it's going to take a different type of preparation of what they've done for the rest of the week. So there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period without a shadow of a doubt.
UV is...
important.
Yeah, UV. So Kelly's asking, is this an oil down? I said, no, it's prep. It's prep. So
we
it's
won't be down for too long. We're going to be getting into
it. This is all part of the schedule, and I know that she'd be loving to. I'm sure my tennis racket somewhere here. I hope we've got 35th anniversary jamboree balls around or something out there. I'm happy
balls.
I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy to get them out there and the giveaways and throw them out there. I'm happy to do that. I didn't think I'd be doing it this early, Q1, but we're going to go and do some interviews with people after this first session of all of our pro categories.
Now, one thing I will say as well, if the Hoff is looking for a Precision Turbo, maybe he needs to go down and see the guys from Precision Turbo and Engine. The Precision Turbo design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers for all forms of racing worldwide, as well as original equipment manufacturers such as General Motors. Their knowledge and friendly staff have nearly 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged vehicles and are committed to providing full technical support on each and every product sold. They put their expertise to work for their customers each and every time, and they are bringing Factory Extreme to us here this weekend. So a big thank you to those guys.
Yeah, it's a crazy field. Potential, as we said, this first session, it'd be interesting to see who goes down, who trusts, what they've done in hot weather before, what the track temp is. That as you said, the UV right now, we're lucky. When we do a fresh prep, the less chance there is to spoil the broth, so to speak. So
now, let's just change gears slightly for a tick. Let's talk about Pro Mod because... actually, let's hold that thought because I can see that the Factory Extreme guys are rolling out. George Jaszewski going to be first car out by the look of it.
Yeah, I just thought knowing the rotator and rig format that there might be some. I thought there'd still be a little bit of spray rig left before we go, but maybe we are done.
No, I think the boys are happy. They got it dialed in down there, and we are set to kick this thing in the guts. It is Jambo 2025 Factory Extreme.
Factory Extreme. These are the fastest full-bodied race cars here at Jamboree, the quickest imports not only here in the country, but some of the quickest imports in the world. 4 or 6 cylinder piston engines, 2, 3 or 4 rotors, and you can expect low 6s to high 5s in the ET department. The quickest pass for a Factory Extreme car at Jamboree is Rod Harvey at 5.72.
Yes, that's a little synopsis into what Factory Extreme is about and the evolution of Factory Extreme. I was just, my jaw's on the ground on the standard that these cars have got to. I knew we'd get to this standard once people got the bug, the little J-Bug bikes. Guys like George Jaszewski, Afif Mikhail, these two together Well, actually, I thought it was a Fief, but no, it's actually, as the big Land Cruiser comes away, it's that BMW Zoran Gadget. He's got the best of gas racing in that car. It's also got Mr. Eric Lazinski here.
It's got a new paint job. I like.
Yeah,
I like the orange.
It's been in for a fresh.
It's looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I thought a Fief was coming up, but it's actually the first pairing will be Zoran Gadget and George Jezewski.
It's nice to see that they're giving the old girl a bit of love, the BMW. It's been around for a long time. Zoran can pedal, man. He can drive. And I think he might be the only clutch car in this field this week.
Pretty much, Nelly, pretty much. And
there wouldn't be too many.
There's the guy in the foreground there, Mr. Eric Lazinski, right at the water box, just past the water box, ready to go. He's the one that's, of course, been, the clutch guy for Titan from the early days, the world record-setting Titan team that ran 640 way before anyone went anything close to that. And, of course, that same car comes to Australia. Joe Signorelli takes it to 30 and then 626, which was the two world's quickest times. Yep.
And the thing about Jambo is that it's about trying to get one of those billet J's, but it's also about setting personal milestones. And for Zoran and BMW, there's one thing that they haven't achieved with this car yet, and that's a 5-second run.
Yep, that's what he's here to do.
If that happens this weekend, you are going to see the big man jump high, I will tell you that.
Yeah, this is where we're at. Australia 2025.
Australia.
This is what our import door cars look like in Factory Extreme.
It's just me, or does George Jezewski's car look like it's sitting really high at the front, or is it just an optical?
It is an optical illusion. Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
It's got a little chin under it there. But yeah, last night, yesterday, Zoran. The thing was a beast. He had one run where he blew the big tyre off the back of it. The other run, it bit, it hooked. The trouble is, the thing drove over the centre line, literally carried them over the centre line and hit the cone. So
yeah. So this is one of two, I guess you could say, unlimited classes
yes.
that we have in Jambo.
Full swing. These are full swing.
These ones full chassis, no tyre limitation.
Yep.
It's 6-cylinder, 4-cylinder, rotaries, turbocharged. It's basically bring it and you can run it as long as it fits the safety rules. The other one obviously being Pro Mod, that's for your V8s, whether they're turbo, nitrous, supercharged, whatever it is. We got one of everything this weekend.
Yeah, this is full swing. We call it 10 other names you could call Jambo. One of them, Sandfest.
Yeah, Sandfest 2025.
Full swing nationals. All right, here we go. Let's listen to these guys go all by themselves. Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine, Jezewski and Gadget, Q1.
A lot of smoke in that car for George Jezewski. They haven't really cleared it out too much. Hopefully you can still see where he's going down there. Zoran really taking his time come in. He's got the big chin extender on the front of this car because obviously doesn't have the overhang of a lot of the other cars in terms of the front clip. Remember, it is the wheels that start the timing beams, but it is the essentially front bumper that breaks them at the other end of the racetrack. Both cars in. Oh, Georgie, no, that was close.
Oh, I tell you what, here we go. Zoran Gadget, 607, 244 mile an hour. Oh, boy, put your hands together, folks, for Factory Extreme. 101 for Jezewski off the 60. Look at the button, look off the button. 063, 083 off the Pro Tree. And a great run there. 607. I tell you what, didn't he drive the wheels off that thing? You can see the left-hand front wheels of Zoran in the air, and he's trying to steer it in the air.
It was like a sprint car going out of the corner. But talk about George Jezewski for a minute. That thing it got off the line nicely, but then it just started rattling probably about, 20 feet out off the start line. As soon as it started doing that, it lifted the right-hand side of the car over the centre line. I thought he was going into Zoran's lane at one point there, but he pulled it back pretty well. Let's have a look at the replay now on the live stream presented by Real Street. Keep your eye on the car on the right-hand side of the screen here. As it leaves, picks up the front wheels and then really moves over. It was a lot closer than what it looked from where we were sitting as well. When you have a look at the replay, really late on the chutes for Zoran Gadget as well. He was well into the braking area before the chutes came out. But what a way to kick things off here in Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme.
That's a nice first check there for Zoran, 607. Mr. Lazinski, happy with the 607, Lars? Happy with the 607? Yeah, that's not a bad settler. 244. I can't remember how much speed we've seen out of that thing, but 244 is making some.
Yeah, for something that's got the aerodynamics of a brick. Like that thing is flat on the front. It's flat in the roof. It doesn't cut through the air like a lot of the other cars that we've got here this weekend. Speaking of cars that cut through the air, Fifth and McHale, that thing it looks like a spaceship, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It is just next level.
Well, I mean, when you see George's there in the previous run again, guys just building cars they've always dreamed of owning and finally getting there. You've seen him in Jambos before.
Yeah.
George was famous, was it last year or the year before, that massive fireball out of the white VL. Remember that? There's still a photo
was
around.
in the right-hand lane, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it looked like North Korea had attacked Willowbank Raceway.
Yeah, that was crazy what happened there. That was a big fiery explosion out of that VL. George has regrouped. He's got some unfinished business in the VL world. He wants to be the outright quickest VL in the world, and he's got, I think, a twin-turbo Noonan Hemi going in one as another VL. He's still got the quickest, I think, single cam. He's got single cam records. He's got whatever. 640s, I think, one of his VL runs at 220 plus mile an hour. So he's got a few in the stable. And here's another one. And that state-of-the-art car we just saw was fantastic. And then you look at what Afif's done with his Camry, and that's got a 2JZ deal on it. Now, of course, masterminded by Matux Racing as well, which is an interesting slant.
Yeah, 10 years ago, if I told you there was a 2J coming out of Matux Racing, what would you have said?
Well, we wouldn't believe it. He said, "Are you from the future? Why are you bringing me this information that won't make sense in 2025?" And it's like, well, trust me, all of this has happened.
The lines are getting blurred.
All the time.
There used to be, one shop would specialise in one type of engine. Matux, renowned for their RBs over the years. And, moving into the 2Js, they're making it work, man.
Yeah,
I guess when it comes down to it, an engine is an engine. And if you know what you're doing, you're going to be able to make it go quick.
And history has proven here at this event that gets measured nearly every single year. Everyone's quicker. It's not like we have a year go, everyone's slower this year. That never happens. Everyone's sending it just as hard as they did the year before.
It's the standardised dyno out there, mate. The big black dyno. And that is the racetrack. He's going to be taking on Colin Wilshire this time around in the baby, I guess, of the field, the four-cylinder, the Mitsubishi Eclipse. But let's not take anything away. This thing is super quick in its own right.
It still is one of the top 5 quickest four-cylinder door slammers in the world at 600. And, in the world of boosted four-bangers, we're in amazing times here in 2025 that we've got Mr. Shane Tecklenburg amongst us here, of course, the famous tuner, tuned by Shane T.
I want a sticker.
With that new car, Josh Morrison bought the ex-Techno Toys S15, the quickest SR20 in the world at, I think that's like 620 or 6. So that car's now in Australia. They brought Shane T over to tune that thing. So that four-banger is, I don't know whether... So the thing is, they needed to license the car, so it's whether or not we got it all licensed for him to be able to compete here today. And actually, when you look at the entry list for Thatcher Extreme, it may not even be in there. He might be in Pro Compact because it is a four-banger. So Josh Morrison in his other car, but then we did also have Dominic Maiolo driving the S15. So whether or not we didn't get the licensing done in time, and he's maybe not on the list for that. But Colin chooses, he could, if he wanted to, he could go into Pro Compact and bash everyone up in Pro Compact because legally a four-cylinder car can be in Pro Compact. But to take a four-cylinder into where the 2Js and the 20Bs lived, that just goes to show that the captain...
He likes the challenge.
It's not about the dog in the fight, it's the fight in the dog. So a Billet 4G63, compound turbo. So again, folks, your ticket to come into Jambo this weekend not only gives you this great action on the drag strip, it's also what's happening in the pits. Go down and check out the engineering of these cars in between rounds. Right now...
So for people who don't know, explain what a compound turbo is.
That is basically boosting one turbocharger into the second turbocharger. So if you can't achieve enough sort of boost out of the one turbo, it's boosting into others. And, tractor pulling and stuff like that, when they've needed 100 plus PSI boost, use that to get more compressor map, get more...
and get it up
get more
airflow.
Well. So Collins figured they need to go compound, and they have. That little four-cylinder will ingest 100 plus PSI a boost per run. So that little four-banger is going to have 100 plus in it. Every other car in Factory Extreme is going to have 100 plus PSI in it. There's not too many guys on 50 PSI. Look, Rod Harvey, when he comes out, when he tries to run 560s like he does, that is 100 plus PSI in the 2J of boost. If you were to think 35 years ago, we're sitting here going, and one day someone will run 100 PSI of boost, we would be going, no, go away, future boy.
In their flying car.
Yeah, go away, future boy. It's never going to happen.
No.
Well, guess what? It's happening in 2025. 100 plus PSI, a turbo industry which is revolution, done everything in the last 35 years.
It's enough to make you put your safety squints on when you're
Yep.
watching, isn't it?
Oh,
When
absolutely.
these things are up on the two-step, you're kind of going, is this thing going to go off? But 100 pounds of boost is just insane. But we're firing them up. We're going to get the next two in the beams. The fifth McHale taking on Colin Wilshire. The Garrett Advancing Motion Mitsubishi Eclipse. It's just a mean-looking thing, isn't it, this car?
Let's just let them eat here. Like what I'm trying to do for the stream, people on the stream, is we just let these, because they got really good mics for the cameras, right? So let's just listen. Oh yes, the scream of the 2J, the muffled silence of the compound 4G63.
It makes it quiet,
You
doesn't
can't
it?
hear the thing.
No.
Yeah, no. People always comment about how quiet that car is. Now, look, I know listening to him last night, the captain's got the 7-speed Liberty back in it. And we're talking about 7-speed Liberties last night, so talking to George Raham, I said, George, which one have you got? And he said he's got like number 6, and he said, but the next one for Rodney, that's right, Rodney's got one.
Yeah.
Rodney's is number 12. So we're not saying there's 100 7-speed Liberties in the world, but guess what? Here in Australia, there's about 3 or 4 in the top 12 7-speeds are in Australia.
7-speed?
7-speed in the 4-cylinder. Guess who's got a 7-speed in the pack flagship? They've got a brand new 7-speed in the RX-9.
I'd love to know what the time... Like, no, you're never going to get it out of anybody, but what's the timing? Is how quickly are they shifting?
You need to listen to one by itself to really appreciate it. So the world's quickest 4-cylinder, the Brunette brothers, right? They've got a 10-speed Liberty, and you hear it on the 582 when it ran a 582. It's gear, gear, gear. There's 3 gears about 100 foot out. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and it's still punching gears through the finish line. Guess what I heard last night? Liberty's doing a 12-speed for the Brunettes. So the Liberty are looking at a 12-speed gearbox in the future. There's a 7-speed for the 4-cylinder. All right, let's have a listen. Let's just let them go down here. Factory Extreme Q1. And of course the captain's got a clutch pedal. Oh, that's rattling the hell out of it. The captain's going to go back. They're both going back for a pedal in a race situation. The captain had put on the win light, 703, 219 out of the 4-cylinder on the pedal.
Now, just have a look at the tractor tyre marks for the fifth McHale. They started shaking when he launched the car. He didn't get out of it till about 250 feet out off the start line. That's about as close as you can go to driving through it without having to pedal it. And you know why he doesn't want to pedal it. Doesn't want to get out of the throttle. But from where we're sitting here, you can actually see the marks on the racetrack. That was violent tyre shake.
Yeah, they were both swinging for the moon there. And the big tyre on the 4-cylinder got just as viciously bashed by the 2-litre engine as it did the 3-litre engine.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say some of these guys, the ones that are shaking really bad, I actually think they might be underestimating the racetrack.
I think they can send a lot here.
I think they can take everything, including the kitchen sink, and throw it, and it'll probably stick. To blow the tyres off is going to be pretty tricky on this racetrack. That being said, a couple of Sydney guys rolling up to the line now. It is Frank Tarabay in the Toyota Camry taking on Rob Margin. The Nissan with the RB power plant. This thing is, it is just wicked.
It's called Zeus for a reason. It's one of
God of Thunder.
The God of Thunder. It's a full-sized R35. It's not a scaled-down version. There is talk that there's another one coming that's all scaled down. This was built by SCF Race Cars in Sydney, one of the very best in the business, the Burns family. Burnsy's a busy boy this weekend. Looking at the suspension, and of course the Burns sons, both boys, the Burns boys can also be on them. So everyone's on the suspension, everyone's on the tuning. Of course, C&V Performance in the far lane for Frank Tarabay. Look at that. That's Anthony Matukian having a talk to Frank in there, making sure everything's A-OK.
Now, on Zeus, if you're looking at this thing and, how cool is that? They put a carbon wrap on the car. No, that is the carbon fibre body with the clear over the top of it. It is a work of art, this car.
This is the ex-Mastermind car, the ex-Lizzie Music King Kong car, the Stratus. We're going to go a double 6-banger bump in here. 2JZ versus the mighty RB. Let's let the 6-banger sing here.
race on our hands here.
Wow, 590 side by side fives, 590, 593. Factory Extreme, folks, put your hands together.
251 out of Frank Tarabay.
Oh, wow.
251.25.
Wow.
That is hauling.
251, tail of the tape. We didn't get the 60s, we didn't get the short times.
Quick.
Quick, side by side. 590s in Factory Extreme. How good did that look? People's minds are blowing.
All right,
they should be.
The benchmark has been set.
Yeah.
Now, we know what to expect. We've still got plenty more cars set to roll out, including this one. Paul Mahaya taking on Sam Apcal in the RX-8. Now, Paul Mahaya, although this car doesn't look like it, it's one of the older cars in the field. Done a lot of laps, so that means they've got a lot of data on this thing.
And you know what? Joe drove that for so many years, and he now just seems to be more content to just mastermind the whole operation. And you know what? Who would you choose to put in a car like that? None other than Mr. Paul Mahaya.
Well, if it's got wheels, he can drive it. He can even drive some things without wheels. He's big in jet skis.
Well, you know, even having Shane T here with us yesterday afternoon, and he goes, man, that Mahaya is a machine.
Yeah, he can drive.
Well, not only what he does driving, but just all over the prep and tuning of all the pro mod stuff as well. Like, Mahayat's across door cars, period.
Yeah.
And to steer an input car, he doesn't get less of a buzz. No, he's driven pro mods to 550s, 275 mile an hour, but he hops in this thing and he gives it everything it needs.
Up until very recently, he still had the record for the quickest blown car in Australia.
Yep.
With I think it was a 556 off the top of my head. He's a two-time Australian door slammer champion. Dude can drive. It's just a matter of making sure that he's got the horse underneath him, and that car out of gas racing, that is a horse. That's a thoroughbred right there. Sam Apcal, probably a little bit underpowered coming into this one with the rotor, but that being said, he's still going to give it a red hot crack.
20B versus 2J, Factory Extreme.
Again, it was right on the edge of going up in smoke. Not Joe Signorelli, for Paul Mahaya there, 657, 208 miles per hour and a 10.18 for Sam Apcal. Bit of muscle memory there, seeing that car and calling it Joe Signorelli.
Yeah, no, it was very, very good little flashback there. 102 to the 60 for Mahaya, but yeah, it sort of got a little bit out of hand a little bit later on, and did have to do a little pedal. Look, a 57, still not a bad number, 208 out the back door, and like Colin didn't miss the opportunity to get back on a pedal and get a number, because when you go racing tomorrow, you might have to do that once or twice. These cars are so highly powered, they're so highly unpredictable as well.
Now, I've got another question for you. There is another benchmark that's on the table, and that's the first 5-second rotary in Australia.
Yeah,
Could
that's
it happen?
right.
Could it happen?
It very
Do
well
we
could.
dare dream?
Yeah.
We've got enough good ones here this weekend. It could be the weekend.
Shagger's already saying can you get everyone to slow down the incremental so we can hear the incrementals? He wants the numbers. He wants the short time, Shagger. But they're rolling them a little too fast for us upstairs to sometimes give you that.
We're never the quickest ones.
Well, you might have to look out. You might have to look out there and I'll look here, Rusty. Maybe we can catch a couple. Maybe we can catch some feelings.
So Archie Kajeski now in the speed flow lane, the lane closest to the camera. That is Sam Sadek in that absolutely insane 26B. Yes, that's right. It is a quad rotor in that car, and they haven't quite got on top of this combination yet, but when they do, it's going to be quick.
Where else in the world would you put a quad rotor into a Camaro Pro Mod? Well, only in Australia, really. Now, look, he's having trouble. The quad father's having trouble trying to get reverse here.
Quad father, I like it.
I think that's what he's got on the top of the windscreen of the car. Because it sums it up. I like the quad father.
Yeah.
So the thing's running, but it's just looking for gears.
Now, I don't know. I'm not sure of the transmission setup that he's got in this car, but they can be, the converter cars can be particularly tricky to try and get into reverse.
There we go. Okay.
And it's if you don't drive the cars all the time, it can be a little bit of a.
He's doing the George Raham.
He's got the George. Well, he's out of the backstage.
Yeah.
So.
All right, there we go. Now he's trying not to hold Archie up too much more here. Look at Archie's young fella, old Felix out the front there. Look at the frizz. He got Dad's frizzy hair.
I was going to say.
Felix Kieski out the front. We had Pete Raham, the young junior before.
He's rolled it in deep there.
Archie,
He's
got,
really, really
he's
deep.
got time. You've got time, Archie. You've got time to go back if you want. He's all the way deep.
Yeah.
He's all the way deep. Any little bring up of the throttle there, I mean, he's got to have some front brake pressure on that. It's got one bulb, the bottom bulb, the wrong bulb to have on.
Yeah, if that thing rocks, it's going to go red.
Yeah.
So, Sam Sadek not far away. He'll bump it in, bring it in.
He's got it anyway. He's out there. He's got it. Archie's going to get something. Sam's going to get it. I tell you what, he's been giving it its head. 7:12 for Archie, got through. I tell you what, 6:92 Sadecki got there eventually. They both ran 4:63 at half track, by the way.
6:92 with a couple of pedals. There's a lot of smoke out of the car in the deep end. A lot of smoke out of the deep end.
I don't know which one it was.
It was, I'm pretty sure it was, Quadfather, Sam Sadek.
Well, that's a lot of rotors on the back off down there. We had 7 rotors going down through there at that stage. 7 rotors in one go. There's going to be a bit of smoke. That's one thing we learned about these engines early on in the pieces. They do like a little bit of smoke on them. That's a lot of what they call running premix in the fuel too. A lot of them is that you've actually got to run that oil in the fuel. That actually helps during combustion actually leave a little bit of that oil residue, which helps you actually lubricate the rotary engine. If you don't know what one looks like when they come apart, they do rely on that that little bit of chemical lubrication through the premix, and that's why they smell fantastic.
They do.
Methanol burning ones with that oil premix. It is like a glorified 2-stroke go-kart engine, you know, from the old Castrol days, the R additive. So you need that in the rotor. So yes, there will be a little bit of smoke. We're looking at the replay here. So Archie got out, like he's lucky to hold that thing in stage.
Yeah, and it left with absolutely no boost on board either. Sam Sadek had about half a dozen pedals. It picked up the front wheels. It came down. There was a little bit of smoke, and then there was a lot of smoke further down. That was what got my attention. The little bit of smoke's to be expected, but it was when there was a lot of smoke. It was almost like there might have been a lock brake or a pinched front brake or something like that. Now, let's have a look at the qualifying list as it stands at the moment. Rob Margin, number 1 with a 5.90. Frank Tarabay did it alongside Rob Margin. He's number 2 with a 5.93. Zoran Gajic in number 3 with a 6.07. Then it's a bit of a gap back to his teammate Paul Mahayat with a 6.57. Sam Sadek, the last of the 6-second runners in the field, followed by Colin Wilshire, Archie Kajeski, Afif McHale, Sam Afkal and George Jasevsky. But we got another, I think it was another 6 or 7 cars left to come in this field, including these two. And that is Sadek version 2, Jay Sadek in the Mazda 3. He's going to take on Rod Harvey. Sounds angry, doesn't it?
Yeah, 20B on the property, billet by pack. Pretty much the quickest factory extreme car we've got in this part of the world. From Pakuranga in New Zealand, Rod Harvey.
Is that Chris Kermola's new car?
Yes, that's the Regoli one.
Wow.
Yeah. Single cam out of the street car in it.
Love it.
Just for learning, just for
Love
help.
it.
Rod Harvey, here he is. The Yuasa batteries, great sponsor, been on board for a while with the Harvey family. The kids are still in juniors, not for much longer. Rod's still got this car, the amazing car. He of course got Benny Bray, looks after the car while when Rod goes back to New Zealand. The car's lucky enough to stay with Team Bray. And Jay Sadek from Elderslie in New South Wales, Sadek Motor Group, the big car dealership, the Sadek dealership. He's a mega dealer in Sydney, Sam. Yeah. Mega car dealer in Sydney. Sadek Motor Group. I was telling Shane T yesterday, early photos of a Sadek car yard was selling all rotaries, in the 90s, 80s and maybe 90s. Sadek's car yard was all rotors.
One of his businesses years ago was a rotary hire car
business. You could hire a rotor.
You could go and hire one of his RX3s.
Yeah, he loves it. All right, Rod Harvey. He's got a clutch pedal still in this car as well. I don't think he'll ever change Rod because that's the quickest one in the world, Natty Racing, 5.54 with a clutch. Wow. So, the secret can still be in that clutch cam.
Oh, he's very deep. He's left with the red on, but he'll still get it time. He's driving it. Had to pedal it a couple of times. He'll be across the line with 6.19. Oh. And Jay Sadek has a really good look at the PRP sign down there. And he will not record any kind of a representative time here, but a 6.19, considering the pedals, and 2.51. Look at the speed.
Yeah, 2.51.
2.51.91. I think that's top speed so far.
It was a 117 in the 60, half track, 422, 194 at half track, and then all that 2J power, 251 out the back.
Oh, I love it.
That
love
is
it.
hauling.
All right, here's a guy that was having a crack yesterday, Chris Kuramola's new car from Diggers Rest in Victoria. I do believe it is the ex-Rigoli team that had the RB in it. Oh, Sticks has made it up. We got Kristen Kalixakis down there from Quick Bits. He told me he was coming up to, well, he was remote tuning it yesterday from the business down south. He's flowing up here to tune it on site. And here's the pack flagship beside. So the CK flagship, here it is, Nissan through and through. So what would you do to go factory extreme? Take a big step up. But it has got a single cam RB in it.
So if this was Rigoli's old car, what's Rigoli doing these days?
Oh, he might be taking a rest.
Yeah. They're always a tough team out of Sydney.
Now, Georgie won't be happy with that burnout. Not a Q1 for Jambo. So, Georgie, you got plenty of time. Chris Caramola, you got plenty of time here, mate, because Georgie's not finished with his traditional jam. That's how sticky the track is.
No need to rush.
Yeah, you don't even probably need a skid because this track is so sticky.
Yeah.
7 speeds in there, Georgie. You can use 4 or 5 in the burnout. Let's go. Let's have a listen.
He's getting some pretty aggressive hand signals down there from the
Yeah,
crew.
get him on the other side of the water. Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Georgie Rahaya we know. Put your hands together for the pack flagship, the RX-9. Bill at 20. Yeah, all of that. All of that.
Love it.
Clutch pedal in the car again. It's a 7-speed Liberty. They went 30. They went 2 630s yesterday here. They're nearly on the handle here. I don't know what's going to happen right now, but they went like a 102 twice with the car, and it loved it. Let's see what happens today. Caramola again, virtually brand new in the car. How good does the CK 370Z look?
That red is absolute.
Is that Sticks? Little big Sticks walking around there, all 6'6" of him. Having a look in that lane behind. Michael Kalixakis. Sticks and Matuk shaking hands down there. These are the who's who of the scene, hey, absolutely. All states of the nation are here. Our best tuners, our best teams. One of our best crowds for a while. Have a look at that out there right now. Filling up the place. Factory Extreme! They deserve that, I thought.
All right, so Kermola's just sitting outside the beams at the moment. He's waiting for Georgie to bring on the top bulb, which he's now done. And I reckon there's a good chance you're not going to see Kermola stage first here. I reckon he's going to wait for George. Oh no, he goes in, so he's brought it up. Had the tyre a little bit, but George drove through it. That's a nice pass.
Yeah, that'll do. 665, 210 mile an hour, 110 in the 60. Caramola, 106 in the 60.
And
Yep.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I reckon it would pay to pull the replay up on that one from the braking area camera, because George had a big moment as the chutes came out.
Is that right?
As the chutes came out. But there's also a block dislodged down there. I think that was from the parachutes.
Yeah, parachutes had knocked the blocks off a few times yesterday as well. So we will see if we can get a replay up of that run. But that moment, that crescendo moment in a factory extreme pair when the bulbs are on, both bulbs, and that second bulb's coming, and you know hell's about to be unleashed.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what, we'll do it with Pro Mod, we'll do it with Pro Compact, we're going to do it with all these guys. This heads-up Pro Tree Instant is the cream of a drag racing start. Here's the replay. Let's have a look. Georgie rolls in after Chris.
Yeah, it was right as the chutes came out for George Raham. As the chutes came out, the car pitched to the right-hand side and just got really, really loose there. It pinched pinched the front brake and just sort of shot back across the racetrack.
You can see that reflector cube out there. Whether that was that's the 1,000-footer or so. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. So
I don't think it was George. I think it was Chris Kermola that got it with the chutes.
Can we replay from that angle and see exactly? I want to know exactly who
tagged it.
Cubes have rights too, you know.
Report to the principal's office.
Yeah, that's a bit of anti-cube behaviour there.
We won't stand for anti-cube behaviour.
No, they got abused enough yesterday. You know what? Not only are they getting knocked over by the parachutes, that blowing Mercedes guy last night decides to run over about 3 of them with a wheelie.
Oh, dum.
So he crushed them with a 69 Mercedes last night. The poor little.
There wouldn't have been a lot left.
Now, for those people that don't know what those are out in the middle there, so you can see, okay, first of all, if you know where the Christmas tree is, you can see it right there. 60 foot out, you can see that little foam block. That's our 60-foot timers. Our overtaking lane start line camera is right in front of it. So when you see cars leave that start line to 60 foot, some of these guys last night were going sub 1 second. There were that many 0.9 60 foots here last night. So that's the first cube. So that has to be made out of foam, because we don't want vehicles to hit a solid object. Of course, then down further you see the 330 foot. Again, these are traditional drag racing increments, right? And you know, a long time ago, you never got a half track, you got an ET and that was it.
I've got a theory, right, to stop people from hitting cones.
Yep.
We fill up one cone with concrete, but we don't tell the drivers which one it is.
Yeah, oh, okay, right.
So that way...
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. So you'll know if you get it, but your best bet's probably just stay off the centre line. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, that's one of them solid. You guess which one it is.
Yeah.
No, it's not something that we want to do. But what happens is, when the parachutes come out early, sometimes the chute will come out and blossom and pull a cube off. They're normally stuck down with a bit of silicone.
A bit of Sikaflex or something like that.
Yeah, a bit of Sikaflex, and that just holds them in position. Cars with the dump pipes, the turbocharger dump pipes out the side of the car can sometimes blow one away.
Yeah.
If you're too close, like if you're nudging the centre line.
Keep in mind the Sikaflex also has to have enough time to dry. We've seen that over the years, where it's tumbled across the racetrack and then just let big gobs of silicon across the racetrack as well, which that's no good.
That's no good, considering that we've just glued this track ready for...
There are some tracks that actually have magnets glued down to the racetrack as well. So you just literally put the magnet down and it's a pretty quick job to just change them over.
That might be worth looking as an idea. I always thought Velcro, if you had a big patch of Velcro, you could do the same thing.
Yeah, quite possible.
You know what I mean? Like when you look at the diameter of them, they're probably 250 sides there, nearly 10 inches in 10 inches square. So I reckon 10 inches square of Velcro would be enough to... Well, actually, you know what? Velcro might be a bit too strong. You see a guy clean a cone up, the Velcro
just leaves a tunnel up in the middle of the car.
The Velcro didn't rip, so that little reflector had to go back. Now, of course, we need those to send the light beams or the laser beams back from the side of the track. So when the cars break through those beams, the reflector sends it back, triggers the timing system. That's what everyone gets on, not only on our screen, which is all the increments for the run, but the time slip. So important for every competitor here. You can't tell me, if we said to all these guys, oh, you won't get time slips this weekend, there's no time, we wouldn't have all these guys here.
No.
They chase time slips. I know there's a whole lot of things like no prep, no time. Talking to Shane T yesterday, he doesn't like no time. He says the time slip hides no lies.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. No stories.
No stories. The time slip hides no lies. You are only as fast as your time slip will tell you. Tell you what, I've not seen Peter Anastas before in this RX-8, but I am likey.
It's got the Queen Street up the side of it, so obviously it's got a bit of pedigree there. He's going to take on Jason Both, the New South Wales Fire Detection Mazda.
Car attack on the front little plate there. All right, so Peter Anastas into factory stream. What a debutante.
It's a very unique looking car, this, isn't it?
It's got Queen Street on the side, so black, gold. Two of their favourite colours.
Yeah. It's pretty much standard issue these days.
All right, now Both is coming through now. Jason Both, he had horrible testing yesterday. Nothing wanted to behave itself.
This car, what did he call this car, the Joker?
I think he did, yeah, no.
I like race cars with names. Yeah. It's something we need to bring back. There's a few out there that still got it, but
well, Joker, because it is that purple colour, and that he wore a purple hat, the Joker, in all the Batman in the Batman movie, so you can see why it's called Joker. It almost does. All right, so they're setting him. The thing won't get gears. There's something that's like, look, he's missed the call. He's missed the call to do the run. The thing would not run.
I think the official's saying you didn't come when you called, but to me that seems like a pretty harsh call, because Peter Anastas is still backing up.
It was about being, what we said in the driver's briefing today, it's about being ready when you come out of that lane. So when you come out, if it's putting on fire suits and safety gear out here,
that's not
that's too late. So whether or not that's happened, because it was all about making sure that you were ready to run when you rolled out. And maybe he just, Anastas was ready. You know what I mean? They were called at the same time. Anastas was out there, and he's been waiting nearly 2-3 minutes. So Botha's just missed that cut. They were ready to run. They got it all organised then, but that's a learning experience. They'll be back.
How good do the gold beadlocks look on this thing?
Yeah,
and they're not just painted either. Have a look at the reflection on the overtaking lane stream. Presented by Real Street.
Got Pete Rahayam there at the door, of course, Rocky's son. He'll be in Pro Compact shortly. Patrick Stewie just about to finish the last run of Q1 for them. Anastas. Oh, okay. Track time only. There won't be any time slip for that, so that will be down as officially this. He'll get the same result as Botha, and that's nothing.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's the one thing he'll get from that. And that, look, got to the start line, had the one bulb on. That bump infringement that we've seen a million times already today means that, look, he'll roll down. There won't be a time slip. He's going to have to hold that in stage, run it in the next session. And same for Botha. He's just going to have to, I suppose, be up and ready to roll and be in the water you would prefer, you would think before your opponent in the next next pairing. They're not opponents here today. They're just all qualifying together. They're fellow competitors today. Tomorrow they're opponents. So when you see them side by side today, they're co-competitors. No one's against each other yet. It's just all quali. And we're going to continue now with Pro Turbo. Now, this is a good Class 2. There's a bit of piston versus rotor in here. Mind you, there's a 2J versus an RB out there. And you know where the RB is, but that's a 2J in that RX-7. And it's old 6 Degree Eddie Howick.
Good old Eddie has run a personal best this year. Got it down to, I think it was in the 620s. It was a 626 or somewhere like that. This is out in Adelaide. He's been all around the countryside with this car, really knocking out some good runs. But this car really knocking out some low 6-second runs. He's up against Jason Payne, who is always at the pointy end of this field, always in Pro Turbo.
Yeah, it's a 3.2 RB in that R32 door car. It's got a twin. Dom Mialo from ProTech and Victoria's got a very similar full tube, rear wheel drive, super stock / Nelly Pro mod, more super stock style. He's run in super comp with this car as a double D API IA ABCD LGBTQ. He's running
very successfully
in
as well,
class.
just quietly.
Yeah, so both automatic transmission equipped, both I think 3-speed autos, both packing thousands of horsepower of boosted 6-banger. I'm going to let these two 6-bangers bump in by themselves here as well.
I do love the passion out of Jason Payne. A couple of years ago, I think it was, maybe 2 years, he put the thing in the wall early on in Jambo. I think it might have been in testing. Came back, the front end was taped up, it had aluminium holder together, it was colour-coded tape. I think he came out and won the meeting from
You're going to get the billet J somehow, mate.
Yeah, 100%. The commitment cannot be questioned.
Brilliance or Bradbury or something in between. Oh, two big cents here from Eddie. Off the throttle early, 7.04 for him, 6.96 for Payne, 1.11 in the 60 for the RX-7, but half track 4.55, Payne half track 4.46. But yeah, no, not off that mid to low 6-second performance there for Eddie.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of head scratching going on. I saw Paul Mahey walk away, and he kind of, I think he knows what's wrong, but he just wasn't real happy with the run. So 7.04. It was sort of hiking the front end. You know, they just get that little bit of a torque twist up on them, and they pick that front left wheel up. But moving on to the next pair, it is going to be Aaron Strong, and he's scheduled to take on Ben Slaughter in the Supra, but it doesn't look like Ben Slaughter's going to be able to fire down there. There's a lot of activity inside the car. Aaron Strong, he'll go through his burnout procedure and get himself ready, because really that's all he's in control of, and there's a lot of activity going on in that car for Ben Slaughter. So the Valent Holt Supra.
And you know what, this is the sort of stuff that got Botha before. When you're scheduled to pair up, that was always in the briefing as well, which would have been down in their scrutineering shed, in the down the bottom, is that, you know, be ready when you're towing up. When you're in the lane sitting there, there's a good chance you should just be in the suit ready to come. Issue, and then all you need is that little niggling issue right now that's going to wash away Q1 for this guy. And I guess Benny's going to have to come back in the next session.
And there's also one way to avoid it, and that's started up in the staging lanes. Just make sure it's all good, because that's exactly what I can see the direct clutch car has done down there, Jerry.
All right, Aaron Strong from Mount Louisa, early days of rotary racing. Looking to bang gears, and he's not banging them. 809, 173 mile an hour, gets through it. Got a clutch in that thing. I might have driven through it a little bit there. But Aaron Strong from the traditional, remember the old Cannon Strong motors? Well, that is the Strong. That is the Strong part of Cannon Strong.
Right.
And would you believe there's even a replica, well, the original Twang, which is an original rotary super sedan from North Queensland, getting rebuilt, and the original Twang Mazda's not too far away from coming out. So a bit of rotary drag car history getting reborn. And it's good to see young Aaron Strong in there, keeping the Strong name going in Jambo history. You can take some time off, but you always
come back.
You can never leave.
Yeah, old drag races never leave. So next up, it is going to be Jerry Keel in the Direct Clutch Services Mazda.
He's taking a break from Thatcher Extreme. Thought he'd get away from all of those 2Js and RPs.
Realistically, this car probably more suited to Pro Turbo than Factory Extreme. It's a very similar sort of car to what we see out of Eddie Howard. In the other lane, it is Justin Cook, the Horsepower Solutions Chevy S10. How good do these things look? They're a good-looking car.
It's been a few years since Woods had the car out. Justin Cook, 2JZ in that S10, and it's been a good few years off for Juzza. He's got himself another 2JZ all prepped in that car. I think it's got a power glider, a 3-speed in it. Beside him, Jerry Kell, well, he would never have a torque converter in the car. His business every day is clutches, Mr. Direct Clutch himself. So yeah, Jerry supplying clutches for the world, it seems, down there in the little shop at Albion. And Justin Cook helps, of course, with Justin Simpson and all their Kenda prep whenever we go anywhere. He's one of the guys on there with the Simo's Army.
Is this an ex-Pro Stock truck?
I think it could be.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the style of it, and it just reeks of that Pro Stock truck from the late 90s, early 2000s, the style of it. Good looking car.
Yeah, just that little bit of rear wheelie bar tweak. Crumsy on the wheelie bar. I think we've got Paulie out the front there, you can see. All right, so his first hit in anger, I think, is booked in for a test day Wednesday, Thursday, but of course they got canned. But if you're not in for Friday, you weren't getting in. All right, Pro Turbo Q1, 2J, 20B, helmet down, ready to let the button go here. Justin Cook, I think he just wants to put 2 bulbs on and get one down. 7 seconds. Well, he just knocked the tyre off it there to Jerry Kill. Half track there for Juzza. 499, and that'll do for now. 806. That'll do for now as a settler. 806 at 136. But yeah, Jerry on the tyre, hassling it early. Trying to get that 20B horsepower down. Did not work that time. Good thing we got 3 quali sessions to do it. And we can't always promise perfection with every pairing. We cannot ever offer, no one can offer that in drag racing. Perfection every pairing. Perfection sometimes take a few practice runs to see, and you need to stay into the last epic run of tomorrow, folks, because you are going to see epic stuff. This is just a taste. This is still Q1 for everyone.
Yep.
This is Q1. It's a lot to take in, Rusty.
How good does VL God look? I mean, this car has been around. This is one of those iconic cars that we talk about at Jambo. It's been around forever. Anthony Matuk can drive the wheels off it. This is what made his name, this car.
All right, we got, is that Sammy beside him in the second car? Oh, put your hands together for the VL God. He wants another burnout trophy.
It's got to be Sunday, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be in racing.
It's got to be in racing.
But he does that just to remind everyone why he's got so many billet J's, just for the burnout alone. The man can do it. The man can steer, and of course that mass. I can't believe it was this year, Rusty, but when he crashed the Don down there in Sydney, walked himself back up the return road, gathered his thoughts, hopped in this thing and went like 662 or something.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Wasn't that a moment? Like honestly, if we were to do a Drive to Survive version of Jamboree, like a Netflix thing, that would have been a to be continued, and then it's like, dude, 20 minutes later, the man hops in this thing.
Well, with all the replays that they would have shown, it would have been gone for an episode in itself, the crash.
Yeah.
But yeah, to see him jump back in, it shows that he's one of these guys that can just absolutely compartmentalise what he needs to do. He's got tuning Anthony, driving Anthony, and then everything else that goes along with being Anthony Matuk. And you know, the fans, everyone wants a piece of him at these type of events. But once he gets in this car, pulls a helmet on, he is absolutely all business.
Maybe we should have got the Netflix executives here to say, do you think you can find enough drama in a series here and it's going to happen? Let the guy go by himself. Let's have a look here. VL God. It's his own series, pretty much. Oh, no. Well, no. You know what? He hadn't quite done it. What are we going to do? What are we going to do if he can back that up? He didn't quite get the bulbs. Royce, I hope Royce doesn't want to break the bad news to him.
Yeah.
It'd be easier.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. He's just telling him to go. Just go now. Go now, the tree. Go now, the tree. No, Royce is saying, no, we didn't throw nothing. Hopefully, if that's the case, nothing's gone to default yet. No red lights, no nothing.
No. Now, I think what he's saying, he's putting me in the beans.
No, he's a little bit of leniency happened there. Now, look, in any other situation, it would be, you're out of there this round. But, you know, lucky enough the tree didn't throw. If the tree threw, he'd be in trouble. We just got to get it in. Okay, there we go. Oh, come out of gear there too, I think. Come out of gear there too.
There was a couple of stabs at it, and it definitely was free revving. So Anthony not going to record any kind of representative time.
Damn it. He wanted it bad too. That thing was going to absolutely haul. But we've seen the man come back from that little, and sometimes it happens, Q1 especially. He come back from that, and you know, tomorrow he'll be back in the groove. Jambo does that. It will give you these light and shade moments. If you got epic every run, you'd all be so exhausted, you'd go home going, my God, I think I've already seen enough. I do think this event is very guilty of overwhelming people, that you can't take in the awesomeness in one day. There's so much awesomeness in the one day. But we want you to live it out today, live it out tomorrow, because someone's going to deserve those J's. And you want to see how they win it, you've got to be here to see how it all ends up.
I can't believe that we're only part-way through the first qualifying session of Pro Turbo. We've still got Pro Compact, Pro Mod, and the GDR Shootout left to come here in this first session of Professional. And then we've obviously go into the J315, J275, and then back around for the second qualifiers of all our other categories. So it's certainly shaping up to be a day here at Jambo. And then we move to J Day tomorrow. It is a day where we get to hand out all of the Billet J trophies, and I know you take great pleasure in that. You take great pride in handing out those Billet Js.
I do, mate. I know how much these people deserve. I'm the one that gets there, especially when we watch their story over the 2 days to even get there, and how sometimes the twist comes in E1, E2 tomorrow. He's just having trouble getting this thing in gear, having trouble with this.
So who have we got here? This is Isaac Afkal. Okay.
Isaac?
Yeah. So I think this is the car.
Oh, Isaac. I'll be saying Sammy. Now it's Isaac. Izzy. This is a young guy. I think he's like 20 or 21.
We saw it on the wheel there. Now, this is the car that Jason Eck learned to drive on, if I'm not
That's
mistaken.
right, exactly.
So it's got some pedigree. Jay was one of those guys. I was there when he first started licensing that car, and Sam was the best teacher to teach Jay how to drive that car, because he went out and the thing would go to the 60 foot, he'd go to the 60 foot, go to the 60 foot. Did it 3 or 4 times, went, okay, now you're ready to go a little bit further. He'd take it out to about 200 feet. And it was all incremental. It wasn't just jump in it and go and hang on at the other end of the racetrack. And by the time he got to the point that he was going all the way to the finish line, he was so confident in the way that the car was handling. And you see how well he's doing now.
Yeah, it's crazy. You need to start somewhere. And Isaac, I know that he's driven some of Sammy's cars, but this is a fair amount to take on as a young bloke. But here he is going to give it a go. Got to get this thing in the stage, just get this thing in. He's got to get an ET here.
I heard you describe these Pro Compact or Pro Turbo style cars as the modern day fuel alters, and you're absolutely right. I used to call them that all the time because they're short wheelbase, they've got a pretty high centre of gravity, they move around, but they've got bulk horsepower. These things can go.
All right, Isaac, just cop the tree, get down that track, mate. He was learning this yesterday. Got to light this thing up. Yep, just got to get it down. Off he goes. Power up. He will get an ET there, but Isaac Afcal, that is a hell of a lot of car. Once that thing comes up on boost, it will be an absolute weapon. It'll be right in that sort of 6-second zone where we know we saw young Jay put it through, but Isaac, actually, Sammy can tell us how old Isaac is. He's pretty young. Young fella, getting a grip. All right, so that is Pro Turbo all done. Guess what we have after Pro Turbo? That was, of course, Long Boost Pro Turbo. This is McKern Pro Compact. It is that time of year. I've got to go and book my appointment with Mr. Damien McKern, my accountant, for a long time. Humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Damien McKern. They've worked hard to build a personal and confident approach to working with their clients. Well over 30 accountants and advisors, deeply committed to growing their skills and knowledge. They can apply this to their clients' business. Damien's always employed people that he wants to be smarter than him, and he's pretty smart cooking himself. So how smart's that to want people smarter than him to work for him? And it's a great team, and McKern, great sponsors. Pro Compact time, 2-rotor, 4-cylinder only.
That's what we're talking about.
Let's get the little engines out here now, eh? The little engines, big impact. Here they come, Pro Compact. Here we go, so Pro Compact.
Rockets are full-bodied, pro-stock style, rear-wheel drive race cars. You can only have a 4-cylinder or a 2-rotor on board. It's heads-up racing, low 7s to high 6-second ETs expected. And the quickest ET so far is 6:48 from Rodney Rahane.
Yes, indeed. And out there right now, Peter Rahame, of course, the nephew of Rodney, son of Rocky. And El Chebo had to do an engine change last night. It blew out an exhaust insert out of the housing. So that's not a thing you can repair on the engine. So a bullet, they had a bullet in that thing before 11 o'clock. I think they fired it all back up. Didn't two-step until this morning. Went back to the motel, got some sleep, and did it all this morning. Just when we're trying to do the driver's briefing.
How many spares do they bring with them? Pack performance?
I reckon there's a couple. I reckon there's a couple of 13Bs laying around in the pack trailer. I reckon there'd be a few little 2-rotors for Pete. He'd have to probably have built them himself, which, again, I think he said his first engine he built when he was about 9, right? So as a 9-year-old, he was building rotaries in the family workshop in the engine room.
When that's the family business and you've got nothing better to do, well, you may as well learn how to build engines.
You should see him all over it.
Lee Doherty with the new colour scheme on that car as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, here we go. Pro Compact, first session. Early click there for Pete just to check everything out. 773. Half track was 474. Lee Doherty 852 all up, but not a full swing by anyone just there. That track did catch Peter out again. It bogged it down again a little bit yesterday. But here it is. Now look at some of our names coming up on our rotary entrance here for Pro Compact. Rotors everywhere there. Lee Doherty, Ben Palmer, Anthony DeQuino, Yihad Afcal, Chris Hall, Anthony DeQuino. Moose is in there.
Oh, Moose is here.
Yep, Simon Ionu, Ahmad, Marcus Pepe, Tony with El Squirrel. Look at the ETs, 6'9", 6'4", 6'5", 7'6". There's some good stuff out there performance-wise. Other ones, Josh Morrison, Sam Kiprios and Fred Karam.
No, Freddie got the, I think the S15 up with the Cosworth in it to come in this field as well. So not a lot of piston engine in here. Traditionally in Australia, it's been a lot to do with those 13Bs, and Pro Compact is just absolutely full of those 13Bs. But we do have little 4-cylinders like our 3RZ powered Starlet here. Yes, that Shane T tuned S15 if it turns up, of course, the ex-Techno Toys car. The well, again, whether he did enough for licensing yesterday, that was the secret about whether or not that car got signed off from yesterday. Ideally, having Wednesday, Thursday to do it would have helped, but because, you know, that learning curve got a bit steeper just because we had only yesterday to do all the testing for the people that booked it.
Yeah, the schedule condenses a little bit when the weather gets involved, unfortunately.
We had a waiting list for testing that you know, no one was really giving up their test spot yesterday. But yeah, this is one of the only not too many 4-cylinders in the field. Kip was telling me that car's essentially pretty well new from the drive shaft back. It's now got a 9-inch in it. It did have a 12-bolt in that thing. But again, I think the car came that way. Look, especially if you had anything come from Puerto Rico, you know, like Starlets, there's a million Starlets, there's a million Datsun 1200s in Puerto Rico. So yeah, maybe 12-bolt diffs were more popular.
I guess it's whatever
in those
you
cars.
can get your hands on. You know?
The 12-bolt Chevy diff is what we're talking about. For those people that don't know, it's basically there's a cover on the back of that differential. It's got 12 bolts in it.
We're very imaginative with how we describe things, aren't we?
Well, earlier you could have the 10-bolt, and you could only get so much horsepower out of a 10-bolt Salisbury diff, and then you get the 12-bolt diff. So that was the Chevy's version of a tough diff. Of course, then now it's got a Ford 9-inch in it, and it's pretty well bulletproof from there backwards. That is a great little 3RZ powered Starlet, one of only a small amount of 4-cylinders in this category this weekend. The rest made up with some of the baddest two-rotor stuff we've seen anywhere. And just to breed this class to the level that it is mind-blowing, considering the entry list for these guys. So Pro Compact, we're obviously having a little check downstream is why we're...
Check, 1, 2, check.
Little check downstream. Hey, speaking of check 1, 2, just about 12 o'clock, of course, Terry had to go down and go to the main stage. It's the first time in a long time for Jambo that I didn't have to go down to the stage and do the Babe Comp.
Terry got to do it. Why does this never get offered to me?
Well, you could go down, and I think that...
I volunteer every year, and every year I'm told, no, the judge said you can't go near those people.
That is a true observation. I have heard you not only bring that up before, but whinge about it. So that's good that you brought that up. And look, you know what? The noisiest wheel gets the grease. We'll see what we can do as far as in the future. Hey, Rusty wants that stage gig. You know what you got to do when you get down? You got to rev all the crowd up and get out there and, you know, do a bit of open public speaking in front of a crowd. It is still a little intimidating for me for yours truly to go down and do that in front of all these people. What I do is I try and find a few blokes in the crowd, and you say, "Oh, look at this bloke," you know. Then you sort of start on him, you know. But years ago, you'd say, "Oh, where's all the Datsun lovers? You know, where's all the Toyota lovers?" And now these days, you go, "Who drives a Hilux? Who drives a Ranger? Who drives a Patrol?" and get them that way. And we got a lot of guys out there that, you know, a lot of tradie, a lot of hard-working blokes. They're in the game. You know what? We're getting a lot of guys into Jambo that I've noticed, young guys, into diesel fitting. A lot of diesel fitter guys are now coming in with a trade, either a mechanical diesel fitter, and they're finding drag racing as well. So it's good we've got the young Cluey tradies.
Well, diesel drag racing is one of the most quickest growing portions of the sport, you know.
Mate, I'm not even into the top 10 as to where it stands, but up at Benaraby, I think last year, someone had a poster, like Diesel Drag Racing Australia poster, and actually listed the top 10 there, and, you know, we've got them in the 8-second zone already. For those people that may have heard of Frankenmule, which is just one hell of a diesel Land Cruiser drag car that's now probably more famous than most drag races that have been running forever, is we've got guys like Frankenmule coming in, the GSL mob,
Have you seen Goldmember down in
Yeah,
Sydney?
Goldmember as well.
Yeah, that's a cool thing, the big Dodge.
Well, I can tell you, and I don't want to let too many more cats out of the bag, but a certain radial racer's wife has an amazing diesel radial car coming out somewhere in the future. It'll blow your mind. Oh. So I get bashed on the side of the head with a lost phone. Okay, so if you've lost a phone, come to us in the middle layer of the tower. Is that right? You come in here to get it, I guess. lost property. There's a phone being handed in. If you're looking for your phone, this could be your phone that's been handed in. Thank you to all
Make
the...
any calls on it?
Well, let's try.
Let's just see.
I can't. Well, straight away in a passcode.
Yeah. Let's take a photo with it.
Mark's just done them. Mark's trying to hack the phone right now. All right, here we go. Sam Kiprios, Marcus Pepe back into Pro Compact thanks to McKern. Q1. Where will the 3RZ powered Starlet end up? Where does the 13B of Marcus Pepe? He's from Golden Grove, South Australia. We can't quite do it, can we? Trying to get some. So is this a habit of yours? Is this a habit of yours? Get a lost phone, put a selfie on it. Is
Yeah,
that
100%. 100%. Don't leave your phone down when it's around me.
Yeah,
right?
or your pants.
Yeah.
Sam Kiprios, Marcus Pepe. Two rotor and 4 cylinders. Yeah, let's keep it up. Let's go. Okay. Let's get some Jambo G's happening here right now. Oh, pedal, pedal, pedal. Pepe back on it, back off it. I don't know what happened to Kip. I didn't quite catch him. Didn't quite catch him there. But 498 for Marcus to half track, 107 to 60 foot. So it was trying to make some progress. Goes for a little bit of a dance and decides to button off and button up. 17:41 there for Kip. Not an ideal run for him. So, geez, it just happens in an instant sometimes. Sometimes too soon, sometimes before you expect it. But when it does happen, it's just you just got to sit there and take it. So, Ben Palmer, Simon Ionu, rolling on through. You're right, Rusty. Rusty's okay. All good.
Small technical problem.
Comments from small technical problem. Yeah, it's the pleats. So, yeah, off we go again. These cars are so spectacular. I just want to see 2 of them go down and give you guys the representation of Pro Compact.
It's going to happen. It will happen.
This can be a Bradbury bracket Pro Compact. It can be. These are so highly strung. There is a little bit of attrition sometimes with these cars. They can tear themselves up in no time flat. Don't think because they've got the little engine in them that they're not hard on their gear. They are hard on their gear.
Now, this car, Simon Ionu, is there a slight adjustment to the windscreen angle on this car? Like, it looks a lot more...
You'd have to lay every RX-80. Like, you put Sammy's beside this one, and you know...
I feel like they're all slightly different, aren't they?
There are probably 5 to 6 different RX-8 composite bodies out there, I'm sure of it. Thanks to, so Benny Palmer, some issues, so he couldn't make the call for this first round. He was supposed to be against Simon. No Benny Palmer, solo for Simon. Yeah, you don't want this drama. Benny Palmer's been around a long time doing Jambos, and you don't need a Q1 drama like that to ruin the vibe of the day. Everyone deserves to have 100% positive vibes today. Everyone deserves it.
But if you're going to have a problem, get it out of the way in Q1. You don't want to have the problem at the other end of the weekend when you're absolutely thrashing to make it out for the next round. Q1's probably the best time for something to happen like that.
I can't believe 230 plus cars and we haven't still been to the end of the first group, like to the end of the first session for everyone. We're
There's
still
a reason
Q1.
it's 2 days.
Yeah.
There's a reason Jambo is 2 days. Simon in now. It looks like it hit the lip though.
It didn't shift immediately, I don't think. 724, 186 mile an hour, 102 in the 60 foot. It was doing everything right in the first half, except for that one pop before we went to change gears. And then after that, all the gears were fine. But so far, like, he'll take that. 724, he'll take that. Peter Rahayam, a 773. But I don't think we're going to end up there by the end of Q3, the Savo. All right, Anthony DeQuino, Chris Hall. Of course, Anthony DeQuino, so good to have him back out. One of our sort of semi-OG guys, you know, been around a while. He's got, of course, his own business, M&J Race Engines, Kemps Creek, Kemps Creek Motorsport. M&J Race Engines at Kemps Creek, M&J Race Engines Motorsport. So here he is in the water. Chris Hall as well, Redbank Plains, Mount Vernon, New South Wales, from all over. go. Yeah, he doesn't need the flash, composite-bodied, low-slung, swoopy RX-8, Anthony DeQuino. He's just so good in an RX-3 for so long.
And he's been pretty solidly into the sixes with this car.
Yeah.
Can drive, has got the horsepower to go with it. The car doesn't always, it's not the shiniest, prettiest car that you're going to see in the field, but shiny and pretty doesn't win trophies on the racetrack.
No, billet J's are sometimes shinier than the car that can win them. But again, look, the thing's still amazingly presented, but, you know, we don't go overboard with graphics and signage everywhere. If you know them, it's M&J Motorsport at Kemps Creek. Tunes by DeQuino, so, you know, these guys are sort of marching to the beat of their own drum these days. Chris Hall, of course, DC Locators, his business. This guy's out on mine sites, work sites, pipelines, everything, Chris Hall, for a day job. But then, you know, when he gets time to run the great little RX-7, he'll turn back up to do it. Of course, he gets a lot of help from Maz Finks, as you can see on the side. Pro Compact, all right, who's the first one to give us a 6? Who's it going to be? Someone's going to give us a 6 somewhere along the line here. 13Bs, both sides.
Should be a good matchup, this one. Short wheelbase, cars on both sides of the racetrack. Anthony DeQuino, he can steer. So can Chris Hall. He's got to get it in here, Chris Hall.
7 seconds. All right, both sides banging gears. 699. 699. 699. J315 to the lanes. J315 to the lanes for Q2. 699. 202. It made it. Look. I shouldn't say it looked slow. It just got its start line sorted and it got on with business. 699 for DeQuino. Here we go. Sup G and what up G.
So is Moose driving?
Moose is driving what up G.
Yeah, right. Moose out of the Hurstville Towing stable.
Hurstville Towing Moose. And you don't get more Western Sydney than Punch Bowl, New South Wales.
Good old Biffo Bowl, mate.
Yeah, the old Biffo Bowl. And how about this? So Alan Dodd, well, he had what up G. That's been his pride and joy. That was his passion. Got a 6-second run out of the RX2, but then couldn't help himself. He's another concrete king.
Yep.
Alan's concreting. What up G, driven by Moose Sakina this weekend. No stranger to Liberty Gearboxes and Doddsy. This is the Boostworks sponsored Billeting 13B. This is the Sup G.
Our cameras can't even keep up with
how good is that?
How neon green that thing is. And it's actually, in real life, it's a completely different colour to what you're seeing on the screen here. I used to have a Matchbox car that was exactly this colour.
Is that right?
Absolutely. It was my favourite car at the time. And this thing looks absolutely fantastic. But he's up against Moose. Moose can drive. He cut his teeth on the little RX-7. A very quick little RX-7 that's here this weekend with Mohammed Salami behind the wheel.
All right, okay, boys, here we go.
This will be a good one.
They've never run each other side by side, and how about this? What up G and Sup G together? How good is Pro Compact? All right, Jen Dodds just got Doddsy in the stage now. Sign of the cross, she's doing all the Puerto Rican sign of the cross and everything. All right, here we go. Grabbing gears both sides of the racetrack. The RX-7 got the early shoots out, and Moose goes past 787. Fair bit of smoke out of, I think, Sup G down there. 819 at 111 mile an hour. 60 foot, 114 for the RX-2. Actually, sort of, I don't think there was enough on the line there for the RX-7. It could have handled a ton.
They both kind of bogged down, didn't they?
Yeah, this is the thing about having a mega sticky track, because you know why we're holding on to this and why the small cars will bog on the super sticky track, because we're about to give them shortly Pro Mod with the 4,000 horsepower cars. So, folks, I wouldn't go too far if I were you, because after Pro Compact is Pro Mod. A lot of people are frothing for that.
There
it's
are
coming.
Some seriously quick cars.
It is here. Guess what? Looks like he's got. He's going to get the tick and the flick here, I think. In a sec, we can see the the quickest SR 20 power car in the world at the back there, the S15. Look at the S15 in front. Cosworth powered. I can't believe that
Cosworth powered is
we've got some crazy gear here coming up. No matter what category you can look at. Now we are going for a quick scarper down there to just check whether all that smoke eventuated with something.
There was a lot of smoke, particularly at the Caravan Dodd. That thing was very, very smoky at the other end of the racetrack, and it continued all the way down through the braking area as well. Well, we are still rolling, guys. As we said, we've got the remainder of Pro Compact coming up to the line, presented by McKern and Associates, and then, of course, we are moving into Pro Mod, presented by Manly Performance Products, and that is not too far away. 17 of the quickest door cars in Australia. We have got cars that have gone as quick as 540s here this weekend in Pro Mod. And it's not like the Pro Mod that you see at the National Championship level. We're not running on a fixed index this weekend. This is Pro Mod uncorked.
Full send Pro Mod.
Lick the stamp and send.
Yeah, full send Pro Mod this weekend. Outlaw Pro Mod. All right, Fred Karam ready to go from Wetherall Park and from up at Wilson turn into Toowoomba. El Squirrel.
I love it.
Here he is, built in his own garage in Toowoomba, Tony Gooderham. And I'm still sure that's got the Cosy in it. I know it might have had an SR engine transplant, but I still have a funny feeling I saw somewhere that was still a Cosy in it.
If that does have the Cosy in it, I know Bushy will be watching from home. And where are we? You keep talking amongst yourselves.
Let's have a read in there. Fred Karam in Pro Compact.
All I've got is this and this 15.
All right.
Don't have any engine details, unfortunately.
We've got to go and have a squeeze under the hood. And that's the best thing about your ticket, folks. You get out there and check out these engine bays. Look, you're going to see a lot on track. But if you do feel like you want to go for a wander, please do that. If you're sitting there not wanting to give up your spot, well, I guess you're stuck then. Because there's a lot of people here. We still have a lot of people in traffic still trying to get in. So it's a very good turnout for Saturday here. The weather was fine. We knew it was going to be good when the weather's fine. There's no second doubts. There's no second guesses. You know you've got to be here to see it in person. Fred Karam ready to come to the line. The Team Karam Racing S15 and yes, driveway service Suzuki 13B.
Cars getting up on the tyre pretty well.
Oh, good settler there for Tony, 781, 795 there for Fred. So look, a couple of guys getting their act together. The Pro Tree, no one's breaking records on reaction time. No one's cutting a line in that pairing right there. But 81 and 95 helped them get into that, pretty decent field. Pro Compact, one more car to go, and why not make it the quickest SR20 in the world? And this will be, look folks, I'd love to say we can expect a lot out of this car. Yes, it's already proven itself on the other side of the world, but hey, we've got a new turbo system, a new clutch pack in the car. One thing we have got in common is that the guy standing right there beside the car is Mr. Shane Tecklenburg from Huntington Beach, California, Shane T. He tuned this car when it was owned by Muhammad Ali from Techno Toys Racing. He's from Trinidad and Tobago.
Right.
And this thing, getting a handle on it. Now, look, it had quite a bit of buzz on the internet this week because down at ProTech, Shane T's been here for a week, which must cost the team a ridiculous amount of money because that man's time ain't cheap. He sat here yesterday with me and was just blown away how many were even just on the test day. He was blown away just how the scene is. He feels like he's already a naturalised Australian. He was here 7 years ago, I think, for a Kenda here when Daniel Farris drove Kyle Hott's new radial car.
Right,
and we knew we'd get Shane T back one day. And they've made 2,176 to the hubs this week.
Jeez.
So Shane T was tuning it. If you read some of his Facebook posts, he actually had the founder of Motec come down and watch him do the dyno pulls on that car. And he goes, that was a monster moment in his career.
That is cool.
Yeah, to actually have Mr. Motec look at what
and
Shane
T
has done.
Too, wasn't he?
Well, Shane, of course, he does packages. So if you want a pro import package, he'll do you the full ECU setup and everything like that.
Yep.
give you everything you need. He was talking about even front brake pressures. He goes, I program all of my cars to have 80 PSI plus of front brake pressure every time I go on the stage. The ECU controls it. So you're not guessing on front brake pressures and stuff. He was said he's got different things he programs into different cars as part of the package. You can use all of that if you've got time to do it. So let's see Dom Mayolo driving, even though it says Josh Morrison. Got to get that thing in.
Oh, that was a lot of shake.
Yeah, that was good so far. 113 in the 60, banging through the gears, and again, brand new setup here in Australia. This was a bit of a hush-hush car when it came here because of its own fame before it. It had gone into the 620s on the other side of the world. A great run between him and Captain. I think 622 to a 24 over in the States. It's now in the hands of Josh Morrison and Dom Mayolo doing the driving this weekend. And again, good. Q1 gets an ET. He's in the field. It's a 12-car field. He can learn from there. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, what do we got?
Strap in.
Pro Mod.
Outlaw Pro Mod. These bad boys are those blowing or nitrous. High fives for those sixes. They must run 6 seconds or quicker, and they must have swinging doors. These bad boys run heads up to the finish line, unhinged. The quickest time for Jamboree for an Outlaw Pro Mod was Joe Gauchi at 5:59.
All right, so the 59 might be in danger by the end of the weekend.
I think it's definitely going to get a touch-up.
Okay.
That one. And first time, it's going to be Barry Plumpton out of NZ taking on, well, he's another Kiwi, but he calls Queensland home these days, Stu Walsh.
Now, these Cuzzy Bros have got a side bit, right? There's a little bit of a side bit happening here. Now, as much as there's a matchup coming next pairing, there's a $10,000 race happening next pairing. This race between the two Kiwis, it's only qualifying, but first winner, first to the stripe, gets a 6-pack of VBs.
Right.
So this is not a really big race.
I was going to say, that's more my kind of taste.
Is it?
Yeah, well, 10 grand's kind of out of my reach.
Yeah, well,
but,
you race for a 6-pack? A 6-pack,
This is also a rematch of the final round from the Winter Nationals.
Yep.
So Barry Plumpton took the victory there. First Kiwi to win in Pro Mod.
Yeah.
And
that's good. Hats off to Stu. He's had the Bro Mod for years. Barry Plumpton, a nitrous guy from Henderson in New Zealand.
Always been a nitrous guy.
959 cubic inches. Ran 570s here yesterday, and then overpowered it last night. Was looking for the candles last night. Here we go. A 6-pack of VB on the line.
Sucks VBs.
Sucks VBs.
All right, Barry Plumpton, watch this thing get out of the hole. It is super quick to the short time. Look at it go. 968 to the 60. Barry Plumpton's got this one. Drinks are on Barry Plumpton. 575, 250 miles per hour from a nitrous car. And it looks like, I didn't see the shoots blossom down there, but that being said, we changed the camera really quickly. So I want to make sure that he is getting that thing pulled up down there. It looks like there's no problem, so he's already around the corner. Stu Walsh, unfortunately, just had some issues getting the thing off the line, but a 575... I think that's got to be.
Short time?
That's 968 to the short time. I think that's got to be close to the quickest nitrous car in Australia in terms of ET. I think it already was the quickest nitrous car we've ever had here, but I think that may have just given the record a little bit of a touch up.
Kelly goes, remember the off the trailer 3K for Pro Mod as well. So there's a little bit of off the trailer. So I thought it was a 6-pack, that one, but some of these are saying off the trailer 3K. If this is the off the trailer 3K, it's turned into an off the trailer 10K.
Yeah, well, next up it is going to be
Here it is.
Rob Mr. Moneybags Harrington, winner of the Winter Nationals in Door Slammer. That I don't think anybody expected that. You talk about brilliant or Bradbury, well, that was a combination of both. He was there, he won it fair and square, and he's using that prize money to good effect. Putting it on the line here up against Steve Smith.
Rob didn't light the tyres up. That start line's so sticky, he could not light the tyres up.
That nearly just dead hooked into the wall. That was really weird for Rob Harrington.
Now, people, I didn't see the footage, but someone had the footage up last night of Stephen Smith in the Corvette. a massive power wheel stand to about 1,000 foot in the green.
Really?
Corvette last night. Like, he had the chicken stick so buried on the track, he was in the car thinking, this thing's going to flip.
Well, the thing about this car now, he's got the 4.8 horse space Noonan Hemi in it now. They only decided to do that about 2 weeks ago. Put the engine in the car. So it has been an absolute thrash to get this thing together. But it is showing promise. He is a guy who, without a shadow of a doubt, he'll go into the 70s. I've got no question over that this weekend. Rob Harrington, I reckon if he can just keep knocking out consistent 580s, he'd be pretty happy with that.
This is a big race because, you know, Smithy's a turbo guy and Rob Harrington does not tolerate the...
It is clutch.
We've got him everywhere. We got him everywhere.
I just said I wanted a sticker.
Hey? You are, yeah. Another one of those GCs. One of those GCs, Shane T. All right, turbo versus blower,
right.
black belt versus whizzes right now.
Place your bets. Who are you on, Diggs?
$10,000. I tell you what, I love the chin, but Smithy is a man possessed like no one else. He will wave the Turbo Brigade flag forever. All right, 10K on the side here.
Who's going to go in first? That's the next question. I bet you it's a turbo car. There it is. Harrington not far behind. Huge hole shot. 0.34, but he blows the tyres.
Oh, Harrington's trying. He's trying. Smithy, 582, 230 mile an hour. Half track, it was 389 at 208, 104 in the 60. He's pulled the chutes early just to throw the insult out.
He's no longer called Moneybags. He's now Slap Happy Harrington.
Slap Happy Chin. Righto, there we go. Stephen Smith, tail of the tape. Again, we can't quite get that back. I reckon Rob might have gapped him, right?
Yeah, right.
Rob,
he gapped. I don't know whether he gave the back wheels or something to Harrington there, because he was way out before.
Yeah, but how's the pedal from Harrington? Hey, if we got no, we can't. We're rolling through. But if we had a moment to replay that, I want to see Harrington's multi-stab. Wheels in the air here at half track again.
There was at least 4, maybe 5 stabs at the throttle.
You wait, hey, folks, that's an example of what racing will look like tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So remember, we're only qualifying. That was a $10,000 side race, but it's still qualifying, folks. Racing tomorrow is going to look like that every run. For survival. Win light survival tomorrow.
Now, you want to talk about comeback stories. Well, this is one here. Joe Gauci, the Profab Mustang, back on track after, the only way to describe it was a mammoth accident down in Sydney a couple of years ago, about 18 months ago it would have been. This thing, it was upside down, it was on fire, it was nasty. And fortunately, Joe got out of it unscathed. They've put the car back together, and it looks just as good, if not better, than it did before. And he'll be looking to knock out, well, he's been into the 550s with this car before, just in its previous guys. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that he will run into the 50s here this weekend. In the other lane, it is Steve Carlson out of New Zealand.
Okay, right. So look, apparently out on the track being spotted. We're looking for there might be a burst panel at 660 foot, and it might be the chins, right? So apparently somewhere down there.
With the slap, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so that's interesting. That we just had a little spotter say some burst panel and some wiring harness. All right, so apparently it's been spotted. Someone's got something down there. We haven't got our eyes out to see that yet. We're trying to scan the track to see whether or not it's in. If it's in the line of fire, it's gonna. If it's a little bit out of where it is, we may be all right. But we'll see after this one. Another one of our Kiwis here, Steve Carlson.
Steve Carlson. He actually run it up at the first event down in Sydney at the Nitro Chance with this car in Pro Mod. The only thing that kept him from the win, it basically developed a transmission leak after the burnout. So he has got something to prove. Ran in Door Slammer at the Winter Nationals, made the 16-car field. This car is quick. It can run it deep into the 5s, and it looks like he might have just changed the supercharger setup on the top of that car as well. So expect big things here. Carlson in the Red Falcon. Gauci in the Mustang. Problems for Carlson. Looks like it might have stripped the belt right at the hit. I think there was a chunk of blower belt over in the other lane. So something went drastically wrong there for Steve Carlson. But Joe Gauci, 756 with a pedal. 136.58 miles per hour, and Steve Carlson will have to evacuate him from the racing surface.
There was, a bit of shrapnel got our attention right where we're sitting here. We've got a couple of cars that need to be moved because they are blocking exits of the VIP car park. Toyota Corolla 656 NG2, I think that is, or NC2. Toyota Corolla 656 NC2. Ford Ranger 275 JT5. 275 JTS. So Ford Ranger 275 JTS and a Toyota Corolla 656 NG2. They need to be moved. They are blocking the VIP car park exit. So that's a public service announcement. We need to get you guys to move your cars.
Oh, we got a replay of Rob Harrington's pedal. Let's have a look at it now. So the whole shot, it was just about the back wheels there. And, yeah, there's a little flash of flame. Just before half-track it was for Rob Harrington, you see a little flash of flame come out, and that's where it's basically when you're slapping the pedal like that in a supercharged car, what you're doing is effectively putting a whole bunch of boost into the manifold and into the supercharger. And then when you shut it off, it's got nowhere to go. So if you do that 2 or 3 times, something's got to give.
Okay, now, just real quickly, I'm getting a few messages from people in the grandstands that can see the track. They reckon there's something near the 660 on the track that's got their attention, right? So we need something at the 660. People are seeing, I've had multiple reports come through on my messaging that they are seeing either a bit of blower belt or a bit of something out of Rob's car.
See if we can get a hold of the track crew down
there. Yeah, no, we're already on it.
Yep.
We're
on it.
We've got our guys down there to have a quick look. I hope they can radio back to the start line. Multiple texts there to say that there is something on the track near half track between the 2 blocks. So something down there between the 2 blocks. Multiple messages there of something out on the track, like a bit of wiring harness, which might be when the burst panel came out.
All right, next up it is Lorenzo Galotto, who I think is going to get the long distance award this weekend. I think it's further than New Zealand, isn't it?
Yep.
Perth.
Just about.
All the way from Western Australia, Wattle Grove is where he hails from. He's going to take on Neil Murphy.
All right, so we've got time there at the 660. Just waiting for Murph. There we go. Murph doing the burnout and the reverse back. There we go. Okay, so we're on it now. Well, thank you very much, all of our other track guys, all of our track spotters that can see that stuff as it goes down. Your eyes, we need all the eyes we can get out there because it is sometimes hard to see all that stuff happen. Lorenzo Galotto, this car, 471 cubes.
Yeah, I wonder. So Neil Murphy, this car has gone deep into the 560s. Even when it was running on the 585 fixed index, he actually knocked into the 560s with this car. He's taking on Lorenzo Galotto in this absolutely mint-looking Mustang. Is this Marty Jack's old car?
I haven't dug into the history of it.
Neither have I, but it's just such a unique looking body style. You don't get too many of these Mustangs out here.
Yeah, and turboed as well, because I even know, of course, in Sydney we've got the Davies in the same sort of shape now too, and of course our fruit kings from up the mountain there.
Yeah,
one as well.
Totterello.
Yeah, the Totterellos. Here we go, Galotto and Murphy. Murph from Burpengary East, 521 cubes of Camaro, 471 cubes of Baby Brad in this car. Turbo versus blower.
This should be a good matchup. Keep your eye on Neil Murphy, because if they uncork this thing, it's going to go quick. Galotto's got nothing to hold back either. Whoa!
Oh, Murph. And again, in a simulated race scenario, you would want to fight for a win light, which means get back on the throttle and try and get it to the finish line.
Must be something about blue cars.
Yeah,
they're just slap happy today.
The kitchen sink's getting thrown out there. Well, absolutely.
Here's the thing. I actually think that they're not throwing the kitchen sink at it.
You reckon they need more?
I think they need to throw a little bit more at it, because they've got to get the wheel speed up. It seems to me like these cars, they're just not getting up on the tyre quick enough. The tyre's grabbing on this ridiculously tight track that we've got.
Yeah, good call.
Interesting thing though, if you cast your eye down to about 200 feet out off the start line, so just back from where that second timing cone is, look at the amount of rubber that came off the car of Neil Murphy down there. A whole bunch of the rubber. So when those cars do their burnout, the rubber gets stuck to the underside of the tub. When it shakes like that, it shakes everything loose. So there's actually a stack. Whoa!
Oh, what's happened there?
Ugly burnout from NASA Matter. And when I say burnout, I'm using the term loosely. It never really even got up on the tyre. The thing just grabbed and took off towards the centre line. Greg Saccharides on the other side of the racetrack, the Ice Group Ford Mustang, has been out in the wilderness a little bit over the last 18 months or so, but came back in testing in big fashion in Sydney, went down into the 540s with this car. So you talk about one of the quickest in the country. This is certainly one of the quickest in the country.
All right, NASA, that one was a little bit better. Yeah, Greg Saccharides last night, I took a photo because there was a couple of test runs he did last night. There was a 564 last night there, early click. Where was it? 564. Did it 564, 206 mile an hour. It went 956 to the 60, half track 367, 211.
Yeah.
And went 64 early click at 206 mile an hour last night, Saccharides.
Yeah, so 367 and 211 puts it right in the realms of a mid 550, you'd say, somewhere around there. Maybe even a little bit quicker than that. So Greg Saccharides, this thing, he has come to play this weekend. Doesn't matter. He'll just be looking to go put the thing down the racetrack, hopefully get a little bit more experience. But they've also got the other team car rolling up in the not too distant future, the Mustang. So we got Salim Matter and NASA Matter. Now, I reckon Greg Saccharides, I don't know if he'd be getting upset, but I reckon he'd probably be getting a little bit impatient at the moment because he's been sitting there for quite some time with this car. Generally speaking, the turbo cars don't tend to get too hot unless you got them up on boost, but Matter hasn't mucked around here. He's gone straight in.
Oh, Saccharides knocks the tyre off at 968 in the 60. NASA in survival mode, 718 in theory would get a win if it was racing tomorrow.
Now, there's a big chunk of carbon fibre or something that came off the car for Greg Saccharides.
Yep.
It's in the lane just to the left of the groove down there, about 200 feet out off the start line. It's probably only a couple of inches long, but it was a whole bunch of stuff definitely came out of that car. But yeah, that was a pretty wild one for Greg Saccharides. Got up on two wheels, man. That was
that came out and it did the same thing that it did yesterday. It sort of they managed the tyre here, then the 60 foot, 100 foot. They get onto that tyre. They've got that control of the big tyre. It was out further when they're trying to send it downtown. You know, by then you're shifting a gear, you're off the converter, you're locking it up.
Yeah.
And then when that power comes in from there, all hell broke loose. Then all hell broke loose. That was some big shake. I wouldn't be surprised if you've seen bits of carbon fibre come out that's rattled some stuff loose.
Yeah.
God knows if there's any breakage out of all of that, because shake will kill stuff like that.
Oh, and shake will break welds. I mean, you just ask the Matter team. They actually had to withdraw from a Pro Mod event down in Adelaide after the first qualifier because that Chevy shook so hard it actually broke parts of the chassis.
Yeah.
So, you know, tyre shake will destroy weak links in cars. And, you know, the old joke is that for a driver, it's kind of like sitting in a paint mixer at Bunnings and going for a ride.
Yeah.
And that's basically the closest thing that you can compare it to. It's a pretty wild little experience, that's for sure. So the team and the track crew are having a really good look at things down there. There's a lot of rubber around that sort of 180 to probably 250 feet down there, because that's where Murphy started shaking, it's where Harrington started shaking, and it's where Greg Saccharides started shaking, and I think it's sort of starting to compound a little bit down there. A lot of bits and pieces coming off the racetrack, but in the meantime, we've got a good matchup coming next. We've got, looks like nothing but blower cars left to come. We've got Salim Matter, we've got Daniel Camilleri, you can see Johnny Ricker down there, and I think I can see Craig Burns back there in the lanes as well. So a lot of supercharged cars left to come here in the Manly Performance Products Pro Mod category for Q1. And, well, we're almost there. We're almost through the first session of qualifying. We've still got another 2 sessions left to come here this afternoon. And we are going to be running well into the evening here tonight. And the great news is when you got weather like this, you can do it. Because it is just a beautiful time of year to go racing.
Yep, it is. And, folks, you're in for an absolute treat. And you know what? I don't blame all you folks sitting there and you go, man, I'm so already overwhelmed by the amount of awesomeness that I've seen. And you know what? You ain't seen the whole group yet. There's about 4 cars left, and that has been the whole 235 cars down the track for Q1. Q2 right up, straight after this. Looks like the J classes are ready. J315 and J275 in the lanes to go Q2. Yeah, he loves winding that small block up. I can't believe he loves coming here as an underdog, Daniel Camilleri. Pro Mod, he'll give it a shot every single time. Salim Matter, the A Civil Mustang from Rosens there. The Matter family hasn't the bug bit there, not only the J bug, but the drag bug.
Yeah, and there's other cars in the stable as well, just quietly.
Yeah, no, I love that these guys have yeah, and now that they're doing it with their kids, this is what the sport looks like in the next 15 years in Jambo. We've got guys with their kids now coming out with some serious stuff, more than I've ever seen. More young guys coming out in these areas now than we've seen. This is going to be great. Daniel Camilleri, of course, still, I don't know whether he sold the original Firebird Double D Gas RB30 powered car. What a competitive car that was. This
is about the exact opposite of that car.
Yeah, you got to be blown to be known. And I love that it's got the Australian Air Force logo on it. I love that it's got the Australian flag draped over it. Blowing, pedal clutch, Lenko, small block. He'll be that Bradbury moment that you might just not expect. He might take a few scalps tomorrow in those 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout.
Oh, we got JC coming out as well, Jeff Cuttajar.
Cuttajar and Ricker. Wow, Cuttajar and Ricker. We've got, hang on, where's the villain? The villain's coming up somewhere in the middle there. All right, here we go. Black belts. Here we go. Pro Mod. Brought to us by Dart Machinery.
If anyone gets a hang of this track, they're going to fly.
It's going to be Salimna number 1, I'd say. 577. Number 2, 577, 248 mile an hour. Barry went 575. Stephen Smith went 582. And then there's a 577 for Salam Matter, 577.
I think that might be a PB for Salim Matter as well. Maybe someone from the team give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Is that a PB?
PB for Salam?
I think it is.
Yeah, 577.
Yeah, we'll call it that. We'll call it that. Daniel Camilleri, unfortunately, blew the tyres off and then chutes came out. I don't know whether that was the electromotion system that kicked the parachutes out there because you wouldn't have expected him to drop the chutes on the front half of the racetrack to pull it up. But
sometimes, you know, you wire your electromotion, you go through the burst panel. If that burst panel fractures, it can set the chutes off automatically, and it did it all very early.
And some of them even have pressure sensors in the sump as well. When they get to a predetermined level, they'll pop the chutes and shut the car off. So there's a lot of fail-safes on these cars to make sure that it protects the engine from damage, but also protects the driver in the case that there's an incident that renders them unable to shut the car down themselves. So.
Yeah, we just got it on our live stream footage here now. Yeah, that thing's a dead duck. It can't move under any more power because it's had that. You would assume if a burst panel had come out of it.
If it spun the tyres that hard, it's probably spun it up, free revving. And when they tend to free rev like that, they do tend to kick the panels out. So for Daniel Camilleri, he'll take it back to the pits, get that thing changed over, and hopefully get back out for the second round of qualifying, which is going to be coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. On the schedule, it says it's around about 4:30 this afternoon, but obviously that is subject to change. If you haven't already, make sure you go down and grab your Jambo merchandise, because if the line that I saw out there before was anything to go by, there ain't going to be a lot left by the time we roll around tomorrow.
So, you know, the logos, the new designs always happen at Jambo, especially Brisbane Jambo. That new stuff comes out. The 2025 stuff out normally can come out early in the year in Sydney. But there is a 35 years Jambo shirt down there that is worth getting. Whether that sells out or not, I think it's going to be one of the sellouts. 35 years, just says Jambo, 35 years.
Any of the girls are listening, if you can put aside a 6XL for me, that'd be great.
A what XL? a 6XL for the Rusto. The merch, as we said, for years and years and years, the merch has always been an important part every year. The cool designs. If you're a supporter of it, well, the people grab it every time. And remember, don't do your Christmas shopping in December. Do your Christmas shopping here at Jambo. The stuff is selling right off the shelves. If you've got people that can't be here today, one thing you can do is get them a gift.
Now, I'm really curious. There's a lot of people here in the crowd. It's a very knowledgeable crowd, the Jambo crowd. I wonder how many people came here this weekend to see this car in particular. Johnny Ricker and this Camaro, because... it is rocked supercharged drag racing to its core over the last couple of months, knocking out the quickest pass for a supercharged car full stop. A supercharged door car, full stop. And then again came out here, knocked out 540s in testing. And Johnny Ricker, the question is, what can he deliver in his first competition event in this car in Australia, on Australian soil?
It's going to be fantastic. Just need a car moved. Another car need to be moved. We've got all our names up here for all of our blower entrants. Team Black Belt, Jeff Cuttajar in there, John Ricker, Daniel Camilleri, Neil Murphy, Rob Harrington, Salim Matter. We need a car blocking the Group 1 pits. It's 717 EM8. I can't believe this. 717 EM8. How do you block the Group 1 pits? Well, you have. 717 EM8. They're blocking the pits. I'll take this opportunity also to give a big shout out. They're all listening. They're all watching. They're all involved. Our crew from Shannons up in our corporate boxes. Give us a wave, all the people from Shannons in there. The corporate boxes in there. That great show and shine. I think Tess has got to do that too as well. All right, here we go. All eyes on this. Let's just let them go here, these two. Jeff Cuttajar and John Ricker.
The Batmobile. How good is it to see the Batmobile?
It is so good to see it. Both guys from Victoria.
JC straight in, Johnny Ricker. He won't be too far behind. This could be quick.
He pedals it, Johnny Ricker, but he's going to send an early click, a 591 early click. Cuttajar 651, 947 in the 60 foot, both off the button, 038, 057, 947 in the 60, 947 for Ricker. Then the shake. Did you see the shake?
Yeah.
The rattle, the wheel stand, gets it back on, early click even then too.
There was a couple of pedals there. The front end came up, and the thing just sort of, it doesn't really move. It just sort of sits down, squats, and then keeps going. It's very, very well set up car, that one. But Johnny Ricker, the probably a little bit further down the qualifying list than what we expected him to see. Like number 4 is nothing to sneeze at. As we just recap the top 8 as it stands at the moment. Barry Plumpton, number 1 with a 575.
The nitrous on top.
Nitrous boys on top. The bottle boys.
Blow a second.
Blow a second. Salim Matters, 577. Turbo third with Steve Smith. Johnny Ricker in 4th with a 591. Jeff Cuttajar, Nasser Matter, Joe Gauchi, and Rob Harrington rounding out the top 8. We've still got a couple of quickies left to come, let me tell you. Craig Burns, the quickest steel car in the country, without a shadow of a doubt, 571.
You did ask me who would clean up Factory Extreme, and I kind of gave you about 3 different guesses.
Yeah.
If you were to ask me who might end up in the final of Pro Mod, I will never bet against Burnsy ever.
No.
I will never bet against the Burns family. They know track setup. They know, like they would have seen everyone going down that lane, and even Ricker shaking out a bit further, knowing that this track has got plenty. What does Burnsy do in that small amount of time that he's got to say, well, everyone's shaking, what do I do for a run here? Let's just see what the suspension guru, the chassis guru, Craig Burns, and you know, look, it's unfair to call the car the villain. The car is the villain.
Oh, yeah.
He is one of the nicest guys in the sport.
Is.
He is, and there would be not one person in this country or the world that would speak ill of not only Craig Burns but Shelley and the boys.
Oh, 100%.
That SCF workshop down in Sydney, and every other half-fast door car in this country relies on Burnsy.
100%. And this car, you know, one of the goals that Burnsy's got with this car is he wants to be one of the quickest steel body cars in the world, if not the quickest. Now, as it stands at the moment, 571 is the PB. I know he wants to run 60s with this thing, which is effectively a stock wheelbase Mustang.
Yeah,
you know, I think it's 1 inch longer than stock. So it's an incredible car. Look at the animal on the
Oh, Burnsy! You freaking lunatic! You lunatic! 575, 239 mile an hour. Did you see the drive job? The drive job. Jamboree is about the drive job. Ladies and gentlemen, I want a replay. You want a replay. You just got your price of admission in one fearful run.
378 to half track, 200 miles per hour to half track, and identical to the 1,000th of a second as Barry Plumpton.
Oh my goodness. We got Canurley to come, but I don't know how we get a replay in between now and then. But Burnsy! Did you just... That just happened. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that?
And the funny thing is, Burnsy will get out at the other end and go, oh yeah, that was all right. Here's a replay. Here's a replay. Look at the front wheels. Front wheels didn't touch down till after half track.
That is just, my God.
That is absolutely wild. I want to see that
Another
one more
shot,
time.
another shot.
After, as John Canelli's backing up from his burnout,
if
it's
we get
totally
a chance,
worth it.
if we get a chance, can we do a slow-mo replay of the carry? Here we go. Here's this. This is Craig Bird.
Still on the bars, still on the bars, still on the bars. Touchdown there.
Oh, boy. Price of admission. That's the epic stuff that Jambo is famous for.
So John Canelli rolling up now in the Pontiac Firebird. This car, it's good to see JC back in a door car. It's been a very long time since we've seen him in a door car. He used to run the Tirana back in the Crossroads Motorsports days. But it's been a long time since we've seen him drive something this quick. Nice to see Daniel Gregorini out in front giving a hand as well.
Yeah, well, I think they new combo. It's good to say you start getting the brains trust in there. They did bang the blower yesterday on a run out here. This thing is not short of horsepower either.
Yep.
This thing has got all of John's top alcohol funny car. Remember, that combo goes like 530s in a funny car.
It's still the quickest alcohol funny car in Australia.
Yeah.
That record still stands. So he knows how to go quick, can steer, no fear. 3 gears.
Well done, you're a poet. And you
Didn't even know it.
All right, here we go. Let it go, Johnny. Oh, he can steer too, John Canelli. 584, he's in the top half of the field. Good drive job as well. 960 to the 60-foot. Half track 381 at 198 mile an hour. And that's not a bad first session for Pro Mod. 575 with a 7 for Plumpton. 575 with a 7 for Burns. Salamatta 577. Steve Smith 582. Canelli 584. Ricker 591. Cuttajar 651. And the 8718 Nassamata. The rest will all improve in the next session. No doubt about it.
Should we take a break and have a breath?
We are. We've got to give it to Mark. We've got to give it to Terry. Or, well, I don't know. How long we got Terry before the Shannons Show N Shine? All right, well, Rusty, you're on standby. I'm going to go and do some interviews and catch some of what we just saw. All right, boy. Whew. Cup of tea and a lie down. No time for that.
Next up, J275.
J275. 275 radial tyre maximum. Factory style body is required. It's heads up racing with a Pro Tree Chicago shootout, and the ETs can dip into the 6s all the way up into the low 8s. The quickest ET so far on a J275 is Keith Hart with a 672.
All right, we are into qualifying session number 2 here of J275. A quick recap of qualifying after that first session. Number 1 was Denny Busbridge with a 682. Faith Senene was number 2 with 720. And rounding out the top 3 was Matthew Aegis with a 720 on track. Scotty Cortina in front of us to take on Stephen Lundy. So Scotty Cortina, he's currently a 23rd qualifier, but we know this car can go very, very quick. The Holden of Scott Cortina. We see Stephen Lundy, he was our number 7 qualifier in session number 1 with a 781, looking to improve as well, all the way from Western Australia, Stephen Lundy. And I'm joined on the microphone by Terry Dale for your first stint of the day.
How are you, Mark? It feels a bit weird now being on the microphone commentating drag racing for the first time in what seems like a couple of weeks. But anyway, I've just coming in fresh from the Jambo Babe comp, and the ladies were fantastic, and we got the final at 2:30, so I'm only on for a quick stint for half an hour to keep you a little bit amused, Mark, and as you and I have commentated many a times, we'll try and keep it amusing. But here we go. Lundy and Cortina, whoa, both cars absolutely let loose and did not want to hook up at all, but I'll tell you what, Lundy's going to have a crack at it, going to put some top end in there.
Yeah, he'll get some data there from the top end. He goes through for a 1061, only 107 miles an hour. So the difference between the first qualifying session this morning and the second qualifying session, obviously it's a lot warmer than what it was. So these guys in the heads-up classes like J275, J315, they're more susceptible to tyre spin on the start line because it is a little bit warmer. So they'll probably have to take a little bit of power out off the start line and then try and get it back in as quick as possible and hope Mark, they don't go up and spin.
So, Mark, when you were here before, when the guys were calling, the guys were calling the pro categories, they had a track prep just beforehand. Did the cars hit the track nice and sweet? Like, because I wasn't there. Did they hit
The
hit
track seems
track
really good. I think some of them might have underestimated the track.
Ah, right.
But these classes with the small tyre, they're a bit more susceptible to the track conditions.
Without a doubt. Now
Yeah.
we did see Webby. We did see Webby actually pull the front wheel up a big long way this morning. So that'll be. I guess this will be a good test. If he's rattled off a 7.8 at 170 earlier, and Matt Aegis has ran a 7.20 at 194 in that Commodore. I mean, you just got to say it again, Mark. Please, you can say it too. Go
Well, he's our number 3 qualifier, 194 mile an hour.
in a Commodore, like seriously,
Yeah,
can you imagine Holden designers saying how fast should this thing go? How about 194 mile an hour?
How
It still
about
looks like a sedan.
350 kilometres per hour.
That is just wild.
For the people playing at home.
But this will be
approximately.
interesting, Mark, like you said, about how these guys are attacking the track, whether they've got enough info about the track. We'll see what Webby and Aegis can do with this second qualifier. Well, there it is. Exactly as predicted, Mark.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's... it has warmed up. It's definitely a lot warmer out there than what it was this morning. So that's going to be the biggest challenge for these guys. We see Webby go through for a 940, 161 miles and doesn't improve on his earlier pass. And neither does obviously Aegis as well. Just rolls through for a 16-second pass here in Q2 for Boost Line Connecting Rods J275. There's a big field in J275. We have 16 cars qualified so far with the top 11 in the 7-second zone or quicker.
Yeah. That it is interesting, Mark. So we'll look. The whole category, we're just going to have to look and see what these guys can do. Hopefully, if you're further back in the field, you're probably thinking, look, the guys are hitting this hot. A lot of guys are just blazing it. How do you change from there?
Well,
can you change too much, really? Would these guys just put a different tune in it?
They can probably change some things in the lanes because they have got all their laptops and whatnot. They can probably take a little bit of timing out of the car on the hit, do things like that. Maybe the start line RPM, change tyre pressures, things like that. I think in this session, it's more about you're not going to probably improve unless you had some issues in Q1. You're probably not going to go quicker than what you ran in Q1.
Yeah.
But if you can be low ET of the
exactly.
qualifying session, that's always it's a bragging
big
rights right there as well.
Now Lachlan Miller, of course, in the R31, I think it is R30 or R31, and of course Camden Redgrave in the HSV. But that Miller's car, that thing hooks. That thing is 787 at 179. It is one of my favourite GTRs when I see it. There's a couple of other tracks I go to, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Camden didn't get down the track in the first session, so he's one driver that can definitely improve here in Q2.
Can we get a call out for Tony Gooderham is needing a fire suppression bottle? Can somebody who would like to loan him one? That'd be awesome. For Tony Gooderham in the little squirrel. The squirrel needs a fire bottle. Now you can see that once again, Mark, Redgrave and Miller.
Yeah, both of them instant spin on the hit there. So that's definitely the biggest challenge right now is just getting these cars off the start line. And I didn't think it was I knew it had gotten a lot warmer than what it was in Q1, but I didn't expect it to be struggling as much as what we've seen so far.
You being a modified racer, I thought you'd have the weather station and you'd be able to tell us exactly what's going on, Mark, because you're always excellent with your takedown of what's going on with the temperature-wise. But it is interesting to see how these guys will hit it. But Lee Povey...
Well, that's the fun thing about these classes like J275, J315, any of the heads-up classes where it is all about performance. But there is that mad scientist stuff in the background where you've got to try and work out how do I get a car with 3,000 horsepower down the track without spinning and going as quick as possible. Because you don't want to leave ET on the plate as well. You want to go as quick as you can.
A lot of horsepower, and a lot of these cars obviously all steel-bodied too, so it's not as if there's been a real lot changed. So we'll get to see what Matt and Lee can do this time round.
Yeah, Lee Povey's our number 6 qualifier at the moment. Went a 7:48 in Q1, but tail of the tape, same issue. Can't get off the start line. Matt Lampard also spinning there in that awesome Holden as well. That's a nice looking Holden there for the Power Management Solutions team. We see Povey roll through for a 1050 at 101 miles an hour, and Lampard goes through for a 1275 at 83 mile an hour.
He did try to get it back up on the tyres at the 60 mark, and it just did exactly the same thing. Just started to light them up, and it just was offloading. And what do you do now? Crossy, see how he goes with this thing too.
Yeah, Tim Cross in the Profab Ford coming through. He didn't get a lap in the first session, so he got pushed back from memory. So he will get on the board. That'll give us 17 cars in the field once he gets an ET here. But he hasn't lost power. No, yeah, he's backing up here, so that's right. Taking on Shane Faccioni in the Holden for spot on performance. He did get there in the track in Q1. Went 793, 172 miles an hour. Currently qualified number 11 here in J275, brought to us by Boost Line Connecting Rods.
So, Mark, these guys get to obviously go around again this afternoon, but it'll be interesting to see how they go when they come into actual racing tomorrow, to see whether what the track has given them, how much traction that will be actually in the track. But Tim Cross, look, we know what he's like. He's a seasoned campaigner, and the Profab Corten, this thing is just a wild bit of gear.
Actually, one of the variables from Q1 to Q2 is that these guys were the first classes out this morning, so it was all fresh glue on the track. And what we know with like the radial cars, they love fresh glue. So obviously they're not the first class out this time on a fresh track, because obviously we had the track prepped and had the entire pro session happen. So that's probably one of the variables for these guys. That's something they'll have to keep an eye on tomorrow in racing, like when they actually run and what classes they're after. Has the track been prepped? Is there fresh glue?
Oh, and this just seems like it's a pattern of behaviour. Look, everyone's getting the top end down there, and Tim will get a run at least, an 883 at 142, and Shane a 910 with 149 in the top end, as opposed to his 793 at 172 previously. So look, that'll give you an idea, folks, if you're sitting at home or if you're sitting here in the crowd, the track is hot.
Yeah, and the you look at the positives as well, is that the teams are getting data from this, so they're learning. Okay, this is what the track is going to be like tomorrow. If we run after the pro session, after the track has been prepped. So this is invaluable data for the team and for the crew chiefs, and when they're looking at their setups tomorrow in racing.
And Mark, as you being a racer, of course, we always talk about the fact that he who can change what the conditions are best will probably come out on top.
Exactly. Who can adapt to the conditions best, because it's equal. It's equal for everyone. So that's not an issue there. So it is. And as you can see, everyone's having the same issues right now on the hit of the throttle. And it's just a power management thing. It's just about how much power do I need to take out. Everything we've done so far in this session was too much power. So we need to make changes and to get down the track if we get conditions that are similar like this in racing tomorrow. Because yet again, Q3 later on, it's going to be completely different again for
it.
It's going to be cooler, different conditions, different track conditions and prep and all that.
And you're right, first up, exactly as you had it this morning, these guys will be on in round one tomorrow morning around the same time.
It'll be
when they had their quickest, safest, nicest, sweetest runs, they'll get that tomorrow morning. So you're right. So really, qualifier 3 this afternoon will be the one.
Well, you can see what they're doing here with Keith Hards on track in his big Ford, the Fair XW there. Just moving around, they're trying to find some better glue on the track there. Grantley Schloss in the lane beside him. He's currently qualified number 5, went a 7:34 in this Tirana for spot-on performance of Grantley Schloss. So watch out, 190 miles an hour as well. And Keith Hards can definitely improve. He only went a 10-second pass in the first session, so he's one driver there. If they can get up the start line, they are a very smart team. Good brains trust
Keith's
behind him.
Frank out there, so he's got the guru out there. He knows what he knows exactly how to get down the end of that track extremely quick. So especially in a big weighty Ford.
He's got 7 seconds to get in for Grantley Schloss. He's got to bump it in. He's in. And away they go. Grantley Schloss is out nice with an 0.55. Like the first two cars to get off the start line here in Q2 for J275. Schloss with the shootout goes 740, 175 miles an hour. And a 726 at 201 for Keith Hards.
You could see the Ford moving around at the top end. Just the front was lifting, wanting to lift. It's kept it down. 201 mile an hour for Hards. That was impressive.
I'd seen one of the timing blocks go, and I was like, oh, no, please tell me that wasn't the ET block. But it wasn't. So Keith Hart's time should stand there, that 7:26. Yeah, Grantley Schloss is 7:34. So drivers, 7:40, sorry, on this one. He was 7:34 earlier. But we will need to get that timing block replaced down there. So
You talked about it, Mark. Adapt.
Adapt.
There
you go. Great pass from both cars there.
No, that was an impressive run. That really, it was a tale of two runs, but it was impressive.
Keith Hards went all the way up to number 4 now in qualifying with that pass. He joins the 200 mile an hour brigade. We've got 3 cars in the 200 mile an hour zone now, and looking awfully tight in the top 5.
That's a massive improvement in a second qualifier, Mark, when no one else is getting down the track.
That's exactly that is it. And so now that you've seen cars get down the track, well, you know that it's just our setup. It's just the setup that we've got to change. We've got to,
because it can be done.
Yep.
It's been proven. So there you go. No, I'm loving it. I'm loving the drama. It's like home and away, but except we've got 4 wheels. So here we go. So Alex Bamford and of course Ryan Scott in the Tirana. So the battle of the blue Holdens. So the takeover towing Holden. It looks like he's still going to bring it through, which is good. We've got the Josh ABS diesel service. 850 Ryan ran before at 162 in that Tirana, all the way from beautiful Benarabi. Do love the Monaraby track as well. I've got the privilege of calling up there a few times. I'm sure you have, Mark, over the years, haven't you?
What's
Surely?
that? I haven't been to Monaraby, no. I haven't called up there. So.
Mate, it's a great little track. Love it.
Bamford's actually tried to stage on his back wheels here, Alex Bamford. It happens.
Mate, it's not no prep. You can't just...
maybe,
I'll take the rear wheel,
maybe,
thanks.
Ryan told him he could have the rear wheel, yeah.
Ryan's going, hang on, calm it down, mate. It's not. We've not got money on the line here yet.
All right, let's tailor the tape. Ryan was a number 16 qualifier, only ran an 850 in the first session. Alex Bamford looking to get his first lap on the board here at qualifying.
Run got out all right, though. Looked nice and soft launch, but still, it'll be a good run. And it definitely will be an 8:36 at 165 there for Ryan, and a 9:50 at 127 for Alex.
Yeah, both drivers getting into the field and improving on their earlier passes. So Ryan moves up to number 15 and qualifying with that 8:36, and Bamford goes into the number 18 spot with that 9:50. Oh,
mate, they keep coming, don't they? It's like, you know,
it's a huge class.
I'm gonna say it right now. It's actually a lot more less stressful commentating the Jambo Babe competition. Can I just tell you that?
Well, here's our number 1 qualifier in J275 at the moment, Denny Busbridge, to take on Warren Allen. So Warren Allen in the Ford there for Light Vehicle Solutions. Warren is our number 16 qualifier at the moment, an 8:39, but he can definitely go quicker. That was with it was off of it early, that 8:39. But Denny Busbridge, number 1 qualifier at the moment in that Tirana, went 6:82 at 208 miles an hour in Q1. Can he improve on that? I don't know.
No. Now, look, when we look at that car, and we look at, now, I had a Tirana back in the day, that little coupe with just the wing on the back, the 2 little turbos just nudging out of the bonnet there, the car is still a full-bodied, beautiful-looking Tirana.
Oh, absolutely.
And look at it, and that thing is doing 208, and as I said, we know it can go quicker. Then you look over at Warren Allen's stunning-looking Ford, 8:39 at 120, so he's got off it well and truly. So, mate, all eyes are going to be on Danny right here. What can he do? How will he adapt to these conditions?
I think Warren can go quicker as well.
Without a doubt.
8:39. He could find that 7-second zone in that Ford. We'll know in about 8 seconds here as we see both cars just in that pre-stage area. Tell you what, Denny Busbridge kicked down the track here.
Oh, yes.
And consolidate that 682 that he ran earlier. Watch out for the rest of the field.
That'll be a shot fight. Oh, Mark, and look at it. It's a battle of the battle of the skids.
There's some damage
flames.
there. There's some flames under the car there of Warren Allen. So it might have some carnage, some damage there for Warren Allen. Both cars obviously spinning on the hit there off the start line, but all eyes on Warren Allen because there was a lot of parts coming from underneath that car.
So we've got our officials bolting down the track. Car is obviously the whatever flame it had is out. So wow, what a
Well, there's definitely some fire underneath the car, yeah.
There definitely was. It was a big flame. I'm sure Overtaking Lane would have caught that well and truly on their video coverage, which we are getting the distinct pleasure of having today. So yeah, look, so I'll probably take a good opportunity, Mark, to say a big welcome to the crowd today, and to got to be honest, I was up on the top of the tower just before I came on to the commentary, and it is a cracker crowd, Mark.
It is huge down through the pits. Yeah, it's one of the biggest crowds I've seen for a long time here at Jamboree. Big thank you to everyone that has gotten out here. As we just see Warren Allen on the track, we've got our safety safari and safety team there just checking everything out, make sure everything is. He's okay, that the car is obviously not still on fire because we did see that flame underneath.
Yeah, we did. It was a big flame underneath. But, you know, look, it went out pretty quick, Mark.
Yeah,
so
by the looks of it.
Yeah, so that was always a good thing. So hopefully it's okay.
But it's something you never want to see, especially
no.
from the cars. And
well, we do when they're up on the boost leaving the line in the evening. We want to see lots of flames, especially from the rotors, because that's just the way it is. And we do love the little blue nitrous flames as well from some of the haulers. Mark, look at this. It's marquee. From where you and I are sitting here in the tower, it looks like a market day at the over on the grassy area. It's like everybody's going to market selling stuff. But I know the boys were talking about earlier about we've got 45 traders here on display, Mark. Did you know? Have you walked?
No, I haven't gone all the way down. No,
it's crazy. And they're all down there. We've got everyone from, like Toy Locker, Talk Dirty. They're all down there. So if you want to get yourself a T-shirt or go home and look at some car parts. I mean, now is the time. And look, mate, I don't know whether they're going to have a clean-up or whatever, but don't forget at some point in time today, now I know Chris, you and I always talk about it, get in quickly if you need some merch because they run out of sizes quick.
Yeah,
So don't muck around. So don't muck around. Go get yourself some merch. Get your shirt that you need. Get it for your mum, your dad, yourself. I don't really care. It's Christmas is coming up. Father's Day is next month. So if you've got a good dad, and I kind of class myself as a good dad. How about you, Mark? Do you class yourself as a good dad?
I'd like to think so. I'm sure my kids think otherwise.
I like to think so. I'm sure you're a good dad, Mark. I'm sure you are. But, yeah, so it looks like we might have a little bit of a clean-up because I can see the little Nautilus HD, which runs 38 seconds over the quarter mile. I don't know. I think they have run it, haven't they, at some point in time? I think they did have a lined up.
I think it might take a bit more than that.
Oh, look, now you're just being mean. Spirited, Mark. Look,
I reckon it'd take about 5 minutes to do the quarter mile.
Well, once it gets to top speed very quickly. It gets.
Can you imagine if it was in a dial-in race? I'm dialing in it half an hour.
It's on there now. He's at top speed. Can you go any faster? No, it's all good. So yeah, but yeah, what a massive crowd. I was up on the tower, as I said, looking down the grandstand, and look, really feels like a Winter Nationals crowd. And you and I were here, obviously earlier this year doing that, and it's good though, Mark. Just shows that motorsport, in general, is running hot. And look, Jamboree, look. I know Chris got emotional about the going back over the 35 years, and for myself, having been a sport compact kind of guy since
you're tragic as well, yeah.
See the early 80s, do have 3 rotaries at home, the wife and I, and it is good to see how it has grown and how Colin and the crew have brought it into this new genre as well, and adding other bits and pieces to it to just give it that extra bit of spice, Mark, so to speak. And it has really been good to see how Jamboree has gone from such a little thing. I remember those early days when we saw it on the video. I remember those early days. I used to race an RX3 here back in the 80s, and yeah, it was really good to see it all, mate. See the Chris's emotion.
It was. I must be, because I was just sitting here watching, and then I look over at Chris, and he's just got tears running down his face. And I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, okay, maybe he saw something that maybe passed away on the footage because it was all historical. So I wasn't too sure what was.
He just needed a hug. And you just didn't oblige him, you mean man.
And it just really shows what this sort of event means to someone like Chris, he lives and breathes this sort of racing.
And it is, mate. And the passion, you can't buy passion, can you? We need a car moved. We've actually got is that a Repco car?
It's a Repco car.
An 807 JU9. And where is it parked? It's a Mitsubishi four-wheel drive, a Repco car. Whereabouts who's it blocking in? It's in the pits and it's blocking someone. So if you are here and you're representing Repco and you're in a Mitsubishi, it must be a Triton, I would assume. An 807 JU9. Can you please move it immediately? Thank you.
Well, in the meantime, Terry, so whilst we've got this short break here at Willowbank Raceway for the 2025 Garrett Jamboree, we'll hear from some of our supporters.
Yeah, rightio, ladies and gentlemen. While we take this quick break and we have a little bit of a clean-up, I'm going to throw down to Mr. Chris Diggles. Who are you down there with, Chris?
Chairs. They don't look too stressed. But we've got all these guys working here. Look at this guy. He's working out. Got Eddie Harwack working out. Of course, the Joe Signorelli flagship with Paul Mahayat driving it. That's all working out. We won't show you what's going on in that corner over there just yet. That's a thrash over there that we're not going to show. We've asked permission, and we said if preferred if we didn't show up that end at the moment. The BMW's getting trashed on. But we'll move down through here. Obviously, Poe's car looks like it's all under control. You know what I mean? Like some of these combos, just old faithful sorted combos, don't have a problem. So all good there for Poe. No one stressed, no one thrashing on that one. Up that end, a little bit more thrash happening. But have we got that beautiful gas power plant? We'll come down this way a little bit, Dave. He's eating lunch. He's eating lunch over here. Who doesn't have a mouthful of food right now? Paul's aiding his digestion. We've got the fan blowing over there. We'll get you to come over here for a sec, Paul. That's just cooling them. Can you come over? Sorry, Paulie, just because of the fan over there. It's all, oh, here we go. He's wearing the belt already. Sorry, Paulie, whose belt was that?
John's.
Oh, that was John's belt. Yep. So, I want to ask you a few different things, right? So, how did the Celica go for you?
Not great. Split the intercooler pipe, made 50 pounds, but we'll get there.
So split the intercooler pipe, so they're fixing that?
Yep, they're fixing that, so we'll come back out next qualifier and try and lay it down.
Okay, now as far as Johnny's car, blower belt, hey?
Yeah, look, we plan to shut it off early, 1,000 foot, try and stay under 260. And I said to him, try and pedal it, no matter what, try and win the $3,000. But obviously the pedal just shredded all the teeth off the belt, so it is what it is.
Well, it's making some steam in the middle section there as well, but that $3,000's gone. We're about to go and give that to our friend with the nitrous car, would you believe?
Oh, really?
Yeah. No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Was he
So
shout tonight then?
it'll be. It's more than a 6-pack of VB, I can tell you.
100%.
But what is it about Jamboree, Paul? Like, it's really captured the imagination, not only of you, and you're a die-hard drag racer.
This year is insane. I just said to Andy before on the start line, have a look at the grandstands. There's more people here than there is at Winter Nationals. Like, it's ridiculous. So look, it's the atmosphere. You know, it's a different group of people compared to the winters. A lot more younger guys, younger people coming here. So it's good fun, man. We always have a ball, and you guys put on a great event. So
now look, other pro mod teams are probably thrashing. We know there's a fair bit of thrash up the other end. No one's working on this thing. Don't we need to work on it, Paul?
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't want to jinx myself, but it's been so good, this car, man. It just keeps giving, and at the end of the day, it's stupid fast. Yesterday, we went 5 numbers faster to the middle than we've ever been. So, and the car shut off for some reason, but it looks like it's fixed. So, man, if we can string a good lap together, I reckon we can probably go a bottom 50, high 40, but below 260 mile an hour.
Mate, that thing just looked quick out of the hole there yesterday. I can't wait to see what happens in the next couple of sessions this afternoon. Thanks, Paulie. We might see if we can get Johnny over here for a sec. Come over here, Mr. Ricker. We're just trying to... Sorry, thanks for Paulie. Now, that's a big fan down there blowing. I'm a bigger fan. The quickest screw blowing guy in the world, Australia's quickest tin top driver at the moment. Good testing yesterday, Johnny. But when you look at the data log, was there any right foot change out there past 60 foot? Did you give that a real quick pedal?
Yeah, so when the lock-up come on, it started to shake pretty bad, so I just got off it, hit it again, and we just wanted to run it to about 1,000 foot. I'm just trying to gauge that whole 260 mile an hour thing, so we don't want to go over it, but it's we're just trying to see how far we can push it before we get real close to that. So.
Well, you weren't the first pairings down, so we saw some guys, as we know, when it gets hot, the UV, a lot of cars down it, we saw some shaking happening. You probably had that in the back of your head that there was going to be some shake.
We did, yeah, so we planned on that. Last night, the car actually felt really good, and it went real quick. It went like 242 to the 330 and shut off at 2.7 for some reason. So that was another thing that was sort of in the back of our mind as well. Like for some reason, it just shut off, and we've gone over the whole car, and it's perfect. And yeah, to do that now, like we're pretty pretty confident. Yeah, pretty comfortable.
Of course, we've got 2 more sessions for Pro Mod, thanks to Dart Machinery. Some money to go up tomorrow. It's not about coming in for the money. It's about sort of a bit of bragging rights. Who has got the baddest outlaw Pro Mod at Jambo? Johnny's certainly going to try and get a hand on it, but there's so many quick cars out there. 2 more sessions, I think, either the next session or that last session tonight. You better be here to see it.
We're going to send it. So, yeah, stay tuned. Yeah, should go good.
All right, well, thank you, Johnny, our fastest bad man in the door car here, and he looks so chill, doesn't he? He looks so chill. Now, we've got to find our lucky winner of the $3,000 off the trailer, don't we? All right, so it's absolutely buzzing here in the pit area. Really good range here, as you can see. Got a couple of Diggleses here in the background following me here. My nephew and son, and Mrs. Diggles is stalking me. She's got to come to the track to get some quality time. Oh, geez, the wind. All right, we might find out. We'll see where here's Shane T. Mr. Shane T. Now, we had a little live stream yesterday. We've got him here now. We lost audio there. No, we're good. Shane T, we got you out in the sun there, mate. It's what was your atmosphere? Hang on. Oh, I lost it on there. Have we got visual?
With the sound from Chris Diggles just down in the group, the pro pits down there. But yeah, we've still got the track being cleaned up here at the moment. In the meantime, we might take a look at that 35-year footage again that we saw this morning, and that incredible history here of the Jamboree that's been happening for 35 years here at Willowbank Raceway.
Anywhere on the planet. The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree. Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouga, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowbank Raceway, make some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it. Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street-timed GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia. When you're racing at school, then line up.
To get out of it. What a wheel stand from the Grimmers.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. It's the world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard. It's the dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive race ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
They're
definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Kevin, 29, still has to chase the Tack Boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Navan, only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing. It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Navan. Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
It all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today? Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Front-wheel drive burnouts. Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Talk about keep the power down. Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny. I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas. The entire quarter-mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh!
And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge.
There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now.
Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle.
Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
Here's the quickest street-type GTR in Australia.
Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6.
I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record. The quickest, the fastest pass by a sport compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Mick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey. Oh, 75! 575!
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humilde Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes was 614 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Bent, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8. There's the first 640 in ZEB Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
The rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramucca leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through 2nd and 3rd gear. Ivan Scaramucca, the world's quickest RX3.
That's right, mate. #1 in the world. #1 in the world, brother. See that? #1 in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere.
And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone.
It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree. To Colin Wilshire, he is keeping the 20B at bay with a little 2-litre engine. The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matsuk. 662, 190 miles an hour. Whoa.
Chris Hall.
He was well and truly up on 2 wheels.
In Factory Extreme final.
What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year.
Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree.
Good tune-up, good car, good brothers, and drive it like you stole it.
Been a bit sceptical initially that an event just before Saunders would bring in enough people to make it a worthwhile day, and I'm sure you all appreciate that it's a top day. Well, I'm sure Ray wants you all back next year.
It's a two-day extravaganza where people who are fans of fast cars, of show cars, and all the added excitement, they can come and get it all. They can soak it all up, and you know, we're right behind it all the way.
What a trip down memory lane that is. That is just incredible. Full credit to whoever put that together, because that was just sensational, Mark. It almost brings a tear to your eye.
Well, it did for Diggles this morning, mate. I didn't realise how much it meant to Diggles. This,
yeah,
and watching his reactions, his emotions to that footage.
And it's one of those things. It's been such a big part of a lot of people's lives over the years, you know, from its original incarnation all the way back in the 90s, all the way through to what you see today. And judging by the crowd and judging by the number of people that are here in the entry list, I think it's still got a few years left in it. What do you reckon,
mate? I think so, mate. I think we'll be around here for the 50th in 15 years' time.
100%. A big thank you to, of course, Garrett Advancing Motion, our naming rights partner here this weekend at the Brisbane Jamboree. 35th time that we've done this, and it is an absolute pleasure to be back here at Willowbank Raceway yet again. The Garrett Advancing Motion is the leading automotive turbocharger provider supplying innovative technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Their innovative turbo technologies for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability. They cover the full range of engine sizes from sub 1 litre economy engines to premium and high-performance V8s and V12s, and a massive thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion for their support, as well as Fueltech, our presenting partner here this weekend as well. Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. With roots deeply embedded in the racing world, their mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. So a massive thank you to them.
Also, a big thank you to our product partners this weekend, Summit Racing Equipment. Summit offers a huge amount of support around the world to races, events, series, sanctioning bodies, and more, which is why they are so well known in the motorsport and automotive industry. I must admit, I find myself at night sometimes looking through the Summit catalogue online.
It's hard not to.
Yeah, the Jamboree events are a different race and a fan base than the Summit's previously been associated with, and they're excited to be a part of all three events here in 2025. And as part of the partnership, Summit Racing Equipment will be rewarding each winner, runner-up, and top qualifier at all three events vouchers to spend at Summit Racing and discount opportunities for our races. That is cool. That's cool. Cool opportunity there for our races. And what's more exciting is that we will have thousands of discount vouchers to hand out to our Jambo fans at every event, along with several prize packs being drawn throughout the day each event, which includes gift vouchers and Summit merch. Jamboree management excited to welcome Summit to the Jamboree family and look forward to partnering with Jim and the team for many years to come. So a big thank you to Summit Racing Equipment.
Absolutely. Platinum Racing Products, PRP on board again. This is a company that is just going from strength to strength. They manufacture niche top-end performance electronic and billet parts for race applications that filter all the way down to the modified streeters. Their parts suit a wide range of vehicles such as sports compact JDM and all 6-cylinder turbo performance platforms. And the majority of parts are designed as plug-and-play kits with tech videos, instructions and customer support. Herman and the team from Platinum are absolutely phenomenal to deal with, and a big thank you to them. Now, we've just had a card handed in, and it is something that I think a gentleman called Matthew Wood is probably going to be missing right about now.
He would definitely like that back.
He would definitely like that back, and if you don't want to come and get it, that's fine. I'm sure we can find a pub that we can go to and throw it down on the bar.
Especially we just spoke about Summit.
Yeah, well, exactly. Actually, you know what? We might jump online and do a little bit of shopping. So, Matthew, how about we'll give you 45 minutes or so, and then we'll go shopping with it. So,
yeah, another big thank you to one of our other product partners this weekend, Oceana College of Technology. Oceana College is an RTO registered training organisation and now have a campus at the Gold Coast, Sydney and Brisbane. Courses for light vehicle, mechanical, automotive body repair, automotive management, automotive mechanical diagnosis. Great partner, Oceana College of Technology. You can see them across the corporate box there as well, the corporate club there on the start line. So big thank you to the Oceana College of Technology.
And I do also want to say, Matthew Wood, if you want to come and collect what you have lost, we've got it here in the commentary box. I didn't mention that before, which is level 1 of the Red Tower right alongside the racetrack. Now, our live stream partner, Real Street, for everybody watching online, which at the last time I looked, I think we were sitting at around about 2,500 people that were watching online. Great job, guys. Love having you here, but it's all thanks to Real Street Performance. Real Street Performance is the parts supplier that racers and retailers all over the world count on. When they need reliable advice, they want honest and caring service from someone that takes pride in what they do. And when they need the right parts quickly without unexpected delays or unpleasant surprises, they have a team of over 30 staff who are passionate about racing and have build experience when advising and supplying parts. It's a 20,000 square foot distribution warehouse in Sanford, Florida, stocking over $3 million worth of parts. Same day shipping to anywhere in the world with competitive international rates. Massive performance to Real Street. And if you want to see what they're all about, go visit their website. It is www.realstreetperformance.com. Massive thank you to them.
We're not too far from getting underway here with qualifying. We are in the middle of our second qualifying session for all of our brackets.
Know what else we got coming up tonight?
What have we got coming up tonight?
A lot of good racing, but in addition to that, I know realistically you're just a big kid inside, aren't you, Mark?
We all are.
We all are. How does fireworks grab you? 6:30 tonight, we're going to be having a fireworks display here at the racetrack. There's going to be racing before and racing after it, but at 6:30, we're going to have some fireworks. And I personally, I love a bit of fireworks. And if you're a kid, there's plenty for you to do here this weekend. The Kids Zone is open from 9:30 to 4 p.m. each day here at Jambo. Mega Combo Jumping Castle. I saw the Ultra Twister Swing Ride. I don't think they'll let me on. I think I'm a bit too heavy to get on there. But either way, still looks like fun. Face painting, there's stilt walkers getting around, free activity books, colouring in, all that sort of stuff. The Jambo Kids area down there in the pits, basically almost immediately behind the Red Tower alongside the racetrack here. So we've got lots going on here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, celebrating 35 years of Jamboree here this weekend. And by the look of it, we've just about got the clean-up just about done down there of Warren Allen after his little... It looked like a gearbox let go or something. There was
Could be the gearbox, yeah.
There was a big fire underneath and a lot of shrapnel coming out from underneath the car. So, massive clean-up effort from all the team here. As well as that, while we do still have a little bit of a clean-up going on, if you are looking for something to do, go down, grab yourself some merchandise from the Jambo tent because it ain't going to last. Looking at the lines that were out there earlier on today, it is not going to last very long. So make sure you do go and get in early. And also we've got traders all the way along the back of the grandstand, all the way down the thoroughfare here. I think at last count it was somewhere in excess of 40 traders.
That's what Terry was saying this morning to me.
Absolutely incredible, and just a testament to everybody that wants to be involved with this fantastic event here at Willowbank.
Yeah, I'll just have a look at some of the names down there and some of the traders. It's there's some big names there. Bowden's is down there. Adrenaline Events.
Yeah.
There was a jerky.
There's jerky. Heavenly Jerky.
Yeah, jerkies. I saw those.
Wow. Okay. Maybe we need to do a bit of a taste test. I'm not. This is not a cash for comments, but I'm happy to give credit where credit's due. But I can't give credit without trying the product first. You know, we can't give any kind of endorsement. I'm just saying. Like the Rocky Road that we received this morning was absolutely spectacular. I don't know who that was from, but whoever made the Rocky Road and gave it to Diggles, the commentary team is very much enjoying it. We didn't get these bodies through hard work and determination.
You haven't tried the Japanese cheese yet?
No.
With the smoke-infused cheese,
the
octopus?
The squid and cheese, octopus cheese. Like, I don't even know how you make cheese from an octopus, but I'm just... the concept of putting the two together and then smoking it, I know I have greatest of respect for our Japanese visitors that are here this weekend. I just don't know if I can bring myself to try it.
It was good.
It was good?
I'm not a seafood guy, but it was.
Look, I'm just going to wait and see if you wake up tomorrow morning. If you do, then I'll try it, all right?
Yeah, big props to all our supporters that are out here this weekend, especially our interstate and international visitors.
Interstate and international, we've got a number of competitors that are here from New Zealand. We've got a number of competitors that are here from Western Australia as well. And we've got a stack of people who have come to spectate from overseas. I know we've got some Japanese visitors. Give us a wave if you're up there in the grandstand. Give us a wave if you're here from overseas. I know there's some Puerto Ricans floating around as well. There's some Americans here this weekend. It's just a kaleidoscope. This is what it's all about. It's a big melting pot. It doesn't matter where you're from. As long as you're into drag racing, some quick sport compact cars, this is what this weekend's all about.
All right, we're not too far from getting back underway with qualifying.
Hopefully. Hopefully. It feels like it's been rolling on for a little while here. We are in the middle of J275 at the moment. We will be picking that up very, very shortly, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
All right, we're back here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree here in Brisbane at Willowbank Raceway. We are just putting the final touches here on the track surface. I'll tell you what, which lane would you want to pick right now? Would you go that lane that they've just cleaned up, or would you go the other lane? It's looking all right down there here. We are in the middle of qualifying session number 2 for all of our brackets. And they've got one more qualifying session later on today as well.
It's hard to say which one's going to be the pick of the sessions, isn't it? Because the way we're going, the way it's shaping out at the moment, I dare say that second qualifier is going to be right in that purple patch where the sun's getting a little bit lower in the sky, the UV's going off the racetrack, but there's still plenty of temperature around. And the one later on tonight might start to be getting a little bit cool, maybe make a little bit too much horsepower if there's such a thing. But look, there's plenty of racing left to come here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. 35 years is what we're celebrating here this weekend. And I'll tell you what, 35 years ago, do you reckon they would have thought that we would still be doing it now? I think it was more a year-to-year thing back then. It was just, we've got big plans, but, you know, take it 1 year as it comes. And now, 35 years later, this is what it's grown into. Absolutely phenomenal event here at Willowbank Raceway. And hopefully a couple more drags of the tractor and we should be able to get back into it. In fact, the tractors look like they are pulling off the racetrack, so that's got to be a good sign. And I think we, touch wood, I don't want to get too carried away, don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but I think we might be right to get back to racing.
Well, the tale of this session so far in Q2 has been the challenge that the drivers are facing with the increasing temperatures that we've had today from the morning session in qualifying. In the morning session, everyone got down the track. We had some very, very quick numbers, but so far in this middle of the day session, it has been a challenge. A lot of the cars have had too much power on the hit. We've seen a lot of spin on the hit of the throttles.
Yeah.
And let's see what happens now that we've had a little bit of a break.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The bigger slick tyres were all shaking and rattling because they weren't throwing enough at it, and the smaller tyres seem to just be absolutely bombing the tyres, blowing them off and smoking them at the hit. So it's kind of going to be a case of meeting somewhere in the middle, I think. And well, right now we are 26 cars into J275, and we've still got a few more left to come. It will be Jared Blair, I think it is, up against Steve Farrelly, according to what's in our system. Jared Blair in the Supra.
Yep.
And Steve Farrelly, the VL.
Yeah, in qualifying session number 1, Jared Blair didn't get down the track in the Supra, so they're looking to put down a representative pass here in Q2. But Steve Farrelly, he had no issues. He went 727, 196 miles an hour to be our number 5 qualifier at the moment.
Number 5, that's only good enough for number 5. Wow, Danny Busbridge currently the clubhouse leader with a 682 at 208 miles per hour. Faith Centenay, I think it's Fate Centenay, with a 7206. Matthew Aegis with a 7209. Keith Hards with a 726. And Steve Farrelly, currently the number 5 qualifier with a 727. But he's looking to improve that here this time around. Both these guys from Queensland. Steve Farrelly from bigger waters in Queensland. Jared Blair from Kong Island. And ironically enough, the car's called King Kong. So it should be a very interesting pass here, Mark.
Absolutely. Sorry, mate. I was just getting words from our meeting director. He's let me know that all of our pro classes will be back on track at 3:30.
All right, rock and roll.
Yeah. So they'll be on track at 3:30 for our Factory Extreme
party time
first. But anyway, yeah, we're in J275. I was just looking at the data from last year's qualifying. After Q3, number 2 qualifier was a 740.
So number 2 was a 740. We've now got 6 cars quicker than that already.
Number 1 was a 711, which was Setna. He was the number 1 qualifier last year with a 711.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, yeah. What we're saying is there's been some progress, some development. Who would have thought a drag race is getting quicker year on year?
12 months ago, that 727 from Farrelly would have been good for number 2 spot, but it's only good for number 5 spot here today. And just spin again. This is the biggest challenge for the crew chiefs and drivers right at the moment, the tuners.
Yeah, do we have any weather data out there? I wonder if anybody wants to text us the current weather conditions, because I dare say the fact everyone's walking around sort of in shorts and t-shirts out there at the moment, it's fairly warm when you're out there in the sun. But that being said, maybe just taking a little bit more to get their head around as we see the Mustang now of Ben Graham, the Your Plumbing Solutions Mustang rolling up to the line, taking on Ben Robertson from Highfields in Queensland with this very, very tidy Club Sport R8.
Yeah, he's our number 14 qualifier at the moment, Ben Robertson, in this as you said, tidy HSV. Another car that could be in that Show and Shine out the back here at Willowbank Raceway today. Just, I love the lines on the body of this car.
Yeah.
Just straight. It looks fast. It looks swoopy. It looks cool. Ben Graham in the Mustang. He's our number 22 qualifier, so he can definitely improve on that 10-second pass.
Yeah, just a little.
Just a little. He could definitely get into the 7th here,
Yeah,
but it's the challenge, obviously. How can you tiptoe it off the start line and then get the power back in without spinning?
My question is, what's the power adder with Ben Graham? Because
well, I
can see zoomies, and I'm wondering, is it pro-charged or supercharged? Hard to say, because obviously nothing's hanging out of the hood. You wouldn't think that it would be turbocharged, but I might be wrong on that one.
You never know.
There are occasionally turbo cars with zoomies these days. We'll get a fair idea once it gets under noise, but Ben Robertson, the HSV, only relatively small cubes, 388 cubes, but obviously makes them work pretty hard. 820, only 110 miles per hour, currently in number 14 qualifier, so can certainly bump up a little bit with this one. Definitely not turbo.
Well,
that one is
start line.
130 for a big heavy car on a small tyre, and a 724. That'll be top 5, but I don't know where it puts him in the top 5. 192 miles per hour. 724 at 192 puts him into the number 4 qualifying position. And how's this for a list? If you exclude Danny Busbridge, because he's kind of a day and a half out in front of everybody else at the moment, Saturday 720, Aegis 720, Robertson 724, Hard 726, Farrelly 727, Sloss 734. It is incredibly tight in J275, presented by Boostline Connecting Rods. And next up, we got one more, or a couple more coming. Peter Finianos, the P&P Civil out of Wallachia in New South Wales. About half an hour, 40 minutes away from Sydney Dragway. And Juan Kudnik, it's a name many old drag racers know.
He's been racing the Kendare events for a long time now, Juan Kudnik, in this big Holden. Well, he went 792 in Q1, currently qualified number 12. That's pretty much where he runs. That's the ballpark for this car with Juan. Peter Finios, though, he only went a 996 in Q1, so he can definitely improve. He can probably get into that 7-second zone if they, again, it's that challenge off the start line. But we just seen Robertson do it.
Yeah, and this car can run deep into the 7s. So the question is, can he do it this time around? Kudnik currently number 12 qualified with 792. I'll tell you what, that's a sleeper and a half, isn't it?
One spun off there. You don't see one do that too often in the big Holden. And some issues there for Peter Finios as well. He rolls through for a 970. Does improve slightly by 0.2 of a second, 120 miles an hour, but it really won't move him up in the field at the moment. It wasn't a full pass for either driver.
15-second run there for Kudnik. As I think we are still in J275. Yeah, we are. Daniel Hookham and Matthew Dack now. Hookham lining up in the Holden Commodore. VB Commodore, I think it is. I'm only looking at it side on, so it's a bit hard to tell.
You can't see the front grille.
Yeah, but he's going to take on Matthew Dack, the Falcon with the Barra underneath the hood. Again, should be another good matchup. A couple of cars that haven't quite lived up to expectations so far. Number 26 qualifier with a 15-second pass for Hookham. And a 12.96 puts Dack in the number 23 position.
Really. He's going to improve. It wasn't a clean pass, though. There you go, 939, 128 miles an hour for Daniel Hookham. He improves by 6 seconds. And Matthew Dack rolls through for a 15-second pass at 78 miles an hour.
So 6 seconds, and how many positions do you reckon?
Probably not many. 26. What did he go to? 18th. So he'd go a few spots. 8 spots.
That's not too bad.
Not too bad.
You'd take
Considering
that.
he pedalled it off the start line and it wasn't a full pass, but hey, it's better than Q1.
26 cars in this category. J275.
It's a heads-up class as well.
That's yeah. So is it? It's the top 16 or the top 8 that we take to go to the pro?
I think. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's
Pro 27. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, you're right. There is that.
We'll do some research and come back to you on that. But there is a cut-off. So we take the quickest X number of cars and we put them into a bracket and run them against each other, and then the rest can fight it out for the J275 trophy.
Or J275. So for fields over, go to an elimination style.
Okay, so over 16 cars. So it's going to be going to elimination for
That's
these
how I
guys.
read it anyway by the rules here.
Yep, absolutely. So next up it is Centenay, our current number 2 qualifier with 7206. He's only just hanging on to that number 2 qualifying spot. He's got a bunch of races breathing down his neck, and it's going to be Rob Chaplin in what is one of the cleanest looking Camaros that I've seen for a long, long time. This thing is mint.
Have a look at the motor under the bonnet.
Yeah.
Music, 977 cubes on board for Rob Chaplin.
Is the look on my face what most people do when they hear that? Wow.
So
did you say 900 cubes?
977 cubes.
So nearly 1,000 cubes.
16 litres.
Let's call it between friends, we'll call it just about 1,000 cubes. Alright, so what do we work that as? About 13, 14 litres?
No, 16 litres.
16 litres.
Yep.
See, I was working in Imperial.
I googled it this morning. The calculator up.
There you go. 16 litres. Okay, so a lazy 8 milk bottles under the hood for Rob Chaplin from Koganya in Victoria. That is a lot of cubes and a lot of horsepower to be putting through a 275 tyre. That is going to be a challenge. That's the definition of challenging.
It's a lot of torque.
100% it is.
So he hasn't put a lap down yet, Rob Chaplin. It's a quick car as well.
And it's got nitrous on it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the 1,000 cubes isn't enough.
He campaigns in the Kenda series, which has run over half track, runs 4 seconds into the 4 second zone over half track.
And probably not unexpected, blowing the tyres off. It's still turning the tyres at half track is Rob Chaplin. And a 10.14 at 178 miles per hour. A lazy 178 miles per hour. That's kind of like bringing a Sherman tank to a knife fight, that one. That is just brutal, is the only way to describe it. And Centenay blows the tyres off with an 18-second run. He'll rely on his previous 7.20 to keep him in the number 2 qualifying spot. Now, I think we've got one more car left to come through in J275, and I think we're going to move to what do we move
So we're
to
going to run the
next?
pro classes per their time schedule at 3.
Right, okay.
3:30. We'll see Factory Extreme on track.
So I think we've got
Pro Turbo, Pro Compact.
So have we run 315, J315?
No, we have not.
We have not. Okay, so that is J315 coming up in the not too distant future, I believe. Okay, so we've got Michael Elkouri. Milko Elkouri in the Nissan down there backing up. Now, I believe if it's the same, Michael Elkouri, I dare say the fact that I think it's got a gas sticker on this this car. If it's the same Michael Elkouri, you'll remember LOL 13B, the MX-5 with a...
I see one of the crew sheets says.
Yeah, Mazda MX-5 with a 2J in it. Went 6s. Street driven to the track, run 6s, drive it home. So he's no stranger to quick cars.
Well, he went 8:05 in Q1, but only 130 mile an hour. So it was an off the throttle pass in the first session. So they can definitely get into the 7s if they can get it from A to B under power.
I reckon it's safe to say this might have a 2J in it too. Well, bombs the tyres right at the hip, which has kind of been the theme of the afternoon. The tyres, everyone's sort of struggling to get a hold of it, at least in the small tyre class, struggling to get a hold of this racetrack. And I don't think it's any reflection on the racetrack. I think it's just probably a little bit warmer than what these guys would have expected. The sun is absolutely beating down on this racetrack, and
Well, we're still in winter. It should be a little bit cooler.
Well, it should be, but that doesn't feel like it. Next up, all of a sudden, I'm wondering when I got my last tetanus shot.
We're moving now into J31 qualifying session and number 2, and this is one of my favourite cars in the class. I actually saw this car getting built over at the KPM Performance Workshop, and it's something special. Dale Gridley in the Valiant.
Wow.
And it is a, mate, the tubing and the stuff underneath the bonnet, incredible.
I've just had a look in the hood scoop there, and there is pipe work inside the hood scoop.
The pipe work is off its head.
Why is there pipe work inside the hood scoop? I need to know. I've got questions and I need to know.
That's why you should get down to the pits.
I don't have time. I'm up here talking about it. Well, look, it's a good style of thing, that's for sure. This is going to be very, very interesting. Test pilot Dale Gridley. Anyway, he's going to take on Colesy. Andrew Coles, the spot-on performance Mustang. We are in J315 now. And slightly bigger tyre. You wouldn't say it's massively bigger, but it's a slightly bigger tyre. And these guys and girls will be throwing down. Look at where the breather pipe is on it. It's just coming out the roof at the back. This is a unique race car. Indeed for Gridley.
Got it off the start line, which not a lot of drivers have done in this session. And Gridley goes through for a 795, only 166 mile an hour. And Andrew Coles goes 799. Look at the speed from Andrew Coles at 207 mile an hour. He pedalled it off the start line, got it to recover to a 799, 207 mile an hour, the second best speed of J315 so far this event.
Yeah, that's those cubes. It's 521 cubes coming home at the other end of the racetrack. So, yeah, that's qualifying position, not where he wants to be, but I reckon speed tells you he's got plenty of steam on board.
Yeah, Gridley, they were definitely soft off the start line. They actually didn't improve on their ET, but they did pick up a bit of speed.
Oh. Next up is Chevy Nova. Tell me more. I need to know.
He's won a few awards at the Kenda Series for best appearing. Damien Boyce.
Deserved. I'm a Ford guy, and that thing is getting my attention.
Yeah,
I'll give it
it's
that.
tidy. That's spot on performance Chevy for Damien Boyce, taking on the HG Ute of Adrian Hines. Have a look at the Ute though for Hines.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the presentation, the quality of cars that we've got in this. That beautiful colour on Hines' car.
And not only is it beautiful, mate, it goes as well. So number 4 qualifier at the moment with a 730, 186 miles an hour here in J315. Damien Boyce is our number 5 qualifier with a 736. Having a look at the recap of qualifying. So Ryan Holtz is number 1 in J315 with a 689. Guy Hall number 2 with a 716. Denny Lansdowne number 3 with 727. And these two guys on the track in 4th and 5th respectively so far. Adrian Hines got off the start line in this HG Ute. Will take it across the finish line here and go 751, 187 miles an hour for Adrian Hines. And Damien Boyce with issues, spin on the hit there, as we've seen from a lot of the vehicles so far this afternoon. Won't better his earlier 736. Adrian Hines gets down the track with a 751. It doesn't improve, but he got down the track, which I think is probably the main goal for a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
They did get down in Q1. It's probably not about being quicker, but just getting from A to B under power, because it's going to give you data for tomorrow in racing when it's conditions like this.
I don't think anyone's looking to set the world on fire in this session. This is...
well, in saying that, Simon O'Carroll might. Simon O'Carroll moving forward. Currently, number 9 qualifier with a 969. This thing can go a lot quicker than that. It's got the best of everything. The Kraken. The Camaro.
Yes.
Simon O'Carroll pulls. Taking on Guy Hall in the Mercedes for Diesel Australia. Guy Hall is currently number 2 qualifier. Such a cool car.
Yes, the answer is always yes on every day, twice on Sundays. This is what J315 is all about. Big blowers hanging out the hood and absolutely just iconic looking cars. the Camaro Simon O'Carroll. Now, I don't think he's got a whole lot of laps under his belt with this car, does he? It's still relatively a new combination, but certainly looking the goods with the small tyre underneath. And Guy Hall in the Mercedes does like to party with this car. This thing gets down in boogies and has a bit of a habit of picking the front wheels up a little bit as well, which is a fair effort in itself when you consider how heavy this thing is and how far out the engine is over the front wheels.
I'm really excited to see what Simon O'Carroll can do this weekend in the Camaro.
Go quick is the answer.
Oh, 410 at half track, shoots out early, still goes 681, goes to the number 1 spot, 130 miles an hour. Simon O'Carroll shoots out like about 1,000 foot, 681. I think that puts him to the number 1 spot, which we're not going to get because it must be the end of qualifying.
I think that is. Oh no, there's one more car.
We've still got one more, so we'll probably get an updated. Here we go. Yeah, O'Carroll goes to that number 1 spot, 681. Shoots out at about 1,000 foot.
That's outstanding. That is outstanding.
410 to half track.
What's that thing going to do when he uncorks it and lets it across the stripe? Because with the chutes out, like that's
it. I don't know how they've got it set up because it's probably predominantly more an 8-mile racing car.
Yeah, exactly.
But, it's got the best gear ever. Like that's, I think that's the a Noonan. It's got all
it's got all the good gear in it. It's got all the good gear in it, that's for sure. But looks like we've still got one more, maybe 2 more cars left to come. Reese Carkeet and Ryan Holtz.
Well, this man Ryan Holtz on screen here was the number 1 qualifier until about 15 seconds ago.
Hey, he's going to want to get it back.
He's going to want to get it back. He's number 2 now with a 689, 207 mile an hour. Reese Carkeet is currently the number 7 qualifier with a 761 in the lane beside Ryan Holtz in this Tirana. So Ryan Holtz going through the burnout procedure here. 315 qualifying with Spot On Performance supporting the car. We can see Reese Carkeet now backing up.
Again, just quality presentation across the board, isn't it? Reese Carkeet with the Holden down here. It's super nice looking car. They're almost too nice to thrash. They almost belong in the show and shine, these things, rather than out on the racetrack. But number 7 qualifier, 761, 184 miles per hour, 689. Was the number 1 qualifier for Ryan Holtz. Can he get it back? He's only got to find really less than a 1/10 of a second. It's that easy, isn't it? Just find a 1/10. Ask any drag racer, they'll tell you.
In conditions that are a little bit more difficult than what they had in Q1.
Yeah.
That's it's a big task, but you never know.
Okay, with a nice pass.
Well,
Tell you what,
he got out strong.
He might give it a red hot crack here.
He might. Oh, he might as well. 681 with the 3.
It's going to go to the 1,000.
We're not going to get him because that definitely was the last pair. We're not going to know if Holtz. He did. He got there. He got the number 1 spot back.
Got there by 4,000th of a second.
He got the number 1 spot back from Simon O'Carroll. Ryan Holtz goes to number 1. Carkeet improved as well. He went 761 in the lane beside him, I think. 790, sorry, at 180 mile an hour. Ryan Holtz, 681. Goes back to that number 1 spot. Simon O'Carroll. So Simon O'Carroll had the number 1 spot for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, he had it for 2 runs, 3 runs, something like that. So Ryan Holtz, number 1 qualifier, 681. Simon O'Carroll, number 2 with a 681. Guy Hall in 3rd with a 716, which isn't too shabby, but it's 3rd at the moment. Danny Lansdowne 4th with a 727, who I think Danny Lansdowne's still coming up. So we've still got a couple more cars left in this session. Adrian Hines, number 5 with a 730. Damien Boyce, number 6 with a 736. Reese Carkeet in 7th with a 761. And Dale Gridley rounding out the top 8 as it stands at the moment with a 787. So, Danny Lansdowne rolling up to the line now. And he's going to take on Adrian Smith from Luscombe in Queensland. Where is Luscombe in Queensland?
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, okay. I thought I just...
it's a big state,
just threw you under the bus there.
With all the suburbs are. Come on.
Toot, just call me the bus driver.
Yatla.
It's not far away.
Okay, it's not too far then.
Okay, right.
There you go.
Right. Do they sell chairs there that don't go down? Because my chair just will not stay up at the moment. Oh. Thank you. Quick pit stop.
Changing the lanes. Here we go.
Yeah,
All right. In front of us, J315 qualifying. Adrian Smith in this little Mazda. It's tidy looking Mazda. That'd be fun to drive. That'd be a fun car to drive.
Be a
short
handful.
wheelbase like that.
Be a handful, but it'd be fun, that's for sure. The thing that gets me about Lansdowne's car is I can't believe how straight it is. It is just absolutely gorgeous. And when you got a wagon, they can be really hard to make them look perfect, but he does a pretty good job. Struggling to get a hold of the racetrack. He's going to give it a bootful at the other end of the track. And how does an 880 at 108.94 miles per hour grab you?
Well, that's interesting. So Lansdowne picked up 6 mile an hour, obviously, on his qualifier. He didn't improve ET-wise, but he's definitely found a little bit more horsepower, the 194 mile an hour. Neither driver improving on their earlier qualifying pass here as we get on to the next pairing here in Sports Compact. Qualifying now. So that was the finishing of a J315 qualifying. We now move into Sports Compact. Qualifying session number 2. Street Compact. 40 cars qualified so far in Street Compact today. We have got Christine Thompson on the start line in the Ford Ute, taking on the Corolla of Scott Clibben.
Scott Clibben, he has had some awesome successes made at some of the Rocky Nats and that sort of stuff as well, so he knows how to dial it into their mark, as does Christine. But a 10.77 for Scotty and a 10.49 for Christine in that hard charging Ford with 135 mile an hour in the top end.
Yeah, both drivers improving by a couple hundredths on their earlier passes today. So these guys, they haven't got the horsepower that we saw in like J315, J275, so they probably won't see any spin on the start line.
No.
So they don't have to worry about that like those other guys. So it's just all about consistency.
About those other guys.
All those guys with 3,000 and 4,000 horsepower.
Uh,
Kai Morgan in the Sylvia to take on Jason Bailey in the Gallant.
I've actually been out in around the track in that thing of Jason's and that Gallant, and he is a bit of a wild customer.
Yeah.
And yes, look at it. Look, gets it sideways a bit there at the 60, trying to put the power down. So as much as they mightn't have a whole lot of wheel spin like the more horsepower cars, Mark, they still seem to be having a little bit of trouble, some of the guys and girls, getting the power down. But Jason runs a 13.38 at 113, and Kai will put the Sylvia through for a 13.35. No, but we've got 15.29, so not representative, but that's the way it goes. So Benny B and Zach Anderson, Zach in the Ford, the Sylvia, the Precise Engine Rebuilders. Benny B all the way from beautiful Pimpamar. So a 10.77 previous and 11.52 for Zach. That's a quick grocery getter of Anderson's, isn't it, Mark? How would you reckon?
They're all pretty quick grocery getters
11.5
in the Street Compact class. Red light there from Zachary Anderson here in qualifying, 194 reaction time for Benny B. Around 10.77 in Q1. Benny B goes 10.83 this time, 130 miles an hour. Zachary Anderson goes 11.61, 127 mile an hour. So both drivers slightly slower than what they ran in Q1.
But still within the zone, though, I would assume, though, Mark.
Yeah, I think if you can be within around 500s, yeah, that'd be the way to go. And we've got Chris Diggles down in the pits talking to some of our race teams. We'll go down to Chris quickly.
One of our great beloved friends from the land of the long white cloud, Rod Harvey. Roddles, there's a bit of a thrash going on down here, but at 2JZs all together, we're doing other things here, mate. What have you found?
Well, normally we'd be fixing the motor, but not this round. We got a cracked wheel, so we had to run around and get another wheel and swap brakes and bearings over, so that sort of like consumed us in the last hour. The boys are changed tyres and all sorts of stuff, but we're ready to go for the next round, and that's all that matters.
If it's not one thing with these cars, it's another. Now, look, I don't know whether we can catch where's that really badly cracked one? This may be an example there. Here we go. Look at this one. So this is what caught their attention. Right? Can you really zoom in on the centre hub there?
See that crack through there.
We cannot send Rod at 250 plus mile an hour on them. What was the clue? Just coming back after the run, or what was it?
It actually got like very loose in the braking area, and I don't know if there was something on the track. The car doesn't normally behave like that down there, but I'll definitely be wary on the next round. And it came right round on me. Actually shot into the other lane and wondered where the other car was at one point down there, and thought, "Sheesh, am I going to be on my roof again? I'm sick of being on there." But anyway, I would say that might have happened down there with the load coming around onto that wheel.
Now, what's it like to be back in the saddle? What's it like to be back in the 5-second zone? Got there with a bit of testing yesterday. You've got to sort of ease yourself into these things. You can't hop in and expect to repeat sort of previous performances.
Yeah, well, in the upcoming months to the Jamboree, we've been testing and really only running the car to half track, just so we don't wear all the gear out, because that's what happens when you run it out the back. As you know, the 2J or the 30-old RB that's still going to be running on Sundays is going to be the one taking home the money. So leading up to it, we were just running to half track, and we knew the increments of half. The moment we drive it out the back, it's just going to go fast. And even last night, we were off it at 5.3 seconds, and it went 5.83, you know, and I pedalled it at 3.30, and the sun was in my eyes. I couldn't see where the hell I was going.
So less than perfect, and you're still coming up with those results. So that's really got to, I suppose, give that injection of confidence at the team. It's not like you got to this stage of being one of the fastest import guys in the world, was the quickest at one stage in the world, and realise after all these years, do we still really masters of our own domain, or does things keep coming up to test you?
Well, a really smart person would have given up when you're in front, but here I still am. One of my reasons, or key reasons for keeping going, is we developed a bullet cylinder head, and I've also been testing that over the last 18 months, which is quite hard when you live in another country. Bunch of boys back home, Dwight Struther, Tony Barry, Ariel that's here with me from CPC, they've made this all themselves, and we've all put our heads together and made it work, and so far it seems to be working. When I rolled around the loop every time it's idling, that's what we need. Come back for the next round.
Of course, feeding this thing sort of north of 100 PSI through these engines, that's what you've got to do in Factory Extreme to make 3,000 horsepower. I'm not going to say that you might be one of our hot tips, but, you know, is there anyone else that you think might be in opposition that we've got to look out for in this field?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, the team that keeps the car running is the team you've got to look out for. And if you just keep going laps, but with me, I want to do laps and I want to go fast at the same time. I don't want to muck around with 580s. We want to go 70s and 60s, so we want to get the job done.
You hear that, folks? You can't go anywhere until tomorrow night to see what Factory Extreme ends up like. What will the story end up like at the end of it all? We don't know, but this guy looks like he's getting back in the groove once he can keep the cracks out of the wheels, and that thing still idles coming around the bottom loop.
Absolutely. The Yasa Supra, look out for it tomorrow. We're on.
All right, come down and see the guys. A little bit of a thrash going on now. Nothing on the engine, just to do with the wheels. But it's not the only thrash that's happening around here. We'll find a little bit more later.
That's great insight down there.
How good is it? Yes.
Yeah, a cracked wheel. That's an interesting one. Okay, next up here, we are in qualifying for Street Compact in Clifford in the Hilux for Long Boost Performance. Currently number 6 qualifier with a 10.53, taking on Lockie Sanders, also in a Hilux. He's our number 31 qualifier at the moment with a 14.07.
How interesting is it to see those two cars on the start line like that, mate? Like, who paired those two? That seems a little bit, is that just the photo opportunity that Drag Photos needed to get, is it?
Couple tidy Hiluxes there on the start line.
Got a 10-second one and a 14-second one.
And you know, this Class 3 combat, it's not about how quick you are. It's just about being consistent. And it is a die your own class tomorrow.
Yeah, it is a local, and he has raced in the street meet here at Willowbank before, as is quite a few of the racers who've been through in this category.
Well, he was a little bit off that time. He ran a second and a half slower than what he did in Q1 at 12.01, 122 mile an hour.
Yet
maybe missed a year or something.
Yet Lockie's gone 11.45 after 14.07. Go figure.
He improved by a bunch there. 11.45, 123 mile an hour for Lockie. He moves up to number 16 qualifier. Next up, we've got Martin Klein in the Supra for Motorama Mitsubishi Maruka, taking on David Rodgie in the Corona.
Yeah, look at the Corona, the tuner racing cars. When you and I call the Winter Nationals, if a car turns up and it's got tuner racing on our little screen, you know it's pretty reliable.
I don't actually even know what tuner racing is, but I see it on a lot of teams.
I keep saying it, but I just hope it's not something untoward that I'll get in trouble for or get kicked out. But anyway, so 14.01 for Dave earlier and a 10.68 for Marty in the and of course the mighty Supra. Look, a red light for that Corona, but that Corona is stock as a rock. It looks so original, and they were like everywhere back in the day.
It reminds me of your grandparents' car.
Oh, without a doubt. Hasn't got louvers in the back though, Mark.
No, it doesn't.
But,
Martin Klein goes 12.80, 87 mile an hour. He doesn't improve on his earlier 10.68. And David Rodgie goes 14.25 at 101 miles an hour. So he went 14.01 earlier. So it's fairly consistent there for David Rodgie.
Needs a little crocheted blanket on the back. Don't you reckon? One of those, So anyway, so Laurie Gurley up against Matt Kelly. Matt in the Supra. The V-Dub, the mighty V-Dub. 14.03 for the Logan Village Carpets V-Dub of Laurie. A 15.87 previous for the Supra of Matt Kelly. I would hazard a guess both of these cars are quicker than got capability of going quicker than what they previously run. We get to see what Laurie can do. Cuts a 196 in the B-dub, but here comes the Supra. Let's think about that mean Supra. So here we go. A 13, there you go, a 13.24 for Laurie and a 12.54 for Matt in the Supra. That's a lot better for both.
Yeah, both drivers improving dramatically there. Next up here in Street Compact, we've got Trent Mottram in the Mazda. The little Mazda Ute there. He didn't come out in Q1, so this will be his first pass. And Brad Daziel in the Cressida.
If ever you want to know what the Mazda's got in it, there's a number of ways. You can listen to it, or you can look at the number plate that says Rotor. So that'll be a bit of a giveaway. So, mate, you wouldn't want to put the dog on the back of that thing because it'd fall off. But how good does the Cressida look? So we're thinking probably maybe 1J, but look, probably 12 over 13B car. And look at that. Just going to keep it spinning, just going to keep it spinning. And Brad will run the Cressida through for a 11.35 to back up on 11.69 and a 13.8 at 119 for Trent Mottram.
Well, we know Mottram can go a bit quicker if he doesn't spin the tyres for half the track.
Maybe it was on a bet. I don't know. Maybe got the bloke, his mates in the crowd. But Haley Scott and Trenton Lidgard, the Falcon, up against the Skyline. The two-door Skyline, Scott Speed.
Well, Haley is our #1 qualifier in the Skyline with a 10.03. This class obviously has a 10-second ET limit, so it's all 10 seconds and slower.
Just on that bump too.
Right on the bump, yep.
Quite close. Well, I think it sounds like even that launch capability of going quicker. So hopefully Haley's got it just tuned out just enough. Most certainly has a 10.2 to back up that 10.03, and Trenton goes through for 13.58 to better that 14.54 in the first qualifier.
Oh, getting a bit sideways there for Tyrish Singh in the Skyline. So this will be Tyrish's first pass of the day. And Sema Rose Wood in the Mazda for Pro Boost. We can see the Pro Boost Mazda there of Sema. Currently qualified 40th with an 18-second pass at 72 mile an hour, but it is not about the ET.
Now, you and I, Mark, we've called you've raced it, I've raced it, we both called it for years, the street meet here at Willowbank. When you look at these guys with Singh and with Wood here, you know that, look, the 18-second car has got just as good a chance of winning tomorrow as the Skyline, which theoretically, if Tyrish can get it to hook up, it's probably a 12-second car or quicker. But have a look at the little Pro Boost Mazda of Semaros. Look at this, 18.69 before, 18.0, and got it quicker, got it over half a second quicker, but definitely have something to work on there. But it's all about how consistent you are as a racer coming up, isn't it, Mark?
Here's the world's quickest Domino's delivery driver, Jonathan Jones. You can't see it, but he's got the Domino's board on top of the car there, the Echo. Taking on Bradley Halliburton, the Cressida.
Yeah, Halliburton run a 11.13. We didn't get to see a out of the Echo, but we might this time.
Oh, he's got a big shake there, spin and shake.
The Tuna Racing Echo hooks up. Tell you what, how fast do you want your pizza? That's how fast I want it. I want it 11.76 at 136 miles an hour. That's what I want.
Well, you know, when you can pay that extra $3 to get your pizza to your house 10 minutes quicker, that's who they send.
Yeah, but mate, all the toppings are at one end. When you get it, you go, mate, what have you done? Mate, I had to get here quick. You couldn't help it. So Sarah Roderick and Troy Dunn. Troy in the Corolla, the mighty little Corolla wagon, Corolla van, of course, and Sarah in the wagon, all the way from North Queensland. Sarah, regular racer to the track, has been behind the wheel of a lot of different sort of vehicles too, Mark.
Yeah, definitely. He raced in Altered, raced Dragsters, raced in the Street Series here at Willowbank Raceway.
So she'll be one to watch tomorrow when we go to towards the finals.
Yeah, good light there for Sarah, 083. She went 14.91 in Q1. We watched Troy Dunn. He went 13.53 Q1. He goes 14.02 this time, 103 miles an hour. And Sarah Roderick picks up a couple of tenths. She goes 14.74 at 95 mile an hour.
So Nick Wright and Emily Barron. Emily, we talked about racers who race here locally. Emily Barron, a regular to the track here in the Street Series. Very successful one as well. Has made the top 8 quite a few times. And ran a 15.68. Let's see how close she goes to that. Nick Wright, 13.58 in the mighty little Capella. Rotor motoring packed on board. Look at that. There it is, Mark. 0.51 light for Barron and a 0.60 light for Nick. That's a couple of good lights. Let's have a look. 13.42 to back up a 13.58 is good, but check that out. A 15.68 to back up a 15.68 from your previous qualifier.
You've got to be happy with that. Couple 15.68s there for Emily Barron.
You'd have to be thinking about how you're going to go, wouldn't you? But Michael Crouch, Anthony Dunn, Anthony in the Mazda wagon, of course, the mighty little RX3 wagon, and the Hyundai, the silent assassin, aren't they? We talked about them earlier, the boys. Anthony will be trying to get close to that 1080, and Michael, the 1350 in that Hyundai, 1346. So that's pretty spot on. That's good. I'd be happy with that. And look at 1084 on a 1080. Just get that light sorted.
Yeah,
that's
perfect. Yeah.
Both of those competitors, Mark Dunn and Crouch.
Yeah, exactly. I think I said at the start, if you can go within 500, so what you ran in Q1, either side of it, you'd be pretty happy here in Q2. And this is our fellow commentator on track, Wade Benson.
God, I bet you
we'll judge him here. We'll judge his reaction time.
Will he have 88 FM on? Will he?
I hope he does. I hope he's listening in.
He said, of all the people that get commentating me, it's
no
Mark
pressure,
and Terry.
no pressure, Wade. But if this isn't better than an 050, I'm going to be disappointed.
Look, even our officials going out to them, they said, mate, you're supposed to have a microphone in your hand, not supposed to be behind a steering wheel. So the SCG Racing Parts Ford of Wade Benson.
If he goes better than 050, I'm going to take credit, and I taught him that. If he goes slower, then I'm going to say that was Terry.
Very cool. So let's see how close he goes to that 16.63 previous. Even the officials have gone out and had words to him because they know he's mischievous.
104, you've been listening to Terry too much.
Yeah, that's right. Mate, hang on. It's Jamboree. Some of these lights have been a little bit average. I reckon that's still a good light.
It's a solid light,
I reckon it's a solid, yeah, right, he'll take it. But let's have a look. How close will Mr. Wade Benson go to that 16.63? 16.77. That is in the zone. Well done, Wade.
85 mile an hour. And
he's got that sorted.
So
did he get a buy run?
I'm guessing these guys wanted to race each other, so they might have went last and said, hey, Wade, can you go on solo? We want to race each other.
Yeah,
As we see Brett Thompson and Paul Wilkes on the start line here.
I just hope there was no favouritism just creeping in there, Mark, that's all.
Couple RX-7s.
We know there's not. But have a look at this. We got the
you said couple,
it, not me. Couple of Series 2 RX-7s. Wilkes and Thompson. Look good side by side heading out there. The green beast of Brett's will go through for 10.49 to back up a 10.84, and Paul with a 12.14 to back up that 12.96. So he's gotten quicker, and both have gone quicker again, probably close to half a second or so quicker. So well done to Tomo and to Wilksy. Well done.
Good speed, 142 mile an hour from Thompson. That's showing some serious power.
That's the quickest top end out of all of them.
Yeah,
Mark. So that's
a 9-second pass when you're doing 142 mile an hour.
Well, not in this category, mate. You've got to take some out of it. You got to box clever. So here we go. Looks like we are moving into one of our very interesting categories, our Euro category, and we've got Adrian Tripp and Ben Conroy in the V-Dub. They're a little bit of an unsung hero. The little V-Dub Golf. They can pack some serious power. I've seen a couple of 500 and 600 horsepower ones. We had one coming here to Jamboree regularly. I'm sure you and I have called it. Was running like well and truly into the 10s.
Well, number one qualifiers, Ben Conroy, went 965, 147 mile an hour. He's on track here, Ben Conroy, in this Audi, 147 mile an hour out of this Audi. That's just mind blowing.
That is.
Adrian Tripp in the lane beside him. He's a number 4 qualifier in that V-Dub. He ran an 11.85 in Q1. But this Audi.
That is impressive. I have actually seen that car at another track.
Doesn't even have a parachute.
I won't mention, but look at, it's getting close. But look at that 10.01 at 137, and the mighty V-Dub goes through for 11.94 at 119. But yeah, that's some serious top end, 147 mile an hour. Well, it's got a shot of NOS.
We can see the V-Dub here off Stuart Twydale just going around the water. Don't need to do a burnout. Just go around the water. Taking on John Arnold, also on the V-Dub.
And as I said to you, Mark, that you said you raced a Honda back in the day, remember?
Yeah, my Honda Prelude,
So
yes.
it's all interesting, all these V-Dubs, these Hondas, and these days they all pack a fair bit of horsepower. It's really interesting to see how these guys, they don't have to do a real lot, put a different tune in a different map, away we go, change a few things. Let's have a look. Stuart will run through for 10.62 at 131, and John Arnold at 10.62 at 133. How is that? Side by side, 10.62s.
Just a good race, that one. And to finish off our qualifying session number 2 here in Euro, it's going to be Hayden Twydale in another V-dub. Might have to rename the class to the V-dub class.
The V-dub class, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Hayden ran a 14.67 in Q1, 101 miles an hour. So the speed tells me that it should be going a lot quicker than a 14-second pass. But he did spin a little bit there on the start line as he launched.
Still might run low. No, it's gone off a little bit at the top end there. 15.91 at 99 mile an hour. But yeah, it's that just needs to sort that car out a little bit. But you've got this afternoon.
So it looks like that's we're going to bring a close to qualifying here for some of our sportsman classes. We're going to do a quick track prep and then bring out our pro classes very, very shortly here at the 2025 Brisbane Jamboree, brought to us by Garrett Advancing Motion.
And Mark, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to head off and I'm going to go down and give out all the trophies for the car show, which will be at 4 o'clock. So if you have entered in the car show and you're part of the car show, you want to come down and see myself and Nick from Shannons, and we'll be giving out the trophies to all the well-deserved winners in what has been an absolutely mammoth car show. And I just want to let you know quickly that the winners of the Jambo Babe, in first place was Alex, Kaylee was second, and Bree was third. And congratulations, ladies. You did an exceptional job. And everybody who was there will rightly say it was a great, fabulous Jambo Babe for 2025.
All right, just a little update. So, yeah, we're going to do a quick track prep here before we get underway with our second qualifying session of all of our pro brackets. So that'll be Factory Extreme, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, and Pro Mod after that stellar first session that we had with all of those brackets. So we're not too far from getting underway. They were scheduled to be on track at 3:30, so that's in about 5 minutes. We're going to keep those guys to their schedule that they have, and then we'll be back into our sportsman class qualifying after that. So it is just a quick track prep here, and then we're back underway with our pro qualifying. So first up in the pro qualifying, it's going to be the Factory Extreme class. We'll see those guys out on track first up. I know, Rusty, you got to call that first session of Factory Extreme with Chris Diggles, who's not here at the moment.
Yes, I did. It was a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. There was a couple of quick ones, but
I saw a couple 590s side by side.
Yeah, I think Frank Tarabay went into the 590s. I think there was one other 590. I don't have the qualifying list in front of me at the moment because I think we are still on the Euro class at the moment on the computer system, but we shouldn't be too far away from jumping into it. Yeah, as it stands at the moment, it was a little bit of a mixed bag, and I've got a feeling this second session might be a little bit more of the same. I don't know that everyone is really going to get their heads around what this racetrack needs and the weather conditions, probably until the third track now, until the third qualifier. Now, I can see out there at the moment Justin Simpson and Brett really putting a lot of work into the racetrack, and part of the reason for that is it's really tricky when you've got a racetrack that you need to prepare for radials as well as slicks. So yeah, ultimately the slick cars are the really quick cars. It comes back to you need to get it right for them. But there's a lot of small tyre radial cars here as well this weekend, and what they do, they just attack the track very differently. They need a very different style of setup, and so they do tend to rip the track a little bit and tear at the rubber a little bit. So it does create challenges for our track crew, but we got the best in the business down there doing the job. You can see Justin doing his best impression of icing the cake with the flamethrower and the rubber down there. what he's doing is basically scraping the excess rubber off in the patches where he doesn't need it, and then smacking it back down and pushing it back into the concrete to try and give it a little bit of a base to give the cars and the tyres something to stick to. So, Mark, you've jumped onto factory extreme qualifying. There was a couple of 5s in that, wasn't there?
Yeah, you're right, Rusty. Rob Margin, he was our number 1 qualifier, went 5.90 in Factory Extreme Q1. Frank Tarabay in that same pairing went 5.93.
The speed was what got me on that, 251 miles an hour.
251 mile an hour. So Diggles actually spoke to Frank Tarabay down in the pits after that first qualifying session, and we've actually got that interview here now.
Factory Extreme, here we are after Q1. Frankie Tarabay, what's it like being back in, well, the ex-mastermind car, but King Kong?
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's been a year since I've been in the driver's seat, so I had to knock the webs off it yesterday. But yeah, pretty comfortable.
Now, isn't that funny? A year ago, now you were testing here yesterday. If you haven't run for a year, and this is one thing I always give you a rap about, Frankie, you're a hell of a driver off that Pro Tree. I think you went like 0.31 off the button in your testing yesterday, and that was a year out of the saddle.
Yeah. Yeah, I was nervous because it's all about the tree. You know what I mean? It's a closed class. So the tree was important, and I was still jet lagged, to be honest.
Yeah.
I flew in 40 hours ago. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked with it.
So how's Old Faithful going, mate? Is it doing everything right?
Mate, she is. She is. Like, it's still a brand new car. The first time we took it out was Jambo last year. I've packed it up for a year, and now we bring it back out. So we've done a few changes and a few mods since then. A few little gremlins, but we're getting on top of it. Every run that we do, we're PBing.
Well, it sounds like they're firing up that 2,000 plus horsepower too, Jay. 251 mile an hour, is that your best speed?
In this car? Yeah. We're surprised. 251 it's pretty crazy. I was talking to Stewie Walsh, and he's done 252. So for a 6-cylinder, I think, yeah, once we work it out, we'll be fun.
250 odd mile an hour out of a 6-cylinder. Frankie, we're all rooting for you out there for the Piston Brigade and the 2J Brigade, and you just do what you do, mate, and you drive the hell out of that car, even if you're a year out of the seat.
That's it. Thanks, Diggles. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, Jambo means so much to so many people. Frankie, a year out of the seat. Look what he can do already. Keep an eye out for Factory Extreme later.
Yeah, Chris Diggle's doing an amazing job down there, that is for sure, catching up with Frank Tarabay. He's been a busy boy because he also caught up with Archie Kajeski earlier on in the day as well. Speaking of Chris Diggles, welcome back to the microphone. We'll catch up with you in a little bit because you've been busy talking to everyone.
Sure.
You need to grab something to eat and have a little bit more of your Dr. Pepper there. But he also caught up with Archie Kajeski, who knocked out a 7.12 in the first qualifying session for Factory Extreme, looking to improve, I'd say, as the day goes on.
Well, we can't be at a jamboree without talking to this guy, Archie Kajeski. You've been to a few jambos. Can you remember how many?
Oh, I think every one of them.
Every single one?
Yeah, every single one.
35 years?
Yep.
And now, look, I don't think you're ready to get out of the seat yet. This is the Mads Fix flagship, but you got young Junior here, and he's learning the ropes.
Yeah, he's coming along well. He'll be in it soon enough, I guess.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, what's it like growing up knowing that you were named after a rotary engine, Felix?
Oh, it's great.
You know? Is it?
Yeah. Growing up, watching him race all the time, yeah.
So Dad's kind of been the hero, I suppose. Any kid growing up, when you can see your dad out there racing cars fast, that was a pretty impressive thing. Different to other dads at school?
Yeah, definitely.
So you're doing your apprenticeship through Mads Fix, Dad. Has Dad even said to you one day, Felix, this is all yours? Did he?
Oh,
no.
we'll see.
No, not that. No, not quite that.
No.
But, this is it. Like we were talking about it before with you, Archie. Would you attribute as much success to your business if you didn't attend Jamboree?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been as successful if we wouldn't have been coming to the Jamboree all these years. And we have the best fun.
Yeah.
Meet all the people, and then the fans come out, people that we don't get to see, all the time, and they make their way to the Jamboree. So we love it.
And I figure, you wouldn't be the only workshop that hasn't got the name on the map by the time slips or the ET boards.
Yeah. No, that certainly helps, and it's good fun.
Now, what was one of the biggest achievements that you can remember at a Jambo? What were some of the big moments for you, Archie?
Well, I've won Factory Extreme twice, and I don't know.
First in the 7s?
Yeah, and then the 6s, but that was at the Winter Nationals.
Yeah. Well, no, well, yeah, we had a rotary records and then the Jambo records, and so there's some of the highlights.
Yeah, no, that was good. We've just had lots of fun. It's just a fun event to go to and lots of cool fans.
Now, I'm going to ask you this kid, a rotary kid question. Now, I've spoken to Pete Rahame, and he reckons he was about 9 years old when he got taught to build his first rotary. Are you all clued up on your rotary builds already, Felix?
Not quite yet.
Not quite? Dad hasn't taken you into the engine room yet?
I'm learning.
Oh, well, that's it. But I'm sure before too long, you'll be... again, we've got to keep the trades going. Just remember, these engines, they may make them again. Maz is talking about doing it with hydrogen, but that traditional rotary engine, you've made your whole career out of it.
Yeah, we just love the rotors and going to keep, doing what we love. So, yeah.
Hey, tell you what, he's one of our OGs here at Jamboree. 35 years, he remembers coming to nearly all of them. Archie, Felix, looks like the baton will be passed one day, that three-sided baton, and it'll be Felix before too long, eh?
Hopefully, yeah.
I tell you what, mate, not only did you sort of get your striking good looks from your parents, but you got that frizzle. Look at the frizzle, eh? Dad's frizzle, Felix's frizzle.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, guys.
Hold on to that hair while you can, son. More from you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diggles. Now, he was a busy bloke because he got around the pits and he caught up with Barry Plumpton. And the first round of qualifying was a bit of a mixed bag for a lot of races, but Barry Plumpton was not one of those races. He knocked out a 5.75 with a 7 to go identical to the thousandth of a second with Craig Burns, but he did take home the off-the-trailer $3,000 bonus, and Mr. Diggles caught up with our New Zealand friend, Barry Plumpton.
Dart Pro Mod, one of the biggest fields we've seen in tin top history in this country. There was a $3,000 off-the-trailer bonus for the lowest qualifier after Q1, and I'm proud to say, and again, this guy did it in the first pairing, I think, of quali. The guy behind him in second place did it at the last run of quali, but Barry Plumpton, 3K off the trailer. Did you think the nitrous car would have been there with all these turbo and black belts?
No, not really. No, it's a bit unexpected, but it's going good.
Now, look, nitrous, not a lot of people get it. I know generation-wise, we might end up skipping generations if we don't let people know about nitrous cars.
Yeah, no, nitrous is good. It's been around for many, many years and used in the aviation industry and medical industry as well. But it's good in engines. It's not as hard on the engine, whereas blown cars and turbo cars and that. So our routine maintenance is a bit better. And apart from the cost of the nitrous that we use, I think it's probably more economical racing. So,
have you always been a nitrous guy? Have you always had a bottle in the back of any car, have you?
I got a blown, and I probably can't say this right, a HQ at home, and I run nitrous on that as well. And that's pretty much where I started running nitrous, and had a guy in New Zealand, Dave Moyle, who got me sort of a little bit addicted to it, I suppose, and we've been running it ever since.
And now, you know what, you can tell when the bug bites for a nitrous guy because of this thing. 959 cubic inches. Can we get any on that big donk? Can we get some of that donk? Look at this donk. It's a monstrous donk. It doesn't look as big when it's in a full tube car, but when you're looking, say, in front of Chappie's car in the fender wells of a Camaro, it looks massive. But 959 cubic inches, I think it's nearly 16 plus litres of engine. I suppose when you first decided to go 959 and you landed that thing in New Zealand, put it in the car, you must have got, I've arrived, I've climbed Mount Everest, I've got myself a 959.
Yeah, I wanted to do something that was pushing the nitrous boundaries. We'd gone fast and we wanted to go faster. Back then we were chasing a 5-second pass, and we actually bought the car complete with the engine, and yeah, I wouldn't want to fit one on a Camaro.
No, well, that's Chappie's problem more often than not. So, look, we're going to make sure you get that 3,000 off the trailer. You went 575 with a 7, first pairing in Q1. Craig Burnsy, you lunatic, last run of the session, 575 with a 7 as well, except he got chicken and backed off at 239. You went 250 at the end. So is that a PB?
Yeah, that's PB, both ends, half track, everything. Yeah, I'm having a lot of help from Ricky Smith in the States, and he's the nitrous guru in the world, and he knows how to make these things go.
Oh, we might get Ricky Smith here next year as well and try on a Jambo. I don't think Ricky knows what a Jamboree is. What do you like about Jambo that you can fit in here?
I like not being able to sleep at night, listening to all those engines running, all sorts of hours. I'm looking forward to tonight. No, I just like the fun atmosphere. It's pretty cool. Lots of people around, lots of different classes and that. So, yeah, we're having a ball, and of course we can just run what we want to run.
And that's what I love about this Outlaw Pro Mod field. Anything out there, turbo, blower, nitrous, it doesn't matter. What's the plan the next 2 runs today to finish off quali?
Oh, we'll just go and try to do something similar. Yeah, nothing too erratic.
And I hope it's dark when we go to Q3 because we want, you know what we want? We want the candles.
Yeah, we want some leaded fuel for that because
Oh, yeah, that's better. They're better.
It's a lot nicer, doesn't it?
Yeah, no.
So, but no, we'll just see how it goes. The track will be come around pretty tight later on.
We'll get some flames and some soot, which we did with the unleaded nitrous fuel. But good luck. Congratulations, 3K. And what do you reckon? All the nitrous fans, where are they? Keep an eye out. Who's going to win it this weekend in Pro Mod? Blower, Turbo, or nitrous? Put some money on the Kiwi, bro.
Don't count out the Kiwi, bro. And a very, very quick Mr. Diggles just made his way all the way up from Barry Plumpton's pit area all the way up to the commentary box. That was lightning fast. Did you get a flash?
Yeah. The old 55-year-old legs, mate. There's there's not much left in them now.
You just took your private helicopter. Tell the truth.
Well, no, there's no way traffic-wise we could even use a golf buggy to get down there. But it was chockers. Obviously, during that. You know what? A lot of people hang around until that big breakage, the delay. It's overwhelming. Some people obviously decided to head off. They got their fix. The rest of you diehards are going to see the rest of it this afternoon and this evening. But yeah, that was some great interviews we managed to get down there. There's a few more lurking around that we did too. But it is amazing, the atmosphere out there as normal. Nice little comments there from Barry, not being able to sleep at night because of the older rotaries.
If you use your imagination, they kind of sound like sheep.
Yeah, well, you could probably think that. They just don't belch massive flames on a two-step.
No, they don't.
Mind you, that'd be good because then I love lamb. I love lamb. I'm needing some lamb backstrap tonight. I've got to eat. I've got to have the perfect Slovaki tonight, and I'm getting the lamb backstrap. I don't know where from. That's the big call out right now to anyone in the pits. Show Diggs where I'm eating
and
tonight.
Just for good measure, make two of them. Okay.
Yeah, two. One there for my mate Rusty, and we'll get some for Mark there as well. Now look, we've got Factory Extreme about to come up in Q2. We've got, of course, all of our great. Now normally I'm out there cracking balls into the crowd and everything like that. I can't be there either, just for the moment. But look, when we hit out the lucky balls, remember the lucky ball. If it says lucky ball on the ball that you catch, that's the one you take back to the merchandise tent to exchange for a gift. The black ones, the foam sort of Nerf ones, you can keep. They're the keepers. But then the lucky balls when they get hit out, and I'm sure by tomorrow afternoon I might be able to do some massive cracking like we do.
Diggles is lucky balls.
Massive send.
Massive set of lucky balls.
The big ball send with Diggs tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look at Factory Extreme now, because this class has always been about piston versus rotor, always, since the dawn of time. Here is Team Piston, Afif McHale, Chris Karamola, Colin Wilshire, Rod Harvey, Frank Tarabay, George Josefsky, Paul Mahaya, Rob Margin, Zoran Gadjic and Anthony Matuk. Now, you talk about a lineup.
Yep.
That is a lineup of the who's who of piston-powered factory extreme cars in this country, and from overseas as well with Rob Harvey. Now, you try and pick a winner out of that matchup, or even a low ET out of that matchup. It's a bloody hard thing to do.
It is very hard to do. More often than not, at any other jamboree, it's exactly the same. But this weekend, with the most amount that we've got, I don't know where it's all coming from, but we've got to be proud as a nation, considering that, we like to say that we are the lucky country in so many ways. We are one big country, but geez, I tell you what, for what we're able to put on a track as far as world-class pro import style cars, factory extreme cars, we're extremely proud. We've got that many 5-second cars in this country and so many close to running their first fives. A 576, 585 for Paul, Georgie, hoping to get a 5 this weekend. Zoran 607, Anthony Matuk 577, Frank Tarabay 596, Rob Marjan 567, quickest RB in the world. There's some good bragging rights there in that team. Quickest 4G63 in the world, 5th quickest 4-cylinder in the world, 5th quickest import outright in the world, all in Australia, racing here at Jambo.
It's pretty incredible, and that's just the piston side of things.
Yeah.
When you go across to the rotor side of things, again, we've even got diversity in the rotors, because you've got the quad rotor with Sam Sadek, you've got the Camaro, the body style. It really is a mixed bag when it comes to what we've got in front of us in Factory Extreme. There's still another 2 qualifying sessions to go this afternoon.
And when you look at our rotary entrance, George Raham, 625 he's run with the Pack 20B power. Archie, 635. And you know what, when you look at the 25 from George, which I think they just nibbled the 26 they ran years ago with the new car, Archie's 35. I forgot to ask Archie, how many years ago the 35 happened?
Yeah.
It's not like he just ran that. He ran that a good couple of years ago. Sam Sadek, well, that 26B, whatever that Camaro does, is probably setting quad rotor records anywhere. Sammy, 631. He wants to improve. Young Jay,
same deal. Him and Botha, very similar, 20B pack deals, autos. And Peter Anastas, the new guy, the new kid on the block in Team Rotor. Again, potential endless.
It just goes to show that the customer program out of Pack Performance is not a lot different to the in-house program. 625 PB for George Raham, 627 for Jay Sadek. You know, it really is a case of once you're in the customer program there, you get exactly what the team cars get. It's an absolute credit to the Raham family and the whole Pack Performance team. But that does pretty much, in a nutshell, wrap up what Factory Extreme is all about here this weekend. Piston v rotor, we've got quad rotors, triple rotors, we've got RBs, 2Js, 4G63s. Did I miss anything?
No, that's just about got them all. Nearly every possible engine combo you can have. And you know what, we're talking about this a little bit yesterday, and I wish we could do a Netflix series just on guys that have made a living and live and breathe being what we would call a tuner. We're talking about one yesterday. We're talking about Shane T, of course. We've had Shane T a lot. There's another guy out there now, that 6'4" streak of Greek out there. Talking about you, Sticks. Talking about you, Michael Kalitsakis. Yes, Sticks is here. He's one of those mega tuners as well.
That might be your best nickname yet, the Streak of Greek. I like that.
The 6'4" tall streak of Greek. Yeah, well, that's him. Yeah, do you like that, Sticks? I like that. I love that, brother. Hey, and he's of course going to be tuning the CK 370Z here this afternoon. Now, of course, I caught up with Dom Rigoli walking around there, and as Dom said, he's run a 590 with that car. So he's actually belted out a 590. He's gone 6 O's with the cast block, which was another thing that we were mentioning. So that car's got some good pedigree, and now I think in CK's hands, they want to take that RB love and try and squeeze a 5 out of their combo as well. Remember, I think Stick sent me that text yesterday. They're running one of the OG single overhead cam RB30 setups that they run in the CK VL car, which, again, street car on steroids that's grown into a low 7-second monster. Now to put that mega horsepower into a full tube car, probably save a little bit of weight, score a whole lot of tyre, get the weight where you want it, and then you chase that whole new beast again. And we're right at the beginning of that curve. And one thing I always like to know that we've got to pass on when people may not see what's in front of us here, but every year it's a barometer. It's a measurement of the growth and the state of the industry. When you turn up and here's another new car, a team up sort of stepping up, or a team coming out of nowhere, every year when we see it happen, we just go, man, this is nuts that the growth continues to grow and not spike. So there's a difference between spiking and steady growth. We're not spiking. We are still growing gradually. The amount of young blokes coming in. I just actually caught up with a good Victorian team, the Neesvik family, of course, Dunko and his boys. Dunko's got, of course, the ex-Johnny Ricker Camaro, which I think can be set up as a pro model or a radial car. They're keen to swing at the Bend. They reckon they're coming down in October 18 to the Bend for Jambo at the Bend. So the Neesvik family, they're going to bring every car in the fleet, the Addicted Performance people. They're going to come down and have a crack at the Bend. Hey, folks, you should get that in your calendars for October down at Tailem Bend. If you want to go and see a schmick purpose-built, privately owned track on a $300 million complex dedicated to motorsport, you better set your calendars up for Jamboree at the Bend in October. Tailem Bend was the last Jambo of the year, and every time we've been there, the promise, the potential is epic. It gives the Victorian teams probably that little bit more incentive. You know what happens when we go to the Bend? The WA teams more or less turn up. They love to go to the Bend as well. If you've never been, go for an Adelaide holiday. If you can't find an excuse to go to Adelaide at all, that's the biggest excuse you can have, because it's only an hour and a bit, about 90 minutes by car out of Adelaide Airport, over the Adelaide Hills, and then you get to that Tailem Bend, and it's a little bit spiritual.
You could even make it a 2-week trip, because 2 weeks beforehand the PDRC's down at Adelaide as well.
Well,
so
start the trip at a drag strip, end the trip 2 weeks later at the drag strip.
What more could you ask for?
No.
Good opportunity, though, for racers to get a lot of racing in as well in quick succession.
Oh, absolutely.
So wouldn't be surprised to see a few guys that do that, definitely. So we've got the rotator on the track, which means we're probably not too far away from getting into racing. It will be Factory Extreme coming up in the not-too-distant future. I can see them down there at the head of the staging lane, so I would say that we are going to be jumping into it. So let's have a look at the Pro Mod category now, presented by Manly Performance Products. And again, it's a case of the two teams, isn't it? You got, well, it's really three teams, but the Turbos versus the Blowers versus the Nitrous guys. This is Team Blower. Daniel Camilleri and Jeff Cuttager making, I think it's his first competitive start, isn't it?
I think so.
In the JC Race Stuff Studebaker, the car that everyone knows as the Batmobile. It's got a fair bit of pedigree, that one, that is for sure. It's got a couple of Dorsamer Championships under its belt. Johnny Ricker, PB, that's right, that's not a typo, 5:37 with that Camaro. Neil Murphy, unfortunately, have heard from Neil Murphy, he's out for the weekend.
Is that right?
Yes,
Is that right?
he shot me a text message and let me know that apparently the transmission said no more. And so they are out for the weekend. So Neil Murphy, unfortunately, we can put a line through him. Rob Harrington, hopefully he can get it back after, I think it pushed the burst panels out in the first round of qualifying, and he'll be looking to hopefully regroup after that. Salim Matter is there as well with the A-Civil Motorsports Mustang. Knocked out a 577, I think it was, in the first round of qualifying. So he's certainly at the pointy end of things. And if you think that's all of them, no, that ain't all of them. We have got 17 cars in Pro Mod here this weekend. That is only 6 of them. I reckon we can roll to the next screen. And here's the rest of them. Russell Pavey. Well, I haven't seen Russell yet. No. Is he down in the pits?
It is down in the pit area, of course, crewing pitting with Rod Harvey, of course, Benny Bray down there. Now, Russ might come out and do a one shot either now. Honestly, if I was Rod, if I was Russ, I'm not one of those guys that can tell anyone what to do. But if I had a deal like that and I wanted to save on parts, I think this is the session you've got to come and make a showing. It then at least gives you the last session to work for. I wouldn't leave everything to the last session. I know we're trying to qualify the whole field and seed the whole field. But, some guys want to play the long game.
And that's a matter there. 583 PB with that car just shook this morning. Steve Carlson, he's in a pretty good vein of form as well with the Yeehaw Racing Ford Falcon. John Canuli knocked out a 581 in the first round of qualifying. I think it left him about 5th or 6th in the qualifying list. Craig Burns, also known as the Nutcase, PB, 571. Didn't get near that in the first round of qualifying, but a 575 with the 7 not too shabby puts him in the number 2 qualifying spot. And then we move across to the Turbo and Nitrous cars. Barry Plumpton, currently your number 1 man, leader in the clubhouse with a 575. Stu Walsh, he had some problems in Q1. Greg Sakaridis shook up on 2 wheels. That was pretty wild.
It was violent.
Joe Gauci, again, not a representative pass out of him, but it's moving in the right direction. The West Aussie, Lorenzo Galotto, is in there as well, and Steve Smith with the KPM performance in the newly Noonan Hemmed Corvette. So there is so many good cars in that field. 17 of Australia's best Pro Mods, and I think even just getting in the top half of the field is going to be a fair effort. If you can do that, I reckon you'd be pretty proud of yourself. If you can start going rounds once we roll into Sunday, well, that's going to be a job unto itself.
Now, look, I had a quick chat to Renzo on the way back there, and, he's chasing a little electrical mist. There's some little gremlin there that's creeping into that new car. I suppose you can call it new car blues, but that 471 cube little Hemi.
Did we figure out whose car it was?
I didn't get to ask him that. I just wanted to know why. Like, he wasn't getting any race car love out of it. It's something that they were chasing, a little electrical gremlin or something.
Race car love is a fickle mistress.
Race car love is hard to get. Here we go. Our lovely Jamboree aunties are down there throwing out all the stuff. Good to see the girls into it. I call them Collins Angels. If there's the 3 girls in the office and it's... good morning, Colin. Good morning, Angels.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Angels. So you're getting some free stuff down there. Good to see. God, haven't we got the kids out today? Everywhere.
Honestly, this is outside of the Winter Nationals. This is probably one of the biggest crowds I've seen. It's on par, to be honest, because it's just a completely different crowd to what we get at the Winter Nationals as well. That's kind of your rusted-on hardcore drag racers who come back every year. They know when it's on. This is very much a family-orientated Much younger crowd, I think, than what we would usually get. So, yeah, absolutely stoked to see the size of the crowd here this weekend. We hope everyone's enjoying the racing, and we do expect that we should be back into racing in the not-too-distant future. The sun is starting to come down and causing a hell of a reflection up here in the commentary box, that's for sure. But while we are handing out those freebies and those goodies, we've got the rotator out there. Do want to say a big thank you to all of our bracket sponsors as well. Factory Extreme, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. Pro Turbo, Long Boost Performance Parts, Pro Compact, McKern and Associates, Pro Mod, Manly Performance Products. J275 brought to you by Boostline Connecting Rods. Modified 10.5 is mainline smart dyno technology. All Motor, presented by Speedflow this weekend, and Street Compact by Racer Industries. And that is, of course, in addition to Garrett Advancing Motion, Fueltech everywhere, Summit Racing Equipment, Platinum Racing Products, Oceana College of Technology, RealStreetPerformance.com, and Shannons Insurance. Did I get them all?
You sure did, mate. Well done. And look, a little message has come through from Connor McClure. Guess what? Lorenzo's car, that Mustang, brand spanking new, no one else's.
I apologise.
No one else's, yeah. So, okay, we're just down there where we're handing out all the bits and pieces down there. They reckon there's that's what they're talking about down there. So, some free stuff going out to our fans on both sides of the racetrack. And at some stage, I'm sure I might be able to crack the tennis racket out before tomorrow and crack some of those balls high and far. And again, this is the point I always don't like. When the buggies finish giving out the stuff, you got a lot of disappointed kids that have already got stuff or some that didn't, and it's just hard to get everyone some stuff. Very bare roller. It was a very, very bare roller, apparently, Connor. And you know what, Connor, while you've all got your ears peeled and you're listening to us here, Slimer has got to make an appearance at a Jambo at some stage. You know what I mean? That's a car that I think would fit right in there. It's that sort of What-Up G sort of green coloured. The quickest green cars in the country should all be at the one of
Get have a match race. Throw some cash down.
Well, I tell you, that is a very, very special car. That, as far as you know, it's sort of halfway between a Pro Mod and a car that you can run in ultra production and in
the green race presented by Shannons. It's green logo. I'm just putting it out there, and I'm an ideas man. I don't make these things happen.
It's an absolute treat to know that we've got guys committing that much, that the brand new cars are coming out as well. So this rotator it's probably its last lap up here. This is the prep we normally do. Scheduled to do before we do send all of these big pro cars down. We've had a few competitors sort of send their messages through from some of our other categories that saying, how come our session's not on now? Keep your ears peeled. Race Control will obviously try and communicate to you guys and let you come when called. There is a shake-up in the schedule. As we said this morning, it is one of those things we said this morning, subject to change. They're the three words that we use.
Absolutely.
The schedule is subject to change, and that's what happens. So some of our categories that were coming up in the normal order that we had this morning, it's just been shaken and bacon just a little bit. I actually saw a couple walking down in the pits there before. You know, they've got the young kids walking with them. So the husband's got on a picture there of, John C. Riley. And then you got, I think Mum had on the Ricky Bobby. And the one says shake, and the other one says bake, and they've both got the fists together like that. So when they stand together, it's the whole T-shirt. It's the shake and bake. You know, it's Cal Norton Jr. and Ricky Bobby when they're standing together. But if you just saw one there, it's like Ricky Bobby air punching, and then you've got Cal Norton Jr. air punching as well. So the shake and bake couple. I saw you there and made a comment, nice shirt. The vibe's amazing down there. My brother watching all the way over in Indonesia at the moment, which it's tearing him up because he loved to be here.
Yeah.
He said, whatever you do, can you introduce your nephews, his sons, to Shane T? So we managed to hook that up, and Oliver Diggles is here. So we've got Liz Diggles, Max Diggles, Oliver Diggles, Jamie Diggles, Matthew Diggles. We've got about every Diggles I could dig out of anywhere.
It's a dearth of Diggles.
There's a lot of digs here, more digs than ever. But normally Dr. Ben would be here as well.
More digs than a shovel factory.
More digs than more diggler. More. Actually, someone at work Tommy used to call me Niggler. He used to call me Niggles.
Yeah, that fits.
But I think I just annoyed him.
I think that fits.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to know good news?
Go on.
We got cars in the fire-up box, which means that we're done with the tractors, which means that we should be hearing some noise and seeing some smoke and making some go fast. So that's the good news. It is Factory Extreme coming your way. Precision Turbo and Engine presenting Factory Extreme here this weekend, as always, at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, presented by Fueltech. Hashtag Fueltech everywhere. First pair up, it is going to be George Jasewski, who had a wild run in Q1 up and over the centre line, and he's going to take on Jason Both this time around. So George Jasewski, I think he'll just be looking for a banker, put the thing down the track, get a run in, get a number on the board, and then get after it in Q3. I think Q2 for a lot of these guys is just going to be about going from point A to point B.
Yeah. And you know what? We've still got a little bit of that heat in the track, which may be good or bad for them. Let's have a look. Bigger tyre, remember? Well, that's better for Botha. He needed some luck right now because that thing had not been functioning the way it should.
Yeah.
Good old Faithful. But now it sounds like it's got all its power back, all its gears back, and that screaming Pack 20B making all the right noises. George Jasewski from Bandura in Victoria, Mr. Lotus Caravans himself. So if you ever see caravans on the highway, they say Lotus Caravans. That's Mr. George Jasewski's company. And isn't it nice to know that, you know, when you see a Lotus Caravan, I always think of Jasewski. I think of his commitment to the sport. He's another one where the Jambo bug bit, as well as the general drag racing bug. And Georgie, I mean, he's not shy of running RBs. As I said, he might have something Hemi-powered in the future in a VL because he loves VL Commodores. As I said, he's got one that runs like 640s at nearly 220 mile an hour, a full send billet engine. He's got the same sort of deal in this one. Of course, on the back there, FCF race cars on the back of the wing. So this is another one Burnsy's had to weave his magic in. I think Burnsy built this car as well, from memory. I think this might be a Burnsy build as well.
Which one?
Georgie.
I think you might be right. Or at least Burnsy might. No, this is a Moitz Motor Cars build.
There we go. Okay, here we
this
go.
is a Moitz Motor Cars build. So, apologies, Skip.
All right, there we go. Good on you, Skip. Great equipment. Here we go. Factory Extreme. Pump City.
Baby. There we go. That's what we're talking about. George Jasewski on a number. This is across the stripe. Shoots out just a touch early. And a 6.15, only 212 miles per hour. 6.15 is a big step in the right direction, though, for him. 6.95 for Jason Both at 1.59. So early button off on both sides of the tree. But still, a 6.15, that's a big move from basically the bottom of the list all the way up to number 4.
101 and 102 in the 60 foots. And I think 4.15, I think I saw Georgie to half track there. So, yeah, look.
Not super aggressive.
That was a banker.
Yep,
Get that in there.
That's exactly what they're after. It's just about going from point A to point B. As it cools off tonight, as the sun starts to go down, I think you're going to see the track conditions really come around. And hopefully after that, we'll be able to see some of the big numbers thrown up on the boards. Now, Fifth McHale rolling up to the line now in his Toyota Camry, the Matux 2J.
Yeah.
You heard me right, the Matux 2J powered car. He's going to take on George Rahayem in the Pack Performance flagship car.
How good does it look as an RX-9?
It's a phenomenal bit of kit. It is a phenomenal bit of kit. The quality of cars that is in this Factory Extreme category this weekend is second to none. I know we keep harping on about it, but they keep coming out. We keep talking about it.
And to get to this stage after 35 years of now seeing purpose-built rocket ships, you know, the metric mecca that has become Jamboree over the years, and just to see where these guys have come to is just truly. Did you watch that recap of Jambo while I was away?
Yeah, I did.
Talking about
I
it.
did.
You see why I cried?
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
There's a lot of history there, and whoever put that together, I don't know.
Fantastic.
I don't know who put it together, but they need a pat on the back and a raise.
That's a fantastic coverage. That is our flagship stuff. And you know what? I guess we had to save that until today. If we played that on the lead up to Jambo, would it make it even bigger than it was? Maybe, but I just love that we saved that for today.
I'm just hoping we can throw it up on the Jambo socials and on the YouTube channel, because it really is. It's worth watching because you kind of forget where we all started. I know you don't forget, but you do. You forget the details.
You have to watch that, and you know what? I got a history lesson watching that again because I forgot all of it. It's all a blur.
100%.
It's a blur.
100%. We've been doing this a long time alongside each other, Diggs.
I know.
So,
I love it.
A Fifth McHale, the Matux Racing Toyota Camry. just an absolute bullet of a looking thing, and he's going to take on George Rahayem here. Looks like it's had a little bit of a war wound, actually, Mikhail's car.
right.
Just noticed a little bit of tape on the front clip.
Odd coloured tape. Let's have a look. A couple of more guys. Well, it's Georgie with the clutch pedal and the 7-speed. Liberty. I think we're going to talk converter and a 5-speed in Afif. Patrick Spreen, Q2.
George goes in first. Mikhail taking his time. He's trying to bring it up on boost.
7 seconds.
Oh, he gets in.
Oh, Georgie out of the groove there. Spun first, second. 105 to 104 in the 60. Afif an early shoot. 6:15 at 183 mile an hour. Half track 394 at 193. 105 off the hit, 60 foot to a 104 for George Rahayem. Spun the tyres first, second or whatever. And then that was enough to get the car a little bit out of shape. And you know what he does? It spun pretty hard. Chris Barry goes, I look 21 in that video. He goes, well, mate, at some stage I think I was 21.
You do. You don't have any of the grey hair, and I mean, we've both got plenty of the grey hair now. So
you know why? Bloody drag racing. That's why I've got so much grey hair.
It does it to you.
Yeah. Drag racing, I'm a slave to. Let me tell you.
I'm actually only 26.
Yeah. Benny Braze looks 106 down there. No, Benny's doing all right.
All right, next up, couple of rotors rolling up to the line. It's the man you spoke to earlier on, Archie Kajeski. He's going to take on the quad rotor, the quad father.
Yeah.
That is Sam Sadek, I should say.
Yep.
Not Sam.
No, we've got Sammy.
It's a different Sammy.
We've got Timmy here in Radial, and then we've got Sam. And, of course, Salupa, which is the other car with Jay's in behind. But this is called, I think you can see it on top of the windscreen, I think it says the Quad Father. Now, it doesn't sound like a 20B. It sounds like just a really big two-rotor.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
The scream of a 20, like a quad, but it doesn't have it. It doesn't have that high-pitched scream of an aspirated 26B.
I'm trying to remember the street car in Sydney that had
Savannah. Yeah.
Telly
Parados.
Yep.
I'll never forget
and
Telly.
the quad rotor, and it sounded like an old-school Formula 1 car.
I've still got footage from about 2 or 3 years ago, the first round of all motor, and I'm on the start line listening to that thing on a solo. That is price of admission stuff. When you see that thing, and that ran low tens, and everyone was just going, man, that is the wildest sounding thing we've ever heard.
I remember when it first showed up at street meets.
Nuts.
That was back in the day when we used to go to street meets.
A big yell out to the Paradoses. Telly, I miss you guys. Miss Savannah, wish you were here. You're another one of our stars. You know what? You turn up at a Jambo, there's a very good chance you can make your own fame.
Yeah.
You come to Jambo, you can be famous.
Make a name.
Jambo's made people famous. You heard Archie talk about, would his business be as successful if he didn't turn up and drag race? And the answer is no, it wouldn't be. You think Pac's the same? Of course. They've built their business from the racetrack. That's the success story. That's the one you should take. Take racing to government and say, look at this. This is an industry. Not $1 from the government. First to second up. Look, Archie spun him first to second. Look, it's the neck getting back on it, that quad rotor. Plenty of performance. It's still got the 455 at half track, 165. They both went 110 in the 60. Not ideal for both guys. I think Archie hit second gear, going to bring all that power back on, and it didn't probably settle the tyre down enough, and it did spin. And this is the thing, I think guys are getting to the stage now, they know the track's good, now they're going the other way. It's not shake, it's spin.
Yeah, it's going all the way up into spin, as you said. Now, you know, you can really tell the difference between the quad rotor because it looks like it keeps pulling all the way down the racetrack, where a lot of the other rotors, the triple rotors and the twins, they have a tendency, they sort of get to half track and then it's kind of just hanging on, maintaining as it goes on down the racetrack, whereas that thing, it is pinned.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you know what? There's a big argument out there. Why is a quad rotor not the quickest rotor in the world? And it comes down, I think, even 20Bs now trailing the 13Bs in performance. And I just think frictional loss, I don't know what it is. But oh, geez, in true Sadek fashion. That's the chip off the old block, Jay Sadek.
The family signature, isn't it? Black licorice strips. He's going to take on Paul Mahayat. This time around in the Gas Racing Celica. PB of a 585 for Paul Mahayat, so he'd be he'd be looking to get back to that sort of potential this time around. Only 6:57, big speed though, 208 in the first round of qualifying, I should say.
Yeah, no, it was I think a little bit of shake. I can't remember that last run from Paulie. He did do a little interview with him there, asking him about this, and then, you know, sort of helping with Johnny Ricker's car and everything like that. So he's a busy man.
He's got a lot on his plate this weekend.
He does. I don't think he'd have it any other way. I know we've got a lot of people watching on the live stream right across the world, including the USA, and there's a lot of people that Paul knows over there that'll be watching his progress via the stream, and it's great that you're watching. G'day from Australia. We're at Jamboree, 35 years young. This is Willowbank Raceway, the birthplace of this amazing event. And, you know, there's not too many events that can get to 35 years and then now show you where we are. We're at the pinnacle of it. We're as much a World Cup finals as the World Cup finals. And this is how we do it down under, very, very similar. Piston versus rotor this time. And do we see the 2J and 20Bs improve? Here we go. Both auto cars.
No, that's not good. That is not what you want to see for Paul Mahayat. It's not a steam-powered sleeker, just quietly.
No.
Hopefully it's not putting anything onto the racing surface. I'm just trying to see if there is anything down there. In the meantime, 6:47 for JZX, a big improvement, 206 miles per hour. It looks like, was it intercooler pipe or something like that? It doesn't look like smoke to me.
He did say they did split a boost pipe on the previous run, and we don't know what it's traipsed down there, whether it's water or whether it's oil. It looked like steam.
It looked like steam. It was evaporating as it was coming out of the pipe. So I'd say it may be water. That's an educated guess at this point. We're having a look at the track walker, just making sure that there is nothing on the racing surface. It looks like we can see, it's not a trail but a line, but you never know, that may have...
Tatey's made a call down there that he's seen. He reckons it is water, it's steam. So normally when that happens, it's, you know, you can pressurise cooling systems on these engines, and that's where you can get the steam from. So unless it's just sort of push something out, and you know what, it's a thing that when you started to push 2Js as hard as these guys do now, you pick up a couple of things that you know are telltale signs. If there's steam there, it's pushing water, it's pushing coolant, could be something out of a cylinder head, who knows. But you know what, not going to improve this time. It looks like whatever it's done, it hasn't raised too much of the attention that needs any rectification, and it's all like evaporated and dried up by the look of that, which is good.
So I'm just keeping a rough eye on the live chat on the Jambo live stream. If you're not already following it, make sure you do jump on and have a look on YouTube. But Anthony Rodriguez says hi. Good to hear Mr. Diggles back on the stream, the voice of Jambo.
Anthony, I hope you've watched the stream back, because there's that great Jambo recap video.
Yeah.
You're in there, son.
Go find it.
Yeah, it's fantastic, that recap.
Go find it. All right, another pair rolling up to the line now. This should be a good one. Rod Harvey taking on Colin Wilshire himself.
Yeah, this is the fifth quickest pro import outright and the fifth quickest four-cylinder in the world outright. So proud to have them in our neck of the woods. Talking to Rod there before, they had to go through a set. They had a pair of wheels there crack, so they had to find some front wheels to change over. Not working on they didn't need anything on the 2J to fix. They're actually talking about with CPC and other guys in New Zealand, a billet cylinder head program now on the 2J. Wow. So Rod going past some of maybe what has become the Achilles heel on some cast alloy factory 2J heads. Now a billet 2J head. Well, Colin, it's a billet 4G63, a big investment in that four-banger over the years. It's got all the fruit, 7-speed gearbox, compound turbocharging. So right out there between them, that's 10 cylinders, 3 turbos, 200 combined PSI of boost, and 11 gears out there, all in one go. 12 gears out there in one go.
I love the pipe out of the bonnet on the Eclipse as well.
Well, you know what? The brunettes out of Canada that have gone 582 with the EcoTac, they did that a long time ago. They put that dump pipe out the bonnet so they can, I suppose, keep an eye on the condition of the engine. And this is...
it's just Mark opening his snack pack, don't worry.
This is a new... that's a big snack pack. Did it need 3 padlocks? All right, so
it took 2 hands to open it.
All right, here we go. Two good buddies on and off the track. They travelled to the States together, raced together in the States. The captain and Rod Harvey. Factory Extreme.
Rolled deep there for Harvey. Harvey's getting after it. This is on a nice run. Little bit of a wiggle and a puff of smoke just after half track. And a 6.20. That's nice.
Yeah. Boy, let me give you the increments. 0.20 for Harvey off the tree. 1.10. 1.10 to the 60. Colin, 1.03. I missed the half track unless we click it real quick. No,
we missed it.
Damn it.
Leave it up for us.
6.20 for the captain. 6.20. The four-banger on a march. Four-banger on a march there for captain. Let's have a look there. 6.20, 216 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So the four-cylinder is 7th in qualifying.
Top half of the field. That's not too shabby in any way, shape or form. Plenty of cars left to come, though. Chris Kermola is going to take on Frank Tarabay in our next matchup.
Yeah.
The car formerly campaigned by the Regoli family out of Sydney. It's now residing down in Diggers Rest in Victoria. Nice part of the world.
Yep, and the CK Automotive team, this they are Nissan guys predominantly, and their VL up till now has always had this wild sanding single cam in it. Let's have a listen to it in the burnout. It's always sounded like big power. So completely revamped the car. So it's already been a 5-second run with Dom driving it with RB power.
Yeah, it has. So a little bit of a change of, or a heart transplant, you could say. A lot of love for you on the live stream, Diggs. A lot of love.
Really?
Mr. Diggles is the voice of Champo. It makes it a pleasure to listen and learn so much from him.
Oh.
How nice is that?
DJ Prowse. I'm glad that, well, no one's fact-checking me like I thought they would by now. You know what I mean?
Anthony Rodriguez says, where can I find the recap? Well, you should be able to buff it back in the stream.
If you flick back through the stream, you'll find it somewhere.
I think we played it probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, something like that. So if you shuffle back through the list.
If you flick back and there's a shot of Mark and I in the tower and I'm crying like a baby, it's just before that. The first time I saw that this morning, because I haven't seen that at all. No one even gave me a sneak peek of that. And I watched some of that history and I go, man, we've seen some stuff.
Yep.
We've seen some big moments, and that's why it deserves to be around after 35 years. That's why it deserves to be around here. You know, I'll even give it another 15. That's 50 years of Jambo. I'll be 70, Rusty.
Yeah, I've noticed some of these teams going full NASCAR spec here this afternoon. They're cleaning the windscreens as the cars are backing back after the burnout. When you do a burnout, they do have a tendency to flick stuff up on the...
And I think when the sun is at this time of the day, that glare across, if they're plexiglass windscreens, Lexan or whatever, they can sort of get a fair amount of glare across them. And the last thing you want at 250 mile an hour is not be able to see. Although Frankie, I don't know, he's got some sort of spiritual insight, Frank Tarabay. He hasn't been in the seat a year.
It's been a while.
First hit off the button yesterday on the Pro Tree, 031 on the Pro Tree yesterday. First on the button for a year.
He's been hitting the Pro Tree.
I've been rapping this guy for years as a natural steerer. This guy can steer. Chris Caramola, Diggers Rest, same deal. All right, 6 cylinders both sides, RB and 2J. Let him go to 6-cylinder Bump City.
That's quick. That's on a number. Tarabay, and he's staying in it this time. 585. Thank you very much. 252 miles per hour. That is a run. 585, 252 from the 2J.
Oh, damn it.
And they took it away. There it is. Take a photo quick. 388 to half track. 194 to half track in terms of speed. Sub 5 seconds to the 1,000 foot. That is outstanding.
Yeah, that's a great run there by Frankie. 053 off the button too.
Well, he's dropped a bit. He's dropped a bit.
Yeah.
He must be getting tired. The jet lag's kicking in.
Yeah, well, he did say he's jet lagged. He did say he was definitely jet lagged. So that's a big number there for Frankie. A PB, I think, for the car. PB for him, 252 mile an hour. 960 in the 60. It did it all so well. 585 and 252. That sharpens up the field a fair bit.
Just
now.
looking down here, I think Sam Afcal is being towed away down here.
Sammy.
So Sammy is
not ideal.
Not going to be making this pass in this second qualifying session. There's a lot of cleanup going on in the burnout box actually down here, so that's never a good thing. So next up, it is the Queen Street car of Peter Anastas. Again, we don't know a lot about this particular car. All we know is that it's got a rotor in it, and it's an RX-8, and that's about the extent of what we know. So,
well, all the people in the know out there watching or listening on the live stream or doing it live.
Well, there's a lot of people who are now commenting on the live stream. Apparently, if you go back to 6 hours and 6 minutes in the stream. You can watch the video.
There's me crying like a baby, yeah.
Yeah. No, well, you're not. I think that's the second time we played it, so you're in the clear.
I'll cry again if I see it again.
Now, there's a lot of questions. Is Anthony Matuk racing Factory Extreme? Well, we haven't seen him in Factory Extreme, and I don't think we're going to because it looks like I think that's Pro Turbo or Pro Compact rolling out next. So I don't think it looks like Anthony Matuk's going to be making it out in this session of Factory Extreme. In fact, I'm not even sure. Do you know if the Don's here?
I didn't hear too much build up on the Don 2.0.
I know they test. I think they tested it in Sydney,
Yeah.
but not sure whether or not
it got here. Okay.
Yeah.
Now here we go. We got the pack input on the start line here, and just kind of get him to the line. So look, the Queen Street presented cars are always so good. Peter Anastas, you're going to say, let's call him a rookie, essentially in a big car like this. All right, time to get him back. Thank you, mate. There we go.
Moving around a bit on the front half of the track, and had a big look at the centre line down there, and then a look at the concrete.
Yep.
Just after that, so Peter Anastas, a 10:59.63 miles per hour. The sun is probably not as bad for the drivers right now as what it is for us.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of shining straight back up the racetrack. For the drivers, they're kind of looking underneath it at the moment. But we are going to be moving now into our next category. But before we do that, let's just recap quickly.
Yep.
Frank Tarabay,
Yep.
the big mover in that one, 585, goes to the number 1 spot. Rob Margin did come out for that session,
Yep.
590. Zoran Gajic also didn't come out for that session, 607. He's in third. George Josevsky in fourth with the 615. Fifth, McHale, 615. Rod Harvey, 619. Colin Wilshire, a 620. And Joe Sadek rounding out the top 8 with a 647. Paul Mahaya, George Raham, Sam Sadek, Jason Bock, Archie Kajesti, Chris Colmola, Sam Afkal, and Peter Anastas all in the bottom half of the field at the moment.
Look, there's some thrash going on down in those pits there. And like when we went to that live stream there before, like let me say a certain orange BMW was getting a particular amount of treatment down there, right? So we're thrashing on that. I would imagine that they're onto the Celica there as well, the flagship, to get that sort of ready whether Q3 can happen. They've already got a run in the bag which you can take. So yeah, Q3 I reckon you're hopefully going to see Marjan back because he's got that sort of Pro Mod style body on it. All of that body was up and tilted back, so they were working right in the front and in the transmission area of the car.
It's quite a compact car when you look at it. They've really put a lot of thought into how you attack it. But we'll get back to Factory Extreme eventually because right now we've got Pro Turbo on track. Now, Pro Turbo, what's it all about? Diggs, that is the question. There's a lot of people sitting at home.
Yeah. Now look. Essentially, Factory Extreme kind of grew out of Pro Turbo all the years ago. It was an NHRA Sport Compact. It was pretty much the elite class, the Pro Turbo class. We've adopted all of those sort of rules in our own Australian way back in the day. Of course, Ray Box adopted, with Andrew back in the day, the sanctioning body at the time, a set of rules. Pro Turbo was where we ran. Factory Extreme grew out of the popularity of that. So guess what? We still got in Pro Turbo some big tyre, full tube cars, RBs, 2Js, 20Bs. It still allows you to go racing. And again, if you find that you can get in that low 6, high 5 second zone in Pro Turbo, you can go and run in Factory Extreme, no problem whatsoever, if you think you can cut the mustard.
100%. Justin Cook taking on Jason Payne. Jason Payne featured in that video that we keep talking about. Go back and have a look at it. The Skyline, one of the quicker cars in the field, currently number 1 qualifier with a 696, I should say. And I reckon he's going to better that here across the stripe with a 661. Thank you very much. Picks up 3.5 tenths of a second, 214 miles per hour. That's a solid run for Jason Payne. And a 782 for Justin Cook. That's his best run of the weekend so far. That'll put him in the number 3 spot.
Great run there from Payne. Great run, that RB on song, 214 mile an hour. Yes, indeed. All right, here's a guy that can probably fight with the best of him in the 6 second zone once he gets it all sorted. Jerry in the water right now.
How good's Jambo?
Here we go. Guy that's been around a fair while, Jerry Keel from Albion, of course. Mr. Direct Clutch himself, Aaron Strong from Mount Louisa near Townsville. Remember the old Cannon and Strong? Well, guess what? The Strong name continues. And Strong Motors back with the RX-7 20B. and we need to get him around. I don't know how young Aaron is, but I do think that's still Dad out there from the early days. I forget who. I think Rob Cannon drove the car, and of course,
yeah.
I just can't remember their first names, both Cannon and Strong, but they were the pointy end of rotaries in Australia back in the day. That recap shows Cannon and Strong, and really they're one of the first teams that actually decides to put a rotary in a full tube drag car.
Yeah.
That was what the commitment was.
It's an unusual thing back in the day. You know, we've seen it a few times now, but back then it was not the done thing by any stretch of the imagination.
Rotary door slammers weren't a thing. And then Cannon and Strong kind of was the first to really put him in a serious chassis. Grant Williams did the same thing. Terry Stacey in Perth did the same thing. You know, between Rotor Motion, you know, Anthony Rodriguez eventually got into a tube car. That Cougar back in the day as well. He was
going to say,
he was unstoppable.
Is that Cougar still around?
He was unstoppable. I think Dyson had that car once. Here we go, Pro Turbo Q2.
Oh, bits. Lots of broken bits out of the back of the Strong car. There was, I saw a flash from around the engine, and then some stuff come out from underneath it in terms of, I don't know whether it was rubber or whether it was shrapnel, but there was some definite stuff.
You did see some stuff.
There you go. A message on the live stream from Tash Strong.
Yes.
Aaron, that is Alan Strong out in front, and Aaron is 36. There you go.
So
second gen.
Still the kid. Yeah.
Still the kid.
36.
Thanks, Tash. Thanks, Tash. And Anthony Rodriguez says, thanks, guys. It was a walk on the wild side for a couple of decades for me, best ever. So I think he went back and watched the video. So
yeah,
a lot of people asking, where is Matuk? Well, Anthony's here in with VL God, but we just haven't seen him in the Don so far this weekend.
And this is this Pro Turbo session where we think VL God would be out.
Yep.
But again, whether or not they normally drive, everything downstream of the engines are being the liability at the moment. Now that we're at billet engine, now that we're doing a lot of billet engine components and those engines are handling all the abuse we can give them, is that everything downstream of those things is suffering. If it's not the clutch, it's the gearbox. If it's not the gearbox, it's the drive line as far as the rear end is concerned. There's a lot of fracturing, breaking stuff downstream. I mean, the early days too, you'd see the odd thing melt itself to pieces, but it's a little more rare now for that to happen. But still, breakage is something with Jambo that we can't avoid. If you want spectacular, if you want all the horsepower someone's got,
all the horsepowers,
all the horse Ps, or the HPs, the KWs, whatever you want to call them, the PS if you're from, from Japan. Any horsepower, you know that there's going to be somewhere along the line you'll find the weak spot. Drag racing is a good way to show you where the weak spot is in your horsepower program. But Jambo, all too well, we know what breakage looks like. We've seen plenty of it. In this particular occasion, it was something that came out of the Strong car. I don't know to what extent.
There was some stuff, but it doesn't look like there was any wet stuff or slippery stuff. So that means we should be able to go racing with the good stuff very shortly.
Yeah, so they got themselves through there. This is the guy that had some issues a little bit earlier on today, and it's good to see he's rolled into the water and going to have a crack here in just a sec once we've cleared. It looks like it's the all clear, and we're going to get Benny Slaughter up and running here shortly in his Supra.
So a lot of people asking, where is the Don? Where is the Don? Where is the Don? We're not sure. That's the long story short. We know VL God's here. We've seen it on track today. A lot of people are asking, where's Jun?
Yeah.
Again, we know that Zeus is here.
Yep.
But Jun not to be seen so far. At least so far. We haven't seen the GDR Challenge out on track yet either. So still a little bit left to play out here at Jambo. And good skid from Ben Slaughter.
Yeah, looks like he's solved his problem.
Did you see, because it's got like little louvers around the back window, the way it influenced the way the smoke poured off the back of the car? Very, very cool.
Yeah, that was an interesting little dynamic. I don't know whether that was intentional or another fluke.
It made for a really good photo.
It sure would. So there's some good messages there about, where is the Don? Where is Anthony? He's here. He's got the full setup. He is selling some merch down there, I can tell you. But they're probably on stuff, fixing stuff, either on a Thief's car or VL God. Yes, the GDRs may appear, may not appear. The best thing those people can do that are watching the live stream, get on those socials for, Matooks and everything like that, or even PRP, and get in there and actually ask that way, because they'll know more than we will.
We've actually got one viewer watching from South Africa at the moment, and he's importing his Skyline R31 right now back to Australia, and is immigrating next year.
Is that right?
Yeah, so there you go. Add another one to the Jambo conglomerate.
And isn't that funny? Like, I've been starting to get on to, even in South Africa, the sport's picking up in South Africa. They've actually getting pretty serious with their stuff over there. Now, of course, a state-of-the-art drag strip would be perfect to make the sport take to the next level. But what those guys are doing, and I'll see if I can find it, and if that's our friend from South Africa on there, what is that favourite? There's a YouTube channel I watch. There's a guy that goes there and films everything, and I can't get enough of it. These guys, the ET is an international measurement.
I like it. I like it. It's an international language.
If people ask where Anthony was, I'll give you a clue in just a sec. Guess what?
Starting to get on top of this combination. It's making some horsepower. When you look at how quick this thing's going at the top end, Ben Slaughter across the line, 207 miles per hour on a 710.
Yep.
That's a solid pass, 710, 207 miles per hour. So there's a few people who are commenting about the Don who are obviously in the know. The Don's repaired. But it's about 2 months away. They're still doing some final bracketry and paint and things like that. So there's obviously some people that know more than we do. Speaking of the Don, there's the guy who drives the Don. He's not driving the Don, he's driving VL God this time around. That is Anthony Matook. He is going to take on Enviro Racing's Eddie Howard. This should be a pretty good matchup. How's the burnout?
He is one with that car. He is so attached to that car. What a gangster. He's doing the burnout, and he's already got the left-hand door ajar. He's almost doing the skid with the left. He's got his hand on the left-hand door, keeping it open a little bit.
He's struggling to get reversed by the look of it down there. The car has not moved from where it
There we go.
sat, and okay, there it is. It's really hard to see it down there. I'll give you the hot tip from where we're sitting.
Yeah, that afternoon glare is starting to really get us here. Anthony Matook, of course, VL God, all RB, all Matook RB. On the line, Eddie Hawak from North Rocks. Enviro Racing, it's the 2JZ out of the gas stable. 704 at 189. We know we can go deep into the 6-second zone with this car. Old 6 Degree Eddie caught up with him down there. That guy is so enthusiastic.
Great dude.
Isn't he?
Great dude. And puts his money where his mouth is as well. Like he's not one of these guys who'll just talk about racing. He'll go out there and do it. He's so far this year, I've seen him in Adelaide, I've seen him in Sydney, I've seen him here, obviously, at Willowbank. I think a couple of times at Willowbank.
Yeah.
He's got the Pro Mod too.
Yeah.
The ex-Moyd's Outlaw 10.5 car as well. So, yeah, got enough toys in the shed, that is for sure.
Big shout out to Ashley Pim. Pimmy showing some of the old Jambo trophies from the early days. Good to see. All the OGs checking in. All the OGs checking in. Pro Mod to the lanes. That's coming up shortly. But yeah, no, Eddie Hawak, it's so good to have him in the sport.
It's one of the real ones, as the kids say these days.
Yeah, one of the real ones.
All right, so Anthony Matook in VL God, the car that really, from the outside, hasn't changed a huge amount over the years. It still looks absolutely fantastic. Eddie Howard, the Enviro Racing RX-7. Whoa, that's on a nice pass. Few problems for Anthony Matook. Shoots out early for Eddie Howard and a 754. That's not what they would have been looking for. A lot of smoke out of the car down there with the 2J as well. 754, I should say, 127. Does not improve on his 704 from earlier on. And for Anthony Matook, I can't actually see the times at 8:42 up on the boards. 8:42 at 1:14. So.
Yeah, look,
yeah,
not ideal, but he got the thing back out there, and, you know, by about now, one more focus is trying to get a really good time slip for Q3, so you got something to qualify with. Guys are starting to get into that mood of survival, and that is, if I can't complete the run with a big number, I'm going to get to the finish line and try and make a race of it.
Have a look at the last comment on the live stream there, Mr. Diggles. I'll let you take that one.
How about that one? So shout out to my dad, Miguel, who made it to Australia to support the ProTech newly acquired S15 all the way from Florida. Proud of you, Aponte. So thank you, Yanyo, for that.
How good's that?
It's a great one to see. A big shout out. Yanyo, and Miguel, who's here from Florida. Also a big shout out too. Unfortunately, our track chaplain, Tim Davey, he's all stuck in bed with a fever and high temps. Can't even get out of bed. But Tim, he still wants to go to Bump City, and he's got the live stream on right now. So, Reverend Tim, we wish you a speedy recovery. A little bit of that's been going around lately too.
And I did notice there was a birthday shout out that I missed and forgot about earlier on.
Yeah.
So this is the only one I'm doing. So don't send through all your other birthday shout outs. Happy birthday to Emily. She's 25 today. 25 is a big one. That's important.
Yeah.
So happy birthday, Emily. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are, whether you're here or watching on the live stream. Either or. So right now we're going to move into Pro Compact, I think it is. It is. Lee Doherty and Ben Palmer. So Lee Doherty in his freshly painted MX-5 down there. Such a cool looking car, that one. You are watching Long Boost Performance Pro Turbo on the Real Street live stream.
Yeah, it's all happening, I tell you. This McKern Pro Compact field needs a shake-up in this round. I know that some guys did all right. There's other ones that missed the mark. And as we said, the track was so good for these guys. They could have thrown everything at it. Some of them, I think, if there was anything in reserve, you can throw that out. I reckon the next two sessions especially is going to be off its head. Two-rotor, four-cylinder. Look, I had a message from Kip there before, Sam Kiprios. So four-banger fans, guess what? The Starlet suffered a little fuel pressure problem, and they're looking to fix that fuel pressure problem now. They won't be out in this session, but they'll be out in the last session. So,
okay.
So four-cylinder guys, don't fear. The Ninja will be back in the next round with some issues. So it is one of those things that can happen. Best to happen now and not in the middle of tomorrow, because there's nothing you can really do in the middle of tomorrow that's going to get you a billet J unless you do the Bradbury. Just keep turning up every round.
Nothing wrong with that.
You've got to go 3 rounds tomorrow. You've got to at least put on the win line.
You've got to be there to win it. Now let's just recap the qualifying list. In Pro Compact coming into this session, Anthony DeQuino is the #1 qualifier with a 6.99 with a 2. The only 6-second runner we saw in that first qualifying session. Chris Hall 2nd. Simon Iwonu 3rd. Peter Raham 4th. Tony Goodrum 5. Moose Sakina, Fred Karam, Alan Dodd rounding out the top 8 with Lee Doherty, Josh Morrison, Marcus Pepe and Sam Kiprios outside the top 8 as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, now the rotary entrance, plenty there, plenty more ETs there. Our piston entrance, well, we're supposed to have Josh Morrison, which will hopefully that ProTech car is in the lanes, and let's see what happens. Kip, as we said, is missing out this session. Freddie Karam, they were working on that Cosworth powered S15, so full banger fans, there are a couple in there. Also, a big shout out to Morgan McIntyre. Morgs, your slices that you have cooked for us and brought us in here. We're nearly through the container. Not asking for more. I'm just saying everyone's enjoying those delicious snacks, those delicious slices that Morgan brought in this morning. Some billet sweetness that came in through into the commentary box. Thank you very much for that. They're going down an absolute treat. It's all happening here as the sun starts to go down, and aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that we stuck and believed the forecast? We hoped that the forecast would change, and it happened for us. Initially, at the beginning of the week, everyone's saying, oh, this weather's kicking in, oh, it's going to be wet this whole weekend, moving on from that. And we thought, why on the 35th anniversary of Jamboree should we be cursed with such bad weather? And look what happened. We stuck to our guns. We didn't flinch. No flinching. No flinching.
I had no doubt.
Yep. I had no doubt. I'd be here. I knew I was going to be here no matter what, and we were just hoping that the forecast changed, and it did.
Yep.
And it got better. The longer we looked at it, we got better. Now, look, for the people that wanted to test Wednesday and Thursday, yeah, well, look, we can't cry over that anymore. All we know is that sun is out. That track is beautiful. The venue's packed. That track is about as prime as it can be. Whether you hit it in this session now, or hit it in that last session tonight, there's no excuse not to qualify well here tonight, and hope that we all get the good luck that we've had with the weather, especially leading from now, from beginning of the week till now, and what the forecast is. And because all that cleared out, it was a little bit especially cold here last night. I was laying up. I had 5 layers on last night. 5 layers, yeah.
5 layers.
Sleeping in the Fiat, in the Hotel Fiat.
We put you in the best possible accommodation that we can.
Some people get hotel rooms. Some people sleep in Fiat Ducatos. So yeah, you know.
You got to know people, Diggs.
I know. I wasn't hooked up enough.
You got to know people.
Yeah, so I love that great recap we did before. I featured a lot in it, but I'm still sleeping in my van here at Jambo. So I don't mind.
Hey, at least you got a van, all right?
Yeah, I was medicated enough with enough good I'm going to get into that.
Good
I'm
food.
going to get into that whiskey tonight. Let me tell you.
The Japanese whiskey?
Yeah, we were into the Krakens and the Sailor Jerry's last night, and that was just the tonic to go to bed. Got a good 5-6 hours sleep at least. But then when you can feel it, you can hear everyone warming up in the mornings, and then how can you just roll over and go back to sleep? You know what I mean?
Ask Barry Plumpton.
Oh, yeah, Barry. Didn't he hit the nail on the head?
Yeah, he really
He
did.
hit the nail on the head. What's your impression of Jambo? Oh, good, except you don't expect to sleep because all the rotaries are warming up all day. But I said to Barry, don't worry, Barry, you'll hear that. You'll hear it when there's quiet moments at home. You'll hear those rotaries for the next 2 weeks. It's just something that does happen. It's something that just creates that pit lane, that pit energy, when you can hear everyone sort of going to the two-step chip, sorting their combos out, bringing them to the lanes and having an absolute crack. So,
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick break here at the 35th anniversary of the Jamboree here in Brisbane. We'll be back with more after this.
There's a few little recaps from yesterday's testing. You know, I know that you didn't get to watch the stream yesterday, but the stream, just for testing, was like having a mini event here. We actually had a nice little modest crowd in here yesterday. It was incredible. That test session yesterday for the ones that had paid for it was an incredible day of testing all the way to 8 o'clock at night. And it's just absolutely crazy to see some of those numbers go down last night. On a Friday in this country, what a great country we live in, when on a Friday night you can see that stuff go down on a Friday night. For
I'm on board. And was it Morgan that made that rocky road?
Morgan Mackey.
Morgan, that was absolutely spectacular. And if you want to make more for tomorrow, I'm there for it, all right?
Oh, Morgs knows how to prep a race day sweet, no doubt about it. And little Bozza out here, little Bozza Wagstaff, the little champion. Morgs is not a half proud mum about her and Wade's little boy, little Bozza. We get a lot from mum in regards to that. Someone's on the text there to say, any shout out to Stephen and Jet Burrell, travel all the way from Creswick. They're in the stands here at Jambo. G'day.
Where?
Creswick.
Where's that?
Victoria. You're getting the burnout sorted. Isaac Afcal now back in the RX3, so I sure can, Kai McPhee. A big shout out to Stephen and Jet Burrell, travelled all the way from Creswick. They are in the grandstands here at Jamboree. Great for you people, no matter where you've travelled from, whether it's Brizzy or the other end of the country, WA, Victoria. We love that you're all here. All right, so the Sound Off trophies are getting done themselves. So Terrier's out looking at the Sound Off stuff. So there we go. All
So
right.
Isaac Afcal in the RX3 Mazda on a solo pass. So I'm wondering, is this licensing, or maybe he's got one more run to tick off on his license or something like that? I don't know, but this is the second solo pass that we've seen him on. So didn't get down the track last time around, only a 15-second pass.
Yeah, now look, he is just trying to feel his way around with this car. Mate, he's doing better than I would in it, mate. I'm not professing to be any good steerer or anything,
No,
but if they said...
I'm not giving any advice.
If they said to me, Diggs, can you steer this? I'd say, is there anyone else who could possibly do the job? Big shout out to JB Turner, Paul Turner. They're all, I think, watching on the stream. A lot of people watching on the stream that can't be here. All right, here we go. Isaac Afcal, good that he was able to fit in some of this performance stuff during quali here to be a part of it. All right. So here we go, 20B on board. auto transmission equipped. We've got Mum out there as well. This is Afcal watching as well. Thing doesn't want to play.
Yeah, doesn't want to get
The
up on the
thing's got a
boost.
boost control issue or something there.
It's close.
Yeah, boy.
That's more like it.
Oh, chip off the old block. Isaac clicks it early and goes 840. That's got to be the quickest he's ever gone. 840. Half track 490, 60 foot 113. Isaac Afcal gets down the track in Pro Turbo. 840, 121 mile an hour, and if there's some ticking to do on the licence, there'd be a few more ticks on there, I would say, for that, because it did. And you know what? When the car lets you down, it's a bit hard to get your licence.
That's right.
A bit hard to be concentrating on doing everything right when the car's not doing everything right.
If they need someone to sign it, I'll sign it. No dramas.
And how's this? So this is why it's been a bit disjointed here, because here's Sammy now. So we've seen Isaac, and Isaac had to go by himself. Now Sammy's trying to keep the RX2 going here.
Yeah, it doesn't want to play. He's trying to turn the thing over and get it started back up, but again, it doesn't sound like it wants to stay up on the revs. It's just it is not playing the game down there. Now, here's a bit of a cryptic comment.
Yep.
On the live stream. You're going to have to explain this one to me. All we need now back in the tower is the voice of the Iceman and Mr. Diggles commentating for a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, Craig Roberts.
Right.
Yeah. There we go, Sammy. There we go, Sammy. That sounds like it's all right. Some of that early footage in that recap did have Craig Roberts, the Iceman, in there.
Yeah.
Icy with Jambos many years ago. It was he was actually the head performance parts guy down at Autobarn Slacks Creek. The Iceman was his nickname. He was doing some commentary at Willowbank and Jambo in the early days. A real cool cat, knew his parts. He was dealing with in the performance parts game every day. He was doing a lot of that early import stuff through there. And him and I worked together very well for a few years. Iceman got into the mining game near that sort of time, so then he couldn't get to every event. So the Iceman's kind of then set up his career in the mining and especially underground explosion industry. So he's been out there. That's cut his commentary. If he was going to have a commentary career on the side, the Iceman kind of decided to chase the mines career, which gave me my first gig, a little gig called World Time Attack. The Iceman was supposed to do. Sammy, come on! Did not want to play the game with power on the start line, but he's going to send it out the back and get an ET anyway. All right, so Sammy's now qualified in Pro Turbo, the same as Isaac, so it is good to see. Big shout out to a good mate, Vic from Fairfield City Council. Hey, g'day, Vic from Fairfield City Council. A big shout out. He'll be racing next year at the Jamboree if possible, so there we go. It looks like there's an RX2 deal going on. Vic works for the Fairfield City Council. He'll be watching the live stream. Your mate Chris Barry's decided that he's want to basically give you a kick along and say, get ready for Jambo next year, Vic.
Right.
And if not, Chris O will probably steer it if you don't want to steer it. He'll put his hand up straight away. All right, here we go. Pro Combat, thanks to McKern.
Lee Docherty's got the burnouts down pat.
Yeah, he does.
He's got such a big tyre under this thing, it's so short in MX-5.
Yeah.
It's like a roller skate.
They, I wish Mazda did them factory with the 13B. As soon as people put 13Bs in them, everyone goes, well, why didn't they put them in factory? They're such a good thing.
Yeah.
It's like Barras and Cortinas and stuff like that. Again, it looks factory. Never was supposed to be there, but it got put in thanks to the aftermarket. All right, Benny Palmer. He was, I don't know whether he's still doing it, but he was a high school teacher.
Right.
How cool is a teacher to be able to drag race? So I don't know whether he's still teaching or not, but he's another Brizzy, nearly an OG guy from Brizzy as well. He's from Mackenzie. Always builds his own engines, always puts his own cars together. 13B for RX Innovations. License plate, not 808. I like that. Not 808. His first session, he was pushed back. He didn't even get to the burnout box.
I was going to say, I think this is the first time we've seen him today. So
he's going to get one on the board if he can get it in the stage here now. That's why he's not on that sheet. 12 on the sheet. Should be 13 if Benny gets a number down now. All right, Lee Doherty, 8.52 wasn't an ideal run for him either.
No, he can run pretty deep into the 7s with this car.
Benny's got smoke coming out of the car, maybe from the burnout. Not a bad run for Benny. Oh, Doherty, a whole lot of smoke out of the car through the finish line.
It's Ben Palmer too.
Oh, both guys.
Both of them.
8.25 and a 7.78. And I'll tell you what, have we got a chance for a replay if we can get that? Who smoked first and who smoked last? I don't know. That was a lot of smoke.
There's something weird went on with Ben Palmer's car because there was like a weird puff out of it right at the hit of the throttle.
Yep.
And it kind of just got worse and worse as it went on down the racetrack. Now, I'm looking out there trying to see if we can see anything on the racing surface. Doesn't look like it. They're giving it a bit of a dust, but it's not exactly what you call a vigorous rubbing.
And if you are looking down towards the finish line, don't be alarmed by the amount of smoke coming off to the left. That happened yesterday. That's the smoker. We've, of course, at Jambo, if you don't know the other side of the Jambo culture, these guys love to cook. When they're not racing, if they don't have to fix, and this is the best thing about some of these crews, you'll see guys sitting around doing nothing and you go, well, what are you guys doing? How come you're not working on the car?
Cooking.
But guess what? They're the guys when it's food time.
Yeah.
So the same guys that are sitting around while the rest of the crew work on the cars. And we caught a little bit of that when we went down to the gas team. There's guys sitting there in the deck chairs doing nothing. But guess what happens when it's food time? They're the guys.
You've got two crews.
Got the smokers going. They've got the food coming out. Their job is to feed the crew and all the guests. Because guess what? You can walk through here and if you're connected enough, and they want you to try that. Try the kebab. Try the... try that lamb backstrap, try that Slovakia. Yeah, Rusty's, I've got to stop. Rusty's drooling here again.
I don't want to wreck the equipment, that's all.
No, don't. Just keep that clean there. But that smoke you can see coming there, don't be alarmed. That's not a car on fire. That's just one of the many smokers smoking meat here at the moment.
Would you say that that's just Jambo flavour wafting across the racetrack?
It could be some Jambo flavour. Look, no one's... Yeah, maybe there'd be the odd bit of falafel laying around, but I mean, it's not exactly a place for vegetarians, this place. It is not really a vegetarian pit area.
Moose always used to feed us in Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moose always looked after us. So
the guy, as much as they take as the pride in each vehicle they've got, it's the pride in
there's
the
a
food.
bit of a battle
There's
on
a pride
the food
on the
front.
food as well. I've never seen guys so proud of the food they cook anywhere. Sydney's off its head because, a lot of the Sydney crew, so many more Sydney entrants normally down there, and you can walk through there after, racing or qualifying, and you can smell them all just getting that food out. You'll see lots of Eskies cold rooms all here. When they pack for a Jambo, yes, maybe spare engine check, some spare bits and pieces for the car check. Now, 900 kilos of meat from the butcher.
Have we booked the cool room? Check.
Have we booked the cool room? Check. Have you got 12 cartons of Canadian clubs? Check.
For after racing.
Well, again, that's for after racing. There is that whole social aspect that comes out after racing. And you know what? You don't get a better energy around these places, like around Jambo after a quali session, just because everyone's coming down off the energy of the day. And that just creates this fantastic social vibe that just rocks on for ages. And one of the most common things you'll hear as you're walking through here at night is laughter.
Yep.
And that's an important thing to keep hearing in a social environment. A lot of laughter, a lot of jokes, a lot of happy people. It's great. And I hope we've got a lot of happy people out there watching wherever you are on the mound side or in the grandstands here or watching the live stream right around the world. It is a happy place. This is a high energy, super high energy vibe here at Jambo.
You got to have fun, that's for sure. We're going to go racing now with Sup G, Alan Dodd.
Yep.
And is it Peter Finianos or is that Peter Rahan?
No, it's Pete Rahan.
It's Pete Rahan.
Yep.
So many yellow cars.
Yeah, we've got mistaken identity sometimes, but here is Sup G. He's one of our concrete kings from Queensland. Alan's concreting, Alan Dodd. He'll be back pouring driveways and house slabs on Monday. And here he is, Pete Rahan. Just like we interviewed Archie and Felix Kieski. We've got, Rocky and Pete Rahan, father and son. There was not much else they were going to do growing up when you got to go to the track as a kid and watch your father race. One day if dad keeps racing or whatever, or your uncles keep racing, there's a good chance that you want to get out there and do the same thing. And he's like all of the Rahams that have ever raced before. They take like a duck to water. Pete's a very good steerer, knows the family business, knows what to do. Rocky still on the side, of course. Karen behind, Mum and Dad. And
If you want to know who really runs the team, have a good look and watch how busy Karen is on race day. She is the one calling the shots.
Yeah, it's one of those dynasties created from this sport. And again, I'll ask the boys later about that. Do you attribute how much of your success in your day-to-day business from Jambo? And they've got to say that that's a fair percentage of where all the fame's come from.
Yeah.
That drag strip is still one of the best ways to measure success on and off the racetrack.
Absolutely. That car's taken a little bit of time to bring it into stage down here. The Boost Works car of Alan Dodd just looks absolutely sensational.
All right, Jen Dodd out the front there. That's Alan's dear wife. Now his son somewhere on the line behind there, I think, 16-year-old Marley Two Hands Dodd, Golden Gloves, Queensland Golden Gloves boxing champion.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Doddsy was a boxer when he was young as well. So
nice.
The dreadlock dude that can box. All right, here we go. McKern, throw compact. Oh, Pete, it's sheared the wheel off the back of the car. That was happened in an instant. 126 in the 60. What a Sup G goes 969. But that was a massive moment. Talk about traction.
You know what? Put your hands together for Peter Rahayem there, because he did a sensational job of keeping that thing really a lot more out of trouble than what it could have been. The tyre's making its way on down the racetrack there, and it's pulled up right next to the car. It's lucky that thing did not go upside down, because at that point, Peter Rahayem is completely, he's a passenger.
Yeah.
You know, there's really nothing he could do other than just trying to keep the thing shiny side up and off the concrete. And for Peter Rahayem, hopefully he's okay. It looks like he's out of the car down there, and he's going to get checked out, obviously, by the safety crew. But that is a wild... I don't want to say it was an axle, because it looked like there was nothing attached to it. So I'd say it's probably broken maybe either the wheel or the studs, something like that. It's something very, very strange has gone on there. But yeah, for Peter Rahayem, that's a wild ride, and not what you ever want to see.
That is crazy. Here we go. Someone's yelling out, "Hey mate, can we please get the fire risk of the barbecues in the pit lane, as we can't see the time boards for the smoke." Yeah, that's a fair point. It's a real thing.
That's a fair point. First world problems.
First world problems. So look, Pete Rahayem. Now look, that camera angle that we've got there on the live stream right now, like Rocky's picking bits up as he's walking through. It's half a smile on his face as he's doing it.
Because he knows that Peter saved that.
He does. And another thing that I notice guys do have this reaction to breakage is that there's half a smirk on the face, because it's like it doesn't surprise you once in a while that you are going to get some carnage.
Yeah.
And this is different carnage than we've ever seen before with that car.
Yeah. You can see on the camera, that's
that's
Karen,
Mum.
that's Mum walking down there. She's probably got
You
the
okay?
heart rate going at the moment.
You
but,
okay, Mum? You okay, Mum?
Yeah, she's a pretty chill character.
Oh, very chill, very chill. She's still very much, behind the scenes. There's a lot of the spine of pack, especially for race days and everything like that. I mean, how many pack umbrellas do we have out there today? I mean, they're selling tons of pack merch here as well.
I'd love to
she
see,
runs all of that.
I'd love to see a replay of this, just see if we can break down
Yeah.
what happened, because it didn't look like it
No.
shook.
Yeah.
No, we can't do it. Okay, no dramas. A few technical issues in terms of the replay, so we'll keep working on that. But there's definitely some stuff on the racetrack. Now, usually about now is the time that Dave Reed will send me a photo on the message. We'll see if he got it this time, eh?
All right, the boys are running back here at full speed. And what are they fetching? There might be something, whether they need speed jacks or not. I mean, the tilt tray's there. Isn't it funny? The thing's sitting there on three wheels, and it's not even sagging down in the back corner where it's dragging on that side. So it'll be interesting to see, and I'm sure I'm going to get some shrapnel to look at a little bit later on when I duck down there for dinner. I mean, to drop in and see them a little. And one thing I do notice with these guys, if it's work, it'll be work first before they eat. I mean,
100%.
Last night, as we said, I think they had a we've got a little bit of something. We've got here we go, a long shot. Here we go, long shot.
This will show us what happened. Look at the height that the rear end of that car gets. He's lucky he didn't get into the side of Alan Dodd there either.
Wow.
That's I'm just looking at all the bits that come off.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether it's actually broken the centre out of the wheel or something.
Yeah.
Because it looks like there's big chunks that are coming out. So just can we go back about 3 frames? So let's just go back to this. If you have a look, go back one more, and you can see the tyre is actually starting to move. The wheel is starting to move under the car right there. It's going from side to side. So play it through. You can see it's starting to go side to side, and then it comes out. And that's about all she wrote there at that point. Pete's just a passenger, and he's going along for the ride. And he did a sensational job of keeping that thing from a big impact into the opposite wall. So, Peter Rahane, put your hands together. Willowbank Raceway, that's a hell of a drive job from Peter Rahane. And I'd say that would probably rule them out for the weekend, but I don't.
You never know.
You don't want to say that about the pack team because
you can never underestimate that team for fixing
if
stuff.
they can thrash and get that thing back,
absolutely.
Don't be surprised to see it show up tomorrow for the first round. So.
All right. Well, wait, I've just been ushered off there. We're going to grab some interviews. I can see the guys down there. I'm coming down there right now, and I'll meet you at the bottom there. Rust, over to you guys just for a sec while I go down and do a bit of sleuthing. Not
a drama at all. I do want to say a big thank you to all of our partners here. Garrett Advancing Motion, the leading automotive turbocharger provider, providing technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Their innovative turbo technologies for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability. They cover the full range of engine sizes from sub 1 litre economy engines to performance and premium V8s and V12s. Big thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion and of course Fueltech, #Fueltech everywhere. So, welcoming Mark Allen back to the commentary position, the central commentary position here at Willowbank Raceway. That was different from Peter Rahane. That's not what we see very often.
I actually missed that. I was just in the back having a snack, an afternoon snack.
I'm shocked. Was it Cabanossi?
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
No worries. You're welcome.
Now, Chris Diggles is a busy man here at Jamboree, so he's had to take off to do some crowd work possibly down there.
I heard it was just to sign autographs.
Just to sign autographs?
Yeah. That's what I heard. But
he wouldn't let me take a selfie before. I just wanted to get a selfie.
He let me take a selfie.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Did he charge you for the selfie?
Oh, it was only $50.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he gave me a receipt.
Yeah,
it's claimable. He's a charity. So we'll get this cleaned up as quickly as you can. Looks like we've just about already got it on the tilt tray down there. It's really hard to see from where we're sitting though, with the reflection. But I'm sure we'll get on top of that. Hopefully there's none of the wet slippery stuff coming that came out of the car either. So hopefully it does mean that we're just picking up the big bits and pieces off the racetrack. But we will have Mr. Diggles out there with a camera very, very shortly to go and talk to some people. In fact, Mr. Diggles, are you in the a position to talk right now?
Absolutely, guys. I was in the middle of the air, right down the track. That sun's in that sort of position every time, at this time of the day. We've still got more Pro Compact to go. We've got Moose here with What Up G ready to go. It's hard to interview him with the helmet on. We've got Team Karam here, the Cozzy, the only Cozzy, probably the quickest Cozzy in the world. Good for the guys to go. We've got Chris Hall there as well. Got Bullets there as well. The vibe is incredible. The lanes are still full. Let's have a walk down here and have a look, shall we? Everyone here got their armbands on, I hope so. That's right. There's mine. I don't have it. All right, here we go. Another QPG car ready to go. The QPG team, a big team here this weekend. Everyone will get there. DeQuino's here, he's ready. Anthony's in the car. Got ProMod over here. Oh, look, we've already interviewed him. Have we already interviewed him? All right, well, we'll interview him again here. Here he is in his Ricky Bobby suit. How are you?
Hey, that's a brand new fight suit, mate.
Looks fantastic. Looks fantastic. Nowhere to store $10,000, I noticed.
Yeah, well, in Steve Smith's turbos currently.
Oh, they? Yeah. So, look, you checked everything out. We interviewed you before, did the burst panel, big mega pedal in the car. Everything looked like it's come back fresh. Is that obviously why you're having another swing here?
Yeah, basically we'll do this lap. The bearings looked okay, so we checked them and measured them. That was the first thing you check. All the valve springs are fine. Drive got a tune-up from the crew. It wasn't even words, it was just a look. So go out there, if it goes A to B, we'll pack it up for the night, go over the car front to back, and just come back tomorrow. We basically use Jambo for testing.
So that's the strategy, right? So one more settler here, which they want to probably do for whatever you do here. I guess you want to fight with tomorrow, whatever you do here.
We'll see. We're just trying to creep up on the slammer setup. So if we can get we got a number in our hat. So if it comes out, it'll be good. We'll pack it up, and I might not even run tomorrow yet. Just have some money. I'm only joking.
See you tomorrow. All right, okay. All right. Thank you, Rob. May not even run it tomorrow, he says. Don't say that in the interviews. Of course he'll be back here tomorrow. There's a lot of people coming to see him tomorrow. Oh, look, we'll talk to this guy. Speaking of legends, we've got to talk to the legends here. Little Benny Bray, back when you were 7 years old, I used to read National Dragster there with you, mate. Now you're a grown up, you're still playing with this stuff, mate. How much longer can we do this, mate? I mean, if we do the 50th Jambo, I'll be 70.
Oh, how old are you now? I thought you were 69 already.
And this guy's not 21 anymore either.
No, 23.
23, yeah, right. So look, from the early days, can you just remember, I mean, you were running door slammers, being a champion sort of in your late teens, 19, whatever, and then you came and did Jambo cars. What got your attention to go and do something different with that little Datsun 1200 back in the day?
Just always been a Dado lover, and actually Colin, the guy that owns it all now, me and Colin sort of just had our little thing. I watched Colin race his ute, decided that was sort of what I want to do, and he had a 4G, and I thought the only thing better than a 4G is an SR20, so went down that road, and I guess I just like pain because they weren't a very easy engine to work with, but hey, it's good challenge, good fun, and they're an amazing event.
And remember at one stage there, that Altima, the quickest SR door car in the world. Isn't it weird that now the world's quickest SR door car is just up here? Have you had a look at it since it's come over?
Yeah, I definitely have. I got to see it in America and watch it race, but it's pretty cool to have it here on our soil. It nearly makes me want to build another one just so I can whoop its ass.
Yeah, I like that idea. See, the fire's still burning, hey? The fire's still burning with Benny. So you're here with Rod. What's the theory for what's going to happen? Rod's number, obviously. Pro Mod you're watching here, who do you think? Who's your tip? Being a door slammer driver for so long, who's your tip?
It's not about who your tip is. I tuned Russell's car, so I know it's going to win.
All right, could be Russell. So we didn't see Russell initially. Now, was this like a whole, we're going to do one and done or two and done and just try and get into that seating?
Yeah, no, we're that confident that we know we can come out and run, 540s and run out of all these guys' lives. It's not even going to be that hard, really. Like, they're all doing it, but no, we had a little bit of an issue. I got him to put a 4-speed in it, and we did some checks just before we went to warm it up, and we had a bit of a leak, and it ended up turning, and we had to pull the whole B&J out because I forgot to put an O-ring in it, and it was leaking into the gearbox, so it wouldn't have been a good run out here, so we sat the session out to make the car right, and hopefully this run works better for us.
Oh, well, good luck there, Benny. Good to see you still hanging around and doing it, and almost wanting to build another SR20 door car, eh? Almost wanting to. I like to see the fire still burning these guys. Have a look at the quality here in Pro Mod. Smithy's back here. Team New Zealand, big team of New Zealanders here as well. The quickest SR in the world here. This is and look who just popped out the window. Shane T just opens the window. How are you, sir?
Straight in the sun, sir. How are you?
Yeah, sorry about that, mate.
No, you're all right.
How's the vibe be, mate? What do you think about this atmosphere? You've done race meetings all over the world.
No, the atmosphere here is phenomenal, and the people are great, and we're just having a ball as far as that goes. Now, the car's a different story. It's pretty much kicking our ass and making us look stupid, but it is what it is.
Now, Dom's over there just trying to get his... Can we get the window on the other side? We'll come over to Dom over the other side here, of course. Dom Aiolo doing the driving from ProTech. He's got the smile on his face. You're also driving two cars. I mean, that's got to be nuts.
Yeah, no, we've rested the R32 for now. We're just going to concentrate on Josh's car.
Okay, so R32, just put it to the side. Old Faithful, there's a new toy in town. We better get on that.
Yeah, well, we tried testing it, but that didn't go well. So, yeah, all hands on deck on Josh's.
Well, when you got Mr. Shane T here, I suppose it's like, well, you know what, let's not just get distracted. Let's put this thing down. Josh, it's an incredible car Josh has got here. And, again, cars of that ilk to be able to come here and continue that history with the car. It must be an honour to drive that thing.
Oh, it is. Even just having this guy next to you is an honour, and we've got the boys from Maswork here as well. So, yeah, it's great.
Oh, the boys are here from Masworks as well. Oh, there we go. Oh, we'll go and see if we can find them. And we'll leave Shane T and Dom to this little tuner driver meeting that was happening in here, and we'll catch up with them later. Have a look at this thing. Now, have a look at this thing. Is this Mark from Masworks over here? Now, was it Marikowski? I forget the surname. What is the Mazurowski?
Yes, Mazurowski.
Mark Mazurowski from Masworks. Have you been to a Jamboree before?
No, this is my first time.
What do you think? What's your first impression?
Oh, the weather's a lot better.
Yeah, good. Yep.
Yeah, and Florida's pretty hot right now, so we're pretty happy to be here.
Well, normally Queensland, Brisbane in summer is super like Florida, mega humid and everything like that. Beautiful time of year to be running. The import scene never went away, has it not?
Oh no, I mean I can see here it's flourished pretty good.
Look, we go pretty well for a little country of only 20-something thousand people, 20 million people rather. How good is it to know that we've got Aussies that are keen to want to keep racing this, and the SR20, there's an engine love about it. Where did it start for MazWorks in the States?
Oh wow, I mean I lived in Japan for 3 years, so
Right.
that's how I got introduced to SR20.
Yeah.
And then when I came back to the States, I just kept on going.
And then a lot of the things now, billet block, doing that, and you've been doing that for a few years now. Do you find that you've still got a pretty loyal customer base that also are loyal to the engine, the SR?
Well, yeah, major of our business is the streetcar guys.
Yep.
And these motors are getting pretty old, and they have them in stock for them. They want to rebuild them, and we get a lot of business from those guys. And the racing is good because it helps us R&D and it helps us advertise. So we just branch off and do a little bit of everything.
Here's a question we've been asking guys like Pack and Mazfix and everything. Would you attribute the success of MazWorks to be still successful in 2025 if you didn't race?
Oh, definitely not.
No.
I mean, you got to race. I mean, this is, even back in the day before the internet was big, you'd be in magazines and you have to be at the racetrack to be in the magazine. So you kind of force you into it. But even nowadays, I mean, just meeting people nowadays in the pits and talking to your customer base, you definitely got to be here.
Yeah, isn't it amazing that through the racing industry comes success on the track, off the track? Time slips don't lie.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, you put the number up, you're going to get customers.
Absolutely. Phone rings off the hook on Monday if they saw you racing on the weekend.
Definitely, definitely.
And you know what? This industry is self-feeding, isn't it? It's just other guys that want to put that top bulb on. They want to run a number just like they've seen it before.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everyone's addicted to it, and I've been loving it for the last 20, 30 years of my life, and I'm going to probably continue doing it.
Now, Mark, you still just a drag racing tragic, mate. Is there any other motorsport out there that you kind of would have want to have done?
Well, me personally, I'm a drag racing guy, but we build motors for guys that do drifting, circuit racing, circle track racing, streetcar guys, but my heart is definitely drag racing.
Well, that's kind of where all the lies stop, don't they, what? Nice to meet you. Welcome to Australia. Welcome to your first Jamboree. And, of course, that's Mark from MazWorks, part of this new Australian takeover of this legend of the car, the world's quickest SR20. Let's see what happens in the next session. Thank you, sir. Oh.
Diggles. He's the man who knows everybody, isn't he?
He does. It's incredible.
Who did I just break? I think I broke something in the commentary box.
Anyways, racing on track.
If
you fall over, we'll worry about it then.
If I did, my name's Mark Allen. All right. Next up, it is Moose Mustafa Sakina driving the What Up G Mazda. He's going to be taking on Fred Karam, which we believe has got the Cosworth in this Nissan. So this should be an interesting one. Now, I'm wondering, is that sun won't really play a part with the staging beams, will it? Because it's a little bit further down and around than it is at winters. But it might be a bit of a pain as you're going across the finish line.
I think you might be right there. It's definitely looking a bit further down the track, so they should be able to stage okay. All right, recap qualifying so far.
Yeah, where are we at? Because that was a bit of a break. So we've got Peter Rahan down as number one qualifier. That isn't right because the beams were tripped by something else. Anthony DeQuino is your provisional number one with the 699. Chris Hall number two with the 712. Followed by Simon Oiwanu, Lee Doherty, Tony Goodrum, Moose Sakina and Fred Karam. So at the moment these guys are 7 and 8 in the qualifying list. But a lot of improvement still available to these two. 787, only 160 miles per hour. 795, 170 for Fred Karam.
I think that third qualifying session is going to be huge for every bracket here later on. As the sun sets, they will go a little bit quicker on track. As you just said, Moose Sakina and Fred Karam in the Nissan, number 7 and 8 qualifiers respectively.
Just having a look at some of the comments on the live stream. Ethan, who's complaining about the sun and the worst camera angles, will give you your money back. How's that, mate? So, Team Karam, the absolutely outstanding looking Nissan. On the left-hand side of the screen, What Up G used to be campaigned by Alan Dodd, but he's obviously got Sup G now. Those two paired up in the first round of qualifying. This time around, it is Moose up against Fred. That's a better launch this time around. 116 to the 60 foot for Moose. He's really peddling that thing to the finish line. I think he's out of it. And I think Fred Karam's going to go across the line for a decent run. Big improvement, 7.56 at 177 miles per hour. So that is a big step forward for Fred Karam. But an 8.12 for Moose will leave him in the number 8 qualifying position based on his previous 7.87.
Yeah, Karam moves up a couple spots there to number 5 with that 7.56. Big field, 13 cars qualified so far here in Pro Compact. Next up, it'll be Chris Hall. Now, number 3 qualifier went 7.12.
And it did it easy too. It wasn't really, he wasn't pedaling it too hard. It didn't look like it was really up on the tyre. It just did it fairly easy. The Mazfix car.
I reckon even the speed is probably down slightly for a 7.12 for one of these vehicles. You're probably looking usually more than mid-190s for a 7.1.
Yeah, I reckon you're absolutely right. And he's taking on, who's that far side?
We don't have a name for him. Competitor 9253. Let's just have a look at the...
It's PG Racing on the side of the car, but I just don't quite have any details. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll find out who it is.
Well, Chris Hall for Mazfix Racing, as I just said, number 3 qualified with the 7.12. I think he can definitely improve on that. Why didn't I learn the name for our driver in the lane? QPG Racing on the side of it.
Nothing there. 9250 was Peter Raham, but that's
he's
not.
Definitely got 5.3 on the side.
Yeah, that's not Peter Raham. So yeah, let's call him Ghost Rider, eh? We'll go with that.
Ghost Driver.
Ghost Driver, exactly. So Chris Hall, the Mazfix Racing car, as we said, out of Redbank Plains. Nicely presented car, this one, and he's a guy who's been doing this a long time.
Yeah, Chris has run into the 6s.
Yeah.
Before. That sun might be getting a little bit annoying now for the drivers.
It's getting very annoying for the commentators, I'll give you the hot tip. We are looking absolutely straight into it.
7 seconds to get to stage, Chris, so I don't he needs to get in. He's been timed out. That's unfortunate. That would be a nice pass for Chris Hall as well, looking at it visually.
Got really close to the wall down there, really close to the wall. No time recorded, got timed out on the start line, took too long to bring it into stage.
And I wonder if that was a sun issue for him.
Look, perhaps it could have been. I'm trying to look at where the shadows are, because that'll give us a good idea of whether or not it's going to play into it.
See our head starter, Royce, he's actually just having a look in that lane at the moment, just checking it out.
I think that it probably is starting to play a bit of a part. Now, if you're in that lane and you choose to accept the starter's orders, well, I mean, that's...
Yeah, it's one of the issues here at Willowbank Raceway. I can tell you that from a driver's perspective, that when you're staging in the left lane as the sun is setting, the Christmas tree, you can literally not see the Christmas tree. It's just a black, just blackness. It is just black. You can't see the light bulb.
Doesn't matter what visor you've got on. It doesn't matter. It's your pupils cannot detect where the stage beams are or when the lights come on. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up with maybe either solo runs or whether we end up with a little bit of a sunbreak here.
I think we might be going into a sunbreak. By the looks of it, the cars are backing up.
Well, I mean, we should still be able to run the right-hand lane.
Run the right-hand lane, yeah.
There's no reason we can't run the right lane because the drivers are looking into the opposite direction, for lack of a better word. So,
well, there we go. We might be.
Well, Anthony DeQuino is going to put it in the water box.
It does come down to the driver. It is an option for the driver. So if you feel that you're comfortable with running, you can.
Yeah, look at Anthony DeQuino there. He's holding his hand up in front of his face, trying to see where he's going. And it depends where you sit in the car as well. If you've got a fairly low-slung car, where the roof is low and the roof could potentially be cutting out a little bit of that glare, that can help you as well. But
it's only an issue when you're looking directly into the sun. So when you're going down the track, you don't notice it. But when you're trying to stage and you're looking towards the sun, that's when it becomes the issue.
Yeah. Did I imagine a heat haze coming off that car then when it pulled up? It looked like... I thought it pulled up and it had gone very quiet, but there doesn't seem to be any smoke or anything like that. But it certainly seemed to be a little bit of a heat haze that was coming off the car. So hopefully whatever it is not too much of an issue. They've got to get the car fired back up. They've got the squirter that they'll spray directly into the intake there to hopefully get it fired back up. But you think once it's warm, it probably shouldn't have too many issues getting started. But either way, Danny Mill, don't see any RB26 powered rear-wheel drive cars. What's going on? Well, that's because you missed Factory Extreme earlier on. There's a bunch of them in Factory Extreme. Now, just looking where we are. So it looks like Anthony DeQuino going to be pushed back off the start line. So that is unfortunate for Anthony DeQuino, our provisional #1 qualifier, but there's still a couple of cars left to roll out, including, who did we say was driving this? Dom Maiolo, sorry. My mistake, because it wasn't showing up like that in our computer system. So Anthony DeQuino, they'll push it back and hopefully figure out what the issue is with that car. Been around for a very long time, has done a lot of racing over the years, and proven 6-second car, that little Mazda 13B. So, just waiting for the signal to fire up our next driver, who I think is going on a solo pass. So Cam and Jaden have asked, is Kip or Hoff out there this weekend? So Sam Kiprios, we heard, has a fuel pressure problem. They are going to miss this round of qualifying, but they hopefully might make it back out for a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yep, and as far as the Hoff's concerned, that first run of the day, that 3RZ Corolla, the turbo, basically the inside, it must have snapped the shaft or something in the turbo. He was putting a shout out for another one, whether or not he got it or not. And knowing Hoff is well connected, he's either rushing one up and getting one on for tomorrow. I don't know.
The turbo is no longer turboing.
No boost coming out of that.
No. So next up it is Dom Maiolo.
Oh, yeah, starting to find, got to find the mojo. You can't just hop in a car like this that's come from the other side of the world and just expect to go down the track, you know, as cutting edge as the car's reputation's already got. You just got to get in there. Dom's needs a lot of seat time in this car.
Yeah.
And you know what, once Josh Morrison gets in the car, like at the moment, Josh is just happy to be having this whole team here. So the pressure's off him. Like, he's actually enjoying every moment of it out there at the moment, because honestly, you need serious race face on for a new investment like this. And Josh isn't ready to have the serious race face today. He's having a killer time. He's loving everything about what this car's bringing. He's got Mark, as we said, from Mazworks here as well, which did one of the very first SR20 billet blocks in the United States. He's got Shane T there with him. He's having the fat time. He's standing right behind him there. Look at the man standing right, walking up beside it now. That's the man himself, the owner of it, just right at the back. Checking, hope sure everything inside is okay in the car. I mean, they've been going through every nut bolt in this car to make sure it's right. Just to call out, if someone can help a racer with 3 pieces of 4-inch steel tube, 3 pieces of 4-inch steel tube, I think there's a Mustang from Sydney needing your help. So if someone can help with that, please let us know on the stream or text us or whatever. All right, Dominic Maiolo ready to go. That SR20 in Pro Compact, thanks to McKernan Associates. Last car of the round for our Pro Compact, and then we're into Pro Mod, the second session. So conditions, not bad. That sun, a little bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, it's not too bad in the right-hand lane. The left-hand lane, on the other hand, you can see just how bad it is looking into it, and the camera is cutting out a lot of the glare there. It is, yeah, definitely playing a part.
All right, here we go. Dom just got to get himself sorted in the car.
Not really coming off on boost when he launched, but you look at this thing. Whoa.
No, it's got the horsepower up high there, no doubt about it. Still not behaving itself the way that we know it's got all that potential to do, but they'll be back on it. He's got a number down, 13:38. He had an 8:84 before, so it's not like he's not in the field. So anything tomorrow, 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout tomorrow, means that he's got at least 3 more runs in that car in Chicago Shootout format. Now remember, this is only Q2. So they're still a Q3.
Yeah,
So if everything goes well in that car, like in other words, everything gets checked out downstream there and that everything looks good to turn around for Q3, he's still got Q3 to have a run there as well. So that's not such a bad thing. Look, baby steps. You think every next run's going to be the killer run. We're going to start to see the potential, but sometimes that road is a little bit longer. As you say, you've got the brains trust that you need to get the most out of it. Take every moment as you can. And even Josh doesn't seem too stressed there, does he? Josh is not too stressed, not today.
No race face.
You're not stressed today, mate, are you? You wait till you get to steer it. I think you'll be a different Joshy during that time, I do think, because that's a serious thing to deal with. And they'll just they'll get onto that, check it all out, give it a ton more power, I think, and the thing's ready to go. But track time. Race time.
So we do have a little bit of track prep. We're just doing a quick dragon groom down there. So I don't want you to get upset, but we're gonna play the 35-year video again. So prepare yourself.
I'll have a watch of that. Let's have a look at that, shall we? All right, let's whack that on. 35 years of Jambo. Let's go.
The biggest sport compact event anywhere on the planet. The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree. Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouga, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowbank Raceway, make some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it. Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia. When your bracket is full, then line up.
We had to get out of it. What a wheel stand from the Grimmers.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Emo in the world. The world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard.
The dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Heaven 29.
He still has to chase the Pack boys though.
There's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Nova. Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
It all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day. And heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Rumble drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down.
Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny.
I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter-mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh!
And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge.
There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now.
Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle.
Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
He is the quickest street-tired GTR in Australia. Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6.
I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record, the quickest, the fastest passed by a sport compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Nick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75!
575.
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humilde Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes was 614 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Beck, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 640 in setting the Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
The rotary, of course. It's the noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramuka leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through 2nd and 3rd gear.
Ivan Scaramuka, the world's quickest RX3. That's right, mate. #1 in the world. #1 in the world, brother. See that? #1 in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest.
Oh, yeah, well, I didn't cry that time.
Well, I was going to say we had to stop the video because Diggles was getting emotional.
I was just starting to cry again.
Yep. So, Jeff Cuttajar now in the Studebaker, the Batmobile. This car is well and truly known around the land as one of the iconic door slammers of Australian drag racing. He's going to take on Rob Harrington, who is well, now we can say this, he is a Winter Nationals winner. It is, it was an incredible turn of events at the Gold Coast North Winter Nationals, and Rob Harrington walked home with the trophy at the end of a 16-car door slammer field that was absolutely amazing. And he comes in with a little bit of swagger, although the confidence definitely got knocked around having to hand over that $10,000 to Smithy this morning in that first round matchup.
No, look, they checked after he did the burst panel. That's all because, as he says, you know, pump speed goes up, fuel curve goes out. Not supposed to really pedal it that many times, but he wanted to win the run.
Yeah, 7 was too many.
Yeah, and the burst panel came out. She ran a little bit lead. Jeffrey Cuttajar, they're all honing in on the potential of these vehicles. This is a big Dart Outlaw Pro Mod field, and I tell you what, I don't know where it's all going to come from. Manly Dart, it's crazy. 20 grand up for grabs this weekend in this class. I don't know who the hot chip is right now. Give me this Q2, give me Q3, and I'll be able to tell you.
I reckon Q3 is going to be the one to watch, but I reckon there's going to be a bunch of guys that if they make a number in this one, they're going to sit out Q3.
Yeah.
Just to try and keep the powder dry for tomorrow. So JC, Jeff Cuttajar is a guy who is relatively new to the seat. Let's face it, hasn't made a lot of runs, but he's looking pretty comfortable in this thing. Has been around for a long, long time, has crewed on all of Peter Kapiris' cars over the years. Now he gets to drive this one, the one made famous. What a race! Oh, loose for Jeff Cuttajar, and it looks like it might have popped the burst panels again there for Rob Harrington. He wasn't pedaling at that time either, 644 at 168. Looked like it might have just lented out a little bit there, and there was a definite concussion out of the car. Jeff Cuttajar, he did his best impression of a Studebaker hovercraft there. That thing got up on I think it was on one wheel. I think it was just on the front left at one point.
It was on an absolute mission both sides of the racetrack. How's this off the button, right? So this is the sort of competition we've got here. 046 off the tree there for Rob.
Don't you say off the button. Rob Harrington will come up here and smack you.
Off the leg. So 046 off the leg is more impressive than the 052 off the button by a long shot. 387.5 track though. Rob was on a nice little march, and then that little pop. Force 37 for Jeff. He was already off the throttle, but he was off the button. Rob's off the clutch.
387 is a big step in the right direction. That's that's definitely moving. So now we have a look at Steve Carlson taking on Steve Smith. So Steve Smith's already knocked over one blown car here today in the form of Rob Harrington in the first round of qualifying. Can he make it two? Steve Carlson absolutely destroyed the supercharger belt at the hit of the throttle on his first qualifier, and really it didn't even move about a foot. It just did not go anywhere. And Steve Smith, on the other hand, 582. I think that's a PB for Steve Smith, 582 by a pretty big margin.
Yeah, it's a new combo.
But the new combo is really what's driving a lot of this. It's now got the 4.8 horse base Noonan underneath the hood, making plenty of horsepower. It's just a matter of dialing in the rest of the combination to suit.
It's funny when they were there setting the lash, we went there to talk to Smithy and all this beautiful tool steel rockers and everything. And just that 4.8 Noonan, it's just a little smaller than the Hemi. It's not small, but it's diminutive in comparison to your normal fathead Hemi. Hey, don't forget tonight, folks, 6:30 tonight, the fireworks. We're going to have a firework display here.
Ooh.
So kids, you're not going home yet until after the fireworks at the very, very least. And haven't called a fireworks display for a long time.
I don't think we need to.
It's a good thing I'm not colourblind.
I am.
Oh, yeah? Okay, well, I'll talk you through it. All right. Okay,
I'll get the guide dog to talk me through it.
Steve and Steve out there right now. Turbo Steve against Blower Steve. Queensland Steve against New Zealand Steve.
Kiwi Steve.
Kiwi Steve, Aussie Steve. All right. The Ford Sprint, Chicken Hawk Racing, 521 cubes.
He can go deep into the fives. He can go quick with this car. It might not have all the latest and greatest bits on it, but it can hold its own, don't you worry.
Oh, a little pedal there, but Al Smithy's on a march, 389 and 577.
Whoa! Shoots out early too, 577. Shoots out way early, and Steve Carlson went across the centre line down there. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but 577, 244.
There's a couple of reflector cones off there, so I'd say that's the not only the finish line, but also the mile an hour cone as well.
So it might have been Steve Smith that got the cones down there, I dare say.
I'd say on the shoots early there for Smithy. He did some good stuff early on in the run.
We'll have to look at the replay to make sure that it was the shoots that got it, because if that's the case, now it came up as a 590 for Carlson. That's not going to stand. 590 for Carlson because the timing blocks did move down there. So next pair up, it is going to be Joe Gauci, and he's going to take on Slim Matter.
And you know, we need a minute here because what happened down there, we've got to put those reflectors down back on the track. So we do have a replay on our live stream here, presented by Real Street. So here we go. Bumps in, off the button. Now, look, he had to pedal it. He went light to the throttle there, Carlson, as he went towards the centre line. Now, Smithy,
it was shoots. It was only the shoots. That's okay.
Yep.
Shoots are okay. So the thing is, if the shoots get it, the shoots aren't deemed to be part of the car.
Yeah.
So if the parachutes get the timing blocks, no problem. If the front clip gets the timing blocks, big problem. So, that one should stand. I'm not the meeting director, so ultimately it's not up to me, but that run should stand. And for Steve Carlson, it was a good step in the right direction. The car left really well. The only reason he got out of the throttle was because he was coming door handle to door handle with Smithy's Corvette.
Yeah.
So, you heard him. He didn't actually just snap out of the throttle either. He rolled out of it and tried to bring it back, but it didn't sound like it wanted to come. So,
yeah, that's crazy. You're looking at that first lineup there. If nothing changes right now after Q2, that's Barry Plumpton 575 with a 7, Craig Burns 575 with a 7, Steve Smith 577 with an O, Salam Matter, who's out there ready to go now, 577 with a 4, John Canooly's 584 with a 1, John Ricker 591, Steve Carlson 593, and
that
then
won't
Rob
stand.
644. The top 8 so far. And as Benny Bray said in that interview, Russ Pavey coming out in this session. They've got a 4-speed in the car.
Well, we had 17 cars entered, and we've only had 12 roll out.
Might be a couple more.
So I dare say there's going to be a few more in this session. One of those is Joe Gauci.
Oh, look at this. Choose your favourite Mustang poison right now here. Turbo Eleanor or blowing Eleanor? I don't know which one.
Why not both?
Yeah, why? Let's have both.
I'm not. It's like asking which one's your favourite kid. You just can't do it.
No. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm all for all of these guys in the Outlaw Pro Mod field. Joe Gauci. I'm leaning more towards him. I've known Joe for quite a while. Of course, ProFab, the amazing workshop. Of course, Jonathan and Joe in there. Turbocharged Proline. Of course, Salad Matter. That's the blown and injected Hemi-powered deal. I think this wasn't this the Moitz car?
This is the Moitz Mustang, which was then campaigned by Paul Canuli for a little while. I think it won an event under Paul's stewardship, and then the Matter team got a hold of it, and they basically continued it. This is the car that went to 2 championships with Paul Mahaya behind the wheel. So can race.
It was a good deal.
Car has the go, has the goods.
All right, Joe Gauci beside. Of course, he's running best of a 550. He currently holds the additional Jambo ET record for, mark. We don't call him a record, a mark.
Give it time.
A standard of 5:59. Watch this space. Of course, a big shout out to Mr. Carl Cox that hopefully watches the stream a bit later on. Mr. Cox, oh yes, over there in Europe, working hard.
Coxie's watching.
Coxie's watching.
Coxie's watching.
He's watching. He can't wait to go back and get in his pro mods as well. He'd be loving. He didn't have to. He needs the money, Coxie, because he's got a pretty bad drag racing addiction.
We need the Cuda with the Pro Charger here.
Yeah, well, let's do it.
That's what we need. That's what this pro mod field is missing. All right, Salim Matter waiting for him to go in, not far away. Gauci, he's got 7 seconds. He's going to take every inch of it.
Running out of gears there, Salim. Early shoot there for Joe. 383 to half track, 206 mile an hour. And look, it was on a march. 983 off the 60, 973 off the 60 for Salim. Both cars on a march early. I'm looking for the short times. I'll find it.
383 to half track for Joe Gauci.
Yep.
So 383 to half track. That's moving in the right direction. I think they're just trying to incrementally take it a bit further. It sounded like Salim Matter's car had a whole box of neutrals down there. It didn't want to shift, and it hit the limiter, and he said no more of that. Put the chutes out. But Joe Gauci, that's moving in the right direction. Leaves him in the number 8 spot, 615. It'll actually be the number 7 spot because Steve Carlson, 593. That run will be removed after this qualifying session once it's complete. Now, here we go. The mowers online. Chevy Camaro of Johnny Ricker taking on the second of the Matter team, and that is the 1937 Chev Business Coupe of NASA Matter.
Oh, right, the RPM on board for NASA. Now remember, I'm starting to remember NASA from the early days. Of course, the Mr. Q, I think it was the Mr. Q Tirana.
Yeah, the yellow,
the big cube orange Tirana from the early days. I think the license plate was Mr. Cube on that car. So, NASA's been around a while. And like what happens when you're still hooked on drag racing, but you're also, you've got a skill set, a trade set, this a civil organisation. Let me tell you, when you're into that large construction game, well, guess what? Big projects needing good skilled labour. They've got that, and guess what? They get to play with some serious toys. Hard work during the week, race on the weekends, and the Matter family, another family that is all in.
Both feet, no mucking around. And we heard from Johnny Ricker earlier on in the day that he's looking to go out there and take the thing almost to the finish line, but drop the chute until he try and keep it under that 260 mile an hour.
Let's have a look here now. Look, he's got a sponsor too, Maritzi Civil for Johnny Ricker. So yeah, the civil companies are in here. A Civil, Maritzi Civil, big builders away from the track, big racers on the track.
Maritzi Civil's popped up on a number of cars over the last little while, and this should be a good matchup. This should be a really good matchup. So Johnny Ricker, the Tough Streeters, Mowers Online car. NASA Matter's rolled it straight in.
All right.
That's on a number.
Oh, yeah.
561 at 205.
Yeah.
561 at 205 miles per hour.
I don't think we've seen a more ridiculous matchup of ET and mile an hour yet.
Not for a long time. 561 straight to the top of the tree for Johnny Ricker, which is kind of where we expected him to be based on prior performance. But prior performance is no indication of future performance.
Yes, I know. It sounds like a financial promotion. Half track 359 for Johnny Ricker. Half track 359, 213 at half track. 940 to the 60, 561. I reckon about a 900-foot click
359 to the 8.
359 to the 8.
Whoa.
359 to the 8.
So 359 to the 8 should put that a lot quicker than that, than a 561.
Yeah.
He was out of that without a doubt. Next up, it's the baddest man on the property, Mr. Craig Burns.
Yeah.
And if you want to argue with me, go back and look at his first run.
Yeah.
I'll fight you on it.
Yeah. And you know what? Burnsy knows I mean well when I call him a lunatic.
Yeah.
I just said it. I said, Craig Burns, you lunatic. That was pricing admission. I've got a few people that have come to Jambo for the first time today. They're already home because they're so overwhelmed. They go, I couldn't be there all day. And things like Burnsy probably knocked them around a little bit because that was pricing admission stuff, that thing. That was crazy to see. Burnsy now against John Canurley. Team Black Belt, Q2. Canurley already 584, Burnsy already 575. Get your cameras ready wherever you are watching right now. I don't know where you need to keep your eyes peeled on, but I'd be looking at the Mustang a little bit more here, I think. I really do think this Mustang has got, well, Burnsy's got this thing sorted on a big tyre. Let's see what the fruits of this smart family's labour is. Now, I don't know whether JC helps him tune on this during between rounds as well now, because Jet Cuttajar has helped Burnsy in the past.
Yeah, look, they're a pretty clever bunch. They'll probably figure it out on their own. Burnsy, I mean, that first run was incredible. And I'll be honest, the wheelie bars still look very high from where I'm sitting. So expect to see more of the same. JC, as in John Canurley, went 584. He's solidly in the field at the moment. Front wheel's got to come down.
Burnsy! Oh, John Canurley, 569! 569 for Canurley. I'm looking at Burnsy as well. I don't know where to look. I'm looking at ET's. Look. Don't flick that over. Damn it.
569 at 255, but I did see a cone go flying down there. So I don't know whether or not JC got the cones, but we got a cranky Diggles here.
Yeah, don't give me 3 seconds to look at the incrementals, the playback. That's not half important, is it not? That runner, Burnsy, brings the tyres down near half track. I wanted to tell you what it was at half track, but I can't tell.
I think he might have tagged the centre line down there. I don't know whether he crossed it, but
there were cones out everywhere down
look
there.
at Kirsten, she's pumped down there. Yeah, the fists are flying there. They're excited down there. They are absolutely pumped.
Yep.
And 569. Now, I'd love to have a look at the replay if we've got one on that. Here we go.
Yeah, all right.
Let's break this down for the people because Burnsy had the front wheels up. The problem with that is you can't steer. So it was going straight for the centre line. Burnsy just touched down at the last second. I think he actually tagged the centre line. If he didn't, he had a very good look at it. And it was the Shoots that got it. It was the Shoots for Canurley that got it. So the 569 will stand. The 590, that's not valid for Mr. Burns. But 569, so that run does stand. He didn't tag the centre line. And wow.
Yeah,
I didn't expect that, did you?
No, I didn't expect that. I knew that, the learning curves on these cars can be quite steep. And, hats off to the team for Johnny Canurley. From yesterday, getting used to the car. We know it was making horsepower. It was about getting that start line sorted, that new torque converter set up in the car. John said he'd have a clutch pedal in that tomorrow. But as he said, in the future, Kirsten's going to steer that thing a lot. And they want to try and at least keep that car repeatable and not have to have a clutch guy. And he said it's an extra guy in the crew every day. It's an extra guy in the crew when you got a clutch in the car. So he said the converter was a choice to do for taking that extra crew guy that we don't need on the clutch, and they can put him to work somewhere else in the deal. But I would have loved to have seen what that was between them at half track, and I guess what? That's right.
We'll never know. We will never know. So Russell Baby rolling up to the line now. I love the enthusiasm from Ben Bray out in front of the car. Benny's a guy, we know he's had a lot of success over the years himself, but he takes no more pride than helping other people go quick. Benny absolutely loves being a crew chief on these things. He's going to take on Lorenzo Galotto out of Wattle Grove, Western Australia. He sounds like a nice place.
Doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Wattle Grove in South in WA. And Lorenzo, the Galotto family, been racing in WA for a very, very long time. And this is the latest Pro Mod, brand new car, little 471 twin turbo Hemi on board. Russ Pavey, 521 cubes of screw blow and Hemi on board. He's got Benny Bray in his corner, of course, got a 4-speed in the car now. Lorenzo got the Jeff the Rock Johnson tuning on the big tyre. There's the big man out the front there for Lorenzo. Poly Air on board for the guys. Jeff the Rock Johnson loves them. What about line-to-line coatings? Response to them for Russ Pavey. As Benny says, you know, he's making the claim already. We want to clean them all up. We want to be the last people standing here this weekend. And he's going to put a deal in here that's hopefully going to work. Remember, bump spots, no such thing. Whoever's there is there. I think there's no such thing about missing an 8-car cut. We're just going to run them all.
We'll run them all.
No one's scared about running in a 13-car all-run field. There are a few other established guys don't like more than 8-car fields.
No, well, it's going to be 16 because I'm pretty sure it's Chicago Shootout anyway. So, right. 3-round Chicago Shootout and then a final, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But if I'm wrong, the name's Mark Allen again.
All right, here we go. Turbo versus blower. Pro Mod, Outlaw Pro Mod Cupid.
How's that for a banker? Russell Pavey, 591 and 243. First run off the trailer. 591, 243, 621 for Lorenzo Galotto. That's really solid for those guys.
Yeah,
621, big step in the right direction there.
Good to see the guys. They had look. When I spoke to Renzo a couple of hours ago, he goes, "Oh, we're not looking good. We may not run again." I said, "Why is that?" There's an electrical issue we're trying to suss out. Guess what? I guess they found it.
Yeah.
That little 471 Cuba.
Sorted.
621, 213 mile an hour. Crazy run. Yeah, Shagger's on there messaging me going, yeah, you should fire up. Shagger wanted all the incrementals from Burnsy and Canurley, and he didn't get them like I didn't get them.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to talk to the big boss.
You're going to go up and talk to the big boss. We're only asking for 15 more seconds per run. That's all we're asking for, 15 seconds more per run before we flick the timing over. That's all we need. We need that one last little look at the readout. Our CompuLink timing here in our commentary box. We just need an extra couple of seconds. I had to ask people at Mackay 3 weeks ago to do the same thing for Kenda, especially during the
Don't worry, I got my people talking to their people. We'll have it sorted.
Okay,
all right.
I'm glad someone else is asking the question. I know who is upstairs and got asked nicely. Please and thank yous and everything.
Yes, sir, no, sir.
But yeah, 3 weeks ago, Kenda going through eliminations, trying to run 3 rounds in Chicago. And I said to race control, please slow down between runs so I can write everything down, because I was writing stuff down every round. Normally I'd have Mark there writing it all down for us. All right, here's the bros again. Battle of the Kiwi Pro Mods.
It is the bros. It's Bro Barry versus Bro Stu.
Yeah.
Now, Barry's got the light inside the car. With all that tyre smoke in there, can't make it easy to drive this thing.
Yeah.
Does he flick that off?
I think he might.
Yeah,
I think he might.
Okay.
All right, Stu Walsh, that 521 cube twin turbo Noonan. Barry Plumpton, 4+ kits of nitrous oxide on a 959 cube Pat Music.
So he started this session as the #1 qualifier. He's down to #3 now.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's down to #3. So he's got a little bit of work to do now. From a pure getting it down the racetrack in the 560s, if he went 560 with this, he'd be absolutely ecstatic. He would love it. I think they're probably just looking more for a backup for their 575 from the first round of racing. Keep your eye out for the candles. They'll be there, don't you worry. The lengthening shadows.
Stewie. No front brake right now. Barry has an option. He can put 2 bulbs on
he's
and
gonna
out.
He's going to put it in the beams.
Oh, I love a nitrous Pro Mod.
Nice.
Yeah, 575. He said he wants
to make it
repeatable. 575 at 232. How good is it to listen to that big thing grunt? It's very rare we actually get to hear big engines like that in this country.
But did you hear it shifting through the gears too? You could hear it as it went on down there, 575, 232. So he was out of a bit early compared to his earlier run. Went 250 earlier on. It only went 232 that time around. So, yeah, he's still got plenty left in that, I would suggest. Stu Walsh, unfortunately, rolled the beams. Just didn't have enough brake pressure to hold it in stage, because that's how these cars, that's what they really rely on, is the brake pressure as you bump them in against the brake.
Yeah.
But
that was a great run there from Barry. Now, as I said, I took a photo of that short time. So it was a 960 foot. Where is it? Yeah, so 964 to the 60, half track 377, 200 mile an hour, and then that 575, 232. I just love hearing that big Musi grunt its way down the track like that.
Let it eat.
Yeah, let that big thing thunder down the track. Fantastic to see.
All right, so it's going to be Daniel Camilleri on a solo pass this time around.
I'll call him Captain Small Block, who we've called him before. He's bringing a butter knife to the gunfight. It is, I think I'm pinching Lorenzo's quote from that. Oh, big wind up in the throttle there for Dan Camilleri. No, that's right. We only need another 15 seconds between switching it. Yeah, that's all. No, I don't think we can. No. So that must be straight to yours. So when you flick, we lose it. So no, that's right. I can't get the phone out quick enough. I'm snapping the photos down here as quick as I can. But that's all right. 5 extra seconds, we get there. We're almost going to be like Japanese tourists with our cameras.
5 seconds makes all the difference,
ready to go. We've got to load our cameras up just before the end of the run, because some of those incrementals, the tail of the tape is what people at home, especially guys like Shagger, we've had other people messages as well saying we want incrementals.
We'll do what we can.
Yep.
We will do our best.
And of course, things like Flow can, when they set their stuff up, you can actually get right into the timing system and get all that, because you can get on 3020 Go as well if you want. So there's other ways to get it, but they love it coming from us, though, by the look of it.
All right, Daniel Camilleri, last car out for this session, by the look of it. And Daniel in the heavy Chevy, as we've called it.
Now, don't forget, folks, we've got more qualifying. We've got fireworks at 6:30 tonight. We've still got qualifying sessions to go for everybody. We'll be here a little while. I hope you're hanging with us. Don't worry about the sun going down. The action's going to hot up still for the next hour and a half at least. 2 hours maybe. Okay, it depends on when we get through everyone for Q2, Q3. There he is. Small block, pedal clutch. I think a 4-speed in it. And yeah, he had some issues on the first run. Let's just hope he can get one down here right now. Fireworks are in motion for 6:30. Right, there we go.
Oh, a little bit loose out there for Daniel Camilleri. It kind of chatted the tyres and threw him over near the centre line, and that's not really where you want to be. And a couple of pedals at it, and they'll have to take it back and figure out a new setup, because that car, it's just not happy at the moment. It's just missing that sweet spot ever so slightly. So, recapping the qualifying list for Pro Mod. No, I can't recap the qualifying list. They've taken it away from me. All I know is Johnny Rickers first, John Canuli second, Barry Plumpton third. How's that?
And no Saccharides that round.
No Saccharides that round, so maybe he's keeping his powder dry. Right now, I'm going to jump off the mic for a little bit. It is the GDR Challenge. I'm going to hand over to, are we going to Mark or Tez? We'll go to Tez. Tez, do you want to jump off the GDR Challenge? There you go, all yours. Have fun, Diggs.
All right, okay, no worries, thank you.
And we are back. Well done. Got a little bit of GDR action here going. Aki Kador. Have a look and see how it goes. He gets out a ride, build it up on boost, puts the GDR through for an 867 and 161 mile an hour. How are you, Mr. Mark Allen?
How you going, mate? It's good. Just been watching that pro session. There was some good racing in that one.
Wow, that was a wild session. I'll tell you what, the boys, they need to go sit out the back here and have a little bit of a calm down. It was pretty intense, but look, mate, we are in all motor. James Makinos, Andrew Stavropoulos, of course, in the Mazda. They're both beautiful-looking Mazdas. We are running all motor, and of course, all motor is all aspirated, all action, all... Whoa! Whoa, whoa, hold on to it, son. Do it, all motor, but it's... Everything happens at around 12,000 RPM in a rotor when it's all motor.
Well.
And it's like, it just... They don't like to do as they're told sometimes, and, you know.
It happens. It happens. All right. We are in qualifying session number 2 for all motor. Quick recap so far. Looking at the qualifying list, we've got 15 cars qualified in this naturally aspirated bracket. And Bikinos is our number 1 qualifier at the moment, that 10.8.0 in Q1, which is all the way back this morning. So that's
wow, that
10
seems
hours
like
ago.
a long time ago, Mark, doesn't it? It seems
does.
like a world away now to where we're sitting here. But James is sitting there at number 1, but he will be... he'll be getting a little bit of pressure from maybe guys like Trent Bianco coming through. So we'll be interested to see how the little Fiat X19 goes. So Stavropoulos, Fakinos, here we go. Nice light there from Andrew at 077. Let's have a look. All eyes will be on the SICK 100 Racing. Goes through for a tag. He's betted it, a 10.79 at 122 and a 12.31 at 110 for Andrew in the Taz Building Service Mazda.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see probably 90% of the cars go quicker in this session than what they did today.
You
Just
were saying
because
before,
these
Mark,
conditions right now, in drag racing terms, speak that these conditions right now, as the sun has just gone down, it's got cooler, the cool air is coming in, the track has still got heat from the sun. These are the best conditions of the day, usually when we run our quicker CTs.
Yeah. Mate, I saw you before. You were very intrigued with the guys running before when in the pro categories, and you're going, no, it'll be good. It'll be quick now. Because we were sitting up behind the boys, and you were pretty keen. You were thinking, no, these pro mod guys are going to go quick. So look, Taz Gregorio and Ben Wilkinson. So the Zillabut Jet Boats Mazda up against the Taz Building Services Mazda. So we've got a wild RX-7 and an RX-2 coupe. Let's see if Taz can get this thing down right. Oh, a lot better this time. Oh, no, it still wasn't happening. Popped the boot open last time, but anyway, Ben's going to keep scooting through. And Ben will go through for 11.69. To better, he's 11.95. And Taz finally gets a good run on the board with a 14.51 at 102 miles an hour in that mighty left-hand drive RX-2 coupe.
Yeah, the other big challenge that these guys are going to face tomorrow is that they didn't get a run in the middle of the day in the heat. So they didn't get any data from what we consider the toughest conditions of the day. And it was a big headwind as well today.
Are they up for pretty well early on the morning too, Mark?
It's a very similar schedule to what we had today.
Yeah. So Xavier Silas and Jason Stoodley, of course, in the Barra-powered Cortina. The mighty Gemini out of Didillabar. Ran a 15.72 before. Jason Stoodley, that's a rare thing. Him in a bit of red light, being an ex-track champion. But he'll take that. He's probably just trying to hit the...
It was close. It was only 13 thousandths of a second wreck. So
listen to you giving him... Look at you just giving him a bit of luxury there, mate. But 11.84 to back up. He's 11.87. Xavier, the car, he did pull it over to the left-hand side. The car wasn't happy. And... I don't think he'll be bettering his 15.7, I can tell you that now. But that's okay. Hopefully he can come back later on tonight and do a bit better. And hopefully the car's okay.
Yeah, Stoodley went through a little bit quicker as well. He went 11.84, so he picked up 300ths from his earlier pass. Next up, Michael Williams in the V-dub. Taking on another V-dub, that's Michael Holman on screen. In the blue V-dub for Performance Upholstery.
The battle of the Michaels and the V-dubs. Does feel like old school Jamboree when you see the bugs here. And also,
we're going to do the old punch buggy. We haven't done that yet.
We haven't.
Punch buggy.
There's got to be a yellow one, isn't it, Mark?
There's
got to be a yellow one.
Is that the rules, is it? No, I'm too old.
I've been with different people who have different rules, and yeah.
Okay. Well, let us know. Is it meant to be yellow punch buggy? I don't know. What are the rules?
There's just a punch buggy. Yeah, look, come on, stop making the rules up. It's not a game of Uno, you guys. So Williams and Holman, let's see how they go. 12.09 to a 12.82. Both cut a red, but that's okay. Let's see how close they go to their previous times. See if they can keep it solid for when we go into racing tomorrow. Yep, 11.33. He's bettered it by a long way as Holman. And a 12.96 for Michael Williams. So Elias Smelke up against Matthew Gaffog. Matthew in the Datsun. You don't see too many of those, that coupe Datsun style wagon around. The 1300, not many at all. And the mighty little RX2 coupe, 1254 previous. And for Matt, a 1253 is 1253 in the Datsun.
Oh, we've got green lights this time around. 371 for Matthew and a 412 for Elias. There's some issues for Elias there, Melky. His car is coming to a slow to that Mazda, but the Datsun of Matthew, he goes through for a 1246, 111 mile an hour.
Yeah, hooks up. That's pretty good compared to his last time, Mark, so he'll be happy with that.
Well, that seems to be the consistency there. The cars are picking up between 300-400s on average from what they ran earlier today. Just waiting for our computer to reset here before we send down our next car.
The little Corolla. So Sean Mejlak in the 13B.
Went 13.17, 106 mile an hour in Q1.
It's got that's some nice top end out of a 13-second car.
He will be on a solo pass here. So just waiting for.
See Duffy out there. He's just there, and he's got a couple of rotors now, so he's probably just sitting there, just breathing in that fuel, thinking I'm going to be out here with one of these very shortly. So he's got a couple in the build.
We might be just waiting for the car to get off the racing surface in the braking area. That's one thing about Willowbank Raceway and all drag strips, that the braking area is actually longer than the racetrack itself. We need more room to slow down than the speed that we get up to in the 400 metres here. So when you do have a car that's got some issues in it, it can take half a minute for him to just get from the finish line to the third loop.
And Mark, we had the track redone, and it's beautiful and flat.
It is.
And it's stunning. Oh. Sean, mate, listen to that stick shift up. He's working hard on that thing. He's not happy. He's probably found a box of marbles there, but anyway. So
he's going to roll through there for a 15-second pass. Doesn't improve on his earlier 13.17 there. He's got another qualifier later on to get it all right. That's one thing. You want a Q3 to be a nice, smooth pass, doing everything that you want to going into first round of racing. A bit of confidence on board that you've got a car that's going to do everything that you want it to do. So we've got more cars here in all mode. I thought we might have finished.
No, this might be Street 289.
Oh yeah, now we're moving into Street 289 qualifying session number 2. Let's have a look at the recap of qualifying so far. Paul Tester is our number 1 qualifier with a 752. Errol Britton, number 2 with a 766. Carl Herbert, 3rd with an 833. Scott Hoffman, 4th with an 856. Mohammed Salemi with an 867, currently 5th. Eric Sliger, number 6 with an 869. Then we've got Cameron Bazaria, Dib Taul, and Shane Crichton on track here. He's our bottom qualifier at the moment. He ran a 25-second pass. Corey Hunter, we haven't seen here today. This is his first lap of the event. So he's going to get on board. He'll give us 10 cars in Street 289 qualifying here.
Did the car run, or did it roll the beams, maybe, from memory?
Possibly, but he hasn't got a time on board. So this is, if he gets an ET here, it gives us 10 cars in the field.
So Shane hoping to get the 6-boost turbo Cressida down there sweetly this time. We know we have. We've seen it before. We know it's quick. Be good to see. As I said, a lot of these guys, Mark, you just got to rock up and hope that the car and everything runs well. But sometimes it doesn't, as you know, and sometimes it does. And I reckon we might see a pretty quick run this time. Oh, blazed the tyres again in the Cressida.
Yeah,
the Gemini wasn't happy either, just creeped away, just didn't want to play the game.
Yeah, so Shane, he spun off the hip there in the Cressida, and then Hunter didn't even sound like it got up on boost or anything.
And see, he's
got
it hooking now, but doesn't matter. 12.77 at 100 miles an hour.
Puts him on the board though. Puts him in the field, and he won't be last either with that pass, with that 12-second pass.
No, because we've had a couple of ones.
Yeah, he goes to 7.
Yeah, so there you go, Mohammed Salami and Cameron Osorio. Oh, big burnout there from Mohammed. Well done.
I think there's an award for big burnout tomorrow in racing.
That's right. That's the
he's
thing.
One to watch.
You don't want to go all gung-ho in the...
It's good practice.
You reckon a practice skid?
everyone's a practice skid, isn't it, really?
Well, true. And at drag racing, nobody's going to get in trouble for doing a big skid.
We encourage it.
That's the good thing about it, isn't it? So other tracks might say, you're not allowed to do that, mate. Well, here we go. Yeah, you can. So Muhammad in the RX-7. Cameron in the mighty Capella. Ran an 18, so we know that's quicker. Muhammad ran an 8.67 at 123. It's a big fat skid, wasn't it? Really was from the Hurstville towing car. Look at that. I've got an RX-7 and that model as well. And look, my window is not that floppy.
I was going to say, did yours do that as well? Or
Mine
what?
does not do that. It's solid glass. It's and I can tell you now, it does not need to have the smoke tucked out of the back of the car because it wouldn't skid. It wouldn't skid unless you pushed it.
It goes all right. You've run it before, though.
Yeah, I've run it before. I've run it up around the track, down this track. It's slow, but it's fun.
Let's have a look at the recap of qualifying so far. Muhammad has gone a best of an 8.67. Bizarro, he's looking to get his first lap on the ball. He went an 18-second pass in Q1. Obviously, he wants to go quicker than that. Oh, Muhammad's up in spin. He's trying to get through the spin zone there, but in the end, he had to back off. Come back out in Q3.
Here we go.
Bizarro,
This will be better.
Line, all right, Cameron.
Oh, pity he got offered because I know he's probably not playing the game, but that thing was on a mission. 10.13 at 94, but that thing was 118 mile an hour at half track. You can tell he got it up on boost nicely there, Mark. It sounded strong up through the middle, middle section of the track.
From my vantage point, everything looked like it was going okay for Cameron Bizarro there. I wonder if that was a planned shut-off.
Yeah, maybe.
they were just checking like a planned shut-off.
We'll know if you and I are calling quali 3, won't we? We'll know. So Eric Sligar, Errol Britton, the mighty Brumby. Mighty Brumby. I saw one the other day. Somebody had a picture of a Brat. Yeah, the Brat with this. Have you seen the Brat? The Subaru Brumby Brat? They have 2 seats in the back that face out. In exactly like what Errol's is. They just have 2 seats in the back. When you get a chance, just look it up on. Just do a search and look up the Subaru Brat, and it's like, I think they outlawed it because it was probably not a real good idea to have a couple of seats in the back facing out of a Subaru Brumby. It's like, that looks cool, but it's probably not safe. So the RX-3 of Sligo, 8.69 at 182 mile an hour. And get this, Errol Britton in the Subi, 7.66 at 182 mile an hour. So we've got some cars here with some serious top end in this category. We know they are. We know they're quick. But I'll tell you what, they are all working towards this second qualifier, then to see what they can bring in that third qualifier before we go racing tomorrow.
Yeah, that tells me Sligo's 8.69 is probably about a full second off what it should run out the back door with a clean pass from the start line to the finish line. That's the challenge for him. So we can see Britain's already in pre-stage. He's been there for a little while, just waiting on Sligo to move forward in this RX-3.
You can see Errol says, no, he waited a long time. He said, no, I bumped it in. Bumped it in. He said, no, I'm going in. He's ready. He's probably car getting a little bit hot, so he's probably thinking, I'll build this thing up. We'll get the Subi out there, and we'll get the RX-3 out there. Let's have a little look.
Sligo's got 7 seconds now to get into stage. He needs to probably start moving in. He's in.
Errol is out of there though. Have a look at the Brumby. Watch this. 7.53 at 188 mile an hour, and Sligo a 7.90 at 191 with a lazy leave.
It wasn't lazy. He was spinning.
Yeah,
he had a pedal there. Sligo, he probably lost half a second to the 60 foot alone, so that tells me he would have been on the speed, 191 miles an hour.
That's a
730, 720 potentially there if you get that start line right.
Oh!
Also,
Dib, nice work.
Britain was only 0.004 of a second off that number one spot.
Really?
As well of Paul Tester, who's on track right now.
Well, let's see what Paul Tester can bring in the wide by Joe Gallant. When you have a Galant, you always think of a sedan Galant, not a little coupe like that. I wouldn't have seen too many of them around even in my younger days, mate. You'd be too young for that, Mark, but back in the day, those Gallants, they were kicking around pretty good. 7.52 at 181, they were never, ever, ever doing that like Paul's, ever. But Dib, with the RX-7.
Well, there's some issues here for Paul Tester. He's just trying to do the burnout now. You see, he's having another attempt here. So let's just see what happens here with Paul Tester. His crew just telling him to go back into the water again. So let's just see here. So, well, there was Dib Tail. He was having some issues just at the end of his burnout anyway. So he's only just backing up now from his burnout. Here we go, Paul Tester. That's a little bit better. But
it really didn't want to...
it sort of kicked out on him, didn't it, there as he started the burnout?
He's punching a lot of... He's got a lot of things going on there. Look, great vision there.
A lot of things to remember as a driver. All those switches.
When is what coming in? When is the gas? When is everything happening? It's all exciting though, Mark, because I tell you what, if you've got to work that hard just to get it into stage, you've worked hard. You've worked hard. You've had to punch a lot of things. Let's have a little look for Dib and Paul. Let's see how we go. The RX-7 and the Gallant.
This, of course, is qualifying for Street 289. We can see these guys one more time tonight as well. We've got fireworks at 6:30 as they launch here.
Oh, have a look at the Gallant. Got it sideways. Whoa, bit of smoke. But the RX-7 goes through for a 7.800 at 174. I'm sure the crew will be happy with that.
And number one qualified Paul Tester at the moment. He had some issues there, rolled through for an 8.25. But there was a bit of smoke coming out of the back of the car there, so hopefully there was nothing being left on the track there from his pass.
Really did too, didn't it, Mark? So I'm not too sure.
They were both weren't clean passes either, really. They were moving around a bit. Okay, next up here in qualifying, we've got Carl Herbert in the RX-3 to take on James Moore in the RX-7 for a direct clutch.
I'll tell you what, and this car of Carl Herbert's, he's been campaigning this for years, Mark. And it always feels like a jamboree when you see Carl pull up in that beautiful green sedan. 8.33 at 165. James Moore in the direct clutch RX-7. We have seen that car before. We've seen it campaigned quite a few times. If it hooks up, it'll go all right. Carl won't care. He says, I'm out of here. I'm going to put this sedan through for an 8.22 at 167. James Moore finally gets a good run in the direct clutch RX-7. An 8.52 at 122. Backs it out at the end, but that's still a good time, Mark.
Yeah, having a look at the tape there, Moore was actually quicker to half track by nearly 0.2 of a second than Herbert, so he was definitely on a low 8-second pass, maybe even dipping into the high 7s there if he got it all the way to the finish line. That gives us 11 cars now qualifying for a Street 289. We've got another one here. Connor Fakinos now in front of us in the Mazda 6100 Racing Mazda. Backing up, so he'll give us 12 in the field because he doesn't have
that's nice.
Hasn't had a time recorded yet today.
Nice even field, we like that. And I have no doubt if Connor can hook this thing up. We know it's we know it goes hard, the mighty little two-door. It's a 1.2, whether it is the 12A or not, I'm not too sure. All I know is that the SIC 100 racing car is just about to hit the go button. Oh, and hooked up nicely off the start. He gave it plenty to boost it up. Have a look at it. Moves around a little bit at three-quarter track, but he will push it through for a 9.42 at 106. Was doing 124 mile an hour at half track.
I think he was already off of it before there because the speed's probably down for that ET at half track of 5.46, only 124 mile an hour there for him. But puts him in the field, he goes to number 9 spot. So that would have been in the 8-second zone as well out the back door. Oh, we're going into Extreme.
Yeah, most certainly.
So Extreme qualifying session number 2. We had 4 cars down the track in the first session. I don't believe I've seen this car on the track in Q1, the Camaro, the Brisbane Civil Racing car of Luke Doughty.
Yeah, Luke in the Brisbane Civil Chevy. And up against the Raw Automotive Bantam of Rocket Rod Williams.
He's our number 1 qualifier at the moment in that altered with an 8.34. So the Extreme class is for all of our open vehicles.
Yep.
Turboed V8s as well, wanting to run the Dial Your Own racing tomorrow.
I love that full net at the back. It's like it's going fishing as well in the back of that, with the back of that beautiful Bantam. What's he catching in the back of that thing? Look, those wheelie bars. He most certainly uses them, does our Rod.
He's been campaigning in the extreme bracket for a few years now in this altered. It's one of the quickest passes I've seen him do on the altered, though, the 8:34.
What a great sound that is. I'm sure everybody who's over on the grassy area here at Willowbank Raceway is enjoying the sound of Williams' car in on that stab. It's pretty cool. Looking down the track as you can see, good crowd still in. We've had a big day. Williams is gone. Have a look at that thing. Oh, he's even bettered. An 8:30 with a 9 at 157 mile an hour. Luke's gone 9:21 at 149 in the Chev, but Rod Williams, 8:30 at 157.
Yeah, consolidates that #1 spot at the moment here in qualifying for Extreme. Next pairing up, we've got the altered of Clayton Ethel taking on the dragster of Megan Anderson, a front engine dragster for Megan. Clayton Q1 went 8:35, 166 mile an hour, so it was pretty soft off the start line. So he can 166 miles an hour tells me that's a low 8-second altered there.
So Clayton, he's been rushing to get the car on, get the car going.
Looks like a fun altered to race actually. The short wheelbase, got a lot of power on board. Obviously, ex-Chris Stiggles altered. Campaigned it.
Now my memory is it's got it's a 2J with a 1J. So it's got top end, bottom end, something like that. So, but that thing is going to that's going to be a very interesting combination. And look, Clayton, new to it, he is going to be learning a very quick learning curve. And mate, I have no doubt he's up for it. So good on him. So, but he's racing a tough customer in Megan Anderson though. And you know, when it comes to tomorrow, when it comes to race,
she's got a lot of experience here at the Jamboree, running in Extreme.
Let's have a little look at Clayton and Megan. Clayton goes through for an 8:50 at 166, and Megan a 9:25 at 139 in that fabulous looking front engine dragster. That's a lot better.
Yeah, Clayton lost a 10th and a half there, but Megan picked up nearly a full second on a Q1 pass. So that gives us 5 cars qualified in Extreme after Q2. We'll see them back out later again for one more qualifying session. Now we move into our next bracket. Oh no, we still got one more for Extreme. We've got one more, Lucas Holtz. Sorry, Lucas, we didn't see you down there. So Lucas, an experienced campaigner here at Willowbank Raceway, has won championships in this altered. He'll be definitely a tough competitor. First time for him campaigning here at the Jamboree events. We've got fireworks in 10 minutes here. Lucas Holtz, fireworks on track at the moment. We'll get the real fireworks in about 10 minutes. Red light there from Lucas Holtz, 048 red. He went a 9:24 in Q1. He should go a little bit quicker here, and he goes 9:21, 145 mile an hour for Lucas Holtz. 9:21, and he will be qualified number 4 with that 9:21. Wow. Okay, now that brings a close to Extreme qualifying, Terry.
That it does. That it does, Mark. And how would you like to be in a field with the name like Lucas Holtz in it?
Well, I don't know if he's got his delay box, been using his delay box this weekend, so it could be the first time off the bottom bulb for him. So I don't think you're allowed to use the delay box here at Jamboree.
Well, we're going to find out. We'll see how he goes, won't we? Yeah. So, mate, here's the thing, is don't forget, folks, that we will be at 6:30, the fireworks will be on, so you've only got about, 10 minutes, and we'll be doing the fireworks. So they're to be down the end of the grassy area.
Did I hear something about the lights?
Yeah, we are going to be turning off the track lights so that you can get the full firework experience.
And then we'll turn it back on and get back into qualifying.
Mate, we're gonna go straight into these guys now here, but we've got Christian and Petros, the Mazda, the little R100. How good is that thing? 1066 to a 953 of Christian. Let's have a look. Oh, front wheel up from the little R100. So Pete, the plumber, goes through for a 9.03 at 151, and Christian goes through for a 9.70 at 145. That Petros's little R100, that got up and boogied. It just carried the front wheel, Mark.
That it did. Next pairing up here in modified compact, we've got Naomi Vandertot in the Sylvia for Golby's Pass, taking on Ben Clark in that Calais. We can see the Calais there. Went only a 15-second pass in Q1, so
well,
that's obviously going to improve.
We know what's coming.
Naomi, they didn't probably have a clean pass in Q1 either. She went 9.36, 172 mile an hour.
Yeah, that car is well and truly capable of quicker. We know that. So it's good to see. Always good to see Naomi here racing at Jamboree. Not too sure what's going on down the deep end. We're not too sure. So we're just having a little look.
Almost looks like it's got a fog setting in down there.
It does. Don't say that.
Just wondering what's going on. We must be checking something in the braking area because there's nothing on track, so it has to be the braking area.
We haven't got access to that screen from here. Oh, no, we might be there on that one, Mark. We can see on the big one down the end there.
You can just look into the one in front of you, Terry.
I know.
Well.
Thank you for that. I needed a smaller screen. I think that screen's too big. So, so Naomi and Ben. So nice to see everybody here tonight. How good has it been, Mark? What a cracker crowd. There was a couple of points of today. I was sitting up the top there, went up the top of the tower, and it looked like a Winter Nationals crowd. It was phenomenal.
It was massive, yeah, especially all the people walking through the pits. And it's a real carnival atmosphere here at Jamboree and all the things that you can do.
45, I think, vendors, somewhere around that.
Yep.
I think it is. So that's a lot of vendors. I mean, that's a lot. As I said, if you haven't got your dad something for Father's Day today, you better get it tomorrow because I'm going to be asking the question. As a dad, you're a dad.
Yep.
They should be getting us something. Where's our kids? Buy us some merch. Get us something from all these vendors. These vendors are just here and they're just giving us the love. And yeah, I walked down there this morning and I went. It took me that was a lot of people, a lot of vendors, and it was pretty impressive. So you could walk the whole vendor alley and you could come back with an entire new car and a T-shirt to wear. So here we go. Looks like we're ready to go. You can just see Naomi nudging the mighty Sylvia up.
Yeah, Naomi taking on Ben Clark here in that Calais. So just looking at Ben Clark, he's moving forward now as well. So Naomi, definitely the potential to improve on that 9.36 that she's running qualifying. Obviously, Ben Clark, a 15-second pass. He'll want to go a lot quicker than that run.
Yeah, let's hope he can hook it up, Mark, because we want to see that Calais absolutely haul like we know it can. Oh, there goes, front wheel. Picks the front wheel up, drops it down, picks it up again. The Calais is out of there. Naomi trying to reel him in. As I said, only qualifier, but there it is. That's good work there, Ben. A 9.47 at 143. Naomi gets a better run, of course. An 8.70 at 170 mile an hour. They're both in the hunt. They're both in the game, Mark.
Naomi goes up to number 2 in qualifying now. Ben Clark goes to number 6 in qualifying. Good reaction time, though, from Ben Clark.
Yeah.
0.36 there reaction time, so that was good as well. Next up, we've got Paul Clyde in the Mazda for Loki Automotive moving forward. This will be his first pass of the day to take on a number 1 qualifier in the Supra, William Yarwood.
I know Will, because Will actually races at a couple of different things. He does do the drag and drive. He does do a little bit of roll and other stuff like that. Good guy. The car is quick, and obviously with an 8.36 at 163 mile an hour out of that mighty Supra. So let's see what the RX-7 can do as well. Will won't care. Oh, a couple of flames out the back, but Will says, 2J Supra, I'm out of here. There you go, 8.31 at 168. Well done, Yarwood. Well done.
Picks up 500s there. And Paul Clyde gets a pass on the board at 12.73 at 124 mile an hour there. Here in qualifying for modified compact, only 5 minutes to go, and then we've got the big fireworks.
What's your favourite colour? What colour do you want to see, Mark?
Green. Always
green. Always green.
I wasn't falling for that, Terry.
No. I'm excited. Here we go. Look, we got Darren McDonald in the mighty Corolla. We got Dom Perry, of course.
Well, he's got his indicator on. Let us know where he's going. Dom Perry.
Now, Dom, that thing is that thing is capable of running 8s. I'm not too sure. I don't know if Dom's got the. It's got here as the 13B, but used to have a 20B in it. And I've actually been around Sydney in that car with the 20B in it. Has run into the 8s. So I'm not too sure why it's saying 13B, whether I caught up with Dom this morning, but he didn't mention he changed to a 13B. I don't know what that's about, but we're going to find out. The car is out of there. Darren McNall's going to try and reel him in, but good luck with that.
He's off a bit early there, Perry. Still goes 903, 125 mile an hour. I've seen the brake lights there a couple of times. McDonald, he picked up a bunch as well, 912, 149 mile an hour. So both drivers picking up a bunch of ET here in Q2. Perry goes to number 5, McDonald will stay in number 6 qualifier. Next up, Chris O'Neill to take on Dwayne Wispy. So Wispy there, the Buzz moving forward, the Mazda. Q1 teletape, he went an 18-second pass, so definitely wants to pick up some on that.
Sounded stronger in the burnout, Mark.
Chris O'Neill, both drivers didn't get in the track Q1, so both of them went 18 seconds and 19 seconds respectively.
But both did sound better in the burnout, so Mark. So hopefully that will, they can relate that straight onto a proper run. Hopefully the boys can get it run, get a good run on the board and put themselves into a good position. Oh. Might have been a slow reaction, but it got out all right by Dwayne. That'll be definitely better. He's not offered, so that's looking good. 9.36 at 125, there you go. And a 9.33 at 169 for O'Neill. There you go, they are in the hunt. How did they go, Mark?
Welcome to the 9-second club, boys.
There you go, look, third. Oh, now we go, where'd they
Chris
go?
O'Neill went to number 8 qualifier.
Yep,
and Wispy
Dwayne's
went to number 9. Yep.
Well done, lads. You're in the hunt. So Michael Osborne and Daniel Rijard. Of course, the All Epoxy Solutions Mazda. And the Tuner Racing. We're gonna have a lot of talk about that Tuner Racing, aren't we?
We need to find out what it
when
actually
Wade
is.
and I were calling the Winter Nationals, every time a Tuner Racing come up, it was always fast.
You know what I'm going to do whilst we're doing the commentary here?
Maybe
Facebook.
don't. Maybe is it a work phone? Maybe don't look it up. I don't know.
I'm
I don't want you getting in trouble, Mark. But here we go. Osborne and Arugia. Here we go. The mighty All Epoxy Solutions little RX3 coupe up against that Hilux. You can fit that RX3 in the back of that Hilux almost. Oh, front wheel up there from Dan. 0.96 from Michael. That's a good light. Have a look. Second qualifier for these guys. Dan will go through for an 8.90 at 150 mile an hour, and Michael at 10.09 at 112 in the Tuner Racing Hilux. Now, I don't know if you saw it earlier, Mark.
Sorry, mate, I found their Facebook page.
You
It's
have?
all legit.
Have you got? It's all legit.
Tuner Racing.
Tuner Racing. Thank you.
There
Welcome
we go,
to
mate.
Jamboree.
Yeah. Check
We're
it
gonna-
out on Facebook.
We'll find out. But Tim Hawkins and the mighty Gemini Parry Georges picked the front wheels up earlier today. Just absolutely up in the air. Was impressive. But the West Mackay Mazda, of course, the 13B at Tim Hawkins up against the 13B, the Jackson Transport Gemini of Parry Georges. If you're a rotary man like I am, these are two beautiful looking cars, and it could be a wheels up affair.
Needs to get in stage, Parry Georges.
Whoa! Tim absolutely blazed the tyres. Parry just goes red. Lifted up a little bit. And here we go. I reckon we are just about ready to hit. Oh no, we've got one more competitor to come through. And I think then we're going to have
the big fireworks display.
Yeah, I'm going to. So Adam Broomham in the Celica. So I'm going to jump off and.
No, you don't have to.
Chris, you and I haven't commentated all day. What is going on?
That's why I thought I'd get in here. I'd give Mark the early shift.
Mate, I'm going to tell you something now. I've had people texting me, blaming you for things you've said, thinking it's me.
Oh, okay.
As you do with me. It's the way it works.
Yeah. And so who's in more trouble?
Maybe we'll take a tally at the end of tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I wish someone would be. Well, thank goodness for the live stream, because you can go back and we might count brass tacks next week. So right now, folks, it is that time of the evening as promised. Kids, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to see some fireworks? Come on, here, where's the clap cheers and the whistles? Kids, I want to hear you the loudest, because we need you to be the loudest, because I reckon you're nearly as loud as the fireworks. Children of Jamboree, who wants to see the fireworks? fireworks. Somewhere in the future you will see these fireworks, and we'll get into it when it starts popping, Terry Dale.
Did you say somewhere in the future we will see them?
Well, you know, when I say 6:30, I think 6:30, and then right, as soon as I finish saying that, they were going to go off. But you know what we do? We sneak up on this stuff sometimes. Everyone's looking to the sky. Everyone's going, right, go.
There's always a chance they're going to be in the sky, isn't it? Fireworks. They don't generally run them down the track.
My favourite part of a fireworks display is just before it starts, and then you hear that first tung tung.
That's it.
And you hear the first two go up. And we're ready. We've got the skies of Ipswich, Queensland, home of Jamboree, 35th anniversary. A beautiful Saturday evening here in Queensland, birthplace of this almighty event. And the skies are in readiness. Not only beautiful, non-cloudy skies, but stars. All right, we've got to kill those lights. That's what we're going to do. That right? We're going to make it. Hey, apparently really? We're going to make it really dark, folks. Is that right? We're going to make it that dark.
Opportunity to hold hands with your loved one, Chris.
Now listen, with the lights go out, but feel free to get a little crazy with the scream and the cheer and the wolf whistle. I want to hear a Jamboree tribal jungle in the dark. I want to hear you all in there making your animal noises when the lights go out. And just let it basically fully express yourself when these fireworks go up, because guess what? What's up in the air popping and banging, they're explosives. What did we just see so far for the whole day here
We've just
on
seen
track?
nothing, but every second gear, every third gear, every fourth gear has been an explosive. It's been a good day.
Four-wheeled fireworks. That's what I call it.
Agree,
Four-wheeled fireworks.
That's exactly what we're dealing with.
We've seen it all so far on track. We've still got more to go. Look at this primping and propping. We've just got that on the screen right now.
And they're trying to compete with the fireworks. Tell the boys they are not.
All
It is on, Chris. Oh, my God, it's on.
Where's your animal noises? Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on. Woo! Wow!
Oh!
Here we go. Go, son. Bang. So far, a lot of violet crumble, and thank goodness I've got a big bag of violet crumble in the car. All right, here we go. I know I'm going to stand back and watch the firework masters in action, Terry. How glorious, glorious.
We're just going to let the fireworks do the talking, Chris.
I'm going to give you traces of parent metal as the different colours come up. Oh, look, copper, magnesium, zinc, phosphorus.
That's it.
There they all are. Oh, pure aluminium.
That one's a banger. And that one's a banger.
Oh, spark plug. There we go. Nitrous car. There it is there.
Well, where's the blue flame? That'll be the nitrous car.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut
Hey, come on, folks. What about get all your phones on? Turn your phones on, people. Get all your phone lights on. Let's line up the grandstands and the mound. Get your phones out, put your torches on, and let's get a bit of glow through the... There we go. Thank you. Turn them on. Turn them on. If you got them, that's it. You got them. Oh, magic. Who's that bloke with the cigarette lighter over there? Rock and roll, son.
That's old school, Chris. Old school.
Sure is,
Going in
mate.
with a cigarette lighter.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Come on, get all your phones out. Get all your lights out. It looks great on the stream here, folks. This is Jambo 35 years. Celebrate. This is qualifying. Nearly coming to an end, but still so much more to offer. We've got some Q3 stuff. That's it. Light up the place. Thank you. Looks good, folks.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me.
Oh, sorry, it is too. That's how tuned in I am.
Tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. What else can we do for you? Come on, animal noises, clap, cheer and whistle. That is a full-hearted fireworks display for you, me and the rest of the world. Let there be more light, more qualifying coming right now. Stick around for the rest, folks, because guess what? I think, as we normally know, that Jambo feeling, 35 years of knowing this stuff, prime time to run a number for the rest of our guys here. We're going to go out and check it all out on the start line in just a sec. And Dave's got the cameras down there. So, Terry, I'm off to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry to drop you in the hole.
I've got to be honest, Chris.
Yes.
I just had 3 of the girls from the Babe competition text me and
Yes.
said, why couldn't they have had the fireworks when the Babe comp was on today?
Do you know? You just see how that happens when you get back to Babe comps. You start getting the inside runs, hookups, connections. Anyway,
Mate, I'm not trying to take your gig, but I've taken 2 of yours recently.
Yeah, well,
but I'm not. You can have them back though.
Let's share this one for the next 15 years. So we're going to go down and eat a kebab and interview people.
I love that.
In that order.
In that. Thank you, my man. The fireworks. What a great addition to Jamboree. I'm not too sure. We'd have to ask Kelly and Chris if they've ever done it before. I think this might be the first time they've ever done it. Quite possibly. So very, very exciting. So look, you know, you can't beat a good fireworks display, really. I mean, it felt like we're at River Fire or we're at the Ekka, and all we needed was some show bags, and then we would have been